In a dimly lit room, a shadowy youth, his features obscured, smiled faintly at the warm greetings from his teammates, with practiced ease. He pressed Control-6, illuminating a sign, and continued to glide gracefully through the throng of soldiers, his movements lively and fluid. Though the start figures 0115 in the upper right corner of the scoreboard were somewhat glaring, they bore little significance. It's all Simon's fault. If not for him, my Yasuo would surely be a legend. As the bass exploded, he gently removed his headset, muttering under his breath, only to be abruptly engulfed in darkness, losing consciousness. The origins of the Hatake clan trace back to the early Warring States period. While not as ancient as the Uchiha, Senju, Kagaya, Hyuga, or Uzumaki clans, it nonetheless holds the title of a prestigious family. In terms of lineage, it stands comparably to the Sarutobi clan, classifying it as a strong second-tier family. However, the Hatake clan has long been plagued by a significant issue, a sparse population, leading to a situation in recent generations where the lineage was reduced to a single heir. Fortunately, this circumstance changed 5 years ago when the current head of the Hatake family finally delivered, giving birth to a pair of twin boys. The elder was named Hatake Sakumo, while the younger was called Hatake Yasuo. Sakumo embodied the clan's tradition with his distinctive white hair, while his brother Yasuo exhibited a rare hue of black with purple undertones. Had Yasuo not been born almost simultaneously with Sakumo, whispers could have arisen in the village, as their mother was a commoner with golden hair. Fortunately, the previous clan leader was spared the anguish of jealousy, as he was unaware of his child's unusual purple-black hair. Just a week before his wife gave birth, he received an urgent mission to the Land of Wind and, like countless heroes of Konoha, perished in a brutally fierce conflict. Thus, it may seem incredible, but the current head of the Hatake clan is indeed the mere 5-year-old Hatake. Sakumo. Having been in this world for 5 years, the nameless youth gradually accepted his reincarnation into the Naruto universe as a child named Yasuo, whose appearance closely resembled that of Yasuo himself. Reincarnation was a fait accompli, yet the almost useless body he found himself in was perplexing. Yasuo had assumed that becoming the Wind Blade Master would endow him with extraordinary talents, allowing him to intuitively grasp a set of wind techniques. However, reality proved harsh. Apart from the innate Yasuo passive, Wanderer's Path, and the Q ability Steel Flash he was born with, he had understood nothing else. Initially, Yasuo believed he could level up, envisioning himself capable of excelling. Yet, over 5 years, he discovered no method for advancement, whether through combat, hunting small creatures, or training none could elevate his level. During a chakra assessment at the age of 3, the test paper tore in half, revealing that Yasuo possessed wind affinity chakra, yet his physique exhibited no extraordinary traits. Perhaps due to his purple-black hair, the emergence of a wind user in the lightning-oriented Hatake clan was not entirely unexpected. Ultimately, apart from the 2 skills, Yasuo had no further distinctions. Such meager advantages in the Naruto world offered him no significant leverage. Today marked the commencement of the Ninja Academy, where both Sakumo and Yasuo would enter the 1st grade. In this rare period of peace, the growth of ninjas would progress more steadily. Although ninjas emerging from the academy would start at a slower pace compared to the wartime child soldiers, excluding a few prodigies, the foundation of these children would be much sturdier, enhancing their survival rates. Waving his tender little hand, Yasuo bid farewell to his mother, Keiko. It was an ordinary name, belonging to an even more ordinary woman. A gentle commoner, she excelled at cooking but had no remarkable qualities. Lacking any bloodline limit or family secret techniques, she possessed no chakra to guide her sons in their training. Yet, this unremarkable woman raised her 2 children alone after her husband's passing, always wearing a smile despite the hardships of life. Reflecting on the past 5 years, Yasuo shouted, "Goodbye, Mom," and hurried after the white figure ahead. Yasuo is always so cheerful. If only Sakumo could share half of his brightness. Keiko leaned against the door, watching the departing children with a blissful smile. "Hey, Sakumo, it's your first day at school. Don't wear that fish face expression. It'll scare off the pretty girls." Yasuo playfully patted the boy of similar height ahead of him. Having the soul of an adult, it was impossible for him to address this white-haired lad as Big Brother. So Yasuo simply called him by his name. Fortunately, the Hatake clan was not as rigid as the Hyuga, and over the years, both Keiko and Sakumo had grown accustomed to it. Yasuo, I heard there will be a placement test shortly. Although your talents are rather ordinary, you must strive to perform while we cannot tarnish the Hatake name. Understand? He pinched Sakumo's taut face gently. Yasuo shook his head, replying, "Oh, my foolish brother. If our father had any wishes, they would surely be for our happiness, not for us to bear the burden of reviving the clan." And before Sakumo could retort, Yasuo had already slipped away that I in this life. He truly could not match his elder brother. In the future, wielding a short blade, Sakumo would carve out a legendary reputation as Konoha's White Fang, eclipsing even the legendary Sannin and making armies tremble. His talent was indisputable that if Yasuo's combat prowess could be rated as 5, then Sakumo's must be at least 20, although lacking guidance from their forebears. Sakumo had self-taught chakra extraction through the family scrolls, even mastering the basics of the body flicker technique. In the clan's traditional physical ninjutsu, Sakumo displayed astonishing talent, leaving Yasuo far behind. A placement test was a headache. Walking alone, along a path to the ninja academy, Yasuo couldn't help but sigh. Why must the disparity between people be so vast? Despite his efforts, his growth in training was sluggish. Based on Sakumo's progress and future achievements, Yasuo anticipated that he would likely only attain the rank of a chunin at best. At least compared to some common ninjas, Yasuo had a slight edge he hoped he wouldn't perform too poorly in the placement test. However, recalling his predecessor Jiraiya and Orochimaru, Obito, and Kakashi, Naruto, and Sasuke, each of them had been in the same class as geniuses. It seemed the placement test wouldn't determine class divisions, but merely served to help teachers assess students' foundations. Perhaps he could shine a little? The class assignments had been determined long before, and Yasuo was not in the same class as Shuangmao. Upon seeing the notice at the school gate, he hurriedly made his way to his designated classroom. Arriving late on the first day of school was unavoidable, especially given the delectable offerings of the newly opened three-colored dumpling shop nearby. As Yasuo entered the classroom, all 40 classmates turned their gaze towards the door. "Ah." Yasuo grinned broadly, revealing a cheerful smile. "Who is this person? Which family does he belong to?" inquired a boy with white eyes, turning to a girl with similar features beside him. "I've never seen him before. He must not be from a prominent family," she replied. The boy turned away, seemingly losing interest. Yasuo's arrival caused a brief ripple in the classroom, but tranquility soon returned. The homeroom teacher gently pinched his brow, realizing that an unruly individual had likely joined his class. He cleared his throat softly, redirecting the student's attention to himself, and announced, "I am Yuichi Shimura, your homeroom teacher for the next 6 years." Yasuo's assigned seat was in the corner of the classroom, from which he could clearly see the multiple grotesque scars marring Shimura's profile. Aside from the unsettling nature of the surname Shimura, Yuichi was indeed a patient and exceptional teacher. Such patience is not a common trait among the masses, especially in one who had endured the harsh realities of a brutal ninja war. Yuichi possessed commendable oratory skills, eloquently recounting the history of ninjas during the first lesson, with a focus on the recent decade, the 5 great ninja villages, and the ninja wars. As for the founding of the ninja world and the Sage of 6 Paths, those topics were merely brushed aside as mythological tales. There was no segment about dreams. Though Yasuo would not have minded standing on stage to declare, "I aspire to become Hokage," to help everyone become familiar with one another and facilitate the teachers in formulating lesson plans, we shall conduct a small test in the form of random pair battles. Yuichi proclaimed, casting an eerie atmosphere over the classroom. This was, after all, a world where lineage mattered. Individuals like Jiraiya, the so-called blank slate ninja, were exceedingly rare. Even Sakura had received guidance from her Chunin father prior to enrollment. Thus, everyone possessed a certain foundation. This test marked their inaugural battle, and no one wished to lose, especially a boy with white eyes, who cast a glance at a boy adorned with a fan insignia on his vest. The latter responding with a cold smirk, "Humph, a dull trick." As self-introductions preceded the duels, the classmates began to familiarize themselves with one another. It was then that Yasuo noticed the extraordinary individuals in his class. Not only were there members of the Hyuga clan with their Byakugan, the Uchiha with their Sharingan, and the oil-born parasites of the Aburame clan, But there was also a remarkable figure among them. Watching the frail boy on the battle stage being swiftly defeated by Uchiha Ishihara, Yasuo's worldview shattered. If he had not misheard, the young boy who had been incapacitated in a single strike by the Uchiha had introduced himself as Orochimaru. Oh no, Uncle Snake has been defeated. However, upon reflecting calmly, it is indeed a rather commonplace occurrence. Orochimaru, hailing from humble beginnings with parents who perished in the Shinobi War, faced the inevitable defeat at the hands of the illustrious Uchiha clan, a fate not surprising given his lack of educational resources. Nonetheless, one might argue that this was the apex of Uchiha Ishihara's existence. After lying sprawled on the stage for over a minute, the young Orochimaru finally managed to rise with great difficulty, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He lifted his hand as if to form a seal, only to silently lower it again, turning to descend the platform slowly. Although teacher Yuichi had imparted the healing seal, Uchiha Ishihara had long departed, rendering the seal unnecessary for Orochimaru. Throughout the encounter, Uchiha Ishihara had not once derided Orochimaru, for he had not even deigned to regard him as more than a mere commoner. The cool Ishihara, with his elegant demeanor and striking appearance, effortlessly garnered the admiration of numerous girls. Disregarding the infatuated crowd, Yasuo emerged from the throng and, scanning the surroundings, soon spotted Orochimaru tending to his wounds upon a stone. Here, this is a highly effective healing remedy. The sudden words startled the pained young Orochimaru, who had been contorted in agony. He looked up to find a boy with a radiant smile akin to sunlight. "Thank you," he managed to say after a moment of hesitation, having not felt such care from another in quite some time as he accepted the bottle. "Team 10, it's your turn." After a moment's indecision, Orochimaru contemplated asking Yasuo his name, but at that moment, teacher Yuichi's voice echoed. Yasuo patted Orochimaru on the shoulder and swiftly returned to the crowd. Feeling the lingering warmth on his shoulder, Orochimaru realized the healing remedy Yasuo provided was indeed remarkably effective. He steadied himself and stepped into the throng. Before him stood his opponent, and Yasuo felt an involuntary twitch at the corner of his eye. The distinctive hair color of the Hatake clan, the tattered, thin garments, coupled with an expression that could not mask its foolishness. "I am the genius Jiraiya, pleased to make your acquaintance." Upon hearing the self-introduction, Yasuo covered his face in disbelief. Indeed, this individual was none other than the father of the destined child and the master of the reverse destined child, the lecherous sage Jiraiya. It seemed the next 6 years would not bring him any respite. Shaking his head to dismiss these futile thoughts, Yasuo smiled and replied, "I am Hatake Yasuo. Please treat me kindly." "Oh, young one, I shall show no mercy." With that, Jiraiya took the initiative, launching a wild punch directly at Yasuo's face. This fighting technique, a method Jiraiya had honed during his days on the streets, was simple yet effective. He was not without intelligence. He understood that as a commoner, he stood no chance against the scions of ninja clans in a direct confrontation. Only through such preemptive tactics could he hope to achieve success. Otherwise, he feared that he might end up sharing the same fate as that fool named Orochimaru. It must be said that Jiraiya's strategy proved successful. Yasuo, having lived 2 lives, possessed virtually no experience in brawling. Even during his earlier research upgrades, he was known to seek out 2-year-old children to engage in fights at the tender age of 4. Thus, Jiraiya's swift and formidable punch indeed subdued Yasuo, who could only raise his hands in a futile attempt to block. Witnessing this scene, Jiraiya grinned, eagerly anticipating this moment. With Yasuo's hands covering his face, his abdomen was left wide open. Jiraiya feigned an attack with his right fist, instantly redirecting his full kinetic energy into his concealed left fist. Bang! Jiraiya's fist struck Yasuo's abdomen with tremendous force. Though it was a loud impact, it was still merely the strength of a child. Nonetheless, such a solid hit to the stomach was sufficient to send any child tumbling down. Another devastating blow. Shimizu Yuichi furrowed his brow. While he could comprehend the earlier defeat of a child from a common family at the hands of the Uchiha clan, this current spectacle left him perplexed. He had some understanding of the Hatake clan, and it seemed the untimely demise of the previous clan leader had a profound impact, leading to such a withering of their bloodline. Just as he contemplated blowing his whistle to declare Jiraiya the victor, he suddenly sensed something amiss. The injured Hatake boy did not fall. Instead, after a momentary daze, he quickly turned to the side. Jiraiya had poured all his strength into that punch, making it difficult to withdraw. Due to inertia, he inevitably lurched forward. Even lacking combat experience, Yasuo recognized this as an opportunity and immediately unleashed his sole offensive skill, the Steel Slash, a targeted, ordinary attack. After 2 successful Steel Slashes, the third would unleash a whirlwind capable of launching the enemy. Theoretically, this technique required a long sword. But clearly, Yasuo lacked one at that moment. Thus, he resorted to using his fingers as a substitute. Given the tenderness of his young fingers, Yasuo instinctively brought his hands together. At this moment, Jiraiya was in a half-falling state, and the most prominent target exposed to Yasuo was undoubtedly his taut backside. With a devastating strike to his rear, Jiraiya rocketed forward like a missile, flying off the stage. This was not quite what he had envisioned. Amidst the silence of the crowd, Yasuo hurriedly leaped off the stage, discreetly wiping his fingers on Jiraiya's clothing before helping him up. "Are you a devil?" Jiraiya groaned in pain, clutching his backside. Yasuo smiled sheepishly, forming a reconciliatory gesture as he said, "Jiraiya, I truly apologize. After school today, let me treat you to ramen." "Humph, even so, I shall not forgive you. Perhaps I could impart to you the ultimate secret of the 1,000 years of pain?" "Deal." Reflecting on his inaugural battle, Yasuo realized he had indeed been too naive, nearly being bested by the inexperienced Jiraiya. Although he would one day become one of the legendary Sannin, revered for his sage mode prowess, at this moment, Jiraiya was undeniably lackluster in combat. To lose to him would indeed be a grave embarrassment. Thanks to Yasuo's passive ability, Way of the Wanderer, he accumulates a layer of shield while moving, which activates when he sustains damage from heroes or wild creatures. Jiraiya's Commoner's Fist is evidently insufficient to inflict harm upon Yasuo. However, should he manage to land a second punch, Yasuo would undoubtedly be injured. Nevertheless, Yasuo emerged victorious, albeit his techniques lacked a semblance of glory. If Uchiha Ishihara garnered the affections of numerous young ladies with his graceful demeanor, then Yasuo has certainly tarnished his reputation to a negative standing, an individual with a penchant for inflicting pain in inappropriate places. One girl even uttered the slogan of the chrysanthemum monster. It seems he has usurped the nickname of a certain Zhao. Yet, Yasuo paid little heed to such remarks. After all, female acquaintances pale in significance compared to his male companions. On the very first day of school, Yasuo befriended Orochimaru and Jiraiya, inviting them to indulge in ramen together. Given that his potential capped at Chunin, it was paramount to ally himself with capable individuals. While Orochimaru might be deemed unreliable, Jiraiya's friendship would undoubtedly prove advantageous for a more fruitful existence in the village. Not to mention, his elder brother is destined to become the legendary Konoha White Fang, a rather formidable ally indeed. It is a pity, however, that his brother's spirit is somewhat fragile. He met his demise at the pinnacle of his prowess, and one can never tell who might save whom in this life. Thus, it is prudent to make ample preparations. Speaking of which, Yasuo noticed the absence of Tsunade in their class. The princess of the Senju clan is undoubtedly a significant ally. As long as he avoids becoming her subordinate or romantic interest, she should be quite dependable. According to Yasuo's recollection, Tsunade would eventually join this class. Perhaps as a transfer student later on. He could only hope for the best. "Yasuo, when you say you're treating us to ramen, is it at the newly opened Ichiraku Ramen?" Jiraiya inquired while applying some comical eyeliner beneath his eyes, trailing behind Yasuo. Meanwhile, Orochimaru silently followed at the rear of the group. "Indeed, I've heard that place serves the most delectable ramen," Yasuo replied, turning to Jiraiya and teasingly questioning. "Do you enjoy makeup like a girl?" "What nonsense. This is hardly feminine. It's essential for survival on the streets, meant to intimidate opponents," Jiraiya retorted. "Besides, speaking of femininity, don't you think Orochimaru's skin is even fairer than that of a girl?" "Absolute fool." Orochimaru dismissed Jiraiya with a glance, offering a succinct appraisal before turning to Yasuo. "You bear the surname Hatake. Are you of noble lineage?" Yasuo was taken aback by Orochimaru's inquiry, having assumed that the serpent was solely interested in the pursuit of immortality. If that is the case, perhaps. However, the entire Hatake clan consists only of myself and that fellow, Shobu. "Who is Shobu?" Jiraiya asked. "He is my elder brother, and presently, we are here waiting for him to finish school. Shall we invite him to join us for ramen?" "Indeed, the primary reason lies in my lack of financial resources. Although I possess the spirit of an adult, in the eyes of Huizi, my elder brother, Sakumo Hatake, appears astonishingly mature, far more dependable than the whimsical Yasuo. Consequently, my pocket money is predominantly managed by Sakumo, since his formal succession as the head of the Hatake clan in the Ancestral Hall. Huizi has entrusted all family finances to Sakumo, albeit the amount is rather modest. Sakumo is a meticulous individual when it comes to budgeting. However, should his younger brother invite new friends for a treat, he would undoubtedly support him. Thus, Yasuo waited at the school gate with two newly acquainted companions. After nearly an hour of waiting, as the sun began its descent, Jiraiya's stomach rumbled audibly, prompting him to inquire, "Yasuo, why is your brother taking so long? Could he be engaged in advanced training?" "Surely not. He is actually my twin brother. Today is also his first day at school, though he is in a different class." Yasuo replied uncertainly, aware that being a descendant of Konoha's White Fang, whose talents surpass even Kakashi, he might very well have been retained for special training on his very first day. At that moment, two small figures gradually approached from a distance. One of them, a child clad in a green vest with a watermelon-like head, seemingly discovered something intriguing and dashed over, exclaiming, "Hey, are you Sakumo Hatake's younger brother? Let us engage in a contest of youth." Following his fervent gaze, Jiraiya wore a perplexed expression. At Ichiraku Ramen, on a bench sat a future force capable of toppling nations. Jiraiya slurped his bowl of ramen, while Sakumo and Orochimaru ate in a more subdued manner. Nearby, a boy with thick eyebrows and large eyes, his head resembling a watermelon, had a significant bump on his forehead, peering curiously at Yasuo, who was also eagerly consuming his noodles. "Are you truly Sakumo's brother?" he asked. "Biologically speaking, yes. But why do you lack white hair?" "Genetic mutation." The boy before them, whom Yasuo and Sakumo had once thoroughly beaten up, was known as Might Guy, the father of the man destined to subdue the legendary Madara Uchiha. In Yasuo's recollection, this individual was considerably weaker than his son, the great Might Guy. However, once he opened all 8 gates, he could indeed dismantle the 7 ninja swordmen of the mist. Despite having spent his entire life as a low-ranking ninja, he was a man who, having played the part of a fool, ultimately triumphed over a great tiger. Currently, this watermelon-headed fellow exhibited none of the qualities of a fierce warrior. Like Jiraiya, Might Guy wore tattered, thin garments, his face marred by bruises and a pallid complexion. Small and helpless, yet remarkably gluttonous. He had already consumed 5 bowls of ramen that day, and had Sakumo not felt a twinge of guilt for striking him a bit too hard earlier, he would have certainly received another thrashing. The reason Might Guy and Sakumo Hatake departed from school together today stemmed from an earlier placement test in another class. The truly remarkable genius, Kakashi Hatake, much like a firefly in the night, effortlessly captured the attention of the spirited Might Guy. After being swiftly defeated by a single blow in the arena, Guy persisted in challenging Kakashi to 4 fervent duels, wagering his youthful vigor after school. Perhaps still unaccustomed to the exuberance of such a fiery character, Kakashi resolutely overcame Guy in each encounter. According to Yasuo's estimation, at this juncture, Guy was likely weaker than Jiraiya, considering his stature appeared less imposing than the latter's. The frailty of his physique posed a critical disadvantage for a taijutsu ninja. Perhaps it was the result of childhood malnutrition that rendered the peak Might Guy less formidable than his counterpart, Might Dato. After all, when Guy, in his unparalleled glory, consumed the lives of the 7 ninja swordsmen with the brilliance of his youth, his own childhood was afforded considerable attention, ensuring that basic sustenance was never a concern. "I'm full." Jiraiya's boisterous voice interrupted Yasuo's reverie. Observing the mountain of dishes before Jiraiya, Yasuo fully grasped the definition of an insatiable eater. Initially, he believed that Guy's ability to consume 5 bowls of ramen was impressive, yet Jiraiya astonishingly managed to devour 7. Kakashi had 2 bowls, Orochimaru 1. While he himself had consumed 9, what an egregious loss. Feeling disheartened, Yasuo tapped Kakashi's arm, signaling him to settle the bill, as they had agreed he would treat them, and it was imperative he pay personally. Although Kakashi was unfamiliar with the concept of ceremony that Yasuo referred to, he nonetheless produced 2,000 yen, a considerable sum for the Hatake family at present. Due to Keiko's exceptional culinary skills, Yasuo and Kakashi seldom dined out, making today their first venture into ramen. The proprietor of Ichiraku Ramen, a man named Tuchi, bore the appearance of a squint-eyed youth, likely no older than 16 or 17, his unremarkable features betraying any suspicious qualities. "How much is it in total, boss?" Although Yasuo had never visited this establishment, he was aware of Ichiraku's pricing, which ranged from several dozen to over 100 yen per bowl. Their group of 5 should not exceed 2,000 yen in total. Oh, young man, are you unaware that today marks our grand opening? All meals are complimentary. Tucci, setting aside his dough, inquired with a hint of confusion. Is that so? Thank you very much, big brother. Goodbye. Yasuo could hardly believe his fortune. Today, of all days, was Ichiraku Ramen's inaugural celebration, and he was in for a delightful feast at no cost. However, Yasuo and his companions swiftly exited the ramen shop. It was only after they had run several dozen meters that a stunned voice emerged from within. They actually consumed 24 bowls. With 5 people, the shop is bound to go bankrupt. As for Yasuo's concerns regarding the potential demise of Ichiraku Ramen, he felt no trepidation whatsoever. Even if pain were to unleash chaos in Konoha, Ichiraku Ramen would continue its operations the following day, and consuming a bit more was hardly an issue. After bidding farewell to his friends at the intersection, Yasuo and Shumo proceeded toward home. Suddenly, Shumo halted and extended his small hand. Yasuo inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face. Shumo smirked slightly and said, "Stop pretending. Return the money to me. What's yours is mine." "We are brothers born of the same mother," Yasuo retorted. "That won't do. You previously squandered the pocket money our mother gave you on a plethora of rabbits and hamsters, only to execute them afterward. With such a cruel and irrational history. I cannot trust you with my money," Shumo replied. Yasuo's eyelid twitched at the accusation. "Goodness, you make it sound as though I am a sadist. If it weren't for the experiment to see if killing creatures would enhance experience, I wouldn't have bothered with those adorable creatures at all." After a moment of contemplation, Yasuo asserted, "Shumo, you must realize that you were born merely 5 minutes before me, which, when rounded, is practically negligible. I have already bestowed upon you the position of head of the household. Surely you can spare a meager 2,000? Upon observing Yasuo's earnest demeanor, a flicker of guilt arose within Shumo. Was he being overly harsh as the elder brother? Although he bore the weighty responsibility of revitalizing their family, he had indeed inherited the title of head of the household, which felt somewhat unjust to his younger sibling. With this thought in mind, Shumo nodded and retrieved 3,000 yen from his pocket, presenting it to Yasuo. "Very well, here is half of the funds aside from our daily budget. Adding the previous 2,000, that totals 5,000 yen for your discretion, but it must not be spent on anything inappropriate." In the end, he is still a child, Yasuo mused, feeling a sense of triumph as he swiftly accepted the cash. Truthfully, with food and drink provided at home, Yasuo had little need for this money. However, considering that Tsunade would soon be joining them, he felt it necessary to prepare some funds in advance, whether for gifts or perhaps a gamble or two with her. Yet, he anticipated the family's finances were so depleted. Was there truly only 10,000 yen remaining after the daily budget? It seemed he was not much better off than Jiraiya and the others, as he had initially hoped to assist them financially. As Yasuo lamented the state of their family's finances, a sudden voice echoed in his mind. Gazing at the familiar interface that materialized before him, Yasuo's eyes widened. Li Qing's Dragon Totem. It's it. It's truly it. In those days, a lottery event drained 1 month's salary. For the sake of a dragon blind, my unfortunate wallet perished. Half an hour later, Yasuo hurried back to the Hatake ancestral home with Shuamao, reporting the first day's academic experience to Huizi in haste before diving into his room. Observing her second son's disheveled demeanor, Huizi stifled a giggle, while Shuamao, with a seemingly mature frown, lamented his brother's lack of composure, earning him a gentle pat on the head from Huizi. With a smile, Huizi remarked, "Yasuo is just being a child, Shuamao. You ought to relax more. Perhaps it is time for you to seek a girlfriend?" Yasuo, however, was indifferent to the trivialities outside his abode. With a heart full of trepidation, he once again conjured the image of the dragon totem interface belonging to Li Xin in his mind. Was it truly the case that only by spending could one grow stronger? Create joy with passion, without money, you're done for. In that moment, Yasuo finally grasped the essence of happiness. Only through expenditure could he attain joy. In the original world, the lottery events of League of Legends had always been a bittersweet experience, with countless heroes falling victim to the allure of a dragon blind. Even more infuriating was the fact that after Yasuo had spent an uncountable amount of money in his past life to finally obtain the coveted heir of the dragon, he was once again drawn into the vortex of temptation with phrases like flying dragon in the sky and leaping dragon in the abyss. He had even heard of the first pink, cross-dressing dragon in the national server before his transmigration. Nevertheless, none of this mattered anymore. What mattered was that he now possessed a system. Tears of joy welled in Yasuo's eyes. His cheat had finally arrived. As for whether to participate in the lottery, the decision was effortless. How could a trifling sum of money compare to the opportunity for strength? According to Yasuo's recollection, the reward for an S-rank mission was in the millions, and the bounty for an Asuma kill was 30 million. Therefore, spending 5,000 yuan on a lottery seemed exceedingly reasonable. The question remained, what were the prizes? Typically, the prizes in League of Legends lotteries consisted of champions or skins, often categorized as permanent or 7-day trials. It was uncertain whether this world adhered to the same principles. After perusing the lottery interface for some time, Yasuo finally laid eyes on the prize pool for Lee Sin. Upon seeing it, his expression turned green. What on earth were these items? A piece of the iron-blooded ninja Akali's bustier, fragment. Coral spot of the reef Muffet, fragment. A level 1 random skill book of the Starchild Soraka, fragment. Sunglasses of the rampaging racer Ghidorah's, fragment. Windbreakers of the demolition expert Heimerdinger, fragment. Surfboard of the surfing maestro Singed, complete. The evil mask of the ghost warrior Shun, fragment. Fairy amulet, fragment. The prize pool displayed only a few items, yet even these left Yasuo utterly astounded. What was this nonsense with Akali's bustier? At least it could be collected. Perhaps Jiraiya would appreciate it. But the coral spot of Muffet, was it intended to be a mere source of self-disgust? Only Soraka's skill book and the fairy amulet appeared somewhat reliable. Upon reflection, Yasuo could only conclude that this frustrating system had fragmented the original rewards, leading to the emergence of in-game equipment. Heroes were dissected into skill books, while skins were transformed into various trinkets or tools, most of which were mere fragments, with only a scant few being complete. The likelihood of obtaining anything was entirely a matter of fortune, and the quantity of fragments required for synthesis remained utterly unknown. At that moment, Yasuo's heart was filled with rejection. In his earlier days, the thought of drawing a hero while seeking skins was his greatest fear. As a veteran player who had entered the fray during Season 3, he had long since collected every hero. Even with the introduction of new heroes, he could simply exchange free essence to acquire them. Fortunately, the system was still somewhat benevolent, as the majority of draws yielded skins while heroes comprised a meager fraction. However, even under those circumstances, drawing more than 4 heroes in a 10 pull was enough to elicit curses from anyone. Yet now, Yasuo could only scream in frustration, pleading not to be pitted for being a delicate flower, but rather to be granted more hero fragments. He had no desire for the black dragon, yellow dragon, or blue dragon. All he wished for was a skill book for the mighty dragon tail. Thank you very much. In this perilous world of ninjas, strength was far more significant than any ostentatious attire. The ultimate skills of various heroes, even the most trivial abilities, often surpassed the value of the rarest limited skins. However, the system appeared to have retained its original characteristics, as evidenced by the prize pool, which clearly contained a greater abundance of skin fragments compared to hero fragments. Yasuo felt a wave of despondency wash over him. As a hereditary non-lucky player, he lacked confidence in his own fortune. After all, it had taken him 5 months' salary just to acquire a white dragon. Nevertheless, one must confront reality. This prize had to be drawn, not to mention the rampant cheating during the 4th Shinobi War. Even the impending 2nd Shinobi War would render Yasuo's mid-level ninja capabilities utterly insufficient for anything more than being cannon fodder. Previously, he had no choice but to seek alliances. Yet relying on others was less reliable than relying on oneself. True strength was the foundation for survival in chaotic times. With practiced ease, Yasuo exchanged his currency for diamonds, and then used those diamonds to procure a gingerbread bear guardian, simultaneously granting him a chance to draw. In his palm, a small bear-shaped cookie appeared unexpectedly. Slightly astonished by the system's uncanny ability to conjure, Yasuo focused his attention on the forthcoming draw. It seemed that even the divine figures of his faith had no jurisdiction over the ninja realm, and the deity of ninjas had become a mere summonable zombie. Yasuo found himself at a loss as to whom he could pray. Surely, he could not beseech Kaguya Otsutsuki, as he was contemplating reinforcing her coffin with nails. In any case, after indulging in these unfounded thoughts, he decisively pressed the draw button in his mind. Congratulations. You have obtained the magnificent sword of the solitary ranger Garen, complete. With the electronic announcement, Yasuo felt an abrupt heaviness in his hand as a colossal sword materialized before him. Caught off guard, the 5-year-old Yasuo clearly could not bear the weight of such a massive weapon, and it crashed to the floor with a resounding thud. Yasuo, what is happening? Outside the room, the anxious voice of Huizi could be heard, accompanied by hurried footsteps. Without a moment's hesitation, Yasuo swiftly concealed his large sword beneath the bed and sat down on the floor. Mother, today I learned a remarkable technique at school called the 1,000 Years of Pain, and I am currently practicing it, he exclaimed, while covering his rear as Huizi entered the room. My dear child, practicing ninjutsu should be done in the yard. It's easy to hurt yourself in here. You could also seek advice from Shuo Mao for more experience, Huizi said as she approached and gently lifted Yasuo, ensuring he was unscathed before speaking kindly. Ah, this cookie is so adorable, she suddenly exclaimed upon spotting the little bear-shaped gingerbread Yasuo had casually placed on the bed. Her delight evident, Yasuo turned his head away and waved his hand dismissively, saying, Mother, you can have it. It's a gift from a girl in my class. What a bother. Huizi playfully poked Yasuo's nose with her finger, chuckling. You and Shuo Mao are both so handsome. You must have many girls who like you. Hurry and find a few more girlfriends so our Kiki family can flourish. Yasuo pondered his luck, uncertain whether he was fortunate or unfortunate. Although he did not obtain the coveted skill book on his first draw, he did receive a complete item, compared to the seemingly endless quest for fragments. Possessing a whole item was at least immediately beneficial. Gazing at the magnificent sword before him, Yasuo fell into deep thought. After testing, he discovered that while the sword was exceptionally sharp and made of resilient material, it did not conduct chakra nor enhance strength. Yasuo recalled that in his memory, the power of Demacian and the gear worn by Garen were indeed extraordinary. For instance, his armor was a form of invigorating armor. Yet the system evidently did not recognize this. It was true, even in games, skins did not enhance a hero's strength. Amumu, clad in his unfortunate bandages, remained one of the tankiest champions in the league, while the Shadow Master Zed, despite his ninja attire, was still quite fragile. Yasuo surmised that perhaps he would need to wait until he truly synthesized the Infinity Edge through a lottery before any equipment would significantly increase his combat prowess. Nevertheless, the Demacian sword was not without merit. At the very least, it was visually stunning. This sword, adorned with gemstones and inscribed with intricate patterns, would surely fetch a handsome price. In the subsequent days, Yasuo led a distracted life at school. The notion of talent seemed non-existent. As Yuichi Shimura began imparting knowledge on the refinement and application of chakra to the children, Yasuo's lack of innate ability became increasingly apparent. Having laid a foundation early on and received prior guidance from Shuo Mao, he managed to barely keep pace in the chakra refinement course. However, in the upcoming chakra control series, Yasuo found himself struggling alongside Jiraiya. Techniques such as chakra water walking and chakra tree climbing were advanced chakra control skills that required instruction from a leading jonin after graduation. During the initial stages, everyone's chakra was quite weak, and the training for chakra control remained relatively simple. Controlling a leaf to float in the palm requires only a minimal amount of chakra, yet sustaining it demands an extraordinary level of mental concentration. Orochimaru displayed remarkable talent in this endeavor. Apart from the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, he maintained the leaf suspension for an impressive duration of 1 minute. In contrast, Uchiha Ishihara achieved a time of 3 minutes and 5 seconds, while the Hyuga siblings, Yimin and Lan, managed 2 minutes and 45 seconds and 1 minute and 15 seconds, respectively. The cursed seal, inscribed with the image of a caged bird upon their foreheads, merely limited their Byakugan abilities, not their inherent talents. Perhaps due to the fact that the incident involving Hinata Hayashi had yet to occur. Or perhaps owing to their differing temperaments from Niji, Yimin and Lan harbored a deep pride in their Hyuga heritage, feeling resentful about being overshadowed by the Uchiha clan. As Yimin and Ishihara subtly competed in various aspects, the girls in the class gradually divided into factions supporting Yimin and Ishihara, often clashing over their respective crushes. In a world of ninjas where the average lifespan is less than 30 years, the precociousness of these children is understandable. However, this had no bearing on Yasuo, who regarded them as mere undeveloped youngsters, incapable of appreciating his masculine allure. Objectively speaking, Yasuo was indeed quite handsome, particularly with his effortlessly charming demeanor. Yet, the girls of Konoha seemed to be drawn only to aloofness, and coupled with Yasuo's notorious reputation, it was unsurprising that he received no romantic attention. On the afternoon of the last day of the semester, the final class was yet another test of chakra control. In an unexpected turn, Orochimaru surpassed Hyuga Lan with a time of 1 minute and 20 seconds, while her progress was marginal at best, merely reaching 1 minute and 17 seconds, a result that drew attention. However, apart from Shimura Yuichi's congratulations, the only ones cheering for Orochimaru were Yasuo and Jiraiya. Of course, Jiraiya exclaimed, as expected of the genius next to me, "You did splendidly." Most students remained focused on the impending showdown between Hyuga Yimin and Uchiha Ishihara. As sweat trickled down Yimin's forehead, the vibrant green leaf in his palm fell limply. Ultimately, Yimin lost to Ishihara by a mere 15 seconds. And amidst the sighs from Yimin's supporters and the cheers from Ishihara's faction, the first semester of the Ninja Academy drew to a close. Vacation, vacation. Hooray, hooray. On the path home, Jiraiya exuberantly asked, "Yasuo, what are your plans for the summer break?" Yasuo nodded. "I've already made plans. I intend to visit the capital. Would you like to join me?" His latter statement was directed at the two individuals beside him. Orochimaru nodded. "Wherever Yasuo goes, I shall follow. Let that fool go his own way." Jiraiya, who had initially intended to express his desire to travel around, felt a sudden fear of being excluded upon hearing his two friends' plans and quickly embraced them, laughing. "Come on, we are the trio of geniuses. How could we possibly split up?" "Foolish imbecile. If my memory serves me right, by the final lesson, you had failed to keep Yezi afloat for more than 5 seconds. Had you not?" Listening to Orochimaru's jibes, Jiraiya hastily interjected, "Well, Yasuo fared even worse. He didn't last a second." "Yasuo is simply different," Orochimaru stated with an unwavering expression. Hey, please refrain from uttering such misleading remarks," Yasuo exclaimed, covering his forehead with both hands. "I am a true man for 30 minutes. What is this nonsense about 5 seconds or 1 second? It's utterly disappointing." However, it must be acknowledged that Yasuo indeed lacks talent in chakra control. Yet it matters little. If talent were all that was needed, what purpose would external aid serve? In the future, Jiraiya, who had perpetually lagged behind, was often bound to trees while attempting to seize bells, falling victim to various simple traps. By sheer serendipity, he stumbled upon the Toad clan, which heralded a remarkable turnaround, elevating his combat prowess above the genius Orochimaru. As for the other two stragglers, Uchiha Obito and Uzumaki Naruto, their tales require no elaboration. In essence, the laggards of Konoha are a far more formidable presence than the lower-ranked ninjas of the village. Yasuo's primary concern lies solely in one endeavor, making money. Although the school life of a ninja is fulfilling, it offers scant opportunities for financial gain. By taking on the task of beating up children who lacked ninjutsu skills outside of school, Yasuo garnered a notorious reputation as a bully on South Street, amassing over 2,000 yuan by the end of the semester. It must be stated that this enterprise proved quite lucrative. Had it not been for the general financial constraints faced by ordinary children, and the fact that Yasuo was unable to overpower the ninja kids, he might have earned even more. Nonetheless, these earnings are but a drop in the bucket, rendering the forthcoming summer vacation crucial for Yasuo. The brutal battle had just concluded, and children of the ninja world rarely entertain the notion of being sheltered blooms. For instance, Hatake Sakumo planned to utilize this holiday to train in the nearby mountains, a course of action mirrored by many diligent children. Might Guy initially intended to accompany Sakumo in a youthful endeavor of training, but due to certain circumstances, he found himself compelled to seek work over the summer to earn money. As for Uchiha Ishihara and the Hyuga siblings, they dedicated their time to learning the esoteric knowledge passed down within their families. Thus, each child's vacation promised to be far from idle, making Yasuo's proposal to Keiko about training in the outdoors seemingly unremarkable. Naturally, Keiko acquiesced to Yasuo's intentions and discreetly slipped him 1,000 yuan, cautioning him to remain safe. In Yasuo's recollection, the world of Naruto is not particularly vast, primarily consisting of the 5 great nations, with a smattering of smaller countries. Elite ninjas can traverse the entire world in a matter of months. However, upon arriving in this realm, Yasuo came to realize the extent of his misconceptions. This world is indeed immense, comparable in size to the Eurasian continent of his previous life, with the Land of Fire alone spanning at least half the size of China. This is quite understandable. At the speed of elite ninjas, one could rival that of an automobile. And crossing the Eurasian continent by car would likely take 3 to 4 months. Although the distance from Konoha to the capital of the Land of Fire is not overly far, it still exceeds 100 kilometers. A fully mobilized elite ninja could cover that distance in half a day. Yet, for Yasuo and his companions, such a feat remains utterly impossible. Fortunately, Yasuo had already devised a plan. They would accompany a merchant caravan to the capital. Generally speaking, merchants engaged in long-distance cargo transport often choose to hire ninjas for protection. However, students like Yasuo, who were in the lower grades of the Ninja Academy, were unlikely to be employed by such caravans. Nonetheless, if they merely sought a ride, merchants were typically quite agreeable. After all, as long as they were not complete novices from the first year, they possessed some degree of combat capability, making it a worthwhile transaction to exchange a bit of food for potential security. "Are you truly third-year students from the Ninja Academy?" asked a merchant dressed in foreign attire, furrowing his brow as he regarded the trio. "Sir, don't let our stature deceive you. I am certainly not a mere 6 or 7-year-old child," Yasuo replied with composure, asserting himself as he spoke for himself rather than the group, and in a sense, he was not misleading the man. Observing Yasuo's expression, which did not appear to be one of deceit, coupled with the chakra demonstration from the fair-skinned boy beside him, the middle-aged merchant decided to trust their words. "Very well. Then find a spot on the last cart. However, I must inform you beforehand, should any mishap occur during the journey, you are responsible for ensuring my safety. Conversely, if anything happens to you, I bear no responsibility." "Not a problem," Yasuo responded, giving a thumbs up, his teeth gleaming with confidence, exuding an air of reliability. The caravan was quite sizable, comprising 15 carts, yet the Kurigane was not a major trading company. All 15 carts were laden with rice, the staple food of the shinobi world. In this relatively peaceful era, rice was not particularly expensive. The total worth of 15 carts of rice was less than that of half a cart of spices or medicinal herbs, rendering it of minimal value. Kurigane was a small trading company from the burgeoning nation of the Land of Rain. Due to its abundant rainfall, the Land of Rain produced a surplus of food, while the neighboring Land of Wind faced perennial drought and food scarcity. Although the Land of Wind struggled with shortages, it thrived on the mineral wealth of its deserts, possessing considerable wealth akin to wealthy Arab merchants in the past, foolish yet affluent. Thus, the preferred destination for food merchants from the Land of Rain was naturally the Land of Wind. However, the perilous journey through the vast desert was daunting. Only capable merchants could successfully undertake such a venture. Consequently, smaller trading companies like Kurigane were compelled to settle for less ambitious routes, opting to sell their food to the populous Land of Fire instead. After selling some rice in Konoha, the Kurigane caravan promptly set off towards the next major city, with the ultimate destination being the capital of the Land of Fire. Fortunately, having sold a portion of their rice, the 15th cart was slightly more spacious. Even so, Yasuo, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru still felt exceedingly cramped, especially Orochimaru, who, having mastered chakra manipulation, maintained a chakra needle. Whenever Jiraiya came within 10 centimeters of him, he would jab him with the needle. As they journeyed along, the 15th carriage was intermittently filled with the anguished cries reminiscent of slaughtered pigs. "Yasuo, that long, large, and unyielding object, what exactly is it?" Jiraiya inquired from a distance, keeping a safe distance from Orochimaru, while gesturing towards the item cradled in Yasuo's arms. Orochimaru, evidently intrigued, set aside the slender needle in his hand and turned his gaze towards Yasuo. "Oh, are you referring to this?" Since he had brought the two along, Yasuo had no intention of concealing the truth. He untied the wrapped cord, revealing the grand sword concealed within the cloth bag, a magnificent blade won from the previous lottery in the system, the Garen's Great Sword. It must be noted that Yasuo's system was rather lackluster, lacking even the standard system space, compelling him to carry such a sizable sword on his person. In order to evade the watchful eyes of Huizi and Shuamao, Yasuo had exerted considerable effort. Hiss! The impoverished Jiraiya was evidently awestruck by the opulence of the great sword, its resplendent gemstones as large as pigeon eggs, dazzling his eyes. "So you weren't boasting, Yasuo. Your family truly is affluent. Let me touch it." Yasuo swatted away Jiraiya's outstretched hand, unbothered as he replied, "It is merely a high-quality sword, nothing more than a blade." However, Jiraiya seemed oblivious to this, continuing to inspect the grand sword with unabashed curiosity, gesticulating animatedly, his face flushed with excitement. even blood trickling from his nostrils. Understanding Jiraiya's character, Yasuo could easily imagine him envisioning himself wielding the great sword, triumphing over Uchiha Ishihara and Hyuga Yoshimitsu, basking in the admiration of a throng of beautiful women exclaiming, "Lord Jiraiya, you are so handsome." Orochimaru cast a disdainful glance at Jiraiya before addressing Yasuo. "Yasuo-kun, I have heard that the Hatake clan is renowned for their swordsmanship?" "Indeed," Yasuo nodded. Although first-year students at the Ninja Academy had yet to delve into specific ninjutsu, and their physical training remained at a rudimentary level, his elder brother, Hatake Shuamao, had already made a name for himself. During an exchange event, Shuamao had astonishingly defeated upperclassmen using the Hatake family's ancestral white short blade, earning the title Light of Hatake. Conversely, Yasuo, who had struggled with several courses and had no mastery over chakra control, was privately dubbed the Shame of Hatake. However, few dared to voice such sentiments within the school, for those who did faced Shuamao's wrath. Thus, people generally referred to Yasuo with more cautious epithets, such as the chrysanthemum monster. Truly, it was fitting for the ancestral treasured blade to be esteemed alongside that famed sword. The Hatake family's swordsmanship had garnered widespread recognition among their peers, and upon seeing the Demacian great sword, Orochimaru naturally regarded it as an heirloom akin to the white blade in Shuamao's possession. Jiraiya, harboring a tinge of envy, remarked, "You affluent families are simply extravagant. If it were up to me, I would sell it and feast instead." Orochimaru shot him a glare and retorted, "What else do you know besides eating, you fool?" Yet, Yasuo-kun's sword indeed possesses a style distinct from your brother's. It is evident that each blade of the Hatake clan is extraordinary. Indeed, Jiraiya's words hold merit. Let us proceed to sell it," Yasuo declared, striking his palms together. Orochimaru responded, while Jiraiya remarked, "Even the most carefree Jiraiya cannot fathom Yasuo's intention to sell the family heirloom. Such extravagance exceeds his comprehension." Had Jiraiya been aware of the average moral standards of Yasuo's counterparts in the League of Legends from another realm, perhaps he would have harbored fewer doubts. Yasuo, disinterested in elucidating his motives, meticulously rewrapped the grand sword, preparing to rest. He understood the wisdom of discretion, for as a junior student at the Ninja Academy, flaunting a treasured possession would be tantamount to courting disaster. Thus, he enveloped the magnificent sword in tattered burlap, complementing it with the worn and patched garments worn by the trio, ensuring that none would suspect the burlap concealed any treasure. In truth, Yasuo's arduous journey to the capital of the Land of Fire was driven by his desire to safely part with the grand sword. Only there could he find reputable pawnshops and auction houses. Yasuo was acutely aware that if he sought to sell the sword at the nearby black market of Konoha, he would face significantly reduced value, and worse yet, risk his very life. The black market was rife with desperate individuals, including formidable figures like Kakashi, making it a realm far beyond his current reach. There were indeed safe locations within Konoha for selling valuables, yet considering the need for discretion, Yasuo opted to forego them, patiently awaiting this opportunity for an entire semester. "Are you the young ninjas from the academy that Haimu spoke of?" Just as Yasuo and his companions began to doze off amidst the jolting of the carriage, the curtain was lifted. Shizo, a 20-year-old genin from the Rain Village, realized he may never ascend to the rank of Chunin. This reflects the reality for many ninjas, where attaining such a status remains a distant dream. Young individuals like Shizo, with limited potential, are often overlooked, serving as the foundation for their respective villages. After all, with only a finite number of S and a rank missions available, the survival of a ninja village relies heavily on the completion of lower-tier tasks by numerous low-ranking ninjas. Although it sounds noble, the stark reality is that at 20, Shizo is still relegated to guarding small merchant caravans, rendering him largely inconspicuous within the Land of Rain. Like many who struggle for recognition and existence, despite his lowly status, Shizo finds his greatest joy in seeking amusement from those in even lower echelons. Tired of the trivial antics against ordinary folk, he finds himself at the very bottom of the ninja hierarchy, a situation that weighs heavily on him. When he overheard Merchant Haimu mention that he had 3 young ninjas from Konoha with him, Shizo's eyes instantly sparkled with intrigue. These youngsters, neither civilians nor ninjas, were precisely the diversion he sought for his own solace. Thus, he deliberately approached the 15th carriage. Tenzo was no novice. With just a glance, he discerned that these 3 youngsters hailed from no prominent family and likely possessed little influence. He furrowed his brow, deliberately emanating an aura of menace. Are you all in the 3rd grade? Your abilities are rather paltry. It seems the Konoha Ninja Academy is not as formidable as its reputation suggests. Our young rain ninjas of this age have already tasted blood. The aura of menace, or killing intent, is indeed a tangible phenomenon. It paralyzed Naruto and Sasuke during their inaugural mission when confronted by such an atmosphere. However, the slight aura Tenzo exuded paled in comparison to that of the infamous Zabuza Momochi, comparable to a grain of rice against a watermelon. Yasuo, slightly taken aback, halted Jiraiya, who was poised to retort. Observing the rain ninja before him, he noted his unremarkable appearance, save for a prominent scar on his nose that left a lasting impression. Yasuo understood that such an eternally low-ranking ninja typically lacked strength. However, limited opportunities for advancement and reduced training time often resulted in an abundance of practical combat experience. Upon arriving at the capital, the Haimu merchant team planned to rest for 3 days before retracing their steps. Consequently, Yasuo and his companions would once again require the protection of this rain ninja with the distinctive nose. Considering all factors, Yasuo decided it prudent to curry favor with him. Oh wow, big brother, are you a real ninja? How cool. What is your name? May I have your autograph? Yasuo's innocent, wide-eyed admiration for Tenzo resembled that of a child beholding the resurrection of Hashirama Senju. Tenzo had intended to mock them further while simultaneously belittling Konoha, perhaps even imparting a taste of the harsh realities of the ninja world to these youngsters. To his surprise, he was met with Yasuo's unexpected reaction. Tenzo was momentarily stunned, and before he could gather his thoughts, Yasuo eagerly pulled Jiraiya closer, and with Orochimaru's silent assistance, swiftly stripped Jiraiya of his clothing, stuffing it into his mouth. Pointing to Jiraiya's smooth back, he said, "Esteemed ninja, my companion is enraptured by your illustrious presence and is your most ardent admirer. Please inscribe your name upon his back. He wishes to present it to his 80-year-old mother for her admiration." Holding the brush that had been forcibly thrust into his hand, Tenzo, bewildered, inscribed his name. "So, it is the illustrious Lord Tenzo. It is indeed a rare fortune to accompany you. You have heard of me in Konoha? Am I truly so renowned? Of course. You are a paragon among rain ninjas, a genius among the elite. Lord Hanzo once remarked that if not for the alliance of the 3 great nations, the rise of the rain ninja would have been unstoppable, surely due in part to the presence of remarkable talents like yourself." Listening to Yasuo's flattery, Tenzo, still in a daze, murmured to himself, "Indeed, without someone like me, Hanzo's ambitions might remain unfulfilled." Precisely. However, I must say, Lord Hanzo will inevitably age, and the future of the Land of Rain will ultimately rely on you, Lord Tenzo. Wherever one may look, the illustrious Hanzo, in the prime of his life, stands as the mightiest ninja in the world, revered as a demigod. Indeed, I have heard of the formidable reputation of Hanzo the Salamander even in Konoha. However, I steadfastly believe that you, Shizo, surpass him by 20-fold. Surely, you are destined to become the second god of ninjas. Hush, let us maintain a low profile, dear brother. Such words should not be spoken aloud, for I am indifferent to worldly fame. Yet, it is worth mentioning that I once enjoyed the favor of Lord Hanzo himself. It was a day 12 years ago, amidst a torrential downpour, when Shizo and Yasuo engaged in conversation, growing increasingly compatible, their bond rapidly intensifying. From that mischievous boy to this esteemed brother, he ultimately became my dear little brother. Chapter 9. The rustic enters the city bringing Yasuo and his companions into the fold was merely a trifling matter for Heki, yet he soon regretted his decision. Gazing at the empty pot, Heki could not help but question if these were truly 3 children. Were they not merely 3 human-shaped food barrels? Well, that assertion is somewhat misplaced. The fair-skinned boy, resembling a young girl, possessed a normal appetite, akin to that of an adult, which was not excessive. However, the white-haired lad and the purple-haired child could consume the portions of 5, if not 10, individuals each. By the time the cook discovered this and reclaimed the large pot of food, the entire caravan's dinner had already been consumed. Fortunately, the supply cart was not lacking in provisions, prompting the crew to prepare another large pot of plain rice. Initially, Heki would have surely expelled these troublesome children from the cart, but an unexpected individual intervened. The notoriously difficult-to-deal-with ninja guard surprisingly spoke up in defense of Yasuo and his companions, leaving Heki with no choice but to relent. Though merely a genin, The ninja held a high status in the Land of Rain, and given that Shizo was among the most reliable of those willing to take on escort missions, Heki dared not offend him. The remainder of the journey was largely uneventful, save for Jiraiya's incessant complaints of hunger despite consuming 10 bowls of rice daily, and a few short-sighted bandits attempting to ambush the caravan. With Shizo, a genuine ninja, among them, those insignificant bandits posed no threat whatsoever. Realizing that flattering a few words could yield an abundance of food, Jiraiya joined Yasuo in fervently praising Shizo. Lord Shizo, you are magnificent. Your water arrow technique is surely more powerful than that of a regular jonin. Please, allow me to capture your splendor in a painting to share with my dear mother back in the countryside. In summary, the bandits encountered on the journey from Konoha to the capital met with undue misfortune. Many had merely come to observe and had no intention of confrontation. However, the hormone-fueled Shizo cared little for their intentions, unleashing his full might. After a week of living a leisurely life, consuming 10 bowls of rice per meal and occasionally exclaiming praises, their journey finally came to an end upon reaching the capital. Yasuo and his companions bid farewell to Heki and the others for the time being. Tenzo particularly urged Yasuo to be cautious, reminding him that regardless of the formidable opponents he might encounter, they would likely extend him a semblance of respect. However, such interactions could contradict his principles of modesty. Yasuo nodded obediently, assuring Tenzo that he would not bring trouble to his esteemed elder. The capital of the Land of Fire is likely the largest metropolis in the ninja world, judging by the astonishing technological advancements depicted in the Naruto series. This city bears a striking resemblance to a bustling metropolis from the Steam Age. Arriving at dusk, many vibrant taverns and dance halls had already opened, exuding an intoxicating atmosphere. By Naruto's era, the world of ninjas had embraced both cinema and television, but decades prior, electricity was not yet commonplace. However, the plumes of black smoke in the sky signified the might of industry. Yasuo had endured a bumpy carriage ride to reach this place and found the convoluted technological landscape of this world perplexing. Nonetheless, for Jiraiya, who had never laid eyes on a grand city, everything here was utterly enchanting. Even Orochimaru, gazing at the throngs of people, found himself momentarily lost in thought. This place is certainly far more prosperous than Konoha, Yasuo remarked, playfully patting Orochimaru on the shoulder. Orochimaru, bewildered, looked up and pondered aloud. What is the purpose of human existence in this world? Yasuo scratched his head, questioning, why do you ask that? Humans are, after all, such ordinary beings. Yet on this street, there are countless individuals. Regardless of whether one is exceptional or mediocre, do we not all ultimately face death? Orochimaru queried, his pale visage tinged with a sickly hue, his body trembling slightly. Gently grasping Orochimaru's shoulders to steady his shivers, Yasuo inquired, are you thinking of your parents? After Orochimaru gave a slight nod, Yasuo sighed and said, aging and mortality are experiences that each of us must endure. Even the revered first Hokage, known as the god of ninjas, could not escape this fate. As the saying goes, death is like the wind, ever at my side. It is unjust. Why must such powerful ninjas succumb to death, like ignorant mortals? What, then, is the pursuit of strength for? Orochimaru lamented, clutching his head in anguish. Yasuo contemplated for a moment before responding. The significance of existence varies for each individual, akin to the unique colors of every petal. For me, the essence of life lies in the dissemination of joy. Spreading joy? Orochimaru nodded, somewhat comprehending. However, if it were you, Orochimaru, Yasuo continued with a smile, gazing at the earnest young boy before him, I believe you will one day discover the means to achieve immortality. I shall always support you. Thank you. Surprised by the revelation of his innermost thoughts, Orochimaru felt an inexplicable sense of comfort after a brief moment of confusion. It might be hard to believe, but in a previous life, Yasuo was indeed a resident physician at a county hospital, and thus he held no prejudices against human experimentation. As long as we can guide Orochimaru to refrain from harming the living, particularly the residents of the Hidden Leaf Village, there seems to be no moral quandary in his pursuit of immortality through human experimentation. Preventing Orochimaru from exercising his scientific prowess would be a lamentable waste of talent. Accustomed to the sprawling vistas of cities housing millions, Yasuo did not linger too long in the enchanting nightscape of the capital. After meandering through the night market with Jiraiya and Orochimaru, they settled into an inexpensive inn. true to its reputation. Even the most affordable lodging in the capital demanded 1,000 Rio per night. Fortunately, there was no requirement for a deposit, or else the trio would face hunger by morning. The three children managed to fit snugly onto a single large bed, but by the next morning, they found themselves entangled like a set of earphones left in a pocket for too long. After spending 500 Rio on breakfast, Yasuo was left with a meager handful of coins. To stave off hunger, he resolved to head immediately to the capital's south largest commercial street, the Fire Road. There, the Fire Country Auction House was the designated location he had inquired about earlier. As the largest auction house in the nation, it accepted all items for consignment except for dangerous substances like poisons, with the promise that most items would sell on the same day. Given its vast scale, the likelihood of someone coveting Yasuo's prized sword was minimal, making it a rather secure choice. The very mention of an auction house felt somewhat peculiar to Yasuo. As a traveler from another world, he felt compelled to seek out rare treasures there, lest he feel he had missed an opportunity. Chuckling, he dismissed this absurd notion from his mind. Not only did he lack the discerning eye for such treasures, but even with the aid of his League of Legends lottery system, he found little interest in them. No matter how formidable the shark skin was, could its critical hits rival the relentless power of the Infinity Edge? And no matter how adept the Sharingan might be, could it rival the efficacy of Mercury? Yasuo had no need for external artifacts. All he desired was to invest wisely. The capital was vast, and after consulting several passers-by, Yasuo finally located the Fire Road. From a distance, he could see throngs of people weaving through the streets, including several familiar figures of shinobi. The most striking edifice at the far end of the road was the imposing estate of the feudal lord, where the ruler of the Fire Country resided with his family. Alongside numerous administrative offices, the Fire Country auction house was situated not far from the lord's residence. However, Jiraiya began to wander aimlessly, much to Yasuo's chagrin. It was the height of summer, and naturally, the pedestrians donned light clothing. The girls of the capital were a sight to behold, excelling in both beauty and confidence, with lovely figures gracing every corner. Yasuo found himself having to tug Jiraiya along to keep moving forward, with Orochimaru's chakra needles proving to be an invaluable aid. Yasuo, I believe we should make annual pilgrimages to the capital. It would greatly enrich our experiences, Jiraiya remarked, while he attempted to staunch the bleeding from his nose with a piece of paper, all the while gingerly tending to his rear, which had been pricked by the needles. Just as Yasuo was about to enlighten Jiraiya about the unique mixed bathing customs of the Land of Water, two small figures darted through the crowd, not far away. Princess Tsunade, wait for me. Hurry up with the red string. After finally escaping from the guards, I am determined to dominate the casino today. Yasuo had never anticipated that he would encounter Tsunade in such a manner at this peculiar location. While casually chatting with Jiraiya, a sudden force collided into Yasuo's embrace. Instinctively, he held on to the small, delicate figure, rolling several times on the ground before coming to a halt. Princess Tsunade, are you all right? He exclaimed. Oh, it's you all? A young girl clad in a ninja outfit rushed over, panting heavily, and pointed at Yasuo's group in surprise. Princess Tsunade. It was only then that Yasuo realized the significance of the title as he looked at the golden-haired girl with an adorable ponytail nestled in his arms. His first thought was a sigh of relief that Tsunade had not yet mastered the strength of the monstrous fist. Otherwise, the consequences of their collision would have been dire. Tsunade, still dazed, opened her eyes to see a blue-clad boy with purple hair, his handsome features marred by a grimace of pain from the impact. Recognizing the situation, she quickly scrambled out of Yasuo's embrace and bowed, saying, I'm sorry, I was reckless. Little Tsunade had been raised well. Yet the girl named Red String was quite the opposite. She hurriedly approached, exclaiming, Yasuo, what are you doing here? Can't you watch where you're going? Yasuo, uninterested in her remarks, knew that this girl, Senju Akatsuki, was his classmate and the leader of the Uchiha Ishihara support group. If Red String were to truly end up with Ishihara, it would indeed be a union of Senju and Uchiha bloodlines. And Yasuo found himself curious about the offspring that might result from such a pairing. However, Red String had never shown him any kindness, if memory served him correctly. She was the one who had dubbed him the Chrysanthemum Freak. As expected, Red String promptly turned to Tsunade and said, Princess Tsunade, this purple-haired guy is the Chrysanthemum Freak I mentioned. You should keep your distance from him. Clearly, Tsunade had heard of Yasuo's notorious reputation from Red String, her mouth forming annoying astonishment. Jiraiya, a man of loyalty, was prepared to defend his friend against such slander. However, Red String pointed at Jiraiya and added, "And this white-haired one is the lecherous Jiraiya, Princess Tsunade. You should be cautious of him as well, for both he and Yasuo consistently bring up the rear in class." Casting a glance at Jiraiya, little Tsunade nodded, murmuring, "Yes. He certainly doesn't seem like a good person." Jiraiya felt wounded to be scorned by such a rare beauty upon their first meeting. Suddenly, Tsunade's gaze fell upon the cloth bag slung over Yasuo's back. Due to the earlier collision and rolling, the bag's string had loosened, revealing the hilt of a large sword inside. Orochimaru, quick on his feet, swiftly covered it with a cloth. Yasuo glanced around, noting that none of the passers-by seemed to have noticed their exchange. "Let us move aside," he suggested. Faced with Tsunade's wide-eyed curiosity, Yasuo felt compelled to indulge her inquisitiveness. In a secluded street corner, Yasuo unfastened his cloth bag. Deciding against concealment, he boldly declared, "This is the ancestral sword of the Hatake clan. I have come to the royal capital to sell it." Surprisingly, Tsunade did not exhibit astonishment at Yasuo's decision to sell a treasured heirloom, perhaps due to her own clandestine sales of her grandfather's valuables for gambling. Clearly enamored by the opulent sword, Tsunade thought of her grandfather's upcoming birthday. Gifting him this magnificent sword, which he adored collecting, would surely bring him joy. "How much for the sword?" "I shall buy it," she stated. Honsho did not deter Tsunade. In fact, she was quite supportive. To her, the sword was indeed impressive, and rather than squander her funds on gambling, it would be wiser to invest in a sword. Tsunade's gambling luck was notoriously abysmal, earning her a reputation as a prime target for casinos, and at that moment, she was already known as a somewhat famous little lamb in the gambling circles. "How much can you offer?" Yasuo inquired, willing to sell to Tsunade, hoping to forge a beneficial relationship, provided the price was reasonable. Tsunade hesitated. Given her lineage, she possessed a discerning eye, estimating the sword's worth to be around 1 million. However, she had only 500,000 on hand, leaving a substantial gap. Noticing her indecision, Yasuo shook his head and remarked, "If you lack the funds, I shall take it to the auction house instead." Reluctantly, Tsunade watched as Yasuo began to repack the sword. Suddenly, with a resounding clap, she exclaimed, "Wait, Yasuo, let us gamble." Yasuo, taken aback, raised his head in delight and asked, "How shall we wager?" "The value of your sword should be around 1 million. I possess 500,000. Let us cast dice. If I win, the sword will be mine for 500,000, and if I lose, I shall pay you 500,000. What say you? Shall we gamble?" "Quite fair. I have no objections." If it were anyone else proposing a wager, Yasuo would have urged them to depart swiftly, for he had always kept a distance from gambling due to his unfortunate luck. Yet, Tsunade was a princess, and this felt akin to receiving a monetary gift. The thought of potentially acquiring 500,000 without effort invigorated Yasuo. On the other side, Tsunade, now fully immersed in her gambler persona, was ablaze with excitement as she eagerly produced the dice and a container. Honsho, standing nearby, covered her eyes, fully aware of her princess's gambling misfortunes. Originally, that 500,000 could have lasted her for weeks of gambling. Now, it seemed she might lose it all in one go. Influenced by her grandfather, the legendary Senju Tobarama, Tsunade favored the straightforward and exhilarating thrill of dice. After handing Yasuo a bamboo tube, she eagerly began shaking her own. Though her hands were small, her movements with the tube were remarkably adept, exuding grace and finesse that was pleasing to behold. Yasuo, with a calm smile gracing his lips, observed her serious demeanor with an unyielding composure, as if silently encouraging her to commence her performance. After a series of motions, the bamboo tube was finally slammed onto the ground, and young Tsunade lifted her head to Yasuo, asking, "Are you not going to start?" "Indeed, my gambling skills have been honed under the tutelage of Trist." Yasuo casually chuckled, shaking a bamboo tube and placing it down with equal nonchalance. Though he was curious about Trist's identity and whether he was a formidable master of gambling, the excitement of the game had reached its peak, and Tsunade could hardly contain herself, exclaiming, "I'll go first." As Tsunade lifted the bamboo tube, 3 dice revealed a disheartening sight, each showing 1, totaling merely 3 points. "Oh dear, what dreadful luck today," she lamented. "Red String, I fear I may lose again." With an expression of utter despair, she clapped her tiny hands, seemingly attempting to dispel her misfortune, while Red String, covering her face, wore an expression that suggested she had anticipated this outcome. "Haha, Tsunade. It seems victory is mine. I shall graciously accept the 50,000. My apologies. Let us play again sometime. The goddess of fortune was smiling. Tsunade was known for her integrity in gambling. As long as she had funds remaining, she would never default. Yasuo chuckled as he unveiled his bamboo tube, only for his smile to freeze in place the next moment. The atmosphere shifted into an eerie silence, prompting Tsunade to cease her self-pity and lean over to inspect Yasuo's dice. To her astonishment, only 2 dice lay beneath his tube, both displaying a solitary point. What is this? Where's my 3rd die? I'm missing one. Realizing the peculiarity of the situation, Yasuo exclaimed, even though he was certain Tsunade would never cheat. Yasuo-kun, look. Following Orochimaru's pointed direction, Yasuo noticed an unassuming crack in the cement floor beneath his bamboo tube, where one of his dice had inexplicably fallen. So, this girl named Tsunade rolled a 3, while Yasuo rolled just 2. Jiraiya, oblivious to the tension, offered a conclusion to the gambling match. Fearing any objections from Yasuo, Tsunade hurriedly handed him a box of cash, while simultaneously taking away the large sword wrapped in burlap. This victory had indeed come by somewhat dubious means, and Tsunade was anxious about Yasuo possibly retracting his acceptance. However, despite his rather lowly character, Yasuo possessed a modicum of integrity. He begrudgingly accepted the wager, albeit with a heavy heart. Elated by her win, Tsunade, disregarding Red String's protests, invited Yasuo and his companions to her home. So today is truly a lucky day for this young lady. After half a year, I have finally won again. Tsunade handed the large sword to Red String, then gleefully skipped ahead, her arms swaying, her grin stretching from ear to ear. Suddenly, Tsunade's offhand remark struck a chord in Yasuo's memory. Clutching the box filled with wealth, he asked, his expression somewhat uneasy, Tsunade, did anything happen the last time you won? Little Tsunade tilted her head, recalling, I remember 6 months ago, in an effort to bring a smile to Granny Mito's face. I insisted on playing dice with her. That day, I won, but it was also the day my father, who had been gravely ill for a long time, passed away. And what about the last time you won? It seems like it was years ago, on the day Grandpa Tobarama met his end in the Land of Lightning. And the time before that? I'm afraid I can't remember. It might have been the day Grandpa Hashirama succumbed to illness. As she spoke, Tsunade's complexion grew increasingly pale, and she eventually burst into tears. Although Yasuo did not believe in fate, it appeared that every day Tsunade had won at gambling had coincided with the losses in her life. In the future, as she lost the 3 individuals intertwined with her, Shinju, Kato, and Jiraiya, she had always emerged victorious in her bets. Thus, the outcome of today's gamble inevitably prompted Yasuo to contemplate deeper implications. At that moment, a middle-aged man, dressed as a ninja, suddenly appeared before Yasuo and Tsunade's group. Kneeling on one knee, he declared, Princess Tsunade, the daimyo has issued a summons. Please return to the daimyo's residence at once. The daimyo? Yasuo turned to Tsunade, perplexed about the connection between this princess of the Senju clan and the daimyo. Seemingly perceiving Yasuo's confusion, Tsunade wiped her tears and replied, the daimyo is my grandfather. Now it makes sense. The Senju clan not only has ties with the Uzumaki clan, but is also connected to the daimyo of the Land of Fire through marriage, a fact Yasuo had previously been unaware of. Upon reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. Without such affiliations, the establishment of Konoha village would have likely faced significant hurdles in securing the full support of the Land of Fire. Moreover, Tsunade being referred to as Princess Tsunade likely indicates her status as a true princess of the Land of Fire rather than merely a member of the Senju clan. What does my grandfather want with me? Tsunade inquired, clearly familiar with the ninja before her. At that moment, Yasuo noted that this middle-aged man donned the typical attire of a ninja from the Land of Fire, distinguished by a unique sash around his waist adorned with a character for fire. If all went as anticipated, he was likely a member of the elite protective ninjas directly serving the daimyo. Despite being a formidable ninja, the man displayed utmost respect towards Princess Tsunade. Bowing once more as he reported, I must inform you, Princess Tsunade, that Princess Mabuki is about to give birth. The daimyo has commanded your immediate return to the residence. How can this be? The doctor said my mother would not deliver for at least another month. Tsunade exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise. Though she enjoyed gambling, she would never abandon her mother during such a critical moment. She was not someone who would lose sight of priorities. Please do not worry, Princess. The most experienced doctors and medical ninjas among the guards are on standby at the daimyo's residence. Princess Mabuki will be just fine. You should return promptly, he reassured her. Yes, I was planning to invite these friends to join me as guests. Tsunade nodded, gesturing toward Yasuo and the others. Given the current staffing situation at the daimyo's residence, it would be best if you did not bring strangers along, princess. That's quite all right. They are students from Konoha Ninja Academy and classmates of Haruno. There won't be any issues, Tsunade insisted. The middle-aged ninja glanced at Yasuo and his companions, perceiving no immediate threat, nodded in agreement, saying, very well. Let us depart swiftly. Approximately 20 minutes later, the group arrived at the lord's estate. The estate was a magnificent traditional Japanese castle, primarily constructed of brick and wood. Yet the interior furnishings bore a subtle modern flair. Under the guidance of the servants, Yasuo, his companions, and the red string were led to a side hall to rest. While Tsunade hurriedly followed the middle-aged ninja away. I must caution you all against approaching Princess Tsunade, and do not expect to gain any advantages from the Senju clan or the lord's estate, warned the red string, fixing her gaze upon them. You madwoman! What strange things have you been saying all this time? Jiraiya retorted, displeased. He had always looked down on this infatuated fan of Uchiha Ishihara in class, and today she repeatedly mocked him and his friends. Had he not been unable to overpower her, he would have long since shown this little brat her place. Orochimaru remained unfazed, remarking, it is merely the protective instinct of a female. Yasuo picked up a few pastries from the coffee table, took one for himself, tossed the rest to Orochimaru and Jiraiya, and then reclined on the sofa, lazily stating, rest assured, we have no intention of taking advantage of your Senju clan. In fact, I have already incurred a loss of 500,000. Casting a glance at the red string, Yasuo shook his head, saying, the legacies left by the first and second Hokage have gradually withered away. What did you say? It took a moment for Senju Red String to comprehend Yasuo's meaning, but by then, he had already closed his eyes, resting on the sofa. After the first and second Hokage, if the Senju clan members harbor such a mindset, it is no wonder they have declined. In Yasuo's recollection, aside from Tsunade, the Senju clan had not produced any extraordinary talents in the ensuing days. Perhaps if Nawaki had not met an early demise, he could have been one, yet it was truly lamentable that he perished under Orochimaru's watch. The death of his beloved disciple hastened Orochimaru's descent into darkness. After all, in Yasuo's memory, this was one of the rare occasions the adult Orochimaru shed tears. Speaking of which, Tsunade's mother, Princess Mabuki, was likely the one currently giving birth to Nawaki. Setting aside matters unrelated to himself, Yasuo feigned rest, conjuring up the lottery system in his mind. The money Tsunade had given Yasuo constituted her entire savings, amounting to 530,000. Yasuo placed his hand on the money box, secretly converting 50,000 of it entirely into diamonds, thus granting him a total of 100 lottery chances. Dear Summoner, congratulations on successfully recharging 50,000, elevating you to Heartfelt Member Level 1. The storage space feature has now been unlocked for you. Dear Summoner, congratulations on upgrading your hero level to Level 2. Please allocate your points at your discretion. Yasuo was taken aback, even before beginning the lottery. The system notifications had already appeared. Indeed, it seemed that spending money could lead to greater strength. Yasuo discovered a button labeled Ezreal's Travel Backpack on the lottery interface. Upon clicking it, he found a space designated for storing items, where the prizes from the lottery could be directly placed. Subsequently, prompted by the second system notification, Yasuo examined his own body and indeed found that he had acquired an upgrade point. The Wind Barrier, Yasuo's W skill, creates a wall of airflow that can block all enemy ranged basic attacks, flying projectiles, and auto-targeting skills. The /, Yasuo's E skill, allows him to dash toward a target enemy, inflicting a small initial damage. However, each use of this skill increases the base damage of his next dash by 25, up to a maximum of 50. The / cannot be cast on the same enemy again within 1.09876 seconds. If he casts the Steel Flash while dashing, the Steel Flash will manifest as a circular blade. These two skills are the ones Yasuo can currently choose to enhance. Reason dictated to Yasuo that the Wind Barrier was undoubtedly a divine ability. In League of Legends, Yasuo has become a nightmare for many mages in lane, and the unreasonable W Wind Wall is certainly one of the reasons. As long as an attack is projectile-based, whether it is a basic attack, a skill, or an ultimate. The wind wall can intercept it. Its sole weaknesses are perhaps its relatively long cooldown and the difficulty in timing its deployment. After much contemplation, Yasuo acknowledged that the wind barrier is a strategic skill on par with many ultimates. Yet, he found himself unable to restrain his hand from selecting the E skill. Falling into deep thought. Indeed, how could Yasuo enjoy the game without dashing to minions? With minions coming from afar, how could he not dash joyfully? Given that the decision had already been made, Yasuo could only find happiness once more. Next came the nerve-wracking lottery segment. As this Lee Sin-'s Dragon Guardian event did not feature a buy 10 get 1 free mechanism, Yasuo did not need to engage in a tenfold draw. With nothing else to occupy his time, Yasuo decided to draw one at a time to pass the time. Congratulations! You have received the exquisite lingerie fragment of the trendy Queen LeBlanc. Congratulations! You have received the breastplate fragment of the dazzling goddess Sivir. Congratulations! You have received the strapless cloth fragment of the angel of death Morgana. After 3 draws, Yasuo found himself engulfed in a terror dominated by women's lingerie. Fortunately, these items were directly placed into Ezreal's travel backpack and did not materialize in Yasuo's hands. Otherwise, he might have thought, it seems I only have Jiraiya and Orochimaru as friends, and they would probably accept this situation, right? Yasuo suddenly realized that even if he were to earn the title of lingerie enthusiast, it would not affect his social circle. Congratulations! You have received the complete corpse stitching thread from the Madman Urgot. Congratulations! You have received the exquisite lingerie fragment of the trendy Queen LeBlanc. Congratulations! You have received a level 1 random skill book fragment from the Grandmaster E. Time always passes swiftly during the lottery, and before he knew it, an hour had elapsed. With the ongoing draws, Yasuo gradually began to discern a pattern. One observation was that there was an abundance of women's lingerie. Upon careful reflection, it may not solely be the fault of Yasuo's misfortune. Rather, the blame likely lies with the artists at Riot. For in the vast roster of female champions within League of Legends, the majority, aside from the notable exception of Jinx, are characterized by ample bosoms and daring attire. Thus, it is somewhat understandable that Yasuo would draw an abundance of feminine undergarments. Moreover, there exists a peculiar phenomenon. Once a specific item fragment is drawn, the likelihood of drawing that same fragment in subsequent attempts increases. This is indeed a delightful discovery, as a tangible item holds far greater value than mere fragments. Ignoring the frivolous lingerie and inconsequential trinkets, Yasuo turned his gaze toward the useful items he had set aside, finally allowing a smile to grace his face. In truth, Yasuo's primary desire was to acquire a champion's skill book. However, the probability of obtaining such a treasure was maddeningly low. Out of 100 attempts, he found that 60 yielded skin fragments, trinkets such as a strapless cloth, goggles, and stitching thread. Among the remaining 40, approximately half were fragments of items from League of Legends, while the other half comprised skill book fragments. Perhaps due to a recent stroke of bad luck, Yasuo experienced a fortunate turn of events. The spoils he received were surprisingly commendable: 19 equipment fragments, including 2 fairy charms fragments, 6 healing orbs fragments, 5 Spellthief's blades fragments, 5 long swords fragments, and 1 complete reusable potion. Furthermore, he garnered 21 skill book fragments, 5 random skill books from Zed, the Master of Shadows, 7 random skill books from E, the Wuju Bladesman, 1 random skill book from Soraka, the Starchild, 3 random skill books from Zac, the Bioprosthetic Beast, and 5 random skill books from Teemo, the Swift Scout. Given the ratios within the prize pool, Yasuo had anticipated that his haul of skin fragments would amount to at least 80%. Thus, the ultimate outcome brought him unexpected joy. Although he had only managed to acquire 1 complete item, a reusable potion valued at a mere 150 gold, one of the cheapest items in the game, Yasuo was nonetheless satisfied. For a novice such as himself, it represented an excellent starting item and a preferred choice for a more cautious approach to development. Subsequently, Yasuo turned his attention to the remaining equipment fragments. The Forge of Ornn was the place for synthesis. He placed 2 fairy charm fragments into the forge and pressed the synthesis button, only for the system to respond with a prompt. Dear Summoner, you have insufficient fragments, less than 5, to proceed with synthesis. It was to be expected that 5 fragments were necessary. Finding this mechanism reasonably fair, Yasuo tossed 5 Spellthief's blade fragments into the forge and pressed the synthesis button. With a crisp electronic chime, The 5 fragments vanished, and a blue dagger materialized in the space before him. Dear Summoner, congratulations. You have acquired the Spellthief's blade, complete. Delighted by this turn of events, Yasuo eagerly deposited 5 longsword fragments into the forge. The longsword serves as the cornerstone for the synthesis of nearly all offensive equipment. Possessing it marks the initial stride towards the Bloodthirster and the Endless Dream, a goal ardently pursued by Yasuo. Yet, the anticipated crisp electronic notification remained conspicuously absent. Just as Yasuo was engulfed in perplexity, the system's message materialized. Dear Summoner, we regret to inform you that your attempt to synthesize the long sword has failed. Failed? Could such a thing even occur? Might I be granted the fragments back in the event of failure? Yasuo, the unluckiest of souls, found himself submerged in profound trepidation once more. Regrettably, this infuriating system lacked any customer service, leaving Yasuo to swallow his indignation in silence. Sighing, he resolved to continue his synthesis journey. Dear Summoner, congratulations. You have obtained a healing gem, complete. Dear Summoner, congratulations. You have acquired a random skill book from Master E. The Wuju Bladesman, complete. Dear Summoner, we regret to inform you that your attempt to synthesize the random skill book for Zed, the Master of Shadows, has failed. Dear Summoner, congratulations. You have obtained a skill book for Teemo, the Swift Scout, complete. With each synthesis attempt, Yasuo's emotions oscillated like a roller coaster, ultimately leading him to a rather mediocre conclusion. He failed, but once more, though it was with the skill book of his most cherished Master of Shadows. My dear Zed. Oh no, where have you gone? Yasuo lamented deeply. Perhaps increasing the number of fragments would enhance the success rate of synthesis? Yasuo mused that this was quite plausible, especially since synthesizing with 6 or 7 fragments had proven successful. He even sensed that, as equipment and skill levels ascended in the future, the number of fragments required for upgrades would likely increase further. Truly, it seemed an endless abyss. Shaking his head, Yasuo chose not to dwell on future uncertainties, for pressing matters awaited him. He had yet to consume his skill books. Yasuo opened the first skill book within his inventory. As a golden light flashed, he felt an intriguing sensation, akin to the experience of learning the forward slash just moments prior. Deadly Blowpipe inflicts a certain amount of damage to the target and blinds the opponent. Before Yasuo's hero emerged into prominence, Teemo was undoubtedly one of the most despised champions in League of Legends. A team fight may be lost, but Teemo must die. This phrase echoed throughout the ancient lands of Valoran, as the corpses of fallen Teemos could circle the globe twice. Although Teemo's standing was eventually overshadowed by the exuberant Winshard, it remains undeniable that this champion evokes a blend of affection and vexation. Beyond the maddening mushrooms, Teemo's most irksome ability was undoubtedly this whimsical blowpipe technique, which had now become Yasuo's new skill. When the joyful Winshard learns to wield the blowpipe, double the joy is sure to follow. Oh yes. Yasuo proceeded to open the second skill book, feeling a tinge of regret. This was a random skill book from Master E, from which Yasuo yearned for the meditate ability, a spell that not only restored health but also granted additional resistances, a truly impressive skill. Alternatively, Alpha Strike would have been quite commendable, combining assault with evasive maneuvers. Alas, what he obtained was merely the passive ability of the Wuju Bladesman. Double Strike. Each time one attacks an opponent, one can simultaneously inflict 2 normal attacks upon the target. This skill is quite unassuming, devoid of any flashy effects or ostentation, yet its practical efficacy is commendable, particularly as attack speed accelerates in the later stages, allowing for consecutive triggers that significantly enhance output. Although Yasuo has a penchant for more exhilarating abilities, he finds no reason to disdain this one, having acquired it. The judgment of Steel Cutting Flash seemingly falls within the realm of basic attacks. An image reminiscent of the infamous Millennium Kill suddenly surfaced in Yasuo's mind. I kill, kill. Kill, kill. He quickly dismissed this embarrassing thought, exhaling in relief. Thus, the lottery concluded, and the expenditure of his hard-earned resources finally came to an end, leaving him in exceptionally high spirits. Just as Yasuo exited the lottery system, a commotion erupted outside, with servants and retainers bustling about in haste. Quickly, summon Elder Haruno from Konoha. The doctors of the daimyo's estate are utterly useless. Not even Lady Coral's medical ninjutsu proves effective? Is it truly postpartum hemorrhage? Yasuo, you are indeed remarkable, Jiraiya exclaimed, gazing at Yasuo with admiration. Combining the events of Tsunade's winnings and Princess Musuko's childbirth, Yasuo had an inkling that this delivery would be perilous, and discreetly shared his speculation with Jiraiya, only to find it had come to fruition. Well, it's just the ordinary. I, Juga Yasuo, am not undeserving of my reputation, he humbly remarked while waving the fan of the newly acquired karma, earning a deeper look of respect from Jiraiya. What postpartum hemorrhage? The middle-aged ninja who had previously welcomed Tsunade reappeared silently in the side hall, casting a curious glance at Yasuo before hastily pulling the red string of Senju, and saying as he walked, Princess Masuko has given birth to a son, and the daimyo, overwhelmed with joy, has suffered a cerebral hemorrhage and is in critical condition. Your mother, Senju Coral, has requested your presence. She needs you as a surgical assistant. Jiraiya inquired. Who is this Juga Yasuo? Yasuo replied, just a humble villager, pay it no mind. Chapter 14. Observing medical ninjutsu. The daimyo of the Land of Fire is a venerable elder, having assumed the title from his late father during the Warring States period, shouldering the monumental responsibility of leading the nation through tumultuous times. Owing to his exceptional political and economic acumen, the territory of the Land of Fire expanded nearly twofold under his stewardship, establishing it as the most affluent of nations. Subsequently, through the art of alliances, he integrated numerous unruly ninja clans within the Land of Fire under the guidance of the legendary Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, founding the first ninja village, Konoha. It can be said that the stability and happiness of the Land of Fire's populace, in comparison to other nations, is significantly attributed to the formidable ninja of Konoha and the so-called Will of Fire. Yet another undeniable factor remains, the presence of a highly esteemed and virtuous daimyo. However, this elder, who presided over the grand wedding of Hashirama and Mido, orchestrated the retreat of Kaguya, witnessed the founding of Konoha, and sanctioned a ninja war, now lies as a frail old man upon his sickbed, a mere shadow of his former self. In a spacious chamber within the residence of the feudal lord, a chorus of weeping women and children filled the air, while the men wore sorrowful expressions, their fierce eyes glistening with tears. Grandfather, Tsunade cried, rushing in with a newborn infant cradled in her arms, followed closely by several anxious maidservants. Is this the child of Mako? Upon seeing the infant in Tsunade's embrace, a flicker of life returned to the elder's dim eyes. Quickly, let me have a closer look. Tsunade hastily brought the baby closer to the elder, who extended his withered hand to gently caress the infant's cheek. Wah! Perhaps the elder's fingers had inadvertently caused the child discomfort, for the baby let out a louder wail. Yet the elder smiled. Shoju, let us name this child Shoju. Mako was the elder's most cherished daughter, and Tsunade was his beloved granddaughter, and now he had the joy of naming his great-grandchild. Reflecting on his tumultuous life, filled with formidable ninjas far younger and more powerful than himself, whether it be Hashirama Senju, Tobarama Senju, or the vexatious Madara Uchiha, he felt that he had lived a life of worth. As Tsunade noticed the elder slowly closing his eyes, she tearfully called out to a nearby kunoichi, Aunt Coral, please save grandfather. Senju Coral nodded, yet anyone could see the helplessness etched on her face, save for Tsunade. The feudal lord was simply too old. In an era where the average lifespan barely reached 30, this octogenarian resembled a living relic of the past, unable to guide the country any longer. A cerebral hemorrhage should have sent the feudal lord into a coma, yet he remained conscious. A clear indication of a final flicker of awareness. We must begin the surgery immediately. Has Red String arrived? Although hope was waning, as the sole medical ninja among the guardians, Senju Coral understood the necessity of action. Here she comes. A middle-aged ninja arrived just in time, announcing the presence of Red String. Although still a child, as Senju Coral's only daughter, she had been groomed as a successor, making her an ideal surgical assistant. Currently, the most skilled medical ninja in Konoha was undoubtedly Elder Haruno, but summoning her would require at least 20 hours, an entirely unrealistic expectation. Let us commence. The mother and daughter duo exhibited a clear synergy as Coral provided instructions, and the operation began. Yasuo, in his previous life, was a bona fide hospital intern. Though his medical skills were questionable after 3 failed certification attempts, he frequently assisted in surgeries and had seen his fair share of medical procedures. Curious about the methods employed by medical ninjas, Yasuo slipped into the room alongside the middle-aged ninja and Red String. Amidst the chaos, no one noticed a few children had quietly entered. It is worth noting that the medical ninjutsu of the Naruto world is indeed remarkable. There were no preoperative x-rays, no CT scans, and no blood tests, just a direct approach to the task at hand. Yasuo couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of ninjutsu, realizing why Kakashi and the older generation found eye transplants and light bulb replacements so simple. The convenience of bypassing sterilization and anesthesia was astonishing. Ow! As Yasuo had just marveled at the scene, the daimyo, who had seemingly closed his eyes in serene acceptance, suddenly erupted into a heart-wrenching wail, resembling not the cries of an octogenarian, but rather the anguished screams of a half-slaughtered pig. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Yasuo reflected on the undeniable advantages of socialist healthcare. Though the methods appeared somewhat crude, the medical expertise of the esteemed Senju Sakura, as a guardian shinobi, remained remarkably high. Employing the art of chakra control, she managed to stem the bleeding in the daimyo's brain. Then, with a chakra scalpel, she made a precise incision in the temporomandibular region, successfully locating the damaged blood vessel. Has it completely ruptured? Senju Sakura inquired, her brow furrowed. If it were merely a small puncture, she could mend it with chakra. However, repairing a fully ruptured vessel exceeded her capabilities. Is there no hope? A weary-looking man spoke up, the daimyo's eldest son, aged 60, who had been the heir since his birth, a title he had held for 6 decades. How can there be a prince for 60 years? He struggled to contain the urgency in his voice and asked solemnly, can he hold on until the elder from Konoha arrives? Senju Sakura shook her head. I'm afraid not. The chakra required for this technique is immense. At my current capacity, I can sustain it for perhaps another hour. Once she paused, her implication clear. Once the technique was withdrawn, the daimyo would likely perish immediately. The daimyo's eldest son yearned to utter, you have done your best. Please, end the jutsu, and let my father pass peacefully. Yet, he understood that such words could not escape his lips. Tears streamed down his face as he implored, please, Sakura-san, exert every effort. Even if there is but a glimmer of hope, you must save my father. The land of fire cannot be without him. I shall do my utmost. She replied. Time slipped away, and the atmosphere in the room thickened with tension. Even the daimyo's cries began to fade. Tsunade, holding onto her clothing with her mouth, gripped tightly with her small hands, her knuckles turning pale. Beads of sweat multiplied on Senju Sakura's forehead, her heart sinking with the growing certainty of impending failure. Aside from a few children, all present understood that the daimyo had less than half an hour to live. Suddenly, an abrupt voice shattered the eerie silence. Yasuo, with utmost seriousness, suggested, what if we try? I believe this elder can still be saved. In the shinobi world, the daimyo represented a crucial, yet often overlooked role. People were consistently awed by the devastating power of the ninjas, oblivious to the fact that the foundation sustaining a shinobi village rested upon the daimyo's support. Originally, aside from Konoha, Sunagakure was considered the village with the most talent. However, due to insufficient backing from the daimyo of the Land of Wind, which resulted in continuous budget cuts, Sunagakure had to restrain itself in numerous aspects. After enduring relentless warfare, it faced troop reductions and could not even perfect the sealing of Shikaku, the One Tail. Thus, it could be said that the daimyo's influence on the war's dynamics and the development of the shinobi villages rivaled that of the Kage themselves. Yasuo, disinterested in the formidable medical ninjutsu, felt no compulsion to curry favor with the Hokage. What he sought were merely modest sums of money, thus necessitating a cordial relationship with the feudal lord of the Land of Fire. Consequently, Yasuo resolved to take action. The healing techniques of ninjas were remarkably potent, capable of executing procedures unheard of in his previous life. Yet, this power was fundamentally reliant upon the wondrous nature of chakra, and the methods employed were often rudimentary. Thus, Yasuo, merging his medical knowledge from his former life with the healing ninjutsu of ninjas, was confident he could extend the life of this noble. However, the crux of the matter lay in gaining the trust of those around him, a task evidently fraught with difficulty. How absurd. You are the last of the pack. The first to voice opposition was, unsurprisingly, the Red String, who aided Senju Coral. She believed she knew Yasuo well, having studied medical ninjutsu since childhood and recently mastering the chakra scalpel, albeit with considerable instability. As for that last-place contender, even given a decade, this individual, whose control over chakra was nearly non-existent, could never become a medical ninja. While medical ninjutsu does not demand a substantial amount of chakra, It imposes stringent requirements on its stability and control. For instance, the advanced healing technique currently employed by her mother, the sage art of healing, would be disastrous in the hands of an untrained ninja, regardless of their status as Hokage, leading to immediate devastation of the noble's brain. The others present, possessing limited understanding of medical ninjutsu, instinctively felt that it was preposterous for a mere child to claim he could cure an ailment that even the guardian ninjas could not heal. Do not disturb Lady Coral. Who is this child? Leave at once and cease your meddling. If anything were to happen to the noble, the responsibility is far beyond what you, a mere child, could bear. Even Tsunade, with her tear-filled eyes, regarded Yasuo with a mixture of confusion and skepticism. Due to her lineage and personal interests, Tsunade had engaged with medical ninjutsu from a young age. Although she bore no ill will towards Yasuo, she too deemed his claims impossible. Amidst the turmoil, one individual felt an exhilarating surge of joy. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. The eldest son of the noble suddenly interjected. He surveyed the room, catching the eye of a ninja concealed in a distant corner, who gestured subtly. He responded with a barely perceptible nod. The noble's eldest son then turned to Senju Coral and inquired, Coral-san, what is your current confidence level in healing our esteemed father? Senju Coral, who had been straining to maintain the sage art, offered a wry smile. Forgive my inadequacy, but my success rate in healing the noble is approaching 0. The eldest son sighed deeply. In that case, let this child have a chance. This is utterly unacceptable. How can we risk the noble's life on a child's whim? Indeed, this child seems far from a healer. Surely, it is absurd to expect any reliability from this unknown child. The noble's eldest son thought to himself. Yet he had his reasons for making this choice. Due to the recent intelligence he received, the strongest medical ninja of the Land of Fire, Konoha's own Kirin Kamachi, is not in the village but rather on a mission in Ranzai City. This city is significantly closer to the capital than Konoha, and the emissary from the daimyo has already made contact with her. In merely an hour, Kirin Kamachi will arrive at the capital. Although Senju Coral mentioned that she could only hold on for another half an hour, the daimyo's son dared not take a gamble. The strange methods of ninjas are numerous, and unforeseen circumstances could arise. An impulsive remark from a foolish child provided the daimyo's son with an opportunity, one that could allow his father to rest in peace sooner than expected. Thus, faced with the inquiries of those around him, the daimyo's son, with a sorrowful countenance, proclaimed, Esteemed guests, no one values my father's life more than I do. Yet, now that even the esteemed Coral has become powerless, I too must take a chance, hoping that the extraordinary talents of the Warring States era may once again grace the Land of Fire. Should I fail, let all the sins of unfilial conduct fall upon me. For my father, I harbor no regrets. Witnessing the daimyo's son's solemn declaration and recognizing the absence of better alternatives, the assembly quietly parted to grant Isao a path. Orochimaru, let us proceed. Very well, Isao-kun. Isao disregarded the trivialities. He understood clearly that inaction would lead to the daimyo's demise. He held absolute confidence in his ability to heal the daimyo, for he possessed a reusable potion that could restore a significant amount of vitality to an ordinary person, regardless of the ailment. However, Isao was reluctant to resort to the reusable potion unless absolutely necessary, not out of stinginess, but because such a substance was too enticing to others. Even if he claimed it was an accidental acquisition, devoid of remnants or a recipe, it could still attract the scrutiny of those with ulterior motives. If he were to draw the attention of Danzo and Root, it would spell disaster. Therefore, Isao resolved to employ a more prudent approach to address the current predicament. I advise you against recklessness, you flower-headed fool. This is not the Ninja Academy, where you have teacher Yuichi to shield you in times of trouble. Isao indeed found the girl named Akatsuki rather bothersome. Casting a glance, Jiraiya immediately understood and pulled her aside. Senju Coral, having no time to concern herself with her daughter's predicament, gazed at the purple-haired youth before her with a complex expression. Although she did not believe Isao could heal the daimyo, he had indeed extricated her from a difficult situation. At least the daimyo would not perish under her watch. Perhaps it was this guilt of deflection that led Senju Coral to whisper, I will do my utmost to cooperate. Isao nodded, Coral-senpai. You need only to maintain the mastery of your healing techniques. The duration must not be less than 20 minutes. No problem, Coral replied. Upon hearing this, Isao produced a magnifying glass from his pocket along with a suturing thread, turning to Orochimaru with a smile, Orochimaru. Let us together accomplish the world's first microsurgery for vascular suturing. Akatsuki was correct in at least one aspect. Isao indeed lacked any innate talent for medical ninjutsu. During chakra control exercises, a mere leaf in his palm swayed like a solitary canoe in the Pacific, sinking within seconds. It can be said that if Yasuo were to perform an eye transplant for Obito or Danzo, the Moon Eye plan would likely be rendered unnecessary. However, Yasuo has sought the assistance of several reliable companions. When he wielded Ekagat's suturing threads, Orochimaru experienced an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as though he were destined to engage with such tools. Orochimaru's mastery of chakra control is exceptional. Had it not been for his obsession with immortality, he could have channeled his talents for human experimentation into the realm of medical surgery. Under Yasuo's guidance, Orochimaru meticulously aligned and sutured the blood vessels in the daimyo's head, using chakra as an adhesive to fill the gaps between the stitches. Senju Coral, who was maintaining the palm sage technique, had momentarily forgotten the youth of the two boys before her, diligently fulfilling the role of an assistant. Coral, you may withdraw the palm sage technique now, Yasuo reminded her, prompting Senju Coral to realize that the daimyo's previously ruptured blood vessels had been successfully sutured. Is this truly acceptable? Leaving foreign objects within the patient? Coral slowly retracted the palm sage technique, fully aware that the sutured vessels could withstand the pressure of blood flow, yet she remained skeptical about the post-operative reactions. Rest assured, this is a highly biocompatible thread, quite precious indeed. Using it on a compassionate and exceptionally talented figure like the daimyo is truly worthwhile. You may purchase some as well. Of course, for a fee, Yasuo replied with a smile. Ekagat is a formidable being. His suturing threads extend far beyond this singular instance. Ultimately, we must await the daimyo's recovery, Coral responded non-committally. Yasuo's vascular suturing technique had provided her with considerable insight, yet she had no immediate intentions of attempting it herself. Is the surgery successful? The daimyo's eldest son wore a somber expression, despite decades of composure training which now betrayed his negative emotions. Fortunately, at that moment, no one noticed his unusual demeanor. Yasuo, have you brought my grandfather back to life? Tsunade finally spoke up, having refrained from interrupting Yasuo's work out of fear of distraction. Foolish child, how could a patient awaken so swiftly post-surgery? The outcome still relies on the patient's own recovery capabilities, Coral said, having cleansed her hands and affectionately ruffling Tsunade's hair. But grandfather is already 86 years old. Can he truly recover? Tsunade, possessing some understanding of medical science, knew that the older a person is, the more difficult it becomes to heal from injuries. Upon hearing Tsunade's innocent query, the daimyo's eldest son's eyes brightened once more, as he urgently addressed Coral. Coral, can my father awaken? Please, do not hold back. Speak the truth, for whatever the outcome, we shall endure. After a moment of silence, Coral reluctantly replied, alas, the daimyo is quite advanced in age. Even if the surgery is deemed successful, it is improbable that he will awaken, and should divine intervention allow him to do so, he may find himself bedridden for the remainder of his days. Such a reality is exceedingly tragic and disheartening. The eldest son of the daimyo experienced a tumultuous emotional roller coaster today, nearly revealing his thoughts inadvertently, as he felt a throbbing pain in his head. After all, he was a 60-year-old man. Just when he managed to calm his racing heart, a voice, both familiar and unwelcome, echoed in the air. The aged elder felt that he could still be salvaged. Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone present, the daimyo struggled to open his eyes. The most profound way to express gratitude is to perform acts of kindness while leading others to believe that you are oblivious to their awareness, though in truth, they are fully cognizant. Prior to the commencement of the operation, Yasuo had discreetly infused a small quantity of reusable potion into the sutures of the deceased body of Ekagato. As the blood vessels were stitched together, the potion gradually permeated the daimyo's bloodstream. Such a minuscule amount of the reusable potion, while lacking the power to resurrect, was sufficient to restore the daimyo's consciousness. Thus, he was acutely aware of who his savior was, and even overheard the commendations from that exemplary junior regarding his accomplishments. In summary, the daimyo felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction towards Yasuo. Father, have you regained your strength? Can you rise now? The eldest son inquired anxiously. Humph. As you wish, but I fear this old man may never stand again, the daimyo retorted with a cold snort. He was fully aware of his son's trivial concerns. Yet he also understood the frailty of his own body, recognizing that even without this grave illness, he intended to retire from his position as daimyo the following year. Disregarding his son's cold sweat, the daimyo turned to Yasuo and said, "Young man, you are indeed the one who saved me. Given your age, you seem to be about the same as Tsunade. What a little genius you are." The daimyo's voice was frail, yet it brimmed with affection for the younger generation. "You flatter me, esteemed elder. This is all thanks to the exceptional ninjutsu of Senior Coral and the suturing techniques of my classmate Orochimaru. Moreover, I believe the main reason is that you, dear daimyo, have dedicated so much effort to the Land of Fire, and thus, you rightfully deserve a long life," Yasuo responded, striving to present an innocent visage while uttering the most sentimental of phrases in the purest tone. What a considerate child. However, the true hero is still you. You have invented a new medical ninjutsu, the daimyo observed with a glimmer of gratitude in his murky eyes. In these peaceful times, it is rare to find such a youthful prodigy. Sato, fetch me my most cherished golden pen to gift this little genius as a memento. It seems, grandfather, that your golden pen has been inadvertently sold by me, Tsunade timidly interjected, clutching her head. The daimyo's lips twitched. Then bring me the black pearl that the daimyo of the Land of Water gifted me, to present to this little genius. That too seems to have been sold by me, Tsunade replied. Observing the whimsical exchange between the daimyo and Tsunade, Yasuo felt a profound sense of accomplishment. Believing he had brought them joy, at the very least, Tsunade would enjoy a childhood enriched by the presence of her grandfather, thereby finding greater happiness. Just then, Yasuo sensed a chilling gaze directed at him. Instinctively, he turned to see the eldest son of the daimyo, Tsunade's uncle, watching intently. Although that momentary gaze filled with profound hostility vanished in an instant, Yasuo keenly perceived it. This old man harbors such a petty temperament. Shouldn't he, a reasonable person, cultivate relationships with potential future medical prodigies? Perhaps having been a prince for too long has dulled his wits. Or perhaps he merely regards me as a fortunate anomaly. Regardless, incurring the ire of a future renowned figure is hardly a favorable circumstance. Turning his attention to the daimyo, who was feigning anger while reprimanding Tsunade, Yasuo fell into contemplation. Thanks to the reusable potion produced by the system, he could distinctly observe the daimyo's life ebbing away second by second. A daimyo who could yield benefits for himself is indeed a worthy daimyo. And in the past 60 years, this generation of the Fire Nation's daimyo has performed quite admirably. Thus, Yasuo resolved to extend his hand in aid. "Grandfather, please do not be angry. Tsunade has brought you a gift." Originally, the daimyo had intended to scold her, but Tsunade had already leaped up, tugging at the daimyo's beard. However, given the current situation, the sensible little Tsunade refrained from mischief, promptly presenting the magnificent sword she had acquired through a half-hearted gamble. "Grandfather, happy birthday." Listening to his granddaughter's sweet voice, the daimyo could harbor no anger. Gazing at the exquisitely crafted sword before him, he remarked, "The craftsmanship is superb, and the materials are incredibly luxurious. It is indeed a rare and remarkable blade." Touching the blade, the daimyo expressed a hint of reluctance, saying, "Alas, I am too old for such a distinguished sword. It would be a pity to give it to me. It would be better to pass it on to this little genius named Yasuo. Actually, esteemed daimyo, I lost this sword to Tsunade in a wager, and there is no reason for me to reclaim it." Lost a wager? The daimyo's immediate reaction was disbelief. Perhaps inheriting the remarkable luck of his relative, who was once dubbed the god of ninjas, Tsunade's gambling fortune was indeed astonishing. The daimyo could hardly fathom who would lose to Tsunade. Had it not been for Yasuo's innocent expression and his previously impeccable behavior, the daimyo might have suspected that someone was intentionally ingratiating themselves with his precious granddaughter. Nevertheless, the daimyo felt reassured regarding Yasuo. He gently inquired, "Such a rare blade is hard to come by. To which family do you belong, child?" In response to the daimyo's inquiry, Yasuo replied, "I hail from the Hatake clan of Konoha, and my name is Hatake Yasuo." The Hatake clan? Upon hearing this long-forgotten name, distant memories resurfaced in the daimyo's mind. It was several decades ago during the Warring States period that the daimyo had numerous interactions with the Hatake clan, a group of esteemed ninjas. The clan was renowned for their unwavering commitment to their promises. Although Yasuo's hair color did not match the silvery hue from his recollections, the daimyo paid little heed to such details, finding his impression of Yasuo further enhanced. The Hatake clan places great importance on promises, since it was indeed a lost wager. The daimyo felt it inappropriate to intervene, lest he be perceived as disrespectful by the Hatake people. If Yasuo were aware of the daimyo's thoughts at that moment, he would have fervently cried out, "Please, do not spare my feelings. Feel free to insult me." Alas, Yasuo remained oblivious to it all. Observing that the esteemed lord had not returned his treasured sword, his speech became increasingly faint, as if he were on the verge of slipping into slumber once more. Yasuo hastily interjected, "Grandfather Daimyo, I have heard from Tsunade that your birthday is approaching, and I have a gift for you." With that, Yasuo produced a verdant orb from his bosom and presented it to the daimyo. This orb, roughly the size of a quail egg, was simply strung on a cord, appearing rather unremarkable. It was the healing pearl that Yasuo had drawn from the system. The healing pearl is the most fundamental life restoration artifact, capable of being subsequently synthesized into various superior items related to vitality and health restoration. While it was impossible for Yasuo not to feel a twinge of regret, he deemed it a worthy sacrifice. In its unrefined state, the healing pearl's restorative capabilities were somewhat lackluster. In reality, battles often unfolded in the form of team skirmishes, with little time for farming or landing, thus rendering the healing pearl less effective compared to the more rapidly restorative reusable potions. After careful consideration, Yasuo resolved to gift it to the daimyo. "Grandfather Daimyo, this is a treasured heirloom of the Hatake family, intended for the adornment of esteemed elders." Like others, the daimyo regarded the healing pearl's plain appearance as merely a common trinket crafted from stone. However, out of affection for Yasuo, he donned the healing pearl around his neck with a cheerful smile. At the moment the pearl was affixed, the daimyo suddenly felt his previously burdensome body lighten. The sensation was faint, yet undeniably present. The daimyo cast a surprised glance at Yasuo and exclaimed, "Young Yasuo, this is indeed a precious gift. I cherish it greatly." His praise was sincere, yet the onlookers knew that throughout his life, he had encountered countless exquisite items, and this humble pearl scarcely held significance in comparison. They assumed the daimyo's fondness was merely a reflection of his affection for Yasuo. At that moment, Yasuo distinctly observed an increase in the numbers manifesting above the daimyo's head. The elder's vitality was steadily being restored, albeit at an imperceptibly slow rate, yet there was a consistent growth each second. A glance at the quietly meditative Orochimaru beside him led Yasuo to ponder whether he had inadvertently achieved a lifelong aspiration of the Snake Sage. No, that was not the case. When one is slain, death ensues. Orochimaru's pursuit was immortality, the quest for eternal life, while Yasuo had merely pilfered a fleeting moment of time for an elder amidst the relentless currents of time. After all, being a frail elder, the daimyo soon dismissed everyone after receiving the gift and retired to rest. Shortly thereafter, the esteemed advisor, Elder Tsunade, rushed to the daimyo's residence. After examining the daimyo, she expressed astonishment, revealing that not only had he escaped the brink of death, but was also steadily recovering, with a resurgence of youthful vitality coursing through his aged frame. In a concealed study, a middle-aged woman furrowed her brow as she listened to the report from Senju Coral. She was none other than Konoha's most formidable medical ninja and a high-ranking advisor, Tsunade. In other words, had the child from the Hatake clan developed an entirely new medical ninjutsu? Rather than merely a medical ninjutsu, I perceive it as an entirely novel surgical philosophy. What is your perspective on the vitality of the daimyo? Elder Koharu, I find this quite perplexing as well. It hardly resembles the vigor one would expect from an individual nearing 90 years of age. Might it be related to that child of the Hatake clan? That seems unlikely. I was involved throughout the surgical procedure and observed no abnormalities, nor did he exhibit any fluctuations in chakra. Then it must pertain to the daimyo's innate constitution? It appears he possesses a unique gift for longevity. The ramifications of this on Konoha warrant further evaluation. Furthermore, do not forget your own responsibilities. Yes, I understand. Observing the departing Senju Coral, Koharu's expression grew somewhat intricate. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen assumed the mantle of the third Hokage, the relationship between Konoha and the daimyo's residence has shown signs of gradual estrangement, with the Senju clan undoubtedly serving as the most effective link between the two. It is nearly time to bring Tsunade back to Konoha, and with Senju Coral present here, there should be few issues. However, while Shimura Danzo's assertions regarding the Senju clan were rather extreme, they were not entirely without merit. The presence of clans such as the Senju, Uchiha, and even Hyuga has indeed impeded the village's stability to a certain degree. In her capacity as a member of the Uzumaki clan, Koharu was regarded as a distinguished guest at the daimyo's residence, and since she was there, it was only natural for her to stay for a while. On one hand, it was to nurture the relationship between Konoha and the daimyo, and on the other, to provide technical support for the daimyo's postoperative recovery. As she is the most authoritative medical ninja, Koharu held a keen interest in Isao, for he was a prodigious young talent who had invented medical ninjutsu of at least A-rank caliber, and his surname, Hatake, instilled a sense of reliability in her. Consequently, fueled by a sense of admiration for talent, Koharu contemplated taking Isao as her apprentice. With this intention, she sought out Isao and his companions the following day. Though the customary practice in times of peace dictates that one generally waits until the completion of 6 years at the ninja academy before a jonin takes on apprentices, it was not uncommon for a Konoha elder to pre-select a disciple. However, when Isao utilized an erratically flickering chakra scalpel or chakra surgical stick to extract the brain matter of a test rabbit, releasing an aromatic scent, Koharu left with a peculiar expression and never again broached the subject of taking Isao as her apprentice. Isao-kun, why did you do that? Once Koharu had departed, Jiraiya, preparing to barbecue the rabbit, inquired of Isao, while Orochimaru approached him, asking, did you do it deliberately? He recognized that Isao had intentionally revealed his least favorable side in front of Koharu, despite possessing numerous methods to conceal it. Indeed, you see through me, Orochimaru. Isao stretched lazily and turned his neck, saying, there is no particular reason, I simply dislike it. Moreover, even if I were to feign an association as an elder's disciple, it would only be a matter of time before my true nature was revealed. There was no need for deception with Orochimaru. Isao simply looked down upon Koharu, or rather, the upper echelons of Konoha. Each one, lacking in capability yet fervently clinging to power, could just as easily have that term replaced with a sense of responsibility. With great power comes great responsibility. However, the burden of excessive responsibility borne by those lacking the capability can be an even more daunting predicament. In the world of Naruto, Toka and Mito are indeed the venerable elder statesmen, having aged to the point of physical limitation even by the time of Boruto. Yet, they steadfastly maintain their grip on the political affairs of Konohagakure, making critical decisions that shape the village's future. The seeds of Konoha's decline may have been sown by the first Hokage himself, whose ideals of peace were perhaps naively simplistic and wholly impractical. Nevertheless, Konoha, once superior to the other 4 great ninja villages, has undeniably suffered under the stewardship of the third Hokage, Danzo, Toka, and Mito, gradually deteriorating. Had it not been for the village's substantial foundations, the third great ninja war could have spelled the end for Konoha, leaving no room for Naruto and Sasuke to intervene and save the world, even as they reaped the consequences of their past actions during the Third War. The higher-ups of Konoha failed to engage in meaningful self-reflection. Instead, they doubled down on their inwardly focused and externally sanctimonious policies. The exodus of the legendary Sannin, the deaths of Minato and Jiraiya, the defection of the Hyuga clan, and the massacre of the Uchiha, each event further eroded Konoha's strength, culminating in Orochimaru nearly obliterating the village single-handedly. The burden of these misfortunes rests heavily upon their shoulders. While Yasuo holds the third Hokage in high esteem, admiration does not equate to agreement. Without the protection of the Azure Dragon, Yasuo might have aspired to become a disciple of these esteemed figures, for in Konoha, a mentor's status often dictates a disciple's future prospects. This is not merely a matter of teaching prowess. A mentor of high standing can provide access to invaluable resources. Essentially, ninjas are mercenaries, and the resources of a ninja village derive from the allocations and missions funded by the feudal lords, finite in nature. The lineage of Konoha's elite is distinctly apparent. Apart from Might Guy, accomplished ninjas either hail from illustrious lineages or have formidable mentors. Whether it be advanced ninjutsu or forbidden techniques, such capabilities are not typically within the purview of a mere jonin. The power within the village has now been seized by the generation of the third Hokage, where power inevitably brings about vested interests. By aligning with Toka, Yasuo could undoubtedly carve out more room for his own growth. However, he finds himself liberated from the constraints of ninjutsu inheritance, thanks to the lottery system, allowing him to follow his own desires and pursue a path that brings him joy. Moreover, becoming a disciple of an elder is excessively conspicuous, potentially hindering Yasuo's understated yet ambitious progress. The most prudent strategy is to amass wealth in silence. Upon hearing Yasuo's response, Jiraiya set aside the half-prepared rabbit dish, perplexed, and inquired, "Even if it turns out you lack the talent for medical ninjutsu, your status as an elder's disciple would remain unchanged, right? It seems you have high expectations of your teacher. Are you perhaps hoping for the Hokage to take you on as a disciple? I too have longed for the Hokage to be my mentor." Orochimaru shook his head and remarked, "A simpleton like you should focus on successfully graduating first." "What's that supposed to mean, you snake?" Yasuo interjected, rubbing his forehead as he observed their usual banter. "I believe, with your talents, you both could one day become disciples of the Hokage." At Yasuo's words, both Orochimaru and Jiraiya fell into a contemplative silence. After a while, Jiraiya finally spoke up. If it were the Hokage, he would certainly be teaching students like Princess Tsunade. Surprisingly, Orochimaru did not oppose Jiraiya's viewpoint and nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I originally thought that children from noble families like Uchiha Ishihara and Hyuga Yoshimitsu were already at the pinnacle, but it seems I was too narrow in my perspective. If Elder Konohamaru had invited me earlier, I would have certainly accepted." Yasuo was taken aback by the shared sentiment between Jiraiya and Orochimaru, particularly Orochimaru, whom he believed to be a perpetually confident scientist. To his surprise, Orochimaru appeared to harbor feelings of inadequacy regarding his origins. No, it was not mere inferiority. Yasuo could sense a profound sense of helplessness in Orochimaru's words. Perhaps this was the very reason for his obsession with the bodies of Itachi and Sasuke? Truly, Orochimaru had discerned the essence of this world, laden with toxic platitudes. Long before, no matter how hard one strives, without the bloodline of the Otsutsuki, ascending to the ultimate stage remains an impossibility. However, with Yasuo's arrival, the mission of the Happy Wind Man was to dismantle those hypocritical platitudes and enable everyone to experience unbounded joy. With this thought, Yasuo embraced his two dear friends and exclaimed with a smile, "Don't be so disheartened. If the old Hokage doesn't want you as students, he must be senile. I reckon he needs treatment. I'll use my Yasuo brand chakra scalpel to give him a little tap on the head." Feeling Yasuo's strong embrace and the sincerity in his words, Jiraiya laughed, affirming, "Indeed, I am a genius, stronger than those pampered heirs of noble families. I will surely become a formidable ninja." Orochimaru's brow also relaxed. Though life is fragile, it is indeed a beautiful thing. One day, I shall explore the true essence of immortality for the sake of this beauty. With this thought, Orochimaru gently nodded towards Yasuo, whose face radiated warmth and sunshine. "I will achieve it, I will." 3 days swiftly passed, and it was time for Yasuo and his companions to return to Konoha. Jiraiya wished to continue gathering inspiration in the capital, but he eventually succumbed to Orochimaru's chakra needle. Before departing, the trio bid farewell to the daimyo. "Won't you stay a few more days?" Although their time together was brief, Tsunade had grown close to the trio. Typically, she only had her peer, Shoten, by her side, which left her feeling quite solitary. She relied on gambling to stave off boredom and sustain her life. "No, Tsunade, perhaps we shall meet again another time." Yasuo replied with a smile. "Maybe we'll see each other quite soon." Gazing at Tsunade, who blinked with a mysterious air, Yasuo understood her implication. It seemed she would be transferring to Konoha Ninja Academy next semester. Jiraiya, however, chimed in with a playful tone. "Violent girl, if the opportunity arises next summer, we shall return to the capital to find you, and then you will witness my progress. Our ninjas from Konoha are not to be compared to pampered kids like you." As their camaraderie deepened, Tsunade's true nature gradually revealed itself, while Jiraiya, known for his frequent mischief, had been on the receiving end of her punches more than once. Despite previous attempts at resistance, Jiraiya resolved to reclaim his honor the following year. Tsunade, shaking her small fist, retorted fiercely, "You fool, even in a century. You shall never catch up to me." The daimyo, now able to use a cane to walk, was nothing short of a miracle in medical history, astonishing all medical ninjas, including Haruno Sakura. With a wealth of life experience, the daimyo subtly sensed that his swift recovery was likely connected to the heirloom jewel of the Hatake clan. This created a significant debt of gratitude. Yasuo had mentioned that this green gem was traditionally worn by the Hatake family, and it evidently possessed unique properties. However, it was curious that the Hatake clan was not particularly renowned for longevity. In fact, The daimyo recalled them as rather short-lived. Perhaps this treasure is destined for me. The daimyo mused, growing increasingly grateful towards Yasuo. My young friend Yasuo, I had intended to gift you a small token of remembrance, but I have not yet succeeded. Today, please accept this as a token of my appreciation. Upon seeing the object in the daimyo's hand, Tsunade exclaimed in surprise, "This is the vertical flute that your grandfather cherished. It is a family heirloom from my grandmother's side, and you have always kept it close, never allowing me to touch it." The daimyo affectionately ruffled Tsunade's hair and chuckled. "Had it not been for your grandfather's attachment, it would have likely been sold for gambling long ago. With age, he can no longer play this flute. It is best to pass it on to you, my young friend Yasuo." As Yasuo looked at the object, unsure whether it was a flute or a shell, he scratched his head and replied, "Grandfather, I am not well versed in music. Could we perhaps exchange it for something else?" However, before Yasuo could finish his sentence, his body seemed to act of its own accord, and he found himself instinctively lifting the flute to his lips. Memories of long ago began to resurface in his mind, as if he had mastered this art over countless repetitions. "Though I wander the world, I remain true to my heart. In peaceful days, no one can say otherwise." A melodious tune emanated from the flute, reminiscent of ancient footsteps that lingered in the air. The daimyo, entranced by the enchanting melody, felt as if he were gazing upon a graceful young maiden from 60 years past. As the final note faded, the daimyo lingered in a reverie, only returning to reality when Tsunade shook his hand. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. "It seems I have lost my composure, an old man indeed. Yasuo, you charlatan. Is this what you call a lack of musical talent? Do you take me for a fool?" It was simply delightful. Tsunade scolded Yasuo, her face flushed with indignation. Yasuo, gazing at Tsunade's youthful visage, solemnly replied, "My honor, long absent." Tsunade, just as the sensation of playing the flute coursed through Yasuo's veins, the art of concealment was etched into his very marrow, surfacing instinctively, purely as a reflex. After the haunting melody of the deer's distant call faded, Yasuo felt a profound tranquility sweep over him, dispelling the restlessness that had plagued him in recent days. He found himself imbued with a sense of ethereal purity, detached from the sordidness of the mundane world, the treachery among individuals, the decay of wealth, and the degradation of desire. With such trivialities cast aside, Yasuo believed he had ascended to a loftier and more virtuous state of being. "Well then, my young friend Yasuo, it is time for your reward for healing this old man. 2 million yen. What do you think? Is cash acceptable?" "Bah, such lofty ideals, such grandiloquent words. 2 million indeed. Truly, one is a great lord, lavish in their generosity, capable of matching the rewards of 2 S-class missions. In retrospect, saving the life of the most powerful lord of a nation in peril would surely be classified as an ultra S-class task, and thus, such remuneration is hardly excessive. Cash." The lord furrowed his brow and shook his head. "My young friend Yasuo, 2 million is no trifling sum. Are you certain you wish to carry such a substantial amount with you?" Yasuo was tempted to respond, "No worries. I possess a veritable treasure trove that consumes cash without leaving a trace." Yet, from a pragmatic standpoint, it was indeed impractical for 3 children to embark on a journey with several million yen in tow. Furthermore, the lord's estate was not an impenetrable fortress. Should the wrong ears catch wind of this information, they would not care whether the funds were for a noble cause or not. They would surely attempt to seize it, rendering the endeavor perilously risky. Noticing that Yasuo seemed to grasp the gravity of his situation, the lord chuckled softly. "Even within my estate, gathering such a sum requires some time, as the ninja war has only recently concluded, and funds are desperately needed throughout the Land of Fire. Once the money is assembled, I shall dispatch a dedicated guard to deliver it to the Hatake clan in Konoha, to be entrusted to your clan leader." Upon hearing this, Yasuo's expression fell. It appeared the lord was unaware that the once thriving family of his youth had dwindled to a mere handful. The clan leader was none other than Yasuo's elder brother. Regardless of the circumstances, the arrival of such funds in Shumo's hands would undoubtedly create complications. Whether it involved explaining the origins of medical ninjutsu or the lineage of the family heirloom, the mere thought was enough to induce a headache. It was unlikely that either Keiko or Shumo would attempt to misappropriate his funds, but managing them freely would present a significant challenge. He feared he would find himself once more in that long-forgotten state of desperation. "Mommy, please give me 199 yen for study materials. I have no idea about any limited edition skins for the new year." shaking his head to dispel those haunting memories. Yasuo felt a familiar ache in his backside, an unwelcome reminder of the feather duster's sting. He straightened his face and, with all seriousness, declared, "Grandfather Lord, I believe that for a pure-hearted child such as myself, suddenly acquiring a vast sum of money is not a boon, as it may diminish one's drive to strive for greatness." After a brief pause, Yasuo, with tears welling in his heart, spoke candidly, "In truth, I possess a keen interest in the development of ninjutsu, particularly in the realm of medical ninjutsu research. Therefore, I hope you could allocate this sum to establish a fund for nurturing my growth, providing me with 30,000 yen each month for my studies. This monthly allowance would be sufficient to sustain me until graduation from the Ninja Academy, though it may slightly delay my progress. It is certainly preferable to facing my mother's wrath alone." What a commendable child. Upon hearing Yasuo's words, the daimyo felt a surge of emotion, reflecting that if the Land of Fire could foster more ambitious successors like him, he could retire with peace of mind. As for the present, the daimyo resolved to continue his duties for another decade, hoping that his wayward sons would mature swiftly. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, a 60-year-old man, steeped in self-pity, suddenly felt a chill sweep over him. It seemed his constitution was indeed no longer what it used to be, even in the sweltering summer. He found himself susceptible to the cold. He then added a handful of goji berries to his thermos. After a few days' absence, Shirzong appeared somewhat lethargic. Yet upon seeing Yasuo and the others, he instantly regained the demeanor of a spirited master. Thumping his chest and vowing to look after these young fellows on their journey home, Yasuo and Jiraiya echoed praises for Lord Shirzong, then climbed aboard the cart driven by Kuroki. On the return trip, the cart felt considerably emptier. It was no longer laden with provisions, but was filled with a variety of local specialties from the Land of Fire. In addition to traditional goods like ceramics and tea, Yasuo was astonished to discover that Kuroki, the old rascal, was quite the trendy individual, having purchased numerous cameras and film with the intent of selling them in the Land of Rain. Unlike during Naruto's era, when cameras had become commonplace and were essential for creating ninja profiles, this was still a recent invention in the Land of Fire. Indeed, it was Yasuo's first encounter with a camera. Perhaps having instilled fear in the bandits on their way, the journey was notably more tranquil. Each day, Yasuo would play the flute for a while, tinker with the camera, capture several scenic photographs, and then indulge in a hearty meal while feigning sleep in the cart. As the heat was still quite oppressive, by the third day, the weather had turned pleasantly cool, and the convoy arrived amidst verdant mountains, surrounded by breathtaking scenery. Yasuo, camera hanging from his neck, eagerly snapped away. Although the camera was merely borrowed from Uncle Kuroki, he had graciously agreed to develop the photographs for Yasuo. However, something felt amiss. While Yasuo was caught up in his mission to take as many photos as possible, believing that more was better since the film cost him nothing, Orochimaru's keen senses detected an anomaly in their surroundings, prompting him to whisper a warning. Meanwhile, the seasoned Shirzong had already shifted into a state of alertness, commanding the convoy to come to a gradual halt. At that moment, the novice Yasuo also discerned the suspicious atmosphere. It was unsettlingly quiet, far too quiet. The chirping of birds and the buzzing of cicadas had inexplicably vanished, leaving the entire valley enveloped in an eerie silence. Kuroki and his companions skillfully retreated into the cart. Shirzong leapt down, stretched his neck, and with a sardonic smile remarked, "It appears we have quite a few friends joining us." He remained remarkably composed. After all, they were merely a band of mountain bandits, insignificant foes for a seasoned lower-ranking ninja like himself. Indeed, the truth was evident, as Shirzong effortlessly uncovered several rudimentary traps and dispatched a dozen bandits with ease. For our leader's vengeance. Yet, another 20 or so bandits, undaunted by the prospect of death, charged forward. Foolish, Shirzong sneered, swiftly forming hand seals. Like the gentle rain falling upon a parched land, the Rain Ninja's unique C-rank ninjutsu, Rain of Thousand Drops, descended silently yet densely upon the adversaries, inflicting minor area damage. This was the only C-rank ninjutsu Shirzong had mastered, although its individual impact was modest. It was perfectly suited to conclude this skirmish. Meanwhile, Yasuo snapped away with his camera, and Jiraiya cheered beside him, proclaiming Shirzong's formidable prowess. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. As a lower-ranking ninja, Shirzong's speed in executing the C-rank ninjutsu was not particularly swift, but it was not something this band of brigands could exploit. However, One bandit, previously struck in the chest and lying on the ground, slowly rose from behind him. Before Yasuo and the others could utter a warning, there was a sharp crack, and the resurrected bandit delivered a swift blow to Shizong's neck. The latter did not emit a sound as he gradually succumbed to unconsciousness. Humph, a lower-ranking ninja from the burgeoning Rain country, rather arrogant, yet regrettably lacking in true strength. After successfully ambushing him, the bandit coldly retrieved a forehead protector from his attire and tied it around his head. A traitor, a rogue ninja from the land of grass. Orochimaru had stealthily approached Yasuo and Jiraiya, subtly positioning himself in front of them, his expression grave as he gazed at the forehead protector marred by the kunai's mark. "Oh, little brat, you possess quite the insight. It seems you are not ordinary children after all. However, that matters little, as I had no intention of leaving any survivors." The rogue ninja from the land of grass brandished a kunai, speaking ominously. Esteemed ninja, these individuals are merely children. Surely, it is unnecessary." At that moment, a man resembling the bandit leader interjected in a bid to counsel restraint. "What did you say? Are you attempting to command Lord Kazuki?" The rogue ninja, self-identified as Kazuki, seized the bandit leader, his demeanor menacing. The bandit leader, unable to voice a protest due to the grip on his throat, frantically shook his head in denial. Kazuki cast the bandit leader to the ground, coldly stating, "Remember, I am responsible for completing the task, while you are to prepare the bounty of 500,000. Do not meddle in matters beyond that." Due to his previous excessive force in the bandit eradication, Shizong had found himself on the underground black market. While Kazuki had come as a bounty hunter to fulfill a mission, 500,000 for a lower-ranking ninja's life was a reward sufficient to entice many bounty hunters. Perhaps Yasuo should consider himself fortunate that Kakuzu had not seen this mission. Otherwise, there would be no room to maneuver. The rogue ninja before him was merely a lower-ranking or relatively weak middle-ranking ninja. Otherwise, he would not resort to such subterfuge as feigning death to confront Shizong. Although as a ninja it is acceptable to employ any means necessary to accomplish a mission, including, for instance, cross-dressing, generally, unless one possesses peculiarities, individuals tend to opt for more dignified methods of resolving issues when they are confident. Evidently, Orochimaru and Jiraiya have come to this realization as well. The unspoken understanding between close friends led them to exchange glances and nod in agreement. Yasuo's implication was clear: "I still have a trump card. I can maneuver through this." Orochimaru's thought conveyed the gravity of the situation. "Though I may perish here, I possess a few hidden cards that I hope will allow you, Yasuo, to escape." Jiraiya's sentiment was one of nonchalance. "I shall merely observe." Before them, the trio of young ninjas simultaneously drew their weapons, positioning them defensively. Kazuki licked his lips and sneered. "Are these mere children from the Ninja Academy? Do they dare to challenge a formidable Chunin? How amusing." No sooner had he spoken than his figure vanished from their sight. "Yasuo, be careful!" With Orochimaru's exclamation, Kazuki reappeared at Yasuo's side, brandishing a sharp kunai. As a taijutsu-type ninja with insufficient chakra, Kazuki adhered to the principle of leaving no loose ends. His previous use of a hand blade against Takuzu was merely due to his interest in the blade techniques of the Land of Rain, which had allowed him to spare a life. The keen edge of the kunai sliced into Yasuo's delicate neck, as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. Kazuki savored the moment, eagerly anticipating the eruption of blood. "Yasuo! Yasuo!" Both Jiraiya and Orochimaru shouted in unison, a tempest of despair and fury raging within their hearts. For the first time in 2 lifetimes, Yasuo felt death so close. The frigid touch of the kunai's blade was alarmingly real against his throat. Pain surged through him, intense, agonizing. "I am dying. Farewell, Mother Keiko. I am grateful for your nurturing, though I regret some moments before weaning. In this life, having known you has been a true blessing. And to Shumo, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, though our time together was brief, I wonder if your future sorrows can be altered. Yet, I find joy in your friendship." With the kunai lodged in his neck, Yasuo closed his eyes and fell to the ground, lifeless. Has this child's fright caused his veins to constrict completely? Kazuki mused, disappointment creeping in as he did not witness the anticipated spurt of blood. Retrieving a shuriken from his weapon pouch, Kazuki set his fierce gaze upon the remaining 2. Orochimaru's mind was blank, unable to articulate the depth of his anguish. Yasuo is dead? Why must humanity be so fragile? Why must we die? I cannot accept this. I demand Yasuo's revival. Fool, do not dawdle. Jiraiya sidestepped, using his own kunai to deflect a shuriken Kazuki had casually hurled. Ah, so it seems you, the most unlikely of the trio, possessed the greatest combat potential? Kazuki, now armed with another shuriken, launched it with ferocity towards the white-haired boy. Let us see how you fare against this. The swiftly flying shuriken collided with Jiraiya's kunai, sending the latter spiraling from his grasp. With his palm hanging limply, Jiraiya fixated on the rogue ninja before him with a gaze as fierce as that of a ravenous wolf. Though his wrist was shattered, he understood that he could not afford to display even the slightest hint of fear, for even a whimper of surrender would not spare him from his adversary's wrath. This was the lesson of survival Jiraiya had learned on the streets. However, the disparity in strength was insurmountable. Lacking a systematic training in ninjutsu, and with only a rudimentary foundation in taijutsu, even with his body augmented by chakra, Jiraiya could not withstand a single serious shuriken hurled by his opponent. Your demise at the hands of Lord Koki is a privilege beyond your years, Koki declared, picking up another shuriken, aiming it squarely at Jiraiya. Indeed, with that defiant gaze, perhaps you shall lament your weakness in the depths of hell? At that moment, Koki suddenly felt his hands ensnared. A slender thread had wrapped around his wrists. Although such a minor restraint would not hinder him significantly, it caused his shuriken to veer slightly off course. The shadow thread technique was a rudimentary form of Orochimaru's signature jutsu, the shadow serpent hand, and it was the only technique Orochimaru could currently wield. While the shadow serpent hand was classified as a C-rank ninjutsu, the shadow thread technique barely qualified as D-rank, possessing exceedingly limited power. Renowned for his physical prowess, Koki effortlessly swiped his arm, dragging the one manipulating the thread, Orochimaru, down to the ground, pulling him several meters along. What is this nonsense? Koki attempted to sever the binding thread, only to discover his efforts were in vain. The thread utilized by Orochimaru was the infamous stitching thread from Ekagudo, a colossal war machine composed of numerous corpses, making it evident how robust the stitching thread would be. Even a powerhouse of the 5 Kage caliber would struggle to sever it. It was certainly beyond the strength of a mere chunin. Seizing the fleeting moment, Jiraiya dashed forward, colliding headlong into Koki's chest. Damn it, kid. I've changed my mind. I won't allow you to die so easily. Rubbing his chest, Koki felt blood trickle from the corner of his mouth. What the hell? Is this Bradabere cub? How can he possess such strength? Had Koki known that Jiraiya could consume 10 bowls of rice in one sitting, perhaps he would not have been so bewildered. Damn it, Jiraiya, you fool. Why don't you take this opportunity to flee? Orochimaru, his pale visage marred by scratches and appearing quite disheveled, shouted hoarsely at Jiraiya. My apologies. Jiraiya managed to rise from the ground, clutching a kunai in his left hand, blood trickling from his brow. With a smile, he declared, although I lack the talent of a ninja and often stumble clumsily, earning the disdain of my classmates and even teacher Yuichi, since the day you and that fool Yasuo accepted me as your friend, I have regarded you both as my dearest comrades. Abandoning my friends to save my own skin is simply not in accordance with my ninja way. As Jiraiya unleashed a torrent of words, an unprecedented energy seemed to erupt from within him. Grasping a kunai in his left hand, he surged towards the enemy like a swift arrow. Ah, the bonds of friendship? A tiresome charade, perish. Kuroke's resolved to disregard the irritating strings and brandished a kunai, though the threads impeded his movements, slowing his attacks. He deemed it sufficient to eliminate these two young adversaries. Die. A cruel smile crept across Kuroke's lips as his kunai veered not towards Jiraiya's vital points, but rather towards his still-functioning left wrist, intending to torment him. Effortlessly evading Jiraiya's assault, Kuroke's kunai drew closer to its target. In that moment, he could almost envision Jiraiya's anguished cries. Yet, in the following heartbeat, a sudden, excruciating pain shot through Kuroke's rear, plunging him into darkness, causing his kunai to veer off course and stab into thin air. In a realm imperceptible to ordinary eyes, a large mist floated above Kuroke's head. Simultaneously, a melodious flute echoed from behind, accompanied by a deep voice. Let us proceed with the gale, as a meteor trails behind. Soon after, Kuroke sensed a figure rapidly approaching him. Moments later, his vision returned, and in his peripheral sight, the very blue-clad youth he had slain earlier appeared behind him, brandishing a small blue dagger. The young rogue still bore Kuroke's first kunai lodged in his neck. The Leaf's true ultimate technique, 1,000 years of pain. Yasuo seized the thief's blade, channeling all his strength to drive it into Kuroke's back. A golden numeral 100 materialized. "I can steal money," Yasuo exclaimed with delight, swiftly withdrawing the thief's blade and plunging it in thrice more, accumulating 300 coins until the fourth strike yielded no further monetary reward. With a hint of regret, Yasuo sighed. It seemed that, akin to the game's mechanics, the thief's blade could only be charged 3 times. Else he might have considered keeping this fool Kuroke's as a pet. Nevertheless, even with such thoughts, Yasuo did not relent, swiftly stabbing once more into the realm of grains. The Sword Saint's passive ability activated. After every 3 normal strikes, the fourth would trigger an additional 2 strikes, manifesting at this moment. Kuroke's, not one to revel in pleasure, succumbed in humiliation and regret after Yasuo's relentless 5 strikes. Yasuo-kun. Both Jiraiya and Orochimaru were overjoyed at Yasuo's sudden resurrection, yet equally filled with questions. However, Yasuo had no time for further explanations. The horrific scene before them surpassed the bandits' comprehension, and with a frantic cry, they fled into the mountains. Yasuo unleashed his signature technique upon the nearest bandit. The initial experience of utilizing the technique known as / was nothing short of enchanting. In an inexplicable manner, Yasuo felt as though he had completely locked onto his adversary's silhouette. Regardless of how the enemy maneuvered, he could effortlessly glide past them, even if an abyss or towering wall lay between them. Indeed, in the next fleeting moment, propelled by a swift gust of wind, Yasuo found himself beside the bandit. However, as he was only at level 1 in this technique, his own capabilities were rather limited, and the damage inflicted upon the bandit was minimal. The foe merely stumbled as the gale brushed against him. Yet, Yasuo sought not to cause harm, but rather to advance toward the next bandit. His target was none other than the bandit leader, who had mentioned something of significance that compelled Yasuo's attention. Nevertheless, once exhilaration seized him, it was rare for Yasuo to rein in his impulses. Regrettably, he had overstepped. Upon his third approach to the bandit leader, he reluctantly came to a halt. At this juncture, each application of the / had cooled down 3 times. Oh esteemed ninja, grant me a swift end, but do not strike me there." Yasuo scratched his head, gazing at the quivering figure before him, pondering if he truly appeared so fearsome. The passive ability of Thief's Blade had yet to refresh, and Yasuo found himself disinclined to engage further. After all, this bandit leader had interceded on behalf of his companions, and Yasuo was not one to relish in bloodshed. "What of the payment you promised to the grass chicken ninja? Did you hand it over to the underground market?" Yasuo questioned, delivering a firm kick to the bandit leader. The bandit leader hesitated but eventually replied, "Not yet. We had not the chance to visit the black market before contacting Lord Grass Chicken. The Grass Chicken Ninja. However, I do not have the money on my person. Please allow me to return to the camp to retrieve it. Do you take me for a fool? You shall remain here while your subordinates fetch the money. Should they fail to produce it, you know the consequences." The bandit leader felt a shiver down his spine at the sinister gaze directed at him, and quickly added, "Ninja Lord, only I know the location of the funds. Then lead the way, and remember not to attempt any tricks. Orochimaru, come here and bind this scoundrel." Although it was somewhat perilous, the promise of 500,000 was too enticing to resist. Orochimaru and Jiraiya soon arrived. Binding was a fundamental skill for ninjas, and they had practiced it well. Although Jiraiya's knots were a chaotic mess, Orochimaru proved to be exceptionally reliable. The 3 pressed the bandit leader onward toward the camp, while the remaining bandits dutifully followed. Though one slipped away prematurely, presumably to relay news, which Yasuo chose to overlook. "I say, Yasuo, is your neck truly alright like that?" After 10 minutes of travel, Jiraiya could no longer contain himself and pointed at the kunai embedded in Yasuo's neck, exclaiming, "A normal person would have perished by now." What did you say?" Yasuo instinctively touched his neck and pulled the kunai free, silently placing the exquisitely crafted kunai into his ninja tool pouch. Yasuo envisioned a scene. Zhuge Yasuo stood at the bow of a ship, his body adorned with numerous kunai and shuriken, shouting towards the shore, "Thank you, Lord Hokage, for the arrows. Thank you, Lord Hokage, for the arrows." Shaking his head, Yasuo dismissed this unrealistic thought and said to Jiraiya, "This is merely a secret technique of the Hatake clan, hardly worth mentioning. I truly envy those from prominent clans. This technique is quite impressive. I'll have to give it a try against Shoma next time." Jiraiya replied indignantly. The corner of Yasuo's eye twitched. He believed that this fool Jiraiya would likely be unable to injure Shoma, or so he hoped. Speaking of which, this system proved to be quite beneficial. Upon entering combat mode, Yasuo's body transformed into a data-driven state, akin to a video game, no matter how grave the injury. The worst he would experience would be a critical hit, devoid of pain or diminished combat capability. In simpler terms, as long as his health bar remained intact, he could continue to fight, and the dream of a last-ditch comeback was no longer a fantasy. Just like when the kunai pierced his throat. The pain he felt was merely his brain's subconscious reaction. Once he calmed down, he realized he was not gravely harmed. Yasuo's passive wind shield absorbed most of the damage, leaving only a third of his health diminished. Of course, this combat mode was not perpetually active. Otherwise, the absence of pain would strip life of much of its enjoyment. It activated automatically only when the system detected hostility, meaning that during practice sessions with Shoma and others, he would still be thoroughly beaten to a pulp. Lost in thought, a beautiful valley unfolded before them. The valley was abundant with crops, all thriving well, and not far off stood a modest village nestled against the mountainside. Entering the village, it was evident that these bandits, capable of amassing 500,000 yuan, had managed their production impressively. The remaining bandits seemed to have retreated in anticipation. Yet the presence of facilities like a blacksmith shop left a strong impression. The small village was remarkably well organized. In a corner of the alley, several children peeked out, suddenly launching slingshots at Yasuo and his companions, only to be effortlessly blocked by Orochimaru. "You fools, you are surrounded. Release Lord Sukaramaru immediately," shouted the bandit leader in a panic upon seeing the children. Ignoring the ruckus from the little ones, Yasuo prodded the bandit leader with his stealth blade and said, "Sukaramaru, is it? Hand over the money." From an inconspicuous house, Sukaramaru produced a burlap sack brimming with cash. After confirming the contents, Yasuo swiftly stowed the sack away. "Spatial ninjutsu?" Sukaramaru exclaimed in surprise. "Oh, I didn't expect you to know quite a bit," Yasuo replied with a sidelong glance, to which Sukaramaru awkwardly smiled. "I once had a dream of becoming a ninja." With the riches in hand, Yasuo did not wish to linger. After untying the bandit leader, he intended to depart with Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Just then, a bandit, drenched in sweat, hurriedly approached them. Leader, Saitsai's husband has become a father." Yasuo couldn't help but wonder if he had been blessed by the bodhisattva of childbirth during his journey to the capital, as it seemed that wherever he went, new life emerged. Originally, the mountain bandit leader, Sakumo, becoming a father had no bearing on Yasuo whatsoever. However, a single excited utterance from Sukaramaru made Yasuo halt in his tracks. "My goodness, is it a boy or a girl? Is Kaikai safe?" Sukaramaru, flustered, grasped the shoulder of a bandit and inquired anxiously. "Leader, it's a boy. You should hurry over." Sukaramaru slapped his forehead, feeling a tinge of regret. "A boy? Then the name Yananzi won't do. Let's call him Yahiko instead. Lead the way." Outside a dilapidated hut, a woman whose waist was larger than her height cradled a newborn. Sukaramaru stood nearby, tenderly soothing the wailing child in her arms, casting a look of helpless reproach towards Yasuo. Yasuo paid no heed to the baby's cries, instead scrutinizing a few fine strands of fluff in his hand with a magnifying glass, his brow furrowing in concentration. While the overall appearance was transparent, the tips of the fluff revealed a rare hue of orange. Glancing at Sukaramaru's head, his unremarkable yellow hair contrasted starkly with the fact that, in this world, the probability of yellow hair was on par with black, whether among nobility or commoners. "What color is your wife's hair?" Yasuo queried, scrutinizing Sukaramaru with suspicion. If he had the choice, Sukaramaru would certainly refrain from engaging in conversation with this impudent little brat. Just moments ago, this uninvited pest had yanked a large tuft of hair from the forehead of his newborn son, causing him to wail incessantly. And now this fellow was prying into such trivial and intimate matters, which was utterly baffling. Yet, Sukaramaru had no choice but to respond. "Her hair is red. Is it the same color scheme as Tsunade and Kushina? Yet the outcome is entirely different from Naruto, red and yellow blending into orange. Could this truly be Yahiko?" Yasuo initially believed that Yahiko, as a figure of the next generation, would be distant from him, only to realize he had already been born. It wasn't entirely implausible to consider. After all, Jiraiya had started school at 6 and was now 7. During the Second Shinobi War, the legendary Sannin were still relatively young. If Jiraiya was 17, then this infant must be 10. As the elder brother of Nagato and Conan, Yahiko would have been around 10 when he began his apprenticeship, aligning perfectly with the timeline. Do you have any plans to visit the Land of Rain soon? To further confirm his suspicions, Yasuo inquired again. How do you know? Suzuki Maru's mouth gaped in astonishment. After a brief hesitation, he seemed to conclude that Yasuo and his companions were not malevolent figures, or perhaps he recognized that this matter was not particularly clandestine. Thus, Suzuki Maru recounted in detail. If my elder brother had not been slain, I intended to take Naoko and the children to the Land of Rain for some modest business ventures next year. Through Suzuki Maru's elucidation, Yasuo learned that Suzuki Maru and Naoko had a distant relative residing in the Land of Rain. In their original plan, the couple intended to relocate there with their children next year. From a divine perspective, moving to the Land of Rain prior to the Second Ninja War was akin to joining the National Army in 1949. A decade hence, that region would transform into a battleground rife with the tumult of the fire, wind, earth, and rain nations vying for dominance. The tailed beast. The formidable Hanzo of the Salamander, the young legendary Sannin of Konoha, and countless other terrifying forces would clash there, gaining renown. Even ninjas, in that infernal arena, would merely be fragile vessels struggling for survival, while civilians would exist as insignificant as ants. Even the powerful Hanzo would feel the weight of helplessness and defeat in the midst of this tug of war, powerless to prevent his cherished homeland from weeping. However, Suzuki Maru, like the vast majority of ordinary individuals, lacked this omniscient viewpoint. To them, the Land of Rain flourished, boasting a peaceful environment and strong leadership, replete with opportunities and filled with hope. During the First Ninja War, the Land of Rain, with its formidable strength that compelled the 5 great nations to tread carefully, successfully evaded the ravages of war, amassing considerable power while the other nations battled for survival. In this ebb and flow of power, the Land of Rain has now garnered the strength to challenge traditional great nations. Even this celebrated Hanzo, regarded as the strongest ninja of the present age, openly declared that, absent the combined efforts of the 3 major nations to impede its rise, the ascendance of the Land of Rain was unstoppable. It is within this context that even individuals from the relatively prosperous and stable Land of Fire have migrated to the Land of Rain in recent years, not to mention those from the impoverished lands of Earth and Wind. Nevertheless, Suzuki Maru's relocation plans have been rendered moot. Following the demise of the original leader of the bandit village, he now bears the heavy responsibility of leading over 300 individuals. It must be noted that the original leader of this band, known as the Sanha village, was quite unfortunate. This settlement, formed during the First Ninja War by displaced civilians, eventually found its footing through a series of integrations, cultivating their land and establishing a self-sustaining system. Of course, in the resource-strapped chaos of war, it was impossible to gather and form a harmless little rabbit. Besides agriculture, Sanha village frequently engaged in activities such as robbing passing travelers and collecting tolls. Due to their fair pricing, civilized methods, and a knack for avoiding conflicts with formidable adversaries, Sanha village had maintained a semblance of peace, until they encountered Shizuru, the despised Tenzo. After Yasuo and Jiraiya had lavished him with praise. In summary, this is a tale of sorrow. After a series of corroborations, Holmes Yasuo tentatively concluded that the infant before him was the pitiable creature destined to be tormented both in life and death, the catalyst for the emergence of the son of reversed fate, and the founder of the Akatsuki, who perished before his mission could bear fruit. Now, owing to his butterfly effect, Yahiko seemed unlikely to become an orphan on the streets of the Land of Rain. Thus, who would take on the mantle of founding the Akatsuki? Yasuo found himself lost in contemplation. In Yasuo's view, the presence of Yahiko was of little consequence to the plans of Obito and Zetsu. As long as Nagato existed, or more precisely, as long as there was someone of the Uzumaki lineage capable of bearing the cost of the Rinnegan, their initial steps could be set in motion. The absence of Yahiko merely meant seeking another naive youth, which was not a significant hurdle. Even if a replacement lacked sufficient capability, with Ketsu's meticulous care, they could still achieve something, eventually leading to their demise, and thus fostering Nagato's growth. On another front, Obito, ensnared in the conspiracy of Zetsu and Obito, seemed more salvageable. After all, the events unfolded in Konoha, with Obito and Rin as the disciples of Jiraiya, and the timeline was relatively late. Yasuo believed that even without the 6 paths, he possessed enough power and resources to handle the situation without fear. However, it must be said that with so many deluded youths in the Uchiha clan, it was exceedingly easy to manipulate them. Even in the absence of Obito, there would be others, be it a dog or a donkey, emerging from the shadows, making it nearly impossible to guard against. Moreover, Yasuo suspected that outside of Konoha, the Uchiha bloodline might still thrive. It was difficult to imagine that such a singularly devoted clan, over the span of centuries, would lack 1 or 2 young lovers eloping for the sake of love. Unlike the Hyuga clan, the Uchiha were relatively unfettered by constraints, with their Byakugan well protected, save for the one that had strayed into the land of water. As for the Sharingan, by later stages, it was nearly a commodity. Previously, Obito had readily exchanged his eye with Kakashi. Thus, Yasuo had reason to believe that despite the Uchiha's pride, they were not as fixated on their bloodline as the Hyuga were. At this point in time, it was not inconceivable for there to be some wild Uchihas outside of Konoha. Ultimately, however, thwarting Black Zetsu's grand scheme of seeking out his mother would prove to be a challenge. Therefore, Yasuo pondered whether he should take the initiative to communicate with the extra actors, adding a touch of joy to this tragic melodrama that seemed to leave everyone at a loss. It was implausible that Black Zetsu had already set his sights on Yahiko. After all, he was merely a somewhat robust infant, crying loudly. If Yasuo could brainwash him first, and then send him to the land of rain in a few years, he felt it was worth a try, as there was little to lose. Tsukiyomaru longed to enter and check on his postnatal wife, but the dangerous little ninja before him had remained still for quite some time. He was uncertain whether leaving would provoke the child, fearing the repercussions that might ensue. In any case, when Yasuo regained his focus, whether it was the accustomed distraction of Orochimaru and Jiraiya or Tsukiyomaru and the ant holding Yahiko, none had departed. "My apologies. I beg your pardon," Yasuo casually remarked, devoid of any hint of remorse. "Well, Tsukiyomaru, I must say, your son possesses remarkable potential. He would make an excellent candidate for the art of ninjutsu. Have you ever considered nurturing him into a ninja?" Tsukiyomaru, taken aback by Yasuo's words, momentarily lost his composure. After a brief pause, he was overwhelmed with elation, akin to a pie falling from the sky. He had previously spoken of his childhood dream of becoming a ninja, a sentiment not to be dismissed as mere fantasy. Indeed, the aspiration to become a ninja is a common dream among many commoners, especially following the recent conclusion of a devastating war, where the thirst for power reached unprecedented heights. As for the likes of Tsunade, who often express their reluctance to pursue the ninja path, such statements should be taken lightly. They are akin to celebrities claiming that the life of an ordinary person is preferable, that they harbor no interest in wealth. Would any of those self-indulgent pop stars be willing to trade their glamorous lives for the modest salary of a mere server earning $3,000 a month? Of course, Tsunade might speak her truth. After all, she has the option to return home and inherit a vast fortune, which is indeed a unique circumstance. Regardless, without a moment's hesitation, Tsukiyomaru eagerly nodded, declaring that he would toil tirelessly if Yasuo would take his son as a disciple. In this world, it is no simple feat for a commoner to become a ninja. Though Jiraiya and Orochimaru hailed from humble beginnings, they both possessed legitimate Leaf Village registrations. The status of a ninja village registration is far more coveted than that of a city dweller, and most ordinary people cannot obtain it. Without any fortunate circumstances, the idea of an average individual becoming a ninja is but a fanciful dream. Thus, Tsukiyomaru cherished this opportunity for his son immensely. After all, this young master Yasuo had triumphed over a seasoned chunin at such a tender age. Although his methods were somewhat ruthless, from an opposing standpoint, they could be seen as quite formidable. Yasuo nodded, fully expecting Tsukiyomaru's reaction. However, he did not specify that he would be the one to take on the role of master, nor did he mention when he would impart ninjutsu to Yahiko. With Jiraiya having numerous disciples, Yasuo would not mind acquiring one, but he needed to possess the ability to teach. As it stood, Yasuo had yet to discover a means to convey his system skills. Relying solely on his limited ninjutsu, if he were to train Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan, their formation of the Akatsuki might lead them to be eradicated by the patrolling teams of the Rain Village. The outcome could very well be more tragic than that of the Wan Shun Heavenly Kingdom, which fell to the village head and 3 police officers. On another note, Yasuo remained uncertain if Absolute would perceive any anomalies and grow suspicious. For now, it seemed more prudent to let Jiraiya take the lead. Naturally, the time for teaching ninjutsu would have to come after the Second Great Ninja War. Otherwise, an early chakra-wielding Yahiko would undoubtedly raise suspicions with Absolute. At that moment, Jiraiya was playfully making faces, successfully amusing little Yahiko, who was laughing joyfully. "You big fool, it seems you are quite popular with the children." "Humph, I am not as despised as you." Observing how effortlessly Jiraiya could charm his son, who remained unamused by his own father, Yasuo couldn't help but reflect on the profound bonds of destiny at play. From his bosom, Yasuo produced a small bear-shaped cookie and handed it to Su Liangwan, saying, "It is getting late. We must hasten our return. You must keep this talisman close and ensure it remains unharmed. I shall return to find you in due time." Su Liangwan, observing the object, couldn't help but think it resembled a mere gingerbread cookie. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind, wondering if he had unwittingly led his son into a dubious predicament. However, seeing Yasuo's solemn demeanor compelled Su Liangwan to nod in acquiescence, replying, "I understand, Master Yasuo." Moreover, he added, "Henceforth, in the village, do not call me Yasuo, nor should you refer to me as Master. You may address me as Huang He, Boss Huang He." He indicated that he would return in approximately a week, promising to bring some investment opportunities. The remoteness of this place rendered a life of robbery devoid of prospects. After years of toil, he had merely amassed 500,000 yuan, which was far from sufficient. Upon Yasuo and his companions' return to the Blackwood Merchant Guild's encampment, over 2 hours had elapsed. Shirzong had awakened from his stupor, surrounded by members of the Blackwood Guild. "This is the infamous traitorous ninja, Kusanagi of the Grass Country," they exclaimed, "the very specter who executes missions without leaving a single survivor, mercilessly slaying even the innocent." It was rumored that Kusanagi's head fetched a bounty of over 200,000 in the underground black market. How remarkable that Lord Shirzong could vanquish such a formidable adversary, and without a single scratch to show for it. Had Lord Shirzong indeed concealed his prowess? As Shirzong emerged from his haze, he felt bewildered. In his mind, he had been attempting to perform the C-rank ninjutsu, Rain 2000 books, a technique still somewhat taxing for him. Then a sharp pain struck the back of his head, and he remembered nothing more. Upon awakening, he found himself before a gruesomely mangled corpse, its head adorned with a ninja headband. Instinctively, Shirzong approached to inspect it, a moment witnessed by the members of Blackwood who had emerged from a specially designed carriage. In this world, the most well-informed and worldly individuals are not the ninjas, but rather the merchants who traverse the land, particularly those who have survived tumultuous times. Recognizing Kusanagi's identity, a beautiful misunderstanding began to unfold. How infuriating, these foolish merchants. It was indeed I, Yasuo, who, disregarding the risks, captured the gallant image of Lord Shirzong, effortlessly dispatching the demon Kusanagi. Upon witnessing this scene, Jiraiya felt a surge of indignation and wished to unveil the truth to the public, but Yasuo decisively interrupted him. "What nonsense! Killing a Chunin is hardly a feat worthy of comparison to battling the first Hokage. Such tales lack the flair to impress. Moreover, drawing the attention of those with ulterior motives in the village would be a foolhardy endeavor." As Juga Yasuo, he understood that in a high martial world, longevity amidst insufficient strength could only be achieved through two means, either by masquerading as an imposing figure who instills fear, or by quietly amassing wealth, the latter being the most prudent path. Thus, Yasuo swiftly attributed the glory of defeating Kusanagi to the bewildered Shirzong. Simultaneously, he produced and displayed some photographs he had previously taken, showcasing them to the onlookers from Blackwood. In the photograph, Shirzong exudes an air of formidable authority, his hands forming intricate seals, and his eyes are filled with disdain, completely dismissing the presence of the grass chicken, as if regarding a negligible adversary. This image unequivocally showcases Shirzong's prowess as a master. Kuroki proposed submitting it to a newspaper in the Land of Rain. Naturally, Yasuo would not reveal to others the story behind this photograph. Lord Shirzong must have utilized ninjutsu to obliterate the rogue ninjas of the Land of Grass, rather than merely dealing with feeble mountain bandits. Moreover, Yasuo personally penned an impassioned article titled "Breaking Through the Heavens," proclaiming, "With a single punch, mountains may be moved. With a single palm, seas may be severed." This individual is terrifying indeed. Upon reading these exaggerated phrases, Shirzong, sweating nervously, remarked, "Isn't that a bit too grandiose? Even the first Hokage wasn't this formidable, was he?" Yasuo shook his head, carefully rolling up the manuscript and placing it along with the photograph into a container, which he entrusted to Kuroki, who received it with utmost care. Brother Shirzong, please do not underestimate yourself. I believe these descriptions merely reflect the objective reality of your combat prowess. Jiraiya, observing from the side, remarked with gleaming eyes, Yasuo, your writing style is quite intriguing. Speaking of which, I've been wanting to write something myself lately. Perhaps we could collaborate. Certainly, Yasuo replied. While I may not be particularly adept at creation, I do have a few immature suggestions and some bold ideas. As for monetizing his writing, Yasuo had no such intentions for now, given the prevalence of piracy that could lead authors to starvation. However, he felt he could provide Jiraiya with some technical guidance. Despite a minor interlude during their journey, the caravan continued its steady advance, and 3 days later, they arrived at Konoha. At the moment of parting, Shirzong grew melancholic, his characteristic nose reddening. After encouraging his younger companion with a few words, he could not help but inquire once more, Yasuo, are you truly unaware of what transpired that day? Why did the grass chicken's posterior end up like that? Yasuo, with an innocent expression, replied, it all began with you, brother Shirzong, battling that grass chicken ninja. And then the chakra fluctuations grew stronger and stronger, forcing Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and me to retreat to a safe distance. Hearing Yasuo's repeated explanation, Shirzong could only accept that he had experienced an unforeseen eruption of power while in an unconscious state. Perhaps he had inadvertently mastered a technique akin to the false sleep technique. Yet, he wondered, why did the back of his neck ache so? As he rubbed his nape, confusion lingered in his heart. Dismissing such thoughts, Shirzong patted Yasuo on the shoulder and said, if you ever have the opportunity to visit the land of rain, you must come to my home. With a hint of mystery, Shirzong leaned closer and whispered, do not be deceived by my low profile. I am actually a member of the esteemed Maori family, a noble lineage of the land of rain. Upon hearing this surname, Yasuo was taken aback and exclaimed, Maori Kagoro? Shirzong furrowed his brow in confusion. Who is Kagoro? Is there someone by that name in our Maori clan? However, if you remember him, he must be a remarkable individual. Just like me, Shirzong. Yasuo gazed at the Maori Shirzong, who was still clutching the back of his neck, and nodded with conviction. After bidding farewell to his two friends, Yasuo returned to the Hatake ancestral home, finding that Huizi was not at home. The spacious courtyard appeared desolate and empty. Upon entering the shrine, he noticed that the oil in the eternal lamp was still plentiful, and the table was immaculate. Huizi must have just tidied up the place. Yasuo gazed at the dozens of portraits adorning the walls, and one black and white photograph stood out distinctly. It was the last image captured by a recently invented black and white camera of his father before embarking on a mission, a striking young man indeed. Yasuo acknowledged this objectively, recognizing Huizi's worth. In this life, Yasuo had not usurped anyone's identity upon being born into this world of ninjas, thus he felt no guilt towards the Hatake family. Yet, as a human being, having lived here for 6 or 7 years, he had naturally developed feelings, and this ancient, dilapidated structure instilled in him a sense of belonging. Bowing before the ancestral portraits, Yasuo softly declared, rest assured, Shumo is diligently striving to grow stronger. He shall uphold the honor of this family. As for myself, I shall endeavor to revive our lineage by marrying a multitude of wives and bearing numerous children, striving to surpass the Hyuga or Uchiha clans, making the Hatake family one of the top 3 in Konoha. This is my duty. Of course, he silently added, if procreation proves challenging, I could always enlist Orochimaru's assistance in creating some. For the children of the Ninja Academy, summer vacation does not represent a 2-month period of indulgence, but rather a brief respite of over half a month amidst daily training. You must eat more. After traveling such a distance, my little Yasuo has lost weight. During dinner, Huizi continuously filled Yasuo's bowl with food, which he eagerly accepted, relishing his mother's heartfelt cooking. Shumo, unable to contain himself, interjected, Mother, Yasuo went to the capital and has clearly gained weight. How can he say he has lost any? Compared to before the vacation, Shumo had tanned and grown stronger. Though his face remained youthful, the slight muscular definition on his arms reflected the results of his rigorous wilderness training. Shumo had always been dissatisfied with Yasuo's lack of focus. In his eyes, his brother, already lacking in talent, should make the most of the rare holiday to train hard alongside him, as this was the only chance to catch up with others. To Shumo, Yasuo's so-called training in the capital was nothing more than a mere vacation. Yasuo, touching his own slightly rounder face, shook his head and replied, "Shumo, you don't understand. This is my mother's loving cooking. Far more delicious than what the Lord's chefs could conjure." Humph, how could the chefs from the Lord's mansion possibly compare? Instead of indulging in such unrealistic fantasies, you ought to focus on honing your ninjutsu skills, Shumo retorted. Huizi playfully punched Shumo on the head, saying, "What's the matter? Your brother is praising my culinary skills. Do you have any objections, Shumo? It's just a chef from the Lord's household. My heartfelt cooking is something even the Lords cannot savor." Shuo Mao scratched his head and lamented, "Mother, you have been too indulgent with Yasuo." Faced with the small fist raised once more by Huizi, Shuo Mao silently swallowed the latter part of his sentence, beginning to devour his meal with fervor. Alas, it seems that the restoration of the honor of the Hatake family rests solely upon my shoulders. Starting tomorrow, I must double my efforts, he resolved inwardly. After enjoying a leisurely 3-day holiday at home, Yasuo returned to the long-awaited ninja school alongside Shuo Mao. Shuo Mao maintained his usual somber demeanor, incessantly advising Yasuo along the way, hoping to awaken the fighting spirit buried deep within him. However, as a seasoned slacker, Yasuo was devoid of such fervor, his friend's words falling on deaf ears. Upon entering the classroom, most of the students had already gathered, engaging in discussions about the experiences of their holidays. While a few girls exchanged gossip regarding Ishihara and Hinata, Jiraiya was the first to notice Yasuo, promptly approaching him. "Photos!" he exclaimed, dragging Yasuo into a corner, his eagerness palpable. After confirming that no one was watching, Yasuo, with a resigned expression, retrieved an album from his pocket and handed it to Jiraiya, who eagerly began flipping through its pages, blood slowly trickling from his nose. These were candid photographs Yasuo had taken on the return journey using some special techniques. Do not misunderstand, they were merely street shots. However, at this moment, Jiraiya was still innocent, far removed from the notorious figure he would become in the future. Jiraiya had long coveted these photographs. Regrettably, Yasuo had not developed them beforehand. "A week. Remember to return them to me no later than a week." Just then, Yuichi Shimura entered the classroom with 2 children in tow, prompting an immediate hush among the students. "Classmates, the holiday has concluded, and you all seem quite spirited," Yuichi teacher remarked with a smile before continuing. "This semester, our class will welcome 2 new students." With his words, everyone's attention naturally gravitated towards the 2 children behind him. One was a yellow-haired girl with a ponytail, and the other a frail boy with gray hair. Yuichi teacher smiled at the 2 and encouraged, "Please introduce yourselves." The yellow-haired girl, naturally Tsunade, stepped forward with poise, bowing to the class as she said, "I am Tsunade, pleased to meet you all. I look forward to your guidance in the future." Her graceful demeanor and charming appearance earned her a round of applause from the students, even those like the proud Uchiha Ishihara and Hinata Yaman. However, the second child was quite different. Not only was the boy physically weak, but he also seemed exceedingly introverted, appearing anxious under the scrutiny of his peers. "Bairu who?" he stammered, breaking the silence with his name, already drenched in sweat. Yuichi teacher gently ruffled Bairuhu's hair, smiling as he said, "Bairuhu, to become an outstanding ninja, you must muster some courage. Now, please take your seat." Bailuhu's designated spot was not far from Yeso. After he settled down, aside from Yeso greeting him with a smile, no one paid him any mind. In stark contrast, as soon as Tsunade took her seat, many young men and women, including Hongsheng, greeted her enthusiastically. It was not that they were all aware of Tsunade's status or were deliberately trying to ingratiate themselves. Rather, her optimistic demeanor and striking appearance naturally exuded an approachable charm. In comparison, Bailuhu resembled an inconspicuous shadow, almost superfluous. Throughout the entire day, he hardly exchanged a word with anyone. When school was dismissed, Jiraiya and Orochimaru, as usual, waited for Yeso to leave together. Both were orphans residing in the village's designated apartments, located not far from the Hatake ancestral home. "Bailuhu, where do you live?" Yeso suddenly inquired, addressing Bailu, who was quietly organizing his ninja tools beside him. "Huh, are you talking to me?" "Unless there is another Bailuhu here," he replied, his voice barely above a whisper, a flicker of excitement illuminating his face as he confirmed Yeso was indeed speaking to him. "I live in the Qingxi apartments. Are you also a war orphan?" Orochimaru asked, his tone devoid of any emotional fluctuation. The Qingxi apartments were specifically allocated by Konoha for orphans who had lost their parents in the war, Although the conditions were modest, they were a significant improvement compared to other ninja villages. How come I've never seen you before? Speaking of which, I hadn't really noticed Orochimaru before starting school, Jiraiya remarked, recalling how he was always causing trouble in the apartment complex, yet he had no recollection of the two. I prefer to stay indoors. Both Orochimaru and Bailuhu responded in unison. Indeed, scientists are often reclusive, Yasuo mused, rubbing his forehead, realizing why these two had such fair complexions. In Yasuo's memory, Bailuhu was a scientist on par with Orochimaru, equally proficient in genetic engineering, with a unique understanding of biological hybridization techniques. Since we're all headed the same way, let us return together. Tonight, we'll have ramen, my treat, Yasuo announced, feeling no psychological burden in inviting two underperforming ninjas, whom Sarutobi Hisashi deemed lacking in talent. His discussions with the daimyo about scientific research were not mere bluster. He genuinely intended to establish his own laboratory, and having research prodigies like Orochimaru and Bailuhu was undoubtedly advantageous. Delighted by Yasuo's invitation, Bailuhu swiftly packed his ninja tool bag and hurriedly joined the group. Bailuhu, I think you're too slender. You must eat several bowls of ramen, preferably tonkatsu. Don't worry, Yasuo is quite affluent, so we can indulge. Jiraiya empathized with Bailuhu, recalling his own experiences of being overlooked. Whether it was applying strange face paints or engaging in various eccentric behaviors, he had always sought attention. Thus, Jiraiya resolved to look out for this shy fellow. Clearly, Bailuhu was sensitive, and if he didn't eat enough, he would miss out, especially considering Yasuo's notorious frugality. Yasuo, too, bore untold hardships. Jiraiya assumed he had acquired a fortune, yet a full 1 million had already been consumed by the system. Among this, 500,000 had been spent on prizes, while the remaining 500,000 had been converted into diamonds, quietly resting within the system. Yasuo was left with barely 50,000 in cash. While sufficient for his needs, it was a far cry from the opulence befitting a tycoon. He wished to proclaim, I am not wealthy. I am impoverished, merely a laborer for the system. At that moment, a few students happened to pass by, and the tallest among them greeted Bailuhu. Rather than a simple salutation, it resembled mockery. Bailuhu trembled, yet remained silent. Hey, you, with the painted face, what do you mean by that? Jiraiya had just taken Bailuhu under his wing when someone came to bully him, and naturally, he felt compelled to intervene. Painted face? The tall student was momentarily taken aback, before realizing Jiraiya was indeed referring to him. As a scion of the Inuzuka clan, Takeya Inuzuka bore the signature facial markings of his lineage. Yet, what right did this white-haired brat have to insult him? Surely, the paint on his own face was far more ludicrous. Brother, this white-haired ugly man is Jiraiya, and alongside him is that purple-haired Yasuo. Together, they languish at the bottom of our class in every subject, a girl with similar markings to Takeya remarked. Listening to his sister's account, Takeya nodded. So, that is quite normal. After all, those at the bottom share more common ground. It appears they are gathering their little team of misfits. Yasuo, unfamiliar with the Inuzuka family's aesthetic, found it peculiar that a girl would be named Zo. If she were a robust girl, it might have made sense, but Zo was, in fact, a rather delicate young lady, albeit with a somewhat wild disposition. Nonetheless, upon learning she had a sister named Claw, Yasuo resigned himself to accept the naming conventions of the Inuzuka clan. Understanding aside, Yasuo was irked by the incessant jibes about being at the bottom. So, while I have no quarrel with calling Jiraiya ugly, on what grounds do you deem us a team of misfits? Chuckling, Takeya responded, it seems you are unaware, despite Bailuhu's diminutive stature, he is actually older than you all. After all, Bailuhu was once my classmate. Yasuo had initially been puzzled as to how Bailuhu managed to transfer into the class alongside Tsunade. Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first Hokage and the granddaughter of the feudal lord of the Land of Fire, had been nurtured by elite educators from a young age, possessing a solid foundation and remarkable talent. Yet, what did Bailuhu have? While Yasuo acknowledged his exceptional research capabilities, to most, Bailuhu appeared to be a mere failure devoid of ninja talents. Why, then, was he allowed to transfer in like Tsunade? It turned out he hadn't transferred. He had merely repeated a year, 2 years in fact. While Yasuo and Jiraiya were labeled as the class misfits, they still possessed numerous redeeming qualities, such as Jiraiya's commendable combat skills and Yasuo's impressive chakra reserves. However, Baru, this underachiever, has truly excelled in mediocrity. Apart from performing adequately in his academic subjects, he has failed miserably in physical skills, ninjutsu, and Jinjutsu. To make matters worse, Bairuhu has accrued negative points in practical combat training. On several occasions during simulated exercises, his panic-induced flight resulted in accidents. In one instance during an explosive tag practical lesson, he, in a state of sheer terror, hurled a lit explosive tag into a gathering of waiting students. Fortunately, it was merely a low-grade teaching version of the explosive tag, and the instructor promptly utilized ninjutsu to mitigate the impending explosion. Nevertheless, this incident led to multiple injuries among students, and Bairuhu received a disciplinary action resulting in his demotion by 2 grades. Should he fail to improve academically in the foreseeable future, expulsion from the Ninja Academy looms as a distinct possibility. As Inuzuka Takuya recounted Baru's illustrious misadventures, the latter's countenance grew increasingly dismal, nearly retreating into the fabric of his attire. Is everything he said true? Jiraiya queried, his eyes wide with disbelief. Upon hearing Jiraiya's question, tears welled up in Bairu's eyes. Almost spilling forth, he had hoped to forge friendships today, especially with 3 individuals, only to realize it was a solitary wish on his part. Yasuo frowned, recalling that in the future, Baru's inadequacies would lead him to drift apart from childhood companions Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru. Feeling abandoned, he would gradually succumb to darkness, embarking on a path of human experimentation and self-modification. Jiraiya, you should temper your words. Bairuhu is our comrade. Yasuo interjected. Hearing this, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the trembling Bairuhu beside him. It was noteworthy that Yasuo seldom referred to anyone as a comrade. Within their class, only he and Jiraiya had earned Yasuo's acknowledgement. It seemed that Bairuhu too held some significance in Yasuo's eyes. With this thought, Orochimaru took a subtle step forward, shielding Bairuhu protectively behind him. Jiraiya, scratching his head, chuckled foolishly. Yasuo, that is not what I meant. Don't you think Bairuhu is rather appealing? Soon, we won't have to shoulder the burden of being the class underachiever alone. At most, it'll be 1/3. Yasuo sighed, while the Inuzuka siblings laughed until tears brimmed in their eyes. Indeed, the lecherous Jiraiya, you'll be able to improve in multiple subjects now. Are you happy? Perhaps we should take our leave. Bairuhu timidly tugged at Yasuo's sleeve, murmuring, what Takuya-senpai said does hold some truth. Very well. Yasuo sighed, recognizing that Bairuhu's temperament was ill-suited for a ninja's life. Fortunately, his timid nature would not hinder his potential in research. But we must wait for others to leave together. He explained, is anyone else joining us? Bairuhu instinctively asked, surveying the empty classroom. Jiraiya nodded, saying, yes, we must wait for Yasuo's older brother. He is a troublesome fellow with a perpetually stern expression. Oh, Yasuo, this underachiever has a brother? Is he studying here as well? Perhaps another underachiever? Inuzuka's covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. At that moment, a distant white figure approached, trailing behind it a watermelon rind. Ah, Takuya-senpai, long time no see. Shikugi Sakumo greeted Inuzuka Takuya from afar. If one were to ponder whom Takuya most wished to avoid in this school, the answer would not be the strict physical training teacher, nor the elusive disciplinary director, and certainly not his explosive mother after every parent-teacher meeting, but rather the silver-haired junior standing before him. Shikugi Sakumo, hailed as the light of Shikugi and the hope for the revival of the Shikugi clan. A prodigy capable of defeating upperclassmen even in his first year, was destined to become a formidable ninja. Yet, all these accolades reverberated through the campus atop Takuya's head. Takuya would forever remember that fateful afternoon months ago, as a member of the keenly perceptive and agile Inuzuka clan. Takuya's physical prowess ranked among the best in his entire grade. Hence, he and a few others were assigned by their teacher to assist in guiding the physical training courses for lowerclassmen. This was meant to be a delightful journey, where seniors would educate juniors with a loving iron fist, simultaneously garnering admiration from younger students. However, with the arrival of one individual, everything veered away from Takuya's script. He was bested by the silver-haired boy before him. The moment that blade, akin to a white fang, pressed against his neck, Takuya indelibly remembered the name Shikugi Sakumo. Inuzuka Zo seemed unaware of Sakumo's reputation and inquired, brother, who is this person? He looks rather arrogant. Takuya disregarded his sister's words, focusing intently on Sakumo. Adopting a combat stance as he declared, let us fight. You are strong, but today I shall not underestimate you. Underestimating, indeed. In Takuya's view, his earlier defeat stemmed entirely from underestimating his opponent, treating Sakumo merely as a novice and lowering his guard. Sakumo glanced at the earnest Inuzuka Takuya, then at the swollen-faced Might Guy behind him, unable to suppress a pinch at his brow. Why is it that both of them possess such fighting spirit? Considering this, he glanced at Yasuo, who appeared as if he were a mere spectator, and sighed inwardly. Oh, my foolish brother, if only you had half their determination. With a resigned nod, Sakumo replied, Very well, Takuya-senpai, I shall take my leave. No sooner had Sakumo spoken than his body became a mere afterimage, vanishing from sight. So swift. Alarm bells rang in Takuya's mind, prompting him to lower his stance, channeling chakra into his limbs, employing the Inuzuka clan's secret technique, four-legged technique. Kingmaru, he shouted, as a young ninja dog sprang from his hood, taking position on his back, alert and ready. At such a close distance, leveraging their enhanced senses. The Inuzuka clan's perception was not inferior to the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, though visibility was obscured. Inuzuka Zo trusted that her brother had discerned the movements of the silver-haired boy. However, in the next instant, a plain white short blade, reminiscent of the Grim Reaper's Fang, rested gently against Takuya's neck. The air fell suddenly silent. I apologize, Takuya-senpai, but I must accompany my younger brother for ramen today. With these words gently uttered, Shoma hastened to catch up with Yasuo and the others, who had long been impatiently waiting. Shoma, you are too slow, you always lag behind. Yasuo chided. How many times have I told you to address me as big brother in front of others? Oh, come now, don't be so rigid. Today, I am the benevolent patron. Shoma retorted with a playful smirk. If only you were as diligent in your training as you are in jesting. Let us not dwell on that. Have you considered what kind of ramen we should have? The laughter and cheer of Yasuo's group faded into the distance, becoming mere echoes. Before the blue-haired companion on Takeya's back emitted a few mournful whines. Damn, what an overwhelming presence. Cold sweat trickled down Takeya's forehead as he realized that for a fleeting moment, he genuinely believed he might perish. This kid had grown remarkably stronger compared to 6 months ago. Back then, even underprepared, he could last several minutes in combat before Shoma exploited a flaw and defeated him. Now, he found himself utterly outmatched by Shoma's prowess. Such a rate of growth was terrifying, truly a monster. Takeya even entertained a fleeting notion that the battered watermelon beside Shoma might be far stronger than he himself. After all, facing Kikamoto Shoma, even injury could be seen as an honor. Shaking his head, he cast aside this unrealistic thought. How could there possibly be two such formidable underclassmen? The group of youngsters earlier, aside from Shoma, he could easily handle with just one hand. Yes, it had to be that way. It was not that he was weak, but rather that Shoma was extraordinarily powerful. It's time for some serious training at home. Just a kid. I, Inuzuka Takeya, shall not lose to him again. What is that smell? He exclaimed, noticing, Chingshan, you actually urinated on my back. You ungrateful creature, you are supposed to be a fierce beast. How could you be so frightened? And then, noticing his other companion, Zone, what is wrong with you? What is with the heart-shaped look in your eyes? Saliva is dripping from your mouth. Wake up. Observing his unreliable sister and beloved dog, Takeya sank into a deep despair. Bairuha was evidently not a voracious eater. His appetite was smaller than that of an average person, leaving broth in his bowl. However, due to Jiraiya, Might Guy, and others with even larger appetites, Yasuo's ramen bill still exceeded 2,000 yen. Handing over a VIP card with a cheerful smile, they welcomed Yasuo and his companions to return. Once the complimentary offer was removed, these big eaters did indeed turn out to be quite endearing. After dinner, Yasuo sensed that Might Guy had something to say to him but hesitated, ultimately saying nothing. This bashful demeanor was uncharacteristic of him, and Yasuo resolved to inquire privately one day. The happiest among them was undoubtedly Broa, who turned out to be a thorough crybaby. Moved to tears by a simple bowl of ramen, Yasuo suspected that his small appetite might stem from having filled himself with his own snot. After bidding farewell to the crowd, Yasuo and Shuan Mao returned home, engaging in light conversation with Wheezy before retreating to their respective rooms. Shuan Mao held little concern for Yasuo's financial situation. As long as he refrained from engaging in any peculiar activities, Shuan Mao would not interfere. Thus, when Yasuo mentioned earning a modest sum in the capital, Shuan Mao paid it no mind. After all, it was merely a few thousand yuan. What truly mattered was cultivation, a distinction Yasuo struggled to grasp. Ignoring Shuan Mao's admonishments, Yasuo locked himself in his room and thoroughly washed his hands. He then summoned the Dragon Guardian of Li Qing in his mind. The day agreed upon with Su Liangwan was fast approaching, and Yasuo, no, boss Huang He, had made progress on his investment project. However, before returning to Sanhejai, Yasuo wished to test his luck once more, hoping for some new discovery. Previously, encumbered by an excess of wealth, he had converted 500,000 yuan into diamonds within the lottery system, making him a distinguished Level 2 heartfelt member. This status afforded him the liberty to idle, to feed kills, and to unleash vitriol upon his teammates without fear of account suspension. Given the system's tendencies, it was likely that future membership upgrades would demand increasingly stringent requirements. Nonetheless, the perks of being a Level 2 heartfelt member had indeed allowed Yasuo to experience the joys of a pay-to-win player. Esteemed summoner, please select your summoner skills. The cooldown period for changing summoner skills is 1 year. Indeed, Yasuo could now utilize summoner skills. Unlike ordinary hero skills, these were powerful abilities that all players could pre-select. A summoner was permitted to choose only 2. The available skills included Garrison Troops, Ghostly Speed, Smite, Heal, Clarity, Rebirth, Teleport, Purify, Barrier, Ignite, Weaken, Insight, Flash, Surge of Battle Intent, and Promotion. Notably, skills such as Rebirth, Promotion, and Garrison Troops had been removed in general play, yet they remained accessible in Yasuo's system. The descriptions of these skills had also undergone modifications. For instance, Clarity now restored allies' chakra, while Garrison Troops had transformed into a skill that enhanced friendly fortifications. The cooldown periods for these skills had been correspondingly extended. Teleport now required 6 hours, while Smite had a shorter cooldown of merely 1 hour, and Rebirth, an astonishing cooldown of 1 year. Regardless of how one might criticize Yasuo for being wasteful or foolish, he intended to maintain the Rebirth skill for the long term. Even in this era of peace, even without intentions of recklessness, and even if the likelihood of employing the Rebirth skill in the forthcoming year approached 0, Yasuo cherished the solace and assurance it provided. After all, there was always the option to meet a spectacular demise by year-end. The thrill of contemplating a new way to perish each year was exhilarating. Since only 2 summoner skills could be equipped at any one time, careful consideration was necessary for the remaining choice. Summoner skills broadly fell into 3 categories: offensive, such as Ignite and Smite; defensive, like Heal and Barrier; and utility, including Teleport and Insight. In the forthcoming year, Yasuo primarily intends to focus on steady development. Thus, opting for functional abilities may prove to be more advantageous. For instance, Insight, an ability as wondrous as the 3rd-generation crystal ball, enables him to gather intelligence within a certain range, making it exceedingly useful. It is particularly well suited for the principled Yasuo. After much deliberation, Yasuo reluctantly decided to forego this alluring skill, as he had to select a crucial ability, Teleport. This skill is indispensable for Yasuo's future management of the Three River Stronghold. Despite the sorrow of relinquishing the opportunity to gather intelligence, he ultimately chose to embrace the teleport ability. Oh, how he longed to spy on the enemy's secrets. Gathering his spirits, Yasuo embarked once more on his lottery journey. What rubbish! What rubbish! What rubbish! This one is not bad. What rubbish! What rubbish! A great deal of rubbish. Yasuo's lottery adventure, fraught with disappointment, left him feeling like a bull in heat, eyes red and breathing heavily. After 100 draws, he lamented, "Is this all the system could provide me?" The results were disheartening. 6 fairy amulet fragments, 2 red crystal fragments, 6 dark ceiling fragments, 5 random skill books for the explosive genius Ziggs, and 3 random skill books for the dark child Annie. 100 draws yielded a mere 22 non-skin fragments, a staggering reduction of 18 from his previous attempt. It seemed the system indeed favored familiarity. Just like that wretched Akali's mysterious shop, where his main account never had discounts below 40%. While his secondary account languished with discounts of 10 or 20%, it was enough to bring one to tears. However, this was not the crux of the matter. Yasuo vividly recalled that during his last lottery, a considerable number of uncombined fragments remained, such as the fairy amulet fragments and the random skill book fragments for Zack. Since he possessed fewer than 5 of each, Yasuo planned to save them for gradual synthesis. Yet, they had vanished. All 6 fairy amulet fragments in his possession were newly drawn, not remnants from before. System, what on earth is happening? Yasuo seethed internally, questioning the system, But alas, this lottery mechanism was not a foolishly endearing, sunderous system. His inquiries fell on deaf ears. After a prolonged period of contemplation, Yasuo finally stumbled upon a minuscule link nestled in a corner of a page, revealing the lottery event's description. This explanation contained numerous clauses, and after much searching, he finally discerned a line of small print. This event opens once a week. Summoners are encouraged to promptly redeem their diamonds and fragments to avoid unnecessary losses. The final interpretation rights of this event belong to XX Technology Company, Limited. Upon reading this, Yasuo's anger flared, akin to a sudden awakening of enlightenment. Could this system be any more deceitful? Such critical information concealed in such an obscure corner felt deliberately misleading. A wave of apprehension washed over Yasuo. He was fortunate to have participated in the lottery today, for otherwise, the issue would not merely involve a few missing fragments. But the diamonds he had exchanged for 50,000 yuan could have been confiscated by the system. It is indeed exceedingly dark. However, reflecting on it, the lottery from my previous life in League of Legends was similarly devoid of accumulation. And at least this system is honest in its promise. One can indeed become stronger simply by investing money. Though Yasuo cannot see his experience bar, he possesses a certain intuition. Perhaps with an expenditure of around 1 million, he could ascend to level 3. With this thought, Yasuo felt a sense of comfort and began to synthesize his fragments. Perhaps fortune was on his side this time, as the synthesis proceeded quite smoothly. All the fragments meeting the synthesis criteria were successfully combined in Ornn's rhythmic furnace. Yasuo acquired a fairy amulet, a dark seal, commonly known as the kill ring, and a skill book for the explosive genius, Jinx. Art is explosion. Prioritize explosion, and stability shall follow. Off we go. As a burst of golden light flashed through Yasuo's mind, he gained new insights, deepening his understanding of the art of explosion and refining his knowledge of bomb-making. The Hextech Demolition Zone, set by Jinx, triggers explosive mines upon enemy contact, dealing magical damage and inflicting slow effects on those who step on them. Yasuo obtained the Bombardier's E-skill, an exceptional ability that combines damage, slow, and area of effect. In the Sanha village, Aunt Fu inquired, "Has Yahiko gone to sleep?" "He just fell asleep," came the reply. "I have never seen a child so spirited in my life. Young Master Yahiko is surely destined to become a robust man. Aunt Fu has truly labored hard these days. Without her, it would have been impossible for me to care for both Yahiko and Naoko so well." Recently, Tsukiyamaru has been in a state of uncertainty, unsure whether the young ninja named Yasuo would return as promised. All hope rests on his exceptionally spirited son, who truly seems to be a prodigy in the art of ninjutsu. Otherwise, Tsukiyamaru cannot fathom what he possesses that could possibly move a ninja, especially one with the power to slay a chunin. Despite having previously employed ninjas, it cost the entire savings of Sanha village accumulated over a decade. Were it not for the last leader's dying words, which entrusted him with the duty of vengeance, Tsukiyamaru would undoubtedly hesitate to spend such a sum. It is not that he is cold-hearted. Rather, the loss of these funds has severely impacted the village. Recently, provisions for the elderly and children have been reduced by 30%, and even his recently delivered wife must rise to perform simple tasks. Meanwhile, the diligent Aunt Fu, whose waist is larger than her height, has lost 3 pounds during this time. Setting aside these troubling thoughts, he placed his farming tools into a storage room and removed his sweat-soaked garments. Even as the leader of the village, Tsukiyamaru must toil in the fields personally, of course. There is an element of showmanship, yet the labor in the fields each morning is genuine. Fortunately, the grapes in the valley are thriving this year, and they are soon to ripen. Perhaps then, the village's fortunes will improve. Tsukiyamaru delicately extracted a meticulously wrapped oil paper parcel from the pocket of his garment. Despite the sweat saturating his attire, the contents within remained untouched by moisture. Within this carefully safeguarded package lay a charming gingerbread cookie shaped like a bear, yet this was not intended to be Tsukiyamaru's lunch. Rather, it served as a talisman entrusted to him by the esteemed ninja master. To all appearances, it was merely an ordinary gingerbread cookie. Tsukiyamaru found himself contemplating the little bear cookie once more, a growing sense of unease settling in his heart. Surely, this was nothing more than a whimsical jest from the ninja master, and he foolishly regarded a mere cookie as a protective charm. Leader, it's terrible. As Tsukiyamaru stared into the eyes of the gingerbread bear, a bandit rushed in, panic-stricken. What has happened? Is a lord coming to besiege us? His first instinct was to assume that soldiers had arrived, and his second was to surrender, hoping to end his unpromising career as a bandit. However, the remote and discreet Sanha village had not drawn the attention of any significant powers. Who would have guessed that this impoverished settlement once boasted savings of 500,000? Leader, no one is attacking us. It's that fellow from Tsuitsuan who has returned with news from Amber City. What does Tsuitsuan say? Is there a change? Indeed. Tsuitsuan reports that this year, the nearby villages have experienced a bountiful grape harvest. Consequently, the price of grapes in the black market of Amber City has plummeted by half. Damn it. Sakura slammed his hand upon the table. As a tax-exempt bandit stronghold, engaging in legitimate trade proved challenging. Yet, Sanha village had its own sales channels, the underground black market. Unfortunately, the prices offered there were already dismally low, and now they were to be slashed even further. It appeared that Sanha village was truly on the brink of collapse. Sakura pondered whether he ought to consider fleeing with Psycho. Stop dawdling. Quickly issue the order to harvest all the grapes in the valley immediately, regardless of the price the black market merchants offer. Sell them at once to minimize the village's losses. With reddened eyes, he delivered this desperate command, then sank helplessly to the ground. The little bear cookie tumbled from his grasp. Instinctively, Sakura hurriedly picked it up, carefully brushing off the dust. Clutching the cookie, he earnestly prayed as if it were indeed a protective charm blessed by a venerable monk. Sakura, do not be this way. It is merely a cookie. Psycho, having heard her husband's anguished shout from within their dwelling, emerged to find him in such a despondent state. No, this is not just a cookie. This is the talisman given to me by Boss Huangha. He will not abandon us. He shall return. Observing her husband's demeanor, Psycho stepped forward and gently embraced him, hoping to alleviate a fraction of his burden. As the couple, Sakura and his partner, prepared to open their hearts over a bowl of metaphorical toxic soup, the small bear-shaped cookie in Sakura hand unexpectedly emanated a peculiar glow. Yasuo's lottery system was derived from the skin lottery of the game League of Legends from a previous life. In this event, diamonds were not directly exchanged for prizes. Instead, they were used to purchase bear gingerbread wards, simultaneously granting a chance to enter the lottery. To Yasuo, this seemed entirely superfluous, as no one would spend thousands of gold coins for a mere ward skin. What everyone truly desired were the flashy skins that signified status. Yet, this bear gingerbread ward was now an unavoidable gift from the system. While in the world of Naruto, these wards could indeed be consumed as gingerbread. They remained significant items in League of Legends, serving as scout wards. One of the primary functions of a scout ward was that it could serve as a casting coordinate for Yasuo's summoner spell teleportation, commonly referred to as a TP flank ward. Although he could see a certain range of vision through the scout ward, due to Sakura's constant possession of the bear gingerbread, Yasuo could only see the figure of a man, and after several instances of eye irritation, he developed the habit of avoiding looking at the ward's vision. Pardon me, Sakura. Kai, please continue. Yasuo announced, quickly making his exit from the room. He decided to retreat for a moment, then observe from the edges to see what they would say, which felt quite comfortable. This meant that the grapes in Sanazai were unsold, and the place was on the verge of closure? Listening to Sakura's report, Yasuo nodded. The last time he visited Sanazai, he noted the vast quantity of grapes cultivated in the valley, which inspired the idea of establishing a winery there, coincidentally resolving the village's crisis. Have you considered brewing wine from the grapes? Yasuo was well aware that selling illicit alcohol was against the law for any lord or daimyo. Tobacco and alcohol were major sources of tax revenue, and regulations were exceedingly strict. However, Sanhazai was fundamentally a village formed by refugees, a blend of civilians and bandits, and surely they would not adhere too strictly to the law. After all, although the world had temporarily regained peace, the power of the government in this ninja world remained relatively weak, primarily confined to a few major cities. This Boss Huangha, we are indeed brewing wine, but solely for our own village. Sakura shook his head and added, the quality of the wine we produce is quite mediocre. Even black market merchants are reluctant to purchase it. It would be better to sell the raw materials to the brewing workshop in Amber City. Yasuo nodded and produced a parchment scroll from his pocket, tossing it to Sakura. This item was a complete piece obtained during his last lottery in the royal capital. A secret recipe from the master sommelier, Gragas. Adhering to the principle that every piece of parchment has its purpose, Yasuo had synthesized all the fragments that could be combined. resulting in a curious assortment of items. Amidst a collection of women's undergarments lay this brewing recipe. It must be said that the technological landscape of the Naruto world is rather perplexing. Yasuo distinctly recalls that during the first mission of Team 7, which involved assisting the Lady Daimyo in capturing her wayward cat, they were already equipped with wireless communication devices. Yet, as time progressed, the means of transmitting military intelligence regressed to the use of messenger birds such as hawks and pigeons. Similarly, although the Land of Fire had commenced its journey towards industrialization, the craft of brewing remained largely artisanal, with low production yields and a significant market gap. Yasuo firmly believed that by adhering to the secret recipe from Gadaras, a promising market could be cultivated. Shikamaru received the parchment, which had been thoughtfully translated into the script of the Naruto world by the system, allowing him, with his childhood familiarity with literature, to easily comprehend its contents. Such a brewing technique exists. The brewing craftsmanship from the Valoran continent undoubtedly surpasses anything the Naruto realm could offer. Comparatively, the denizens of the ninja world placed little value on material existence. Although Shikamaru was uncertain about the final flavor of the product, the myriad of intricate details contained within the scroll had already instilled him with considerable confidence. Unlike the rudimentary brewing practices of the mountain bandits, the scroll meticulously outlined the duration of each step, the filtration specifications, and the precise quantities of every additive, making it highly operational. Moreover, in addition to wine, it detailed brewing methods for over a dozen other types of spirits, essentially serving as an encyclopedia of brewing. Seeing Shikamaru acknowledge the recipe, Yasuo refrained from further comment, trusting that Shikamaru would adeptly organize manpower, establish a distillery, and develop sales channels. After all, he was the father of Yahiko, and his organizational skills were indeed reliable. Shikamaru rescinded his previous order to sell the grapes at a loss and proceeded to allocate the various tasks. Soon, only he and Yasuo remained in the room. Yasuo inquired, "Is there any land in the valley suitable for cultivation, away from the village and somewhat concealed?" After pondering, Shikamaru replied, "There is a location that meets your criteria, though it is frequently visited by ferocious beasts, making it quite perilous. However, if it is the esteemed boss Wangha, there should be no issue." Upon arriving at the secluded area described by Shikamaru, the scenery was pleasing, yet there lingered a faint scent of blood, indicative of potential beastly presence. Nevertheless, Yasuo was unconcerned by the prospect of wild animals. A man reborn carries an innate confidence, uninterested in the role of a farmer. The task of clearing the land naturally fell to Shikamaru. Although the area was not extensive, it took Shikamaru half a day to level it adequately. Subsequently, Yasuo retrieved a small pouch of seeds from his bosom and handed it to Shikamaru, instructing him to plant them evenly in the soil and water them. "Boss Wangha, what is this?" Shikamaru gasped in astonishment as he beheld the seeds rapidly taking root and sprouting after absorbing moisture. His mouth agape as if it could accommodate 5 chicken eggs. "Let us proceed." Yasuo bent down to place a small bear-shaped gingerbread on the edge of the field beside him, then turned to leave. Addressing Shikamaru, "This is a seed from a mutated thorn plant. To what extent it will grow remains uncertain, but one thing is clear. These plants are exceedingly perilous. Remember, it is imperative to keep this strictly confidential and ensure that no villagers approach this area, including your wife. Otherwise, not only will Yahiko's path as a ninja be jeopardized, but I cannot guarantee the safety of this village either." Shikamaru, who was following Yasuo, felt a shiver run down his spine upon hearing Yasuo's grave tone and nodded earnestly, fully recognizing the seriousness of Yasuo's warning. Unable to resist glancing back, he noticed that the mutated thorns seemed to have ceased their initial frenzied growth. Yet they had already transformed into several centimeter-long seedlings. These seedlings twisted slowly, resembling animals, and there seemed to be a flickering shadow of flames dancing within them. Shikamaru couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This was indeed the power of a ninja. It was clear that his conviction was not misplaced. Yahiko must become a formidable ninja in the future. This was not Yasuo's first experience with planting such seeds. In the land of the Hatake clan within Konohagakure, he had attempted to cultivate a seed of this nature, derived from the wildfires of the vine known as Jella. However, much like today, once the seed was planted in the soil and began to absorb moisture and nutrients, it grew uncontrollably, exhibiting fluctuations of fire elements, which compelled Yasuo to destroy it prematurely. Konohagakure was not a suitable environment for research. although it did not resemble the taboo of human experimentation. Explaining the origins of such an anomalous plant with elemental fluctuations was quite challenging for Yasuo. Moreover, he had no intention of sharing his research findings with the village for free. From his understanding of the third Hokage, if he were to learn of these seeds' existence, he would undoubtedly seek out Yasuo and inundate him with a heartfelt discourse on the will of fire, after which Yasuo's seeds would become the property of Konohagakure. Should Yasuo firmly refuse, he might face the wrath of Danzo and the Root organization. One need not consider Yasuo as paranoid, without needing to enumerate Danzo's various misdeeds. Simply reflecting on the similarities between the jealous seeds and the original wood release abilities was enough for Yasuo to conclude that Danzo would certainly take action against him. It was indeed a chilling prospect. In contrast, Tsukiyomaru, being an ordinary individual with limited exposure, held no significant thoughts regarding these peculiar seeds, merely feeling a profound respect for Yasuo. Thus, Yasuo opted to establish his secret experimental base far from Konohagakure in the Sanha village. Admittedly, this base was still quite rudimentary and lacked any semblance of formality. However, Yasuo believed that in the future, it would give rise to many remarkable inventions. Good morning, Yasuo-kun. The following morning, an unusually early Yasuo regarded the adorable girl before him with a peculiar expression. Across the classroom, a pair of enchanting slit pupils narrowed slightly before returning to tranquility. Inuzuka-san, is there something you need from me? Yasuo inquired, nodding his head. Hello, Yasuo. It seems you have quite the charm, attracting the attention of a lady. Jiraiya nudged Yasuo with his elbow, a knowing glint in his eyes that only a man could understand. Even Baruhuo was excitedly flailing his arms nearby, lost in his own enthusiasm. Please be sure to pass this on to classmate Shimo. Thank you. In a flurry of embarrassment, Inuzuka presented a box of chocolates from behind, thrusting it into Yasuo's arms before darting away in haste. Yasuo stood there, bewildered, clutching the gift beside a doubled-over Jiraiya, slowly becoming petrified. Truly, the legacy of Konoha's White Fang extends so far that even the devoted admirers of Uchiha Ishihara have succumbed to its allure. A twinge of envy stirred within Yasuo for his brother's charm. After the morning's unexpected interlude, the classes resumed their usual rhythm. Today was the shuriken throwing lesson, a forte of the Uchiha clan, and Ishihara once again garnered the teacher's praise and the adulation of his admirers. However, in the end, Ishihara did not secure the top spot. The honor went to the seemingly innocent yet profoundly skilled Tsunade. Orochimaru followed closely behind, claiming third place, surpassing Hinata Yimen. Amongst their peers, Orochimaru was gradually garnering popularity, had he not been consistently grouped with the likes of Yasuo and Jiraiya, who lingered at the bottom. He might have already formed his own fan club. After all, such talent was evident to the naked eye. From a complete novice at the onset of his studies to surpassing esteemed scions like Hinata Han and Hinata Yimen within just over a year. Orochimaru's journey from an ordinary background to brilliance was a tale often recounted among students. Many believed it was only a matter of time before he eclipsed Uchiha Ishihara, a testament to the nature of genius, which always garners admiration. In stark contrast, the remaining trio of Yasuo's circle was rather lackluster. As equally matched rivals, after a fierce contest, Baruhuo emerged first, followed by Yasuo in second, and Jiraiya in third, though these were the last places. Hey, Yasuo, would you like me to tutor you? Tsunade approached Yasuo after class, her sincerity evident. Despite repeated warnings from Hongsho to steer clear of the peculiar Yasuo, Tsunade held a fondness for him, owing to his life-saving intervention for her grandfather. Witnessing Yasuo's struggles with grades and his subsequent ostracization, relegated to the company of foolish Jiraiya, she resolved to assist him. Oh, Tsunade, I must admit, I possess no talent for shuriken. Much like the great fireball, it seems futile to me. Yasuo expressed his thoughts candidly, feeling no need to conceal his feelings from the straightforward Tsunade. But, you see, the chakra of a ninja is limited. Shuriken and Sunban serve as crucial long-range weapons in combat. Moreover, the great fireball technique is immensely powerful. Why do you believe it to be ineffective? Tsunade tilted her head, pondering. Rather than throwing shuriken, I prefer playing the flute. Yasuo retrieved the vertical flute gifted by the esteemed lord and gently blew into it, causing a small projectile to swiftly shoot forth. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he departed, leaving Tsunade gazing at the empty target with a look of exasperation. She stomped her foot in frustration, deciding to abandon her efforts to motivate the unambitious Yasuo. However, unbeknownst to her, a cicada had been firmly impaled on the trunk of the tree behind the target. The blinding flute technique, originating from Teemo, is a rare directional skill in League of Legends. A directional skill ensures that regardless of the enemy's movements or the user's orientation, once a target is selected, it will undoubtedly hit. During the midday break, teacher Yuichi unexpectedly sought out Yasuo. Yasuo, the Hokage is looking for you. The village of Konoha, nestled against the Hokage rock, is arranged in a fan shape, with the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, conducting affairs from his office at the base of the fan. This marked Yasuo's inaugural visit to the Hokage's office, where the guards were far more imposing than his impressions from the manga. Yet, as a genuinely loyal descendant of Konoha, Yasuo felt no trepidation, following Yuichi through the security checks until they reached the door of Sarutobi's office. Hokage-sama, I have brought Hatake Yasuo. Yuichi reported with reverence and stepped aside. Come in. A resonant voice from within beckoned warmly. Upon pushing the door open, the interior matched Yasuo's recollections perfectly, and the vigorous Hiruzen Sarutobi, clad in the Hokage robe and with a pipe in his mouth, exuded vitality. Seated beside the third Hokage was a familiar figure to Yasuo, Kohor Udatane, a senior advisor of Konoha. You must be the purple-haired child from the Hatake clan. I can't believe you've grown so tall. When you were born, it stirred quite a discussion in the village. Sarutobi remarked, his gaze filled with nostalgia as he assessed Yasuo. The Hatake clan, known for their loyalty and integrity, Yasuo, you must earnestly uphold your mission and carry forward the will of fire, as well as the glory of the Hatake family. Remember, where the leaves dance. Cough, cough, cough. Koharu, aware of her old friend's tendency to preach to the younger generation, interjected, noting his inclination to impart his doctrine of the will of fire. Sarutobi showed no signs of embarrassment as he picked up a document to review, smoke curling from his pipe as his brow furrowed in concentration. History, 29 points. Chakra control, 15 points. Taijutsu, 65 points. Ninjutsu, 20 points. Genjutsu, 17 points. After a prolonged silence, a large bubble emerged from Sarutobi's pipe, and he hesitated before speaking. Yasuo, it seems you have a bit of a disparity in your skills. Yasuo was well aware of what the third Hokage was reading. It was his recent report card. He nodded and replied, Indeed, Hokage-sama, I have devoted too much time to taijutsu, which is quite improper. Cough, cough, cough. That is not what I meant. I was referring to the fact that you should. Never mind that. Here is something from the daimyo's residence sent for you. Sarutobi Hiruzen retrieved a thick envelope from the drawer and handed it to Yasuo. Yasuo accepted the envelope, raised it to the sunlight, and meticulously examined it, ensuring it had not been tampered with. Only then did he feel reassured, tucking the envelope into his bosom. The corner of Sarutobi's eye twitched as he remarked, I am the Hokage. Do you not trust me, child? Elder Koharu has already informed me of your successful treatment of the daimyo. You have performed admirably, and this is your rightful reward. Elder Koharu nodded in agreement, stating, Today, I have invited you to discuss the suturing technique. Since that day, the village's medical department has conducted some research on this technique, but has encountered several obstacles, such as the rejection reaction between the sutures and human tissue, and the secondary trauma from suture removal. We hope to hear your thoughts on these matters. After a pause, Koharu added, Although I am unaware of where you acquired this medical skill, we hope you can submit the relevant materials to the medical department, all for the sake of Konoha. The phrase all for the sake of Konoha did not irk Yasuo. Rather, he did not harbor resentment towards the will of fire. Being human inevitably involves sacrifice. Much like playing a tank hero in a game, one cannot always avoid death, hoarding kills without contributing to the team's success. However, Yasuo was Yasuo. Would he allow a low-health enemy and a wave of minions to slip away? Those who held such expectations were perhaps unaware of the true stakes. Furthermore, considering Yasuo's understanding of Konoha's higher-ups, alongside the fates of Shursui, Itachi, and even the Minato couple, initiating a fight in this game might not yield even an assist, as the third Hokage and Danzo were notorious for their treacherous tactics. Reluctantly, Yasuo realized he had little room to maneuver in the current situation. With the third Hokage and Konoha's senior advisors present, they likely believed they had afforded him ample consideration. Noticing Yasuo's silence and the erratic movement of his eyes, Sarutobi set down his pipe and spoke sincerely. Yasuo, This suturing technique may well be a secret art of the Hatake clan. However, Konoha is now our shared will. For the village's sake, I hope you can set aside family divisions. Yasuo was not Shursui or Itachi. He had little interest in sacrificing his family's interests for the sake of esports. He would not engage in such folly. This Hokage, he thought. This technique is not a secret art of the Hatake clan. It is a product of my own research. Yasuo contemplated briefly, deciding against using the family secret as an excuse to refuse the third Hokage's request. There were many reasons for this decision. Firstly, submitting this technique to the village would significantly elevate Konoha's overall medical capabilities, potentially saving countless lives in missions or wars. Keeping the technique to himself would gnaw at his conscience. Secondly, Yasuo lacked the confidence to persuade Sakumo. In theory, if he firmly insisted that this was a family secret not to be shared, the higher-ups in Konoha would be unable to act in the short term. After all, the act of seizing a family's secret techniques is of a most reprehensible nature, and even the most trusted members of the family would not support such actions. The significance of secret techniques to a clan is self-evident. In Yasuo's mind, only the likes of the ninjutsu master, Edison, who entrusted all his inventions to the village, could parallel this sentiment. With a hint of malice, Yasuo mused that the decline of the Senju clan could be attributed to Tobarama's decision. One can only imagine how different the fate of the Senju would have been had techniques like Flying Thunder God and Edo Tensei been preserved as their secret arts. Their downfall would have been far less swift. Of course, annihilation at the hands of others, akin to what befell the Uchiha, remains a distinct possibility. Should this method prove viable, even if it left the higher-ups in Konoha with an impression of ignorance regarding the greater good, Yasuo would accept it. However, the current head of the Hatake clan is Shoma, an indisputable genius, possessing not only formidable ninjutsu, but also a unique talent for blitz warfare, making him both a powerful individual and a tactical elite. Yet, Shoma is not inherently resilient. His eventual succumbing to the pressures of gossip and choosing to take his own life may, in part, be orchestrated by Danzo, reflecting his inadequate capacity to withstand pressure. This character reminds Yasuo of another tragic hero, Xiangyu, the overlord of Western Chu, equally formidable in strength, exceptionally skilled in leadership, yet internally fragile, and thus susceptible to external influences. Therefore, Yasuo is certain that the third Hokage need not apply pressure. Merely presenting the will of fire would be sufficient to ensnare Shoma. The technique of suturing is a trivial matter, and Yasuo is bound to have further inventions in the future. Thus, this door must not be so easily opened. Regardless of the eventual outcome, Yasuo is determined to clarify the nature of the matter. It is certainly not a contribution to the village. Yasuo retrieved a document from his pocket and presented it to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lord Hokage, this technology has been independently developed by our Blackwater Company. With all intellectual property rights retained by me, it bears no relation to the Hatake clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed in astonishment at the document in his hands, which was a formal contract bearing the seal of the daimyo. The Blackwater Company was something Yasuo had casually established during his time in the capital. Although its current membership includes only Yasuo, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and a coincidental participant, Tsunade, it is nonetheless thoroughly documented. Sarutobi Hiruzen had no experience with ninjas forming companies, and indeed, it seemed there had been no precedent within the entire ninja world. After all, in this realm, merchants hold a lowly status, even the world's foremost tycoon. The president of a shipping company, Kato Kappa, can only hire ronin and low-ranking ninjas as lackeys. The unfortunate fate of having hired the rogue ninja, Momochi Zabuza, only to be swiftly dispatched by him, is a testament to this. Consequently, the regulations in Konoha stipulate that ninjas cannot independently participate in various clandestine organizations, yet they do not prohibit the formation of companies. Indeed, ninjas can engage in commerce, as exemplified by the Nara clan, which stands as Konoha's largest supplier of medicinal herbs. However, such enterprises are typically confined to family businesses. Yasuo, you are still quite young and should focus your energy on mastering ninjutsu rather than engaging in these peculiar activities, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, setting down the documents with a furrowed brow. It's all right, Lord Hokage. I have made considerable progress in many subjects this semester, and my mother has even praised me. Yasuo replied, his innocent face eliciting a moment of exasperation from Sarutobi, who inwardly seethed, Do not think I am unaware. I have indeed signed off on that decision regarding Baruha's retention. Let us discuss the price, he continued. Regardless of the circumstances, this young lad was exhibiting an air of stubbornness and had even concocted a company. Naturally, a company would not operate out of sheer altruism. 1 yuan. Pardon? Sarutobi, prepared to pay a hefty sum, was taken aback by Yasuo's offer, suspecting he had misheard. 1 yuan. This is the transfer fee for this technique to be granted to the Konoha Medical Department. On behalf of Konoha, I extend my gratitude for your generosity. The third Hokage grasped Yasuo's hand tightly, his furrowed brow finally relaxing. What a wonderful child, embodying the will of fire. Yasuo nodded solemnly. Lord Hokage, as long as there are leaves dancing in the wind, the fire shall burn. The shadow of the fire illuminates the village, and new leaves shall sprout. The two shared a knowing glance, and in that moment, Sarutobi regarded Yasuo as a confidant. After being summoned for a discussion with the third Hokage, Yasuo's life returned to a tranquil state. In the ensuing months, aside from Tsunade occasionally attempting to rescue him, Yasuo seamlessly slipped into a state of languid existence, content to simply drift through life. However, the only bothersome aspect was the necessity of weekly expenditures within the system. This unscrupulous system evidently inherited some indefinable traits, as the status of the esteemed Shinua membership would decline if one refrained from spending for an extended period. Thus, despite the unprofitability, Yasuo found himself compelled to spend weekly, not expecting anything of value but treating it as a routine offering to the void. As the weather gradually turned cooler after a day of training, indulging in a bowl of Huizi's specially crafted rich soup was an irresistible pleasure. After dinner, while Huizi busied herself with the dishes, Shuo Mao suddenly hesitated, calling out to Yasuo. This was a rare occurrence, for it had been quite some time since Shuo Mao had given up on persuading his foolish brother to mend his ways. Shuo Mao devoted all his time to training, cherishing even mealtime as a precious opportunity, unwilling to squander it on mundane familial conversations. What is it? Yasuo inquired, observing his brother's unusual demeanor. Could you lend me some money? I will repay you after the new year, Shuo Mao said, his cheeks flushed as he looked down. Huh? Yasuo pointed to himself in disbelief. You are the esteemed head of the Hatake clan. I am but a helpless child, and you ask me for money? Despite the family's financial constraints, it did not signify that the Hatake clan was impoverished. Regardless of their decline, the Hatake family was one of the secondary clans involved in the founding of Konoha, and even a dilapidated vessel possesses its worth. Although the prematurely departed father left behind scant savings, he did bequeath 3 commercial properties to the Shikamura family, which stand as one of their ancestral legacies. Despite the fact that both Keiko and Sakumo lack the aptitude for management, the annual rental income is substantial enough to afford a modestly comfortable life devoid of financial worries. Therefore, the Shikamura family is not as impoverished as one might assume. Their liquidity is drained solely due to the expenses of supporting 2 aspiring ninjas, particularly those inclined towards physical techniques. The adage poor in intellect, rich in martial prowess rings true, as ninjas do not engage in productive labor. Yet their daily training necessitates a considerable consumption of food and medicinal supplies. Without such material foundations, their physical development would stagnate. For instance, at the age of 12, Naruto's height reaches a mere 1 meter and 20 centimeters, rendering him shorter than many girls, a consequence of this very issue. Of course, those with exceptional talent might concoct their own medicine, thus saving a significant amount of money. As Yasuo is aware, Orochimaru has employed this method. In essence, Sakumo is not lacking in financial resources, nor is he a man driven by material desires. In response to Yasuo's inquiry, Sakumo paused momentarily before replying, "It's that guy, Might Guy." During the summer, Sakumo had been somewhat concerned that Might Guy had not engaged in training. Recently, however, he discovered that Guy had taken on 5 part-time jobs after school. Later, he learned that in Guy's household, there exists a paralyzed father. Although Konoha is relatively benevolent towards orphans and families in distress, providing monthly relief funds, these resources barely suffice to cover the expenses of a single individual. For someone like Might Guy, who has a sick family member and a hearty appetite, it becomes exceedingly challenging to sustain. Previously, at the ramen shop, Yasuo noticed that Guy seemed hesitant to speak about his troubles. Now it seems likely that he was grappling with financial issues. Ultimately, however, Might Guy chose to shoulder the burden of his family alone, concealing all difficulties from others. Yet this was perceptibly noted by the observant Sakumo. Compared to the original timeline, Sakuo's bond with Guy has deepened significantly due to Yasuo's influence. Otherwise, at this juncture, they might have drifted apart, with one becoming the illustrious Konoha White Fang and the other fading into obscurity as an unknown, low-ranking ninja. Yasuo furrowed his brow in contemplation and posed an unrelated question to Sakuo. What do you think of my ninja aptitude? Gazing into Yasuo's earnest eyes, Sakuo felt compelled to deliver a grandiloquent response, but ultimately sighed and stated candidly, quite ordinary. Yasuo chuckled lightly, dismissing the comment. You are far too conservative. It is not merely ordinary, it is astonishingly subpar. However, he continued, recently, I have discovered a unique talent of mine, an exceptional aptitude for business and financial acumen. In this world, gaining recognition necessitates strength, and Yasuo interjected, enough of the idle chatter. Whether it be revitalizing the family or diligently training, these are your responsibilities, Sakuo. With greater power comes greater responsibility. Grant me a shop, and I will undoubtedly resolve Guy's difficulties. Moreover, this aligns with my ninja way. Very well. But you must not neglect your studies at the Ninja Academy, regardless. Perhaps it stemmed from a profound sense of despair regarding Yasuo's ninja talents. Or perhaps it was his unwavering confidence in his ability to single-handedly revive his family's legacy. But ultimately, Shuo Mao acquiesced to the notion of entrusting a shop to Yasuo's stewardship. However, due to the stipulations of the original contract, the actual transfer of the establishment would have to wait until the following year. As for his studies at the Ninja Academy, Yasuo had no intention of relinquishing them. After all, if someone like Bailuhu could graduate, there was no reason he could not. When Yasuo shared his entrepreneurial aspirations with a few companions, the unfortunate consequences of his choice of friends became glaringly evident. There was not a single friend who expressed genuine concern for Yasuo's academic pursuits or offered measured counsel. Even Tsunade, who was usually eager for Yasuo's advancement, exuberantly proclaimed that if he were to open a gambling den, she would gladly contribute half of the necessary funds. Meanwhile, Jiraiya's suggestion to establish an establishment of ill repute surprisingly garnered Bailu's endorsement, leaving Yasuo feeling besieged by the world's malice. At least Orochimaru remained somewhat rational. Yasuo-kun, whatever you choose to do, I shall support you. Time passed swiftly, and before long, months had slipped by. The first batch of liquor from the Sanha stronghold had been unveiled, resulting in a drunken revelry among the bandits. A truly remarkable vintage. The profits from the liquor unsurprisingly far exceeded those from grapes and grains. It would not be an exaggeration to label them exorbitant. Sukarumuru wisely allocated 70% of the earnings to the enigmatic boss Huanghe, who was none other than Yasuo himself. Simultaneously, Yasuo presented Sukarumuru with new bear-shaped gingerbread. Now aware that this was a genuine talisman capable of summoning powerful ninjas, Sukarumuru took great care to safeguard it. The brewed liquor was categorized into various months, and aside from clandestine sales to neighboring towns via the black market, Yasuo had reserved a substantial portion for himself. There were indeed many imbibers in Konoha. Though the title of ninja conferred an air of grandeur, they were fundamentally no different from bloodthirsty bandits. For many lower-tier ninjas, life revolved around a hedonistic pursuit of pleasure, with earnings from missions swiftly transformed into fine wines, cigarettes, and women. The notorious reputation of Konoha's trifecta of vice, gambling, drugs, and debauchery was not merely for show. Thus Yasuo sensed significant potential in this venture. However, those were matters for another day. Gazing out the window at the softly cascading snowflakes, Yasuo recognized that the most pressing concern was the impending new year. For the aspiring ninjas at the academy, each day was consumed by rigorous and intense training, often causing them to lose track of time, particularly for Shuo Mao. It was only when the lead instructor cheerfully announced that the semester had concluded and wished everyone a joyous new year that Shuo Mao suddenly realized the holiday was upon them. No wonder his unreliable younger brother had suggested a gathering today. The surrounding young ninjas were evidently thrilled by the allure of a holiday and the new year, their excitement palpable. Even the usually stoic child from the Yamanaka clan broke into a radiant smile. Yet, Shuo Mao noticed that Might Guy stood apart from the jubilant crowd. He quietly packed his ninja tools and hurriedly exited the classroom. Reflecting on the past few months, Shuo Mao felt an inexplicable void in his life. It dawned on him that he had not been tormented by the bothersome watermelon rind for quite some time. After Shuo Mao tidied up his belongings, he swiftly caught up with the slender green figure, gently tapping him on the shoulder and revealing a rare smile. Today, Yasuo is treating us to ramen. So do not miss out. In response to Shuo Mao's invitation, Dai did not eagerly accept as he had before, drooling with anticipation. Instead, he fell into a moment of silence before replying, I'm sorry, Shuo Mao, but I do not have the time today. It was indeed a momentous day. And Yasuo had expressed that he felt a swell of pride as he gazed upon the increasingly formidable team. He yearned to shout, who dares to challenge me? Granted, these individuals were merely seedlings, but the future was bright. In the top lane, Jiraiya was robust and resilient, capable of both offense and defense. In the mid lane, Shuo Mao was elusive, capable of swiftly eliminating fragile foes and providing rapid support. The jungler, Orochimaru, possessed high attack damage and mobility, freely roaming the jungle. Though he struggled to secure kills, the AD carry, Mike Dai, while progressing slowly, had the potential for explosive damage in the late game, even if he lagged behind. He could emulate Kog'Maw's devastating output. The support, Tsunade, was a fierce combat healer, capable of both healing and dealing critical damage, instilling fear in her adversaries. Their team mascot, Bailuhu, dubbed the esports Edison, was a master of invention and strategy, though his practical combat skills were somewhat lacking. Coach Juga Yasuo remarked that with this lineup, he could not fathom how they could possibly lose. However, Sarutobi and Danzo might have something to say about it. These two were notorious for their ability to lose even with the best hands. Let us set off for ramen. Bailuhu had become increasingly active lately. After making new friends, he felt a profound sense of happiness in his daily life. Initially, he feared that his academic struggles would alienate his new companions. However, he was delighted to discover that the true core of their small group, Shiki Yasuo, was also a complete underachiever. It seemed that two underachievers could forge a lifelong friendship. With his worries dispelled, Bailuhu fully embraced his true self, engaging in various eccentric experiments and becoming quite the chatterbox, especially relishing the opportunity to tease Jiraiya. Under Bailuhu's influence, the group exuberantly commandeered the small ramen shop. Speaking of which, why has this boisterous girl infiltrated our team? Jiraiya complained to Yasuo while slurping his ramen, gesturing towards Tsunade. Indeed, if she were not an underachiever, she would not be worthy of enjoying ramen from our esteemed Yasuo. Bailu had chimed in, his glimmering green eyes twinkling with mischief. Jiraiya? Bailu, would you care to repeat that? Tsunade, with her stylish ponytail, swiftly finished a large bowl of ramen and slammed it down on the table, casting a cold glance at Jiraiya and Bailuhu. As if recalling some frightful memory, Jiraiya and Bailuhu immediately fell silent, focusing intently on their ramen. Meanwhile, Yasuo curiously inquired, Tsunade, are you not returning to the capital for the new year? Tsunade vehemently shook her head. I don't want to go back. My grandfather and mother are constantly fawning over that little brat, and it's utterly infuriating. I refuse to see them. Observing the proud Tsunade, Yasuo was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that her obsession with her younger brother rivaled that of Uchiha Itachi, revealing a side of her from her childhood that was quite unexpected. Isn't this a quintessential example of a rebellious child opposing the two-child policy? It is utterly inconceivable that she would develop a fear of blood due to the demise of Shouju. Playfully pinching the face of the aloof Shomo beside him, Yasuo hurriedly addressed Tsunade before the latter could lose her temper. A mother's love cannot be divided, you know. Princess Muso must be eagerly awaiting your return for the new year, and having a foolish brother is truly a delightful circumstance. Tsunade stubbornly shook her head, though her expression softened considerably, clearly indicating her longing for her mother and grandfather. So, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Kaiharu, where do you plan to celebrate the new year? If you have no plans, feel free to come to my home. After all, the Hatake ancestral residence has plenty of empty rooms. Regarding Yasuo's unsolicited invitation, Shomo had no objections. After all, Mama Keiko often lamented the solitude during the new year, and she would surely welcome Yasuo as friends. It is worth mentioning that although Shomo held himself to stringent standards and had high expectations for Yasuo, he bore no ulterior motives regarding Yasuo's friendships. Whether the acquaintances were geniuses like Orochimaru, esteemed princesses like Tsunade, or the less distinguished Jiraiya and Kaiharu, as long as they were not of poor character, Shomo welcomed them wholeheartedly. This was precisely the foundation of his deep friendship with Might Guy. Interestingly, today the most reticent among them was Might Guy. Although persuaded by Shomo to attend the gathering, he remained distracted. Missing a day of work would incur significant financial penalties. Sensing Guy's preoccupation, Shomo proactively spoke to Yasuo. Yasuo, after the new year, the shop will belong to you. Have you considered what business you wish to pursue? Upon hearing Shomo's inquiry, Might Guy perked up immediately. Coming from a humble background and being just a child himself, Guy's temporary jobs had always been quite arduous. Despite working far more than many adults, he received only half the pay, and sometimes unscrupulous employers would delay wages. Guy believed that working for Yasuo would undoubtedly be much better, provided Yasuo could secure a reliable business. Yasuo nodded and smiled. I plan to open a tavern, the Hearthstone Tavern. It will surely be bustling. Why not a gambling house? Although a tavern is also quite nice. Do you need me to invest a portion? Tsunade interjected with a hint of regret. You are most welcome. And as for dice games, they lack any real skill. I intend to introduce a new method of wagering. Really? I hope your suggestion isn't influenced by the fact that you lost to me in dice, Tsunade replied with a skeptical look. Yasuo's lips twitched at the thought. Losing a gamble to Tsunade was a lifetime disgrace. You won't regret it. You will come to love this game, if your wallet allows for further investments. Yasuo silently added in his mind. Opening the Hearthstone Tavern had been part of Yasuo's plan all along. In the Hidden Leaf Village, while there exists a considerable number of affluent individuals, the realm of entertainment is lamentably meager. Aside from a certain indescribable and ancient profession, one finds little more than ramen shops and barbecue joints, or perhaps a furtive glance at the women's bath, rendering the scene rather mundane. Even Yasuo feels a twinge of pity for them. After all, money is a transient entity, neither brought into the world nor taken from it in death. These ninjas, who dance on the edge of peril, complete one treacherous mission after another, accumulating a modest fortune, only to find themselves passing away with their coffers still full. It is indeed a tragic fate. Thus, the compassionate Yasuo resolves to salvage their souls. Before their demise, let them empty their wallets, departing for the afterlife with the smile of a lucky one or the resentment of an unfortunate soul. Hearthstone, as a card game, boasts a relatively simple design, merely requiring the substitution of the Western magical backdrop with that of the ninja world. Concurrently, Yasuo contemplates creating a game entitled Five Nations Kill, which, paired with a modified version of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, is sure to garner popularity. After all, the Japanese fascination with the Three Kingdoms is well known. Yasuo had nearly completed his book several months prior, utilizing his cultural classes to make significant progress. The task of card creation, however, he entrusted to the likes of Bairu. Unlike Orochimaru, who harbors an obsession with immortality, Bairu is a pure scientist at heart. In the original world, due to a lack of innate ninja talents, Bairu grew estranged from his childhood companions, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, ultimately nurturing a grudge. In an attempt to compensate for his inherent deficiencies, he clandestinely engaged in human experimentation, researching the fusion technique Oni-Yero, eventually succeeding in merging 4 bloodline limits, seeking revenge against the village hidden in the leaves. However, a novice remains a novice. Even when armed with a powerful account, despite his formidable essence, Bairu's reckless use of skills led to his downfall at the hands of Prince Naruto, who dispatched him with a Rasengan shuriken. After a bout of heartfelt lamentation, he perished in Kakashi's embrace. In this new life, Bairu, unashamed of his previous status as a bottom-tier ninja, has liberated himself and shows no interest in enhancing his own strength. Yasuo finds this amusing. After all, although Bairu's Oni-Yero technique is potent, its rigorous training requirements make it challenging to replicate in others. Furthermore, Bairu's combat prowess is woefully inadequate. Engaging directly would be a waste. It is far better for him to remain in the shadows, focused on research. Thus, when Yasuo requested him to design a card that could manifest with the input of chakra, Bairu eagerly agreed. As for compensation, as the 5th member of the Blackwater Company, he was personally awarded a small red flower by boss Huang He. As the year draws to a close, even if the ninjas are reluctant to rest, the number of available missions diminishes, and they too find themselves with idle time. During this period, the Hidden Leaf Village bursts with vitality. Even after dusk, a rare night market emerges on the streets, illuminated occasionally by the flicker of fireworks. Much like those bustling labor towns, as the year-end approaches, the once desolate village becomes alive with chatter, as the ninjas, who have toiled throughout the year, begin to savor this rare and precious time of warmth. Whether it be ramen shops or barbecue restaurants, they are now consistently filled to capacity. Thanks to the invention of the color camera, Photography studios, a novel concept, have flourished in Konoha. Unlike the monotonous black and white photographs of the past, color photographs capture the essence of a person's appearance in vivid detail. Consequently, ninja families and commoners alike, whenever they found a moment of leisure, flocked to these studios to have their family portraits taken, resulting in long queues outside the establishments. 1, 2, 3. Cheese. At the photographer's command, the inaugural group photo of the notorious members of the Akatsuki was taken. In the captured moment, the mischievous Jiraiya attempted to pinch Orochimaru's cheek, only to be pricked in the backside by a chakra needle, his expression contorted in surprise. Tsunade, eschewing any semblance of royal demeanor, posed with her hands on her hips, exuding an air of authority. Might Guy, mustering his spirits, flashed a thumbs up, revealing his gleaming smile. Bairu, throughout the session, danced in a manner reminiscent of seaweed. Meanwhile, Yasuo cleverly hid behind the stern Shikamaru, fashioning a classic pose of chopper with chopsticks. Following the photograph, the 7-member team temporarily disbanded, as Tsunade was to celebrate the new year with Granny Mizuho, and Might Guy had an ailing father to attend to. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Bairu each returned home to prepare for their stay at the Hatake residence. As the team exchanged farewells, a boy clad in a fan vest meandered aimlessly through the streets. How boring. Surely, training would be far more engaging, Uchiha Toshi mused to himself, gazing at the vibrant nightscape before him, although the bustling scenery was a sight rarely witnessed. For Toshi, who was troubled by his slow progress and strength, it held little significance. Had it not been for his mother insisting he take a stroll, he would undoubtedly still be immersed in training. Before he knew it, Toshi found himself entering a familiar bookstore. This was a place he knew well. His father often brought him here to linger for an entire afternoon. However, ever since his father's sacrifice during a mission, Toshi had not returned to this bookstore. The thought of his father brought tears to his eyes. His father was a gentle and considerate man, a powerful ninja, a disciple of the second Hokage, and a classmate of the third Hokage. Yet, despite being the perfect father in Toshi's eyes, after his death, whispers of betrayal surrounded his name within the Uchiha clan. Many clan members labeled him a traitor of the Uchiha. Unbeknownst to Toshi, as the son of an Uchiha traitor, he would one day give birth to an even greater traitor, one who would attempt to control the Uchiha clan leader using the Koto Amatsuki. Clueless and naive, he was merely a first-year student at the Ninja Academy at present. Reflecting on his father's visage and laughter, Toshi approached the corner his father once cherished. There were many books here, yet Toshi pondered, do they not feel cold? Or perhaps they are all formidable ninjas, unafraid of the chill? It must be so. With a mindset of learning from powerful ninjas, Toshi picked up a book and began to leaf through its pages. However, it is rather disappointing that there are no insights on cultivation within. After a brief perusal, Uchiha-chan set the book down, filled with disillusionment. How utterly dull. As he contemplated leaving the library in irritation, his gaze inadvertently caught a glimpse of a modestly covered book nestled in the corner. The Romance of the Five Kingdoms, Volume 1. A tome chronicling the histories of the 5 great nations? It might serve as a pleasant diversion, he mused nonchalantly. Upon returning to the Uchiha clan's estate, Uchiha-chun reported briefly to his mother before retreating to his small quarters. Although Uchiha Kagami had passed away at a young age, he had served as a senior advisor to Konoha and accomplished numerous high-level missions, leaving behind a substantial legacy for his wife and children. Yet, Uchiha-chun was not a child inclined towards indulgence. The book he purchased today was his sole expenditure over the past few months. Once again, he attempted to extract chakra from his bed, but, as was customary, he met with failure. He had not inherited his father's prodigious talent, a reality that weighed heavily on Uchiha-chan's spirits. His cousin, Uchiha Fugaku, though younger, had already mastered chakra manipulation. In comparison, he, the child of the former clan leader, felt woefully ordinary. Subsequently, Uchiha-chan engaged in some other simple training before it was time to retire for the night. As a prospective ninja, maintaining a regular schedule was of utmost importance. He climbed into his small bed, prepared to extinguish the lamp, when his eyes fell upon the Romance of the 5 Kingdoms resting on the bedside cabinet. Just 5 minutes of reading before sleep, he thought to himself. It is said that the tides of the world, after prolonged separation, must inevitably unite, and after enduring unity, must again divide. By the shores of the South Sea lies a divine stone, a remnant left by the celestial goddess Otsutsuki Kagaya during her endeavors to mend the heavens. since time immemorial. It has absorbed the essence of nature, the radiance of the sun and moon, and, after a long period, it became imbued with a spiritual presence, nurturing an immortal embryo. One day, it erupted, giving birth to a stone egg, resembling a perfect sphere. Upon exposure to the wind, it transformed into a stone figure, complete with features and limbs. This figure became known as the Sage of the Six Paths. After the Sage of the Six Paths divided Yin and Yang and established the ninja sect. Thousands of years passed, during which the world was rife with conflict and disorder. One day, an elderly man from the mountains encountered a spirit beast, a powerful member of the Pangolin clan. The beast informed the man that while tunneling through the earth, it had inadvertently released 108 demons, thus heralding the dawn of the great ninja era. In this tumultuous epic, 5 of the most exceptional ninjas, possessing unparalleled will and overwhelming might, ultimately ascended to the pinnacle of the world. They were the unrivaled warlord, the Hokage Cao Caomingda, who embodied the spirit of a blazing fire; the benevolent water shadow Liu Beishuanda, master of the most potent water-style bloodline limit; the swift and valiant wind shadow Sun Tzu Bofu; the robust earth shadow Yuan Shao Benchu, inheritor of ancestral glory; and the demon king Raikage Dong Zhuozhongying, who wielded absolute power to subdue the world. Surrounding these 5 formidable ninjas, a series of captivating tales gradually unfolded. Chun, breakfast is ready. Chun, are you still in bed? Is the child unwell? When Uchiha Chun was startled awake by his mother's voice, he realized he was nearing the end of the Romance of the Five Kingdoms, Volume 1. Raising his gaze to the window, he found the sky already brightening. Did I truly stay up all night? I only meant to read one more chapter. During breakfast, with heavy dark circles under his eyes, Uchiha Chun appeared distracted. How wonderful it would be to possess the strength of Lu Bu Fengxian, a natural-born immortal with limitless chakra, effortlessly casting a great fireball technique to counter the formidable water release of Liu Bei, the water shadow. Moreover, he would command the mighty steed, Red Hair, which had claimed the lives of numerous elite ninjas at Hulao Pass with ease. No, how could I admire the brutal underlings of the Raikage? In truth, the evil of the Hokage's Dian Wei is quite commendable, especially his formidable 1,000 heavy shurikens. After a self-imposed pep talk, Uchiha Chun ultimately relinquished his thoughts. Indeed, it was impossible to forget Liu Bu Fengxian. Dian Wei was simply too unattractive. After breakfast, Uchiha Chun, unusually, did not engage in his daily training. Instead, he bid farewell to his mother and hurried to the bookstore where he had purchased a book the previous day. To his astonishment, the once ordinary bookstore, which he remembered as merely average in business, was surrounded by a crowd, still closed for the day. Among the throng were both the young and the old, ninjas and civilians alike, all sharing one commonality: heavy dark circles under their eyes. Chun, a chubby boy, spotted Uchiha Chun in the crowd and exclaimed, "Are you also a reader of Lanling Suo?" Lanling Suo was the pen name of Yasuo, the author of the Romance of the Five Kingdoms. Uchiha Chun, feeling like a student caught reading forbidden books, shyly nodded. The chubby boy, incredulous, remarked, "So you're not just a bookish training fanatic after all?" Uchiha Chun quickly implored, "Ding Mao, please don't tell anyone." The chubby boy chuckled, pointing towards a figure in the distance. "It's too late. Look over there." Following the direction of Ding Mao's finger, Uchiha Chun noticed several classmates staring at him in astonishment. Sarutobi Shino and Yuhi Kurenai approached, as if they had discovered something extraordinary. What a rarity. Uchiha Chun actually reads novels. Well, I only read occasionally. Uchiha Chun's face flushed as he nervously fidgeted with the hem of his clothes. "It's all right. Look, my uncle is here too." Ding Mao gestured toward a hefty man in the distance, winking at Uchiha Chun. "That's my uncle, Akimichi Torikase." Uchiha Chun was utterly astonished, realizing that the novel he casually purchased was so widely adored. Even his father's dear friend and a classmate of the third Hokage, Uncle Akimichi Torikase, was waiting for the bookstore to open. Noticing his nephew discussing him, Akimichi Torikase approached, a mouthful of snacks in hand, and cheerfully remarked, well, kids. You've got good taste." Ding Mao, also stuffing his mouth with snacks, nodded eagerly. "Uncle, just wait. One day, I shall surpass you and seize the fame of the Hokage's mighty warrior, Su Chu." Xiao Dao laughed heartily, exclaiming, "You little rascal, do make an effort to eat more. Being so slender is hardly befitting of the illustrious title of Tiger Fool." After approximately half an hour, The bookshop finally opened its doors. The bespectacled proprietor, donned in an apron, was startled by the throng of eager patrons outside, tremblingly stating, "Is there some misunderstanding? There are no discount events today. Who needs your discounts?" Came the retort. "Indeed, I wish to purchase the second volume of the Five Kingdoms. I do not require a discount. I am willing to pay more." "Yes, where is Xiao Xiao? I wish to offer him a tip." The first volume of the Five Kingdoms had conveniently concluded at the dramatic juncture of the 18 lords rallying against Dongjua, leaving readers yearning for more. Despite the prevailing belief that the four shadows united would surely vanquish the Cloud Nation, the emergence of the formidable super shadows, Lu Bu Fengxian and his powerful spirit beast, Chitu, instilled an unsettling suspense. Meanwhile, in a seemingly ordinary wooden cottage in Konoha, a robust man reclined in a chair, engrossed in a book. Chow Chow, Mingda, truly, the rightful Hokage should embody such a formidable hero. Sarutobi Hiruzen is quite inadequate. Indeed, the position of Hokage should rightfully belong to me. Regardless of the reader's fervor, the second volume of the Five Kingdoms was regrettably beyond their reach for the time being. This was due to the reclusive author, Yasuo, dutifully following his mother and elder brother, offering prayers in the shrine of the Hatake clan. According to the traditions of the Hatake family, on the morning of New Year's Eve, the current head of the family must report the year's events to their ancestors, followed by a visit to a humble temple in the nearby city of Ruri for blessings on the first day of the new year. It was not the Temple of Fire, but rather a small, unassuming temple that had existed since the inception of Konoha. Yasuo stood beside Keiko, observing Shuaemo, who remained solemnly engrossed in silent prayer, which stirred a sense of languor within him. Must we really come here every month? Why is there so much to say? I never imagined Shuaemo to be such a loquacious person. Yasuo's gaze began to wander, only to find Keiko quietly fixated on a singular black and white photograph. Her eyes glistening with tears, yet her lips curled into a faint, blissful smile. Frankly, Yasuo had always believed that it was Keiko who pursued his father back in the day, for even with her striking beauty, it seemed she could hardly compare to the dashing young man in the photograph, not to mention the legacy and talent he possessed. However, Yasuo began to suspect he might have been mistaken. Perhaps that unseen father of his longed to protect such a pure and radiant smile, just as he did. Following the prayers came the preparations for the New Year's Eve feast. To be precise, there was no concept of New Year's Eve here. Yet the final meal of the year warranted meticulous preparation. In addition to soba noodles, rice cakes were also essential fare for the New Year celebration. So Yasuo, is this truly acceptable? Indeed, Yasuo, I have never heard of such a custom. Nonsense. In our Hatake family, this is how we prepare rice cakes. Look at Baruhua. He has already begun. Jiraiya and Orochimaru exchanged glances, a rare understanding of shared fate reflected in their eyes. Not far away, Bailuhu had begun to pound rice cakes with a large wooden mallet. However, due to fatigue, he was soon breathless after only a few strikes. At that moment, all three wore the rabbit ear accessories crafted by the enchanting raven. Yasuo confidently remarked, "Of course, one must don rabbit attire to pound rice cakes. It's merely a matter of wearing rabbit ears. Why the unnecessary chatter? You should exhibit a sense of responsibility as guests." Bailuhu turned his head, his little green bean eyes shimmering with excitement. "Hurry up, this is truly fun," he exclaimed, the rabbit ears on his head bobbing with enthusiasm. Orochimaru hesitated for a moment, glancing at Yasuo, before reluctantly putting on the accessories and joining the effort. Even the most obstinate Jiraiya ultimately yielded to Yasuo's imposing presence. For the threat of going hungry that night was simply too daunting. Yasuo looked on with satisfaction as the trio, adorned with rabbit ears, diligently pounded the rice cakes, feeling a profound sense of achievement. Suddenly, Huizi appeared behind Yasuo with a radiant smile, and he felt a tightening on his head as something new was placed atop it. Friends should look coordinated. Yasuo, you can't be lazy. Go join your companions in their efforts. Huizi chuckled, playfully pushing the bewildered Yasuo forward. A few days prior, Yasuo had asked Huizi to create the ear accessories based on his designs, and she had made several spare pairs. Thus, for rabbits were thumping rice cakes in the back hall of the Hatake household, filling the ancient residence with a joyous atmosphere. Besides the soba and rice cakes, the traditional pan-fried river fish of the Hatake family was also an essential dish. Furthermore, to escape the monotony of pounding rice cakes, Yasuo took to the kitchen himself. boasting that he would let the ignorant natives of the ninja world experience the culinary artistry of the five-star chef, Lord Tam. However, reality proved to be harsh. As a former reclusive medical student who had failed his exams thrice, Yasuo's culinary skills were, unsurprisingly, subpar. Despite possessing the five-star chef Tam's recipes, the dishes he prepared were tragically transformed into veritable dark cuisine. After wasting several portions of fresh ingredients, Yasuo was unceremoniously expelled from the kitchen by an exasperated Huizi, who confiscated his recipe book without mercy. At last, the much-anticipated New Year's Eve dinner arrived. It became evident that Tam's recipes were not to be underestimated. Rather, it was Yasuo's cooking that fell short. Inspired by Tam's culinary guidance, Huizi created an array of exquisite new dishes that tantalized the senses. Just as Sakumo, the clan leader, was about to announce the commencement of the meal, Huizi mischievously produced 2 more pairs of rabbit ear accessories. She forcibly adorned Sakumo with one pair while donning the other herself, playfully ruffling his hair as she said, "Our esteemed clan leader, we may begin now." Sakumo, feeling embarrassed, regarded the rabbit ears atop his head as something deeply shameful. After several protests were dismissed by Huizi, the young head of the Hatake family finally declared the dinner open. Delicious. Absolutely delightful. Huizi's culinary prowess was beyond reproach. Not only Jiraiya and the others, who were accustomed to instant noodles and haphazard meals, but even Sakumo and Yasuo found themselves unable to stop eating. In traditional cuisine, an infusion of exotic charm has emerged. Yasuo can confidently assert that the chef of the illustrious mansion pales in comparison to his mother's culinary prowess. Over 20 dishes were swiftly devoured, as among the diners were several hearty eaters. In the end, let us raise a toast. Yasuo, having produced a small flask from an unknown source, poured a modest cup of wine for each person. Instantly, the room was enveloped in a captivating aroma of intoxicating spirits. The finest wines from Sanazai, indeed, are enchanting. Remember the 3 prohibitions of ninjas? Shuamao remarked, furrowing his brow. Moreover, we have yet to reach the legal drinking age. Oh dear, Shuamao. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have thought you had forgotten your own age. Huizi chuckled as she affectionately ruffled her eldest son's hair. She then turned to Yasuo, saying, "However, you are indeed still minors and should abstain from alcohol." Yasuo shook his head. "It's just a tiny cup. And this is a very special brew." Ultimately, perhaps due to the festive atmosphere, Huizi acquiesced. Yasuo raised his glass and proclaimed loudly, "Before we toast, we must share our New Year's wishes. I shall go first. I hope to strike it rich, to have an abundance of wealth in the coming year." Huizi smiled and replied, "Oh my, young Yasuo is quite ambitious. I wish for both of you to grow up healthy in the new year." Shuamao shook his head. "Yasuo, you remain as unambitious as ever. I wish to enhance my abilities and master the use of the chakra blade in the new year." Orochimaru pondered for a moment and said, "In the new year, I wish for Yasuo-kun to have his dreams come true." Jiraiya scratched his head and exclaimed, "What?" "In the new year, I aim to triumph over that pesky Orochimaru." Lastly, Bairuhu declared, "My New Year's wish is that we remain good friends forever. Cheers." As 6 glasses clinked together, 6 pairs of rabbit ears swayed in unison, marking the conclusion of another year for Yasuo in this world. The high-quality crops nourished by the morning dew of Sanha Valley, meticulously brewed using the ancient methods honed by Master Sommelier Gadaras, had accumulated half a year's worth of rich aroma and depth. The Sanha wine easily captivated every palate that tasted it, especially with the subtle infusion of divine essence and life elixirs. To elaborate, the ascetic Shuamao, who had lived a life of discipline, seriously addressed Yasuo during breakfast the following day. "Yasuo, drinking alcohol is fundamentally against the ninja way. Henceforth, aside from New Year's, the spring, summer, and autumn festivals, the Sea Festival, the Day of Green, the Day of the Moon, Father's Day, and Mother's Birthday, we must refrain from drinking alcohol." "And what about our birthdays?" Yasuo inquired. "Those too, I suppose. What if I celebrate the birthdays of Orochimaru and Jiraiya? Can I drink then?" That is permissible. Just remember to inform me as well." On the first day of the new year, Konoha village was abuzz with delightful activities. Jiraiya and Bairuhu received a few hundred yen in pocket money from Yasuo and happily ventured out to enjoy themselves. Meanwhile, Yasuo and Shuamao followed Huizi to pay New Year's respects to their elders, while Orochimaru expressed a desire to return to his apartment to attend to some matters. In truth, If your experimental materials are inconvenient to manage, you might as well bring them here. Yasuo could somewhat surmise the tasks Orochimaru needed to attend to every few days, as he had engaged in cell culture during his academic pursuits. Orochimaru gazed at Yasuo with surprise, his vertical pupils momentarily contracting before swiftly returning to calmness. Then I shall not disturb you, Yasuo-kun. Orochimaru held little interest in the extent of Yasuo's knowledge. He perceived an unwavering trust in Yasuo's eyes, a gaze that brought him solace. The decline of the Hatake clan was thorough, leaving no branches behind, and there were not many relatives on Keiko's side either, thus allowing for the morning's visits to conclude swiftly. In the afternoon, Shumo proposed that he and Yasuo pay a visit to Might Guy's residence. Upon hearing about Guy's situation, Keiko wiped her tears and insisted that the brothers bring an abundance of gifts, delicious pastries she had crafted by hand, though they were not extravagant. Might Guy resided in an old house on North Street, conveniently close to the Hatake clan's territory. As Yasuo and Shumo approached North Street, they chanced upon a watermelon rind walking on its head. If you can't walk home on your head, then you must do 10,000 frog leaps. Yasuo and Shumo exchanged silent glances at Might Guy, who was being pointed at by passers-by, and simultaneously conceived the thought that perhaps it would be better for him to continue his odd jobs. Hey Guy, you look splendid in the new year, Yasuo greeted him. Maintaining his inverted posture, Might Guy struggled to turn his head to see the two brothers. Shumo, Yasuo, why are you upside down? Oh wait, it's me who is upside down. After a brief exchange, Might Guy finally understood that Shumo and Yasuo had come to visit him. This marked the first time classmates had come to his home. In his excitement, Might Guy toppled to the ground, then scrambled up, exclaiming, "Please wait here. My home is a bit chaotic. I'll tidy it up." With that, he dashed away like a gust of wind. After a considerable wait, Might Guy returned, not by walking, but by hopping like a frog. As he leapt, he declared, "Let us go. My father will be thrilled to have friends visiting." Throughout the journey, Might Guy continued to hop, soaring high with remarkable precision, causing his distinctive bowl cut to bob up and down before Yasuo. 1666, 1667, 1668. Finally unable to endure the atmosphere any longer, Yasuo inquired, "Guy, would you introduce your father? Is he also a ninja?" Taken aback by Yasuo's question, Might Guy appeared somewhat dejected, and even his frog leaps were not as high as before. "My father was once a lower-ranking ninja, far inferior to your father's." Shumo frowned and shook his head, replying, "Strength is not the sole measure of a ninja's worth. As long as one possesses virtue, even a lower-ranking ninja can become a great ninja." Might Guy appeared increasingly despondent as he confided, "My father is generally wonderful, but he often utters baffling remarks or indulges in boastfulness. Please refrain from mocking him." Curious, Yasuo inquired, "What does your uncle typically say?" With a heavy sigh, Might Guy responded, "For the most part, he is fine, but whenever he is in high spirits or has had a drink, he tends to brag." "What does he boast about?" Yasuo pressed. "He claims to have fought against Uchiha Madara," Might Guy lamented. Upon hearing this, Shuaimo shook his head, understanding the source of Might Guy's turmoil. Uchiha Madara, a figure second only to the first Hokage, possessed strength that likely surpassed that of the second and third Hokage. Thus, a mere genin claiming to have battled him was indeed a farcical assertion. Perhaps it was a distant encounter involving a thrown shuriken, Shuaimo mused. Realizing why Might Guy found it difficult to discuss, anyone with such a father would surely feel exasperated. However, Yasuo's expression bore no trace of mockery. Rather, he appeared utterly astonished. This was not mere bragging akin to Kaku's. Yasuo recalled that, in the future, when the esteemed Guy faced the six paths empowered Uchiha Madara, he unleashed the seventh gate of the 8 gates of opening. Madara's reaction was telling. "To think it is not red steam, I must have underestimated you." This indicated that Madara was well acquainted with the 8 gates technique, having previously encountered the formidable red steam form. His words suggested that the technique had left a profound impression on him, perhaps even having severely wounded him in the past. Yet, the 8 gates technique was not widely known, especially in Madara's era. If the 8 gates were a forbidden technique of Konoha, Yasuo found it hard to believe that Might Guy, given his status, had access to such secrets. The higher-ups of Konoha were not known for granting access to forbidden techniques, and Might Guy hardly qualified as even a high-ranking pawn in their eyes. Therefore, it was evident that the 8 gates technique was a creation of Might Guy's father, either invented or inherited by him, and subsequently enhanced by Might Guy's son, Might Guy. Ultimately, the Eight Gates became the most potent martial art in the ninja world, with Might Guy rising to surpass even Uchiha Madara. One could assert that without the six paths, Uchiha Madara would not have stood a chance against Might Guy's prowess. So, what accounted for Madara's composure? It was likely because he underestimated the strength of the Eight Gates. The red steam he encountered decades ago, while formidable, was not his equal. The individual who had battled Madara was likely Might Guy's father, the originator of the Eight Gates technique. Perhaps due to insufficient talent or the numerous flaws in the original Eight Gates, Might Guy's father could not defeat Uchiha Madara. Yet, this misfortune spared him from the perils of the perfected Eight Gates. Regardless, Might Guy's father remained a remarkable genius, having created the strongest ninjutsu outside of the Otsutsuki lineage. Guy, please take us to meet your father, the unsung hero who left no name, Yasuo urged, crouching down to address the disheartened Might Guy, who was still in a frog-jumping posture. Might Guy's father, Might Dai, at the age of 36 or 7, should be at the pinnacle of ninja prowess. Yet, before Yasuo stands a frail old man. Are you friends with Dai? What an energetic young fellow. Let us wager our youth and engage in a fervent duel. Let us see who can stick out their tongue 1,000 times. If one fails, they must blink 3,000 times. Gazing at the man before him, albeit bedridden and emaciated, yet brimming with an explosive spirit, Yasuo is convinced that this indeed is Dai's biological father. Is this truly not a bloodline limit? Is Rock Lee not the illegitimate child of Guy? Yasuo cannot help but mentally scoff. Having endured rigorous training under Might Dai, Shoma has developed a certain immunity to such exuberance. He disregards Might Guy's fervent challenge and presents a gift prepared by Huizi. Uncle, these are some pastries made by my mother. I hope you enjoy them. Might Guy struggles to prop himself up, smiling as he replies, Thank you. Thank you. Dai, is there anything in the house we might offer in return? Before Dai can respond, Yasuo interjects, Actually, Uncle Wei, Dai is currently employed at my company. So your encouragement for him to work diligently would be the greatest gift of all. Wei nods in understanding. Is that so, Dai? Wagering one's youth and sweat. Striving in work is also a form of cultivation. If you cannot complete the work of 3 people, you must endure a month of overtime. Understood? Dai gives a thumbs up, his teeth gleaming. I will surely accomplish it. By the way, Uncle Wei, here is a small personal gift from me. A token of our Blackwater Company's employee benefits. As Might Guy's eyes light up at the sight of the small flask Yasuo produces, Shoma quickly intervenes. Yasuo, don't be foolish. Uncle is a patient. Yasuo chuckles. Oh, it's quite all right. This is a medicinal wine developed by our Blackwater Company. You drank it yesterday. It should have felt quite pleasant. Shoma falls silent, uncertain if it is merely a figment of his imagination, but after consuming Yasuo's concoction yesterday, he not only relished the physical pleasure, but also felt a surge of vitality. His senses were sharper, and some lingering injuries from his training seemed to show signs of improvement. Before Shoma can utter another word, Might Guy snatches the flask with surprising agility, completely defying his frail appearance. Young man, this is the finest healing elixir. Thank you. Observing Might Guy's eager demeanor, Yasuo muses that there truly is great opportunity in selling wine among ninjas. To maintain his heart's delight level, Yasuo conducts weekly lotteries. Though these small-scale raffles rarely yield anything of significant value, primarily consisting of low-cost consumables, mana potions, health potions, rogue potions, oracle essences, various travel mixtures, and even iron potions. While these items may be classified as low-cost, they are, in fact, treasures with unparalleled cost-effectiveness, albeit unsuitable for open sales. Their potent effects could invite unwarranted trouble. However, incorporating them in minuscule amounts into beverages presents no substantial issues. In the realm of ninjas, medicinal wines are not a rarity. They resemble health supplements more than genuine pharmaceuticals, often boasting ambiguous effects. However, Yasuo's medicinal wine, albeit with subtle potency, possesses tangible benefits that far surpass those of deceitfully advertised products. Yasuo has meticulously devised an entire series: the invigorating red-haired medicinal wine, the calming blue-haired medicinal wine, the intellectually enhancing pink-haired medicinal wine, and the nourishing brown-haired medicinal wine, among others. Naturally, the proprietor of Huanghe refrains from disclosing the precise ingredients contained within each bottle. Nonetheless, even without accounting for these additives, the wines produced in Sanha village remain exquisite brews of rare quality. Might Guy expressed profound gratitude for Yasuo and Shoma's visit. and upon learning that Yasuo's tavern would open in a fortnight, he volunteered to undertake all the physical labor related to cleaning and renovations. On the journey home, Shoma remained silent for an extended period before suddenly inquiring whether the wine would be a staff benefit. Yasuo nodded, casting a puzzled glance at Shoma, who promptly fell back into silence. In the ensuing days, the atmosphere of celebration for the new year remained vibrant. The Hatake clan was bustling with activity. Where Jiraiya and Bairu gathered, tranquility was a distant dream. Although the Hatake clan once adhered to numerous traditions, these have become mere shadows of their former selves. Largely due to Yasuo's relentless subversion in recent years, rendering the notion of silence during meals obsolete. At Yasuo's invitation, Orochimaru decided to officially reside within the Hatake territory. This locale, quieter than the bustling slums, proved more conducive to his experiments. Currently, Orochimaru was merely conducting ordinary animal cell experiments devoid of any forbidden components, thus sparing the Hatake clan any disturbances. As for Jiraiya and Bairu, although they frequently visited Yasuo's home for meals, they preferred the freedom of solitary living. Bairu is a remarkably creative genius. In the life plans Yasuo devised for his companions, Orochimaru was designated as a biologist specializing in cloning and genetic modification, while Bairu was envisioned as a versatile inventor akin to Edison. Despite his current limited knowledge, Bairu has successfully completed the preliminary task assigned by Yasuo, achieving small-scale production of chakra cards. The principle behind these cards is quite simple. When a user inputs a minuscule amount of chakra, it activates a preset miniature formation, transmitting embedded images and sounds. Meanwhile, Wheezy settled the accounts with the previous tenant of the shop and reclaimed the premises. Yasuo's small abode has since been transformed into an office brimming with documents and manuscripts of the Chronicles of the Five Nations. Once the festive season concludes, the renovation of the tavern will be placed on Yasuo's agenda. It seems he must seek investments from Tsunade, this little tycoon. Gazing at the deficit-laden proposal in his hands, Yasuo couldn't help but frown. Fortunately, Tsunade has yet to become the future millionaire in debt. She remains a valuable ally to cultivate. Suddenly, Yasuo stumbled upon a rather inconspicuous letter amidst the chaotic documents. An employment application? Do you wish to become a formal employee of Blackwater? The young man, Shikamaru, gazed at the application form in his hand with a face full of questions, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the Hatake clan, the young patriarch, Kakashi, completed a day of training. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he lifted his gaze to the starry sky, observing the crescent moon. He pressed his lips together and sighed. Has the spring festival not yet arrived? By the way, when is Dai's birthday? Perhaps I should ask again. Regardless of my lingering feelings, the festive season has passed, and the streets have returned to their previous calmness. The ninjas have left Konoha to embark on new journeys, and the Ninja Academy has resumed its sessions. Everything has returned to normal. However, in the unremarkable Willow Alley of South Street in Konoha, a rather inconspicuous tavern quietly opened its doors. This establishment, named Hearthstone, appeared unremarkable at first glance, save for a couplet hanging by the entrance. The first line reads, "The east wind does not favor Zhoulang." And the second line states, "The copper sparrow deeply locks away the two chiaos." Benefiting from the use of many Chinese characters in the ninja world, the meaning of the couplet is not difficult to comprehend, yet passers-by merely glance at it and move on without further thought. Yasuo, are you certain this is without issue? On the weekend, a bored Tsunade accompanied Yasuo to the Hearthstone Tavern, gazing at the desolate Willow Alley, and couldn't help but complain. Is Shikamaru trying to pull a fast one on you, his dim-witted brother? Opening a tavern here will hardly attract any business. Yasuo, unperturbed, scratched his ear and replied, "Don't fret. I anticipate that by afternoon, the situation will improve." Are you jesting? Tsunade pointed to the industrious Might Guy nearby. Look, Guy has already mopped the floor dozens of times, yet not a single customer has appeared. At that moment, aware of Tsunade and Yasuo's gaze, Might Guy raised his thumb and flashed his signature sparkling smile. Rest assured, risking my youthful passion, I will mop the floor 1,000 times. If I fail, I shall clean the windows 5,000 times. Yasuo touched his forehead, realizing that for the tavern's future, he would need to recruit a reliable server by tomorrow. In any case, I invite you, Tsunade, to first sample the charm of our signature drink, the Blue Delight, on the house, as one of the investors. Yasuo, now assuming the role of bartender, ceremoniously presented Tsunade with a glass of drink. The crystal-clear cup held a verdant liquid emitting an intoxicating aroma. Tsunade, having grown up in the esteemed household of the daimyo, had encountered many fine wines and had secretly sampled numerous exquisite varieties. However, she was confident that the blue delight before her was undoubtedly a superior brew. Who would have imagined that Yasuo possessed such a hidden gem? No wonder he is so self-assured. A blush crept onto her cheeks as she extended her empty glass towards Yasuo. I want more. For Uchiha Itachi, the festive season had never been so arduous. Whether in the bustling markets of Konoha or the grand family celebrations within the Uchiha clan, everything felt utterly mundane. Even after being knocked to the ground by his cousin Uchiha Fugaku in merely 3 moves, Uchiha Chun found himself feeling less disheartened. After all, you are merely a prodigy of the Uchiha clan. How can you possibly compare to a formidable warrior like Lu Bu? Ultimately, you are just a frog at the bottom of a well. Although Uchiha Chun himself could not quite grasp the logic behind this reasoning. Thinking this way brought him a sense of joy, even rendering Fugaku's arrogant visage somewhat more tolerable. Today marked a significant day for Uchiha Chun, one he had eagerly anticipated for over half a month. Before dawn broke, he planned to stealthily slip out of the Uchiha clan's territory, navigating the familiar path in the darkness. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed as 2 boys collided, followed by their cries of pain. Chun, Fugaku. Both stared at each other in astonishment. One was the son of the former clan leader, and the other was the most talented child of the clan. Sneaking out at this hour was clearly a serious violation of clan rules. If caught by the elders, the consequences would not be mere reprimands. Despite their poor relationship, with the younger Fugaku looking down on his inept cousin, neither was foolish. They silently exchanged glances and gestured under the moonlight to suggest they should proceed quietly. Fortunately, the Uchiha clan's vigilance had not yet reached the heightened state it would after the Ninetales incident, allowing the two to escape the clan grounds unscathed. Uchiha Chun had no intention of engaging in conversation with his cousin and continued on his path, only to realize that Fugaku was still at his side after passing several intersections. Could it be? Clearly, Uchiha Fugaku had come to the same conclusion, and they both voiced in unison, the Yangtze River flows eastward, washing away heroes? Fugaku, are you also a fan of the romance of the 5 kingdoms? Along their journey, the 2 brothers walked in silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. Perhaps feeling the weight of his elder brother's presence, Uchiha Chun decided to break the silence politely. Fugaku, who do you think is the strongest in the romance of the 5 kingdoms? Little did Uchiha Chun know how captivating this question would be. In another world, countless individuals had debated the ranking of martial prowess in the 3 kingdoms for ages. Upon hearing his cousin's inquiry, Fugaku's haughty little face brightened instantly. After a moment of furrowed contemplation, he excitedly declared, although Lu Bu is indeed formidable, he is ultimately just a brute under the rakeage. I believe that Suchikage Yuan Shao is the mightiest ninja, inheriting the glory of his family and wielding immense power. He will surely restore order in this chaotic world. Huh. Foolish little brat. Unbeknownst to them, the Uchiha brothers had arrived at the front of the library, where a considerable gathering of book enthusiasts had already assembled. An unfamiliar elderly man spoke disdainfully. Yuan Shao, that fool who values reputation, will inevitably bring ruin to the land of earth. It is the Hokage, Chao Chaomingda, who has uttered the profound words, I would rather bear the world's scorn than let the world scorn me, making him the most powerful ninja in the text. The spirited discussion among several individuals quickly captivated the surrounding book enthusiasts, prompting an exchange of lively opinions. Surprisingly, aside from the numerous supporters of the Hokage faction, the greatest backing was for the formidable water-style user Liu Bei-Xianda, while the supporters of the Wind Shadow Sun Subo Fu, who had yet to make a formal appearance in the first volume, were the least numerous. It was not until the proprietor of the bookstore gently opened the door that the fervent discourse began to subside. After all, today marked the release of the 2nd volume of the Romance of the 5 Nations. Thus, the quaint bookstore transformed into a battlefield, with some ninjas discreetly employing chakra to maneuver through the throng. Unexpectedly, the unfamiliar elder who championed Chao Mengda was the first to procure the novel, wielding an impeccably controlled wind-style technique that allowed him to outpace the crowd. Was there such a formidable wind-style ninja in the village? Who could say? The elder, feeling his prowess rivaling that of Elder Shimizu, clutched the book as he traversed a few street corners. restoring his appearance to that of a man in his 30s in a secluded spot. He gently caressed the book in his hands, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Surely, Cao Cao Mengda would succeed. Indeed, he must. My path as a ninja is infallible. In the second volume, the powerful Raikage Dong, Zhuozhong Ing meets his demise due to treachery from his subordinates. While Hokage Cao Cao Mengda and Wind Shadow Sun Su Bo Fu begin to shine brightly, the narrative ultimately halts after the Battle of Red Cliffs. How frustrating. So close. Shimizu Tuanzong set aside the novel he had just finished, his fists clenching involuntarily. In that moment, Tuanzong perfectly immersed himself in the role of Hokage Cao Cao Mengda, while his childhood companion, Sarutobi Hiruzen, clearly embodied the naive and self-promoting Yuan Shao Ben Chu. In Tuanzang's view, individuals with such weak character as Sarutobi were utterly unworthy of being the leader of a nation. One must either be a ruthless hero like Cao Cao Mengda, willing to betray the world, or a benevolent ruler like Liu Beixianda, wholly devoted to his subordinates. Those who, like Sarutobi Hiruzen, are indecisive will surely bring calamity upon the village. Indeed, the progression of the novel corroborated this notion. With the complete annihilation of the Land of Lightning, the second Raikage Liu Bufeng Xian was defeated, and the deeply bonded friends Cao Cao Mengda and Yuan Shao Ben Chu found themselves at odds. Much like Sarutobi Hiruzen, Yuan Shao Ben Chu held an undeniable advantage in this rivalry. However, in the end, the indecisive Yuan Shao Ben Chu fell to Cao Cao Mengda, precisely as Tuanzong had anticipated. In an instant, Tuanzong felt a kinship with the enigmatic Lan Ling Xiao Xiao Su. Yet, the subsequent events introduced unforeseen twists. The Water Shadow successfully enlisted the powerful fire-style user Zhuge Kong Ming, joining forces with the third Wind Shadow to defeat Cao Cao Mengda at Red Cliffs, bringing the previously assured expansion of the Land of Fire to a standstill. Tuanzong could only lament deeply. If it weren't for that damned east wind, who could have foreseen that the prodigious Zhuge Kong Ming possessed such formidable wind-style abilities? Indeed, on a large-scale battlefield, the combination of wind and fire styles proved incredibly potent. Perhaps I shall endeavor to experiment with this next time? Meanwhile, within the Uchiha clan's territory, Uchiha Tatsu and Uchiha Fugaku ventured to the secluded mountains under the guise of training together. The unusual companionship of the two brothers, who were not particularly close, did not raise eyebrows. After all, matters concerning children need not be overly scrutinized, as long as they were not squandering their time. Both Tatsu and Fugaku were among the most diligent youths of their clan, and their collaboration could hardly lead to idleness. Alas, my dear Lu Bu, why have you met such an untimely demise? Tatsu lamented, clutching his head in anguish. That detestable Mizukage, consumed by jealousy over Lu Bu's might. An hour later, Uchiha Tatsu exclaimed, "The Mizukage is indeed a kind soul. Zhao Yun Zilong is truly magnificent. Ah, Chongban Slope. I too aspire to be a hero like him." Uchiha Fugaku gazed at his boisterous elder brother in silence, unable to rebuke him, for he too was deeply engrossed in the tale. His initial admiration for Yuan Shao had long been discarded, and now Fugaku found himself a devoted admirer of Sun Tzu. What a promising talent he was. Albeit his life was tragically brief, leaving behind no worthy progeny. The prowess of the third generation of Wind Shadows paled in comparison to that of the second. If I were to become a figure like Sun Tzu, I must ensure to cultivate my son diligently. Time slipped away swiftly as the brothers consumed their lunch, prepared by their mothers, while animatedly discussing the plot of the novel they had just completed. They were particularly enthralled by the stirring Battle of Red Cliffs. The fierce clashes of the three ninja armies, the grand displays of wind and fire release, and the sealing of the entire river with the adamantine chains. The vivid imagery lingered in their minds. At that moment, two young Uchiha guards returned from their patrol, clad in their uniforms. Who would have thought that a place like Yonglu Alley would have a tavern? Indeed, the proprietor must be facing ruin. As long as he operates legally, his profits or losses are of no concern to us. By the way, what does that banner mean? Something about the east wind and Zhou and the two Qiaos. How perplexing. As the guards moved further away, their words faded into obscurity. Tatsu and Fugaku exchanged glances, delight evident in their eyes. They hurriedly finished their meals and set off together. A few Uchiha elders observed them from a distant pavilion, sipping tea and chuckling. These children are truly full of vigor. Indeed, while Tatsu's talent may be somewhat lacking, Fugaku will undoubtedly become the hope for revitalizing our clan. The brothers, of course, were not merely off to train. They headed straight for Yonglu Alley. It was a remote and quiet place, allowing them to quickly locate the Hearthstone Tavern. The banner read, "The east wind does not favor Zhouyu. The Bronze Sparrow Palace locks away the two Qiaos." Indeed, this was the place. The handwriting was atrocious, identical to that on the novel's cover page, authored by the renowned Lanling Xiao Sheng. "Welcome." As the two individuals pushed open the tavern door, a charming girl with a golden ponytail sweetly spoke up. Adhering to a principle of utmost efficiency, the idol Tsunade had been assigned by Yasuo to act as the greeter, unexpectedly discovering that this young lady attracted quite a clientele. Upon her arrival at the entrance, business immediately began to flourish. Yasuo smiled at the two newcomers and inquired, "What can I assist you with? May I ask if Mr. Lanling Xiao is present?" Although the tavern lacked the anticipated clamor and chaos, the Uchiha brothers nonetheless appeared somewhat reserved. Yasuo readily recognized the fan emblem adorning their attire, yet this detail bore little significance. What mattered was that the Uchiha clan was quite affluent. He retrieved a price list from behind the bar and handed it to the brothers, cheerfully remarking, "Master Lanling Xiao is currently out gathering inspiration. Feel free to browse and see if anything piques your interest." Instinctively, they accepted the price list, their expressions betraying mild surprise. They had not expected the prices of beverages in this seemingly desolate tavern to be quite so elevated. Although they had never frequented such establishments, discussions among the clan's guards regarding various locales' pricing had imparted a certain understanding of market rates to the brothers. The consumption level at this tavern of Hearthstone, while not astonishing, seemed somewhat exaggerated in relation to its location. No wonder business was scarce, Uchiha observed. At that moment, he noticed a particularly striking item at the end of the price list. "Pray tell, what is this Wugwa kill?" As they settled across from one another at a specially designed mobile game table, Uchiha and Uchiha Fugaku experienced a peculiar sensation akin to standing on their family's martial arts stage. The tavern owner's enthusiastic invitation, the promise of a complimentary first trial, and their burgeoning curiosity collectively prompted the Uchiha brothers to decide to partake in this game called Wugwa Kill. The very notion of a game felt somewhat foreign to Uchiha. In his recollection, only the children of commoners possessed the luxury of time to indulge in such pastimes. Among the youths of Konoha, the most popular diversion was the ninja game, where a few would impersonate ninjas, tossing stones and mud at each other, a mere triviality. However, the game before them appeared distinctly different. If one were to draw a comparison, it bore a closer resemblance to gambling. Uchiha pondered, understanding well the perils of gambling as the son of a Konoha elder, and he was confident that he would not be ensnared by such frivolous antics. "Now then, there are numerous ways to play Wugwa Kill. Given the number of players, I recommend the combat mode," Yasuo stated, expertly placing exquisite cards into the slots on the table and beginning to explain the gameplay. In essence, aside from possessing ninjas of various talents, the game included physical skill cards such as Kill and Dodge, tool cards like Fire Fan and Vine Armor, and ninjutsu cards such as Fire Release and Lightning Release. The art of deceiving one's adversary would rely on your own performance. Performance? Uchiha mused. How shall I put it? If it were merely a two-player battle, this might not be of great consequence. However, in a standard 5-player match, performance becomes exceedingly crucial. You are familiar with Wang Yunzi, are you not? He conjured illusions that incited a fierce rivalry between two generations of rakeage. Such is the power of performance. Is Jiao Chan not a mere figment of imagination? Was she not portrayed by Wang Yunzi's illusions? Ahem, let us not dwell on those trifling details. Please, commence your match. Even as he took his seat, Uchiha sensed the faint fluctuations of chakra emanating from this peculiar platform. With the tavern owner inserting the cards, these sensations became more pronounced. Among the 6 ninja cards, only 3 could remain, and they had to be arranged according to his strategy. The tavern owner's patient explanations lingered in his ears as Uchiha's gaze fixated on the 6 cards in his hand. His pupils constricted sharply. He could scarcely contain his excitement, yearning to exclaim, "Lu Bu, the formidable warrior." He possessed the card of Lu Bu. Gazing upon the image of this majestic figure clad in formidable ninja armor, Uchiha's heart raced with fervor. Was this truly what Lu Bu looked like? Indeed, he deserved the title of the mightiest among men. He then scrutinized the remaining cards. Su Chu, the fierce tiger, Zhang Jiao, the heavenly lord, the medical ninja Hua Tuo, and the illustrious Guan Yu. Uchiha first discarded the card of De Qiao. Although powerful, He believed women were better suited for the role of medical ninjas in the rear lines, a sentiment echoed by many in the ninja world. Next, he set aside the card of Zhang Jiao, as he had an aversion to the mystical cultists of the Yellow Nation, and as a novice, he found Zhang Jiao's skills too complex to comprehend. Finally, he relinquished the card of Su Chu, for while Su Chu was marginally superior to the likes of Jiao Chan, he was still too unattractive for Uchiha Chen's taste. Who can stand against me? I am Zhao Zilong of Changshan. Once both players had assembled their cards, the duel commenced, and a subtle chakra pulse radiated from their ninja cards, giving rise to two magnificent phantoms within an ancient dueling arena. As they were still unfamiliar with the rules, both Uchiha Chun and Uchiha Fugaku opted for simpler ninja skills. Fugaku, you duplicitous wretch, how dare you summon Zhao Zilong? Uchiha Chun retorted. Humph. I merely harbor disdain for the Mizukage. I hold a deep admiration for the esteemed Zilong. Very well, since both parties are masters of physical techniques, let us engage in a fair contest to determine the victor. With their banter, a seemingly thrilling, yet ultimately lackluster exchange of attacks began. Yasuo shook his head, bemused by the foolishness of the two brothers. Their camaraderie was indeed harmonious. He turned to pour them goblets of grape juice infused with a hint of an anger elixir, feeling quite the benevolent citizen caring for the young. Fugaku felt his hands tremble, and it was these quaking hands that had, merely a fortnight prior, achieved the best shuriken throwing record in the Uchiha clan's annual competition. So composed, he had been evaluated by the clan elders, yet today, his hands betrayed him. Slick with perspiration, he cast an irate glance at the dueling arena, where an elderly man with a head of white hair stood, a medical ninja who appeared devoid of any combat prowess. In truth, Hatake could scarcely recall when this character, known as Hua Tuo, had made his appearance in the text. Yet, this seemingly frail old man had managed to deplete the life force of his dear Xiao Qiao, leaving the current Sun Shangxiang with but a sliver of vitality. As for the reason he had chosen two youthful female ninjas, Hatake himself was at a loss, as if he had unwittingly made the decision in a moment of distraction. Gazing at his health bar, which was perilously close to being emptied in the next turn, Hatake clenched his teeth and discarded two cards to activate the marriage skill. Husband, your health is of utmost importance, a petite and voluptuous female ninja sweetly declared, as both she and the elderly man across the arena regained a modicum of health. The older one gets, the more one must replenish. The hidden prowess of their respective trump cards proved to be truly vexing, and after a prolonged tug-of-war, the duel escalated as Uchiha Chen's unleashed his final strike. The elderly figure in white suddenly leaped into action. In his gnarled, withered hand, a peachwood cane ruthlessly struck the shoulder of the female ninja, sending a spray of blood into the air and causing the entire arena to tremble. No, she cannot perish yet. Accompanied by a soft gasp, the female ninja transformed into a streak of light and vanished from sight. Ha! Cursed female ninja, go home and tend to your children. The battlefield is no place for you. Yasuo observed the exuberant Uchiha Chens and concluded that the upbringing of the Uchiha clan was indeed flawed. No wonder they would eventually face annihilation. Yasuo, do you also believe female ninjas are ill-suited for combat? Tsunade, who had been intently watching the match, suddenly appeared behind Yasuo, a small wine glass in hand. Her face flushed with a tipsy glow and an air of danger about her. Yasuo immediately replied earnestly, how could that be? Those two ninja cards are remarkably strong. That young lad simply lacks the skill to utilize them. As Yasuo solemnly explained to his most crucial investor, Uchiha Hatake abruptly stood up. Boss, let us play another round. No, let us extend it for another 2 hours. And, could I have 2 more servings of that grape juice? Just a moment, please. Yasuo regarded the unknown Uchiha boy, a sly smile creeping onto his lips like that of a cunning merchant. However, the tremors in Futake's body, his flushed visage, and the bloodshot eyes filled Yasuo with a twinge of concern. If this boy were to lose a few more times, would he awaken the Sharingan? Shaking his head, he thought, awakening at ISNT so simple. It can't be that easy, can it? Uchiha Hatake left in a state of disquiet, his expression lost, and his eyes bloodshot as if on the brink of tears. As Might Guy and Uchiha Chins dragged him out of the tavern, he continued to grumble. Why does the tavern close so early, at around 8? Is this how business is conducted? Yasuo, of course, was reluctant to cease operations so soon, especially given the astonishing consumption exhibited by the Uchiha brothers after nearly 10 hours of continuous play. The grape juice flowed into their stomachs as if it were free, leaving Yasuo to worry whether the two young boys might overdose. Although the anger potion originates from the system, ensuring safety and delectable flavor without any toxic side effects, the unscrupulous merchant Yasuo dilutes it, mixing one bottle with dozens of barrels, resulting in a significantly low concentration. Yet, the expressions of those two small beings, particularly Uchiha Fugaku, who has suffered defeat in 9 out of 10 matches, appear anything but normal. Is it possible that the efficacy of the potion is still too potent for minors? Will there be a pang of conscience for such actions? Yasuo touched his chest, feeling no discomfort. Indeed, he felt quite at ease. Thus he resolved to disregard the matter. With the first 2 customers secured, Yasuo was confident that the tavern would soon bustle with activity. Although Might Dai could handle the workload of several individuals, he remained a student at the Ninja Academy and could spare only 3 to 4 hours for work aside from weekends. Moreover, given Might Dai's peculiar thought process, Yasuo found it difficult to entrust him with customer service duties, let alone manage the shop alone. As for Orochimaru and Jiraiya, Yasuo planned to schedule them as well, assigning them roles as male attendants, since the uniforms were readily available in the lottery space. However, relying solely on these temporary workers for serious management seemed rather unwise, prompting Yasuo to consider visiting the Konoha market next weekend in search of reliable waitstaff. Life at the Ninja Academy continued on quietly over the next few days. However, teachers like Shimura Yuichi noticed that students often gathered in small clusters, seemingly engrossed in discussions of an unknown nature. Initially, Shimura Yuichi suspected it was merely the typical gossip among students, as the allure of the opposite sex often eclipsed their pursuit of ninjutsu at that age. Yet, he soon observed that even the most aloof students, such as Uchiha Ishihara and the Hyuga siblings, began to participate during breaks. One day before class, unable to contain his curiosity, Shimura Yuichi discreetly employed a stealth technique to eavesdrop on several animated students. To his astonishment, he overheard shocking remarks. What a pity! That old man, the Hokage, managed to escape in the end. Indeed, next time, we mustn't show such leniency. How dare he commit such outrageous acts against my goddess? That old coot is utterly despicable. However, contrary to expectations, perhaps due to a natural inclination to empathize with the underdog or the limited appreciation of the impoverished cultural palette of the ninja world, the narrative surrounding the Battle of Chibi gained a surprising following, with more supporters emerging for the Mizukage and Kazekage. After all, in this entirely fictional realm, the title of Hokage alone does not suffice to fully sway the sentiments of the readers. Fortunately, although Konoha is a quasi-militarized village, its cultural censorship remains relatively lenient. Thus far, Yasuo had not encountered any unfavorable rumors. Though shaken by the students' discourse to the point of nearly losing his stealth technique, Shimura Yuichi, a veteran of many storms, remained resolute and did not falter before his students. After listening for some time, he realized that these students were discussing the plot of a novel. Though the interim reading material seemed to contravene no school regulations, much like the practices of many homeroom teachers, the 2 volumes of the Chronicles of 5 Nations became possessions confiscated from Yuichi Shimura. Consequently, the following day, sporting dark circles beneath his eyes, Yuichi astonishingly erred on several occasions during his lecture, to the point that even the academically challenged Yasuo noticed. After graduation, embarking on missions appeared quite perilous. Perhaps I should apply to remain at the school? After all, it seems rather simple, mused Yasuo, who was distracted during class. The Chronicles of 5 Nations spread like a silent plague throughout Konoha, garnering such acclaim that various analyses of the novel began to appear in newspapers across the Land of Fire. Concurrently, among the book enthusiasts, a small tavern's name was increasingly whispered. It was said to be the establishment inscribed with the handwriting of Lanling Xiao Su, where one could witness the heroic contests of the 5 Nations firsthand. Regrettably, many fans arriving at Willow Lane found only the closed doors of the Hearthstone Tavern. Ah, Fugaku-chun, are you still reserving 3 hours today? Yasuo, polishing a glass at the bar, greeted the 2 regular patrons with familiarity. Table 5 is just missing 2 players. What do you say? No, today I must defeat Chun. Same as usual, 2 servings of the secret grape juice. Fugaku Uchiha replied, his expression stern. Although he still addressed his cousin by his first name, it was evident that his relationship with Chun had grown considerably closer compared to the previous week, when he had often resorted to derogatory terms. I'd like to remind you that starting next week, our tavern will display a leaderboard. Every match will be recorded for points, and the top 100 will be featured. Yasuo continued. All game modes will earn points, and in the future, the duel mode will require purchasing card packs. Introducing new gameplay. Given that the tavern was named Hearthstone Tavern, Yasuo was determined not to deceive patrons. The modified Hearthstone card packs based on the Chronicles of Five Nations were nearing completion, thus offering two distinct game modes in the tavern. The relatively straightforward Three Kingdoms Kill served as an introductory game to cultivate customers, while the intricate Hearthstone gameplay was highly recommended, for its potential to generate revenue far exceeded that of Three Kingdoms Kill. New gameplay? Leaderboard? The Uchiha brothers exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. Fugaku inquired. There aren't even 100 patrons here now, are there? Yasuo smiled faintly. Next week, the tavern will be open all day, and I assure you, with Chen's prowess, he will certainly make the leaderboard. As for you, Fugaku, well, what do you mean by well? There can only be a maximum of a couple hundred people. Am I not capable of making the top 100? Fugaku Uchiha's forehead veins throbbed slightly as he questioned, irritated. What a volatile child, Yasuo thought, having recently taken to observing Fugaku with keen interest as part of a small experiment. Yasuo clapped his hands, and Orochimaru, clad in the light servant attire of Ezreal, approached with 2 cups of grape juice in hand. Originally, Yasuo intended to dress Orochimaru in the Valkyrie Sivir outfit, which would complement his complexion beautifully. However, as it was still the late winter and early spring, with the climate being rather chilly, and given Orochimaru's fierce resistance, Yasuo reluctantly abandoned the idea. Pointing to the grape juice with a smile, Yasuo remarked, do not overthink it. Why not sample this new concoction? It boasts an entirely fresh formula, perfectly suited for a child like you. The anger potion caused Fuyue's emotions to fluctuate even more dramatically, while the oracle essence sharpened one's senses, enabling the detection of hidden traps. This, he mused, might prove beneficial in treating the Red Eye clan's afflictions. Watching the Uchiha brothers depart, Yasuo felt a twinge of uncertainty in his heart. The following day marked yet another weekend. After breakfast, Orochimaru accompanied Keiko to the market for groceries, while Shumo diligently ascended to the back mountain for training. Yasuo, however, donned a tailored suit and ventured alone to the marketplace of Konoha. This locale resembled a land transport dock, where many of Konoha's essential supplies were imported. Previously, Yasuo and his companions had sought a ride with the Hakamori merchant group right here. As Konoha was largely a non-productive area, the market was predominantly occupied by merchants from other regions, even foreign lands. It also served as a rudimentary labor market, where many idle individuals sought opportunities for work. Yasuo intended to scout for suitable new hires. Shorty, for heaven's sake, you are slacking off again. An unattractive boy, of a similar age to Yasuo, clad in tattered clothing, struggled to lift a massive basket. Due to his insufficient strength, he hesitated momentarily, only to feel a merciless lash from a whip as thick as a rope descend upon him. You can't even manage this little task. You truly are worthless. The unfortunate boy, afflicted with dwarfism, lost his balance from the whip's tremendous force, tumbling to the ground and becoming drenched in the foul-smelling fish and juices from the basket. Damn it. One day I shall become a world-renowned tycoon, and then I shall make all of you wretched insects lick my boots. After brushing the dirt off the fish and returning it to the basket, the dwarf boy silently vowed in his heart. This was a merchant group hailing from the land of the sea, a diminutive nation nestled between the land of water and the land of whirlpools, consisting of 4 small islands. As a nation devoid of a ninja organization, the land of the sea has consistently maintained a neutral stance between its 2 powerful neighbors. Benefiting from its neutral status, merchants from the land of the sea thrive in various locales, primarily dealing in unique seafood products. Konoha, being a place of wealth and folly, attracted merchants from around the globe, and the dwarf boy had come here with his homeland's merchant group in hopes of fortune. Harboring dreams of becoming a wealthy magnate, he was not content to spend a lifetime merely moving salted fish. Moreover, the daily ridicule from his peers and the relentless beatings had pushed him to the brink of mental distortion. Seizing the opportunity when his companions were distracted, the dwarf boy stealthily slipped away from the merchant group. Upon his first arrival in a foreign land, the myriad of sights in the bustling streets of Konoha left him in awe. However, he paid little heed to these novelties, instead directing his gaze toward the numerous job postings. Unfortunately, Due to his physical appearance, attire, and demeanor, his journey through interviews was fraught with disappointment. A country lad, lacking in both charm and strength, was evidently not in high demand among employers. After a morning filled with failures, the young dwarf's stomach began to rumble ominously. Damn it! He had only consumed half a bowl of salted fish and rice since last night. He hunched over, striving to ignore his hunger. Should he continue to fail in securing employment, he would have no choice but to return to his previous merchant caravan. Knowing full well that his unexcused absence would earn him a severe beating, yet anything was preferable to starvation. Resolutely, he decided to make one final attempt. The ugly youth's determination was bolstered by his gnawing hunger, leaving him no room for hesitation. Yet, as he gazed at the job booth before him, a fleeting moment of doubt washed over him. The cardboard sign indeed proclaimed a hiring notice, but what was the meaning of the small figure lounging beneath it? Foolish natives of the shinobi world. Yasuo couldn't help but scoff. Despite the fact that computers had become ubiquitous decades hence, there was still no formal job market in sight. Was it truly the case that the esteemed CEO of Blackwater Corporation had come personally to recruit, only to be met with such a lackluster setup? Simply placing a sign on the ground hardly constituted a professional hiring effort. After being persuaded by Tsunade to test the new version of Hearthstone the previous night, Yasuo had found himself winning until past 11, counting his earnings until the early hours, leaving him utterly exhausted. With a dearth of reliable candidates for interviews, he had gradually relaxed his standards. Thus, the scene before the young dwarf was one of utter disarray. Beneath the job notice, a scruffy child lounged, his wrinkled clothes carelessly askew, propped up with his feet in the air, sound asleep on a straw mat. The dwarf youth longed to seek employment elsewhere, but his stomach betrayed him at that very moment with an embarrassing growl. Yasuo stirred from his slumber, only to be greeted by an unappealing round face, followed by an overwhelming stench of fish that nearly made him retch. The individual before him possessed a short stature, a round visage, small eyes, large nostrils, and protruding ears, an unfortunate combination of features destined to ensure a lifetime of solitude. Yasuo's eyes twitched. Was this yet another unreliable candidate? He was seeking a tavern server, and this fellow's appearance surely spelled doom for his establishment. Shaking his head, Yasuo prepared to close his eyes once more when the unattractive youth spoke up. Hello. My name is Cardo, hailing from the land of the sea. May I inquire about the possibility of obtaining a position? Despite his doubts regarding Yasuo's credibility as an employer, hunger compelled the boy, Cardo, to recite the plea he had rehearsed throughout the morning. We at Blackwater Corporation have no need for someone like you. Wait, what did you say your name was? Yasuo suddenly recalled someone, unable to suppress the urge to retract his earlier dismissal, uncertainly inquiring further. Kato was startled by Yasuo, who suddenly sat up. Due to his stature, Kato was shorter than Yasuo, even while seated. I am Kato, he introduced himself. This is my first departure from the country of the sea, and I doubt you have ever heard of me. Indeed, I have heard of you. Yasuo finally connected the diminutive figure before him with the image from his memory. In the opening arc of the Naruto series, the most detestable villain was not the notorious Zabuza Momochi nor the ambiguously gendered beauty, White, but rather Kato, the world-renowned tycoon and president of a shipping company, who pranced about like a jester. With the same name, a similar appearance and height, along with his origins from the country of the sea, Yasuo was nearly certain that this dwarf was the future pirate king, Kato, who would engage in nefarious trades and dominate the seas. Is this poor fellow truly suffering so? Yasuo pondered, observing Kato, who clutched his stomach with a humble expression and a look of anticipation. His first instinct was to eliminate him. Although Yasuo was devoid of moral scruples, trafficking women and smuggling drugs surpassed his ethical boundaries. Furthermore, in the original timeline, this individual had ruthlessly slain the hero of the country of the waves, Inari's father, Kaido, a man of extraordinary charisma, making it difficult to harbor any goodwill towards him. Nevertheless, everything was yet to unfold. The current Kato was merely a famished, unfortunate child. To slay him outright seemed excessive. After all, people can be reformed, even the most unworthy among them. It is undeniable that Kato possessed a keen business acumen, having evolved from a starving, stunted youth into a leading tycoon. Perhaps he was a hidden gem? Recently troubled by various decisions, Yasuo could not help but entertain this thought. For Kato, today was a remarkable day. Abandoned by his parents due to a congenital disability, he had lived a semi-nomadic existence that gradually warped his personality. However, Kato sensed a turning point in his life. The ramen he was consuming was extraordinarily delicious. Crouched in a corner, with a large bowl in hand, he devoured the noodles, making raucous sounds. He swore he had never tasted anything so delightful, far superior to the salted fish rice he usually consumed. "Boss, would you care for a bowl?" Kato, despite his misfortunes, still had some awareness. It was unacceptable for him to eat while his employer went hungry. Yasuo shook his head and replied, "Enough chatter. Eat quickly, and then go bathe. You stink. Who has an appetite now?" Although Yasuo reluctantly accepted Kato as a subordinate while pinching his nose, it did not imply he would treat him kindly. However, Kato found this treatment agreeable, for compared to his previous caravan leader, Yasuo appeared as gentle as an angel. Fortunately, Yasuo remained oblivious to Kato's thoughts. Had he known the contempt with which Kato described him, he would have surely introduced him to the ferocity of the Gale's sword technique. Regardless of the circumstances, now that he had become his subordinate, it was imperative for Kato to shed the foul stench of salt-dried fish. Thus, after satisfying his hunger, Yasuo led him to a bathhouse. Before they arrived, a cloud of dust approached, mixed with exclamations such as "Catch the pervert," and "That white-haired brat." With practiced agility, Yasuo sidestepped and deftly took refuge along the street. However, the clumsy Kato was not as fortunate. When the dust settled, he struggled to rise from the ground, his body marred with shoe prints, his face appearing even more comically large. Truly, Konoha was a perilous place. With this thought lingering in his mind, Kato hurriedly limped to catch up with Yasuo. Put in more effort, push harder, even more. Had the ramen at noon been for naught? Immersed in the warm waters of the bath, all weariness of the day dissipated, and Yasuo felt an overwhelming urge to sing. It would have been even more delightful had the one diligently scrubbing his back not been Kato, but rather the ethereal white-haired figure. It occurred to Yasuo, with a tinge of melancholy, that life is indeed fair in its own way. The azure beast of Konoha, who had subdued the formidable Madara Uchiha with sheer physical prowess, was none other than the valiant Might Guy. Such a magnificent man harbored a singular, lingering pain deep within his heart. In his youth, during a moment when Kakashi had stepped away to the restroom, Might Guy had inexplicably appeared from an unusual angle. He proposed a spirited wager of youth against Kakashi. But before he could finish, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of his lifelong nightmare. Honest Guy had even gone so far as to compare himself to Kakashi, who had described a certain part of Guy's anatomy as a tiny acorn. As Kakashi's uncle and a member of the Hatake clan, Yasuo possessed considerable advantages. Yet he was still a child, and his potential was not yet fully realized. But what was the deal with this little fellow? It was a bit excessive. After his bath, Kato was finally free of the ocean's odor. However, his tattered clothing was no longer suitable for wear. Yasuo casually procured a set of yordle attire for him, and Kato finally resembled a somewhat presentable individual, just barely avoiding the appearance of someone deserving of a beating. Henceforth, you shall be a member of the Blackwater Company. Your first task is to return to the market and recruit at least one server. Yes, boss. But may I inquire if you have any specific requirements for the server? Kato regarded this first assignment with utmost seriousness, perceiving it as a test bestowed by his employer. Yasuo waved his hand dismissively. Handle it as you see fit. If you cannot manage such a trivial matter, what use are you to me? After giving a few more casual instructions, Yasuo hastily handed Kato a board inscribed with the taverness address and remuneration details before departing in a rush. When the tavern opened in the evening, "I hope you will not return empty-handed," he thought, reflecting on the young boss's parting words. Feeling the weight of responsibility settle upon him. What should a tavern server be like? Kato furrowed his brows, endeavoring to remember. In the land of the sea, the only tavern that Kato could access was the Sailor's Tavern. After weeks, or even months of navigating the vast ocean, the only other beings he encountered were female seabirds. Thus, the role of the tavern's waitresses was readily apparent. Indeed, the waitresses were charming young women, endowed with ample bosoms and long legs. Kato, feeling triumphant, believed he had grasped the true intentions of his boss, Yasuo, and set off with renewed confidence. Entrusting the recruitment entirely to Kato was not Yasuo's original intention, as he harbored reservations about this notorious subordinate. However, a sudden event compelled Yasuo to withdraw from the situation. In a secluded cabin at Sana village, Sugiyama Maru fervently prayed before the talisman displayed on the table. As a familiar red light flickered, Yasuo's figure materialized before him once more. "Hurry and summon me." "What is the matter?" Without the leisure to extol Yasuo's formidable ninjutsu as he usually did, Sugiyama Maru quickly reported, "Boss Huangha. The plants on the back mountain seem rather abnormal." Abnormalities in the plants on the back mountain? A sense of unease crept into Yasuo's heart, for he had, to some extent, engaged in large-scale cultivation of invasive species, significantly disrupting the ecological balance of the Sanha region, a transgression that would warrant imprisonment on Earth. To be fair, the flora on the back mountain had never appeared entirely normal. The thorny vines, with their menacing demeanor, were hardly typical. However, compared to their earlier rampant growth, these plants had indeed behaved more subdued in recent months. Previously, Yasuo had placed small bear cookies around the cultivation area to facilitate observation of the plant's growth. Initially, he would occasionally check on them, but overall, aside from some unnatural writhing, the thorns exhibited no truly alarming behavior. As the operational intricacies of the tavern unfolded, Yasuo gradually forgot about this matter, neglecting to replace the bear cookies once they became ineffective. Thankfully, Sugiyama Maru proved to be a reliable individual, tending to those plants diligently every day and promptly contacting Yasuo upon noticing anything amiss. Upon arriving at the back mountain, Yasuo found the landscape as desolate as it had been 6 months prior, yet he noticed that the once pervasive stench of beasts had significantly dissipated, replaced instead by a faint floral fragrance. Floral fragrance? Yasuo suddenly realized that the new year had long since passed and that spring was gradually arriving. The arrival of spring brought to mind the thought of his beloved Jean. As spring awakened the earth, it also heralded the mating season for the creatures of the grasslands. Yet, upon reflection, spring was also the season for the propagation of plants. Yasuo recalled his middle school biology teacher's assertion that flowers were the reproductive organs of plants. Thus, he found himself contemplating the large thorns before him. Though the expanse of the thorny thicket had not significantly increased, the previously chilling and eerie atmosphere had vanished. The entire thicket had transformed into a vibrant sea of blossoms, red, purple, and crimson, a tapestry of color. It was only natural for plants to bloom in spring in their quest to propagate their progeny. There was surely nothing extraordinary about that. Yasuo cast a glance at Sugiyama Maru, his expression reminiscent of the way his biology teacher had once regarded him. "No, Boss Huanghe. I am uncertain whether these are indeed plants. They seem rather abnormal." Sugiyama Maru unfastened the satchel from his body, revealing a bound rooster within. It turned out he had not brought it for a barbecue, and Yasuo relinquished his mundane thoughts, patiently awaiting Sugiyama Maru's next actions. After unbinding the rooster, Sugiyama Maru tossed it into the thicket, and a rather embarrassing scene unfolded. Had the vines constricted the unfortunate fowl like the murderous tree vines from a horror tale, Yasuo would have been utterly unfazed, perhaps even thinking it was to be expected. After all, in the lore of League of Legends, as per the latest account of Zyra, she is no longer an evil tentacled creature inhabiting the body of a human sorceress. According to the new narrative, Zyra is a hybrid of plant and animal, mercilessly slaying all creatures that trespass into her domain. However, the Zyra seedlings that had arrived in the shinobi realm seemed to exhibit far less aggression. At least Yasuo and Sugiyama Maru could traverse the jungle unharmed. Creatures that inadvertently wandered into the jungle, provided they did not overstep their bounds, were generally disregarded by the vines. Yet, those who attempted to nibble on the leaves, mark their territory by urinating at the roots, or scratch their backs against the vines, often ended up nourishing the soil. Today, however, the rooster's fate was entirely different, without provocation. It was swiftly ensnared by the vines and delivered into the embrace of a colossal flower. The vines acted with a fierce grip, forcefully pressing the flapping rooster against the flower's stamen until it drew its last breath. Following this, the shriveled remains of the rooster were discarded, while the flower appeared to grow more vibrant. Due to its origin from the system, Yasuo felt an inexplicable connection to these plants from the feedback he received. It seemed the plant's emotions were characterized by an insatiable yearning. At this juncture, Sugiyama Maru interjected. "Boss, I have recently observed that since these plants began to bloom, they seem to actively attack nearby male animals, which is not a promising sign." Yasuo furrowed his brow, pondering if this was the plant's mating season. This notion exceeded Yasuo's understanding, and with his rudimentary knowledge of botany, he could only ascertain that all the flowers currently possessed only pistils, devoid of stamens. Unsure whether his life could be restored through his resurrection ability after having his vital essence drained, and whether he would still be a man upon revival. Yasuo cautiously approached the thorny thicket, prepared to flee at the slightest disturbance. When the seeds had just been sown, aside from the fluctuations of fire elements, Yasuo had felt no particular sensation. Yet now, the fully grown thorns seemed to establish some form of psychic connection with him. This connection grew increasingly distinct as Yasuo drew nearer. He discovered that not all the vines possessed consciousness. Rather, they shared a singular, unified awareness. This consciousness exhibited absolute goodwill and compliance towards Yasuo, providing him with a modicum of reassurance. Let us refer to Yasuo as the consciousness of Janna. Within the expression of this consciousness, the creation of her Yasuo embodies her deity. However, the great Yasuo now finds himself ensnared in a quandary. This Janna is not the same as the one before, for she unmistakably exudes an undeniable yearning for courtship. But where can Yasuo possibly find her a suitor? Should he resort to capturing the black mist, that carnivorous plant, to serve as her consort? Setting aside whether he possesses the capability, Yasuo is primarily curious about the abilities of that peculiar entity. Perhaps there lies a solution? In a moment of despair, Yasuo suddenly recalled an item he had won in a lottery some time ago. He retrieved from his spatial pocket a small, purple, spherical object, roughly the size of a palm, shaped like a cat, exuding an undeniable charm. However, this is no mere plaything for girls. It is the seed of the twisted treant, Makai. More precisely, it is the coveted skin of Makai, known as Meowkai. This skin has utterly transformed the image of Makai, turning him from a foreboding treant into an endearing creature beloved by all. For a straightforward man like Yasuo, cuteness holds no intrinsic value. The crucial question is whether this seed can satisfy the consciousness of Janna. To his surprise, the outcome was remarkably favorable. The consciousness of Janna immediately took notice of the Meowkai seed, cautiously extending a slender vine to touch it, instantly conveying feelings of delight and elation. Subsequently, she gently coiled her vine around the Meowkai seed and placed it deep within the forest, nurturing it with utmost care. Is she intending to plant the Meowkai? Yasuo began to comprehend Janna's intentions. This whimsical entity aims to cultivate a child bride. Upon receiving the Meowkai seed, Janna's consciousness incessantly expressed her gratitude to Yasuo, as if she were thanking a deity for finally granting her a robust man. Even the flowers upon her vines blossomed more vibrantly. One could easily discern she is a mischievous little sprite, and Yasuo offered a moment of silence for the Meowkai. Although she possesses only a singular consciousness, Yasuo had indeed planted a plethora of wildfire vines, yet he had but one Meowkai seed, leaving him uncertain of her satisfaction with the arranged union. In truth, Yasuo is quite curious about what might arise from the combination of wildfire vine and Meowkai. Surely, it cannot be something akin to a gourd child. Regrettably, the Meowkai seed has only just begun to sprout. While the thorns have tended to it with great care, it cannot possibly keep pace with the proliferation of this spring. With the Meowkai, Janna's consciousness seems to have lost interest in other male entities. After some discourse, Yasuo cautioned Janna against any reckless actions, particularly regarding his subordinate, Tsukiyama, warning her not to harbor any ill intentions. The thorny vines nodded in compliance, yet they also shook their branches at Tsukiyama, indicating disdain. Observing those formidable plants behaving like docile kittens before their master, Tsukiyama's respect for Yasuo deepened. In the future, surely, Mayahiko, too, will become a powerful ninja. Setting aside such beautiful aspirations, Tsukiyama then posed a more pragmatic question. Though desolate and remote, this place might still attract hunters who could inadvertently wander in, mused Yasuo, contemplating several strategies. The first was to encircle the area with Gig's mines. Yet, as mere innocent hunters, he found the notion of obliterating them rather cruel. He lacked any mines capable of merely incapacitating them. Another option involved utilizing Akali's smoke. He had once acquired some fragments of this skill in a lottery after the new year, but regrettably, the synthesis had failed. Given the system's tendencies, the likelihood of encountering more fragments in the future was substantial. Imagining a future shrouded in mysterious fog, adorned with a fantastical, twisted jungle, he envisioned it as the fourth sacred land. Within this sanctuary resided the great plant beings, Janna and Makai, along with a cadre of formidable plant minions. Just as summoning myriad serpents required offering living sacrifices, anyone wishing to summon these plant beings would need to present beautiful maidens and riches to the mysterious ancestors behind the two sages. Yasuo drooled at the thought. However, Janna and Makai before him were merely feeble little creatures, and his grand aspirations remained unfulfilled for the time being. Yet, one must always harbor dreams. Perhaps one day the Twisted Jungle could surpass the Meowwood Mountain and become the foremost mercenary company in the ninja realm. Regarding the hunters, Yasuo found no immediate solution, opting instead to have Tsukiyama strengthen patrols and spread rumors to dissuade people from venturing too close. Once matters were settled, he planted an everlasting true eye in the thorny forest, facilitating communication with Janna at any time. After casting a glance at the darkening sky, Yasuo employed a return technique, teleporting back to the Flagwood clan's territory. Indeed, this return technique was a recent discovery, akin to pressing the B key in a game to teleport home. Simple, swift, and without cooldown. It was the ultimate skill for everyday life, travels, charming potential partners, and evading debts. The only drawback was that the return point was fixed, his modest abode within the Flagwood territory. Yasuo had tested this, even if he sought another residence. The return coordinates remained unchanged, rigid in their consistency. It seemed to signify that he was meant to live and die as a Flagwood, without consideration for any division of property. He pondered the reliability of the rascal Kato, a future figure who would straddle both the light and dark paths. Surely he must be dependable. As Yasuo strolled towards Willow Alley, he reassured himself. Meanwhile, in Willow Alley, Kato scrutinized the surrounding edifices, navigating towards the Hearthstone Tavern according to a rudimentary map on cardboard. Behind him trailed a young girl, bespectacled and adorably naive. Yet, the glimmer of intelligence that flashed beneath her lenses revealed she was far from the ignorant maiden she appeared to be. The apothecary, Yano, was an orphan who had grown up in an orphanage. With a gentle heart and resilient, reserved character, she possessed qualities that would both elevate and ultimately doom her in the future. Although she has yet to earn the title of the future walking priestess, Yano Yu's innate talent for espionage is gradually revealing itself. Having grown up in an orphanage plagued by financial constraints, the precocious Yano Yu sought employment outside a year ago. As an adorable and somewhat naive young girl, her initial work experiences were far from pleasant. Her employers often turned out to be of dubious character. However, the exceptionally gifted Yano Yu always managed to safeguard herself through various means. Through a series of setbacks, she eventually discovered that pilfering funds from unscrupulous merchants proved far more lucrative than mere employment. Having tasted the sweet fruits of her endeavors, Yano Yu has now become a petite thief in the realm of ninjas. While her earnings may not rival those of her counterparts in another world, she has gradually mastered the intricacies of this trade. Perhaps due to an innate intuition befitting a female operative, Yano Yu instinctively categorized Kato as someone she could target without moral qualms upon their first encounter. Thus, the subsequent events unfolded with ease. Despite not yet meeting the criteria of ample bosom and long legs, Yano Yu was the most charming girl Kato could recruit at the moment, and they quickly formed a rapport. "Kato, might I inquire about the nature of the esteemed Yasuo?" Yano Yu asked, having already discerned much about the diminutive Kato. As she had anticipated, he was indeed not a man of virtue. The elusive boss behind Kato likely operated a disreputable underground tavern of ill repute. Yano Yu had no intention of showing mercy toward such a figure. Currently, Kato was nothing but a penniless wretch, and Yano Yu was more intrigued by the prospect of the wealthy young boss he mentioned, as possessing prior knowledge of him would facilitate her endeavors. Kato, maintaining a serious demeanor, cast a glance at Yano Yu, who had joined the ranks only half a day later. Yet, Kato believed that since he had recruited her, he had assumed the role of her senior. "Yasuo is a deity who provides us with sustenance and gold," Kato summarized succinctly. Listening to the small man's nonsensical ramblings, Yano Yu rubbed her forehead, silently hoping that this Yasuo fellow would not prove to be a formidable adversary. "Kato, you are dreadfully slow. Are you slacking off?" Given the abstract nature of the map in his possession, by the time Kato and Yano Yu arrived at the Hearthstone Tavern, Yasuo had already made his presence known and was attending to the establishment's business. Today, it was Orochimaru's turn to serve. Clad in a pristine butler's uniform with a white apron tied around his waist, distributing drinks to patrons as per Yasuo's instructions. When Kato entered, Orochimaru ignored him, letting his gaze linger on Yano Yu's face for a fleeting moment before returning to his tasks. "Boss, finding good servers is truly challenging. The market is rife with boorish men. It took considerable effort for me to find this apothecary, Miss Yano Yu," Kato proclaimed. his self-aggrandizement falling on deaf ears as Yasuo appeared slightly surprised by the name of the girl behind him. Apothecary Yanoyu? Is she truly the Apothecary Yanoyu? Upon hearing this name, Yasuo's initial reaction was to hastily gather his belongings and flee with Orochimaru, as he sensed that Danzo had set his sights on him. However, upon reflection, Yasuo recalled that Danzo was currently preoccupied with his role as a Konoha elder, and the mysterious root organization had yet to be established. Before him stood merely a child, Yaoyuna. He praised his own timidity, considering it an admirable quality for surviving in tumultuous times. Regardless, Yaoyuna was an exceptional talent, possessing maximum charm, insight, and adaptability, truly a natural for promoting beverages, or rather, for being a purveyor of spirits. Though Yasuo was uncertain how Kato had managed to persuade Yaoyuna, he nonetheless presented a smile he deemed to be most affable, greeting her with, "Hello, Miss Yaoyuna. I am Yasuo, the president of Heishuei Company and the proprietor of this establishment. Welcome to your new workplace." From the moment Yaoyuna stepped into the tavern, her mind was sharply attuned. While her apparent nervousness might suggest a typical girl's anxiety in an unfamiliar place, she was, in fact, meticulously observing every corner of the tavern. Contrary to her expectations of a chaotic and smoky atmosphere, there were no provocatively dressed women engaging in disgraceful acts. Everything was markedly different from what Kato had described. However, upon hearing Yasuo's introduction, Yaoyuna had an epiphany. It was likely that Heishuei Company was the true entity behind the scenes, with the tavern serving merely as a facade. Moreover, one particular detail piqued Yaoyuna's interest. Many patrons were gathered around a specially designed table, animatedly partaking in some activity, their exuberance evoking unsettling associations in Yaoyuna's mind. This fervor seemed to border on the pathological, especially that of a particularly boisterous large man who shouted, "So you're the one who is truly insignificant." His face bore the unmistakable signs of abnormal swelling. Yaoyuna had previously worked in an underground gambling den, where, in addition to wagering, patrons were provided with various alcoholic beverages and even narcotics. Although that experience was lucrative, the harrowing memories remained etched in her mind. Several children in the orphanage had been rescued from the clutches of addiction during that incident. Despite her ominous suspicions, Yaoyuna was not the impulsive girl she once was. A year of experience had refined her into a meticulous thinker. She required evidence. With proof in hand, she could expose this nefarious tavern to the Konoha Guard. Although the Uchiha clan was notoriously difficult to deal with, they were indeed fair and stern enforcers of the law, unyielding and dependable. The audacity to engage in such activities within the village of Konoha was, without a doubt, a foolish endeavor on Yasuo's part. Just as Yaoyuna silently scoffed at Yasuo's ill-fated choice of location, the tavern's door swung open once more. Two youths clad in traditional clothing entered, their laughter echoing through the space. "Hey, is it the same as always?" Since becoming companions at the card table, the bond between the two brothers has become inseparable. Yasuo greeted Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui with familiarity, turning to observe the trembling form of Yanoyu, visibly shaken by anger. Yasuo interpreted this tremor as mere nervousness from the young girl encountering strangers. Who would have imagined that the future renowned priestess is now merely a shy little girl? Yasuo instructed Orochimaru to prepare the grape juice that the Uchiha brothers always ordered. He then retrieved several outfits from backstage, presenting them before Yanoyu, and said, "From now on, you shall be a server here. In addition to the promised salary, if your performance is commendable, there will be generous commissions. Now, please choose a uniform." Stunned by the brazen presence of the Uchiha clan, Yanoyu felt a wave of panic for the first time. This boy named Yasuo might indeed be a formidable figure in the underworld. Upon Yasuo's gentle reminder, Yanoyu regained her composure, staring at the array of garments before her, and asked in astonishment, "I can choose from these?" "Indeed, although they may not fit perfectly," Yasuo remarked, his eyes inadvertently glancing at Yanoyu's tranquil form, and continued, "However, alterations won't take long. Orochimaru is quite skilled in sewing." Involuntarily, Yanoyu picked up a dress, holding it before her, her face flushing crimson. Such thin fabric. This was certainly no ordinary tavern. Just then, a cup of freshly poured grape juice toppled to the ground as Orochimaru appeared abruptly behind Yanoyu. Snatching the garment from her grasp, he coldly stated, "You cannot wear this one." With that, Orochimaru carefully folded the Valkyrie Seville dress, safeguarding it for himself. In summary, both Cardo and Yanao proved to be quick learners, swiftly acclimating to the tavern's operations. Over the following month, each harbored their own thoughts as they embarked on their working lives at the tavern. The Hearthstone Tavern was a two-story establishment, with the first floor for business and the second for lodging. In the past, Yasuo, Might Guy, and Orochimaru would also spend the night here if they returned late. Now, a room had been allocated for Cardo as his long-term residence, with Yasuo acknowledging Cardo's role as the tavern manager, although his salary remained unchanged. In reality, Cardo's wages were comparable to those of the temporary worker Might Guy, even slightly lower than Yanao's full-time earnings. However, Cardo paid little heed to this disparity. Despite his humble beginnings, he was destined to become the Pirate King, and his vision extended far beyond mere finances. The owner's esteem and the power he wielded were what truly mattered to Cardo. Confident in his intellect, he was more inclined to leverage his exceptional work performance to elevate his status and income. In essence, he was an ambitious young man, a trait that Yasuo greatly appreciated. As long as ambition remained in check, it would always serve as a driving force behind one's endeavors. As for Yanao, Yasuo considered her to be the epitome of an ideal employee. Although she often resembles a startled quail, excessively anxious at the slightest disturbance, Yanao's professional acumen is truly impeccable. Under her stewardship, the sales of various beverages surpassed those of her peers by an impressive 30%. Even Yasuo, who typically maintains a detached demeanor, finds it inconceivable not to purchase a drink or two from such an endearing young lady. However, from Yanao's perspective, the situation is far more precarious. Over the past month, she has navigated her existence with utmost caution. While outwardly embodying the role of a dutiful waitress, she has been covertly investigating the sinister secrets of this establishment. It is abundantly clear to Yanao that this tavern is anything but ordinary. Nestled in a remote location, its thriving business is astonishing, and even more surprising is the high proportion of ninjas frequenting the premises. The pricing of beverages is utterly irrational. For the daily expenditure here, one could indulge in a lavish meal at Konoha's barbecue restaurants. Yet, typically frugal ninjas seem to abandon all restraint upon entering this tavern, extravagantly spending as if bewitched. One particular day, Yanao witnessed a striking scene. A ninja sporting a pineapple hairstyle, drowsily savoring a drink, remarked to Yasuo, "Little boss, the ingredients of this red-haired medicinal liquor are quite extraordinary. It surpasses the quality we offer at home. Truly top tier. You are at a loss." To which Yasuo replied with a bittersweet expression, "Indeed, I am at a loss. You all are the ones profiting." From Yanao's perspective, this exchange was a stark revelation of the illicit dealings between two drug lords. Regrettably, she lacked recording equipment to capture this incriminating dialogue as evidence. Thus, Yanao must continue her covert operations, biding her time until she can unveil Yasuo's nefarious deeds to the world. After all, ninjas are individuals who have thoroughly developed their physical abilities, and they can certainly appreciate the benefits of the medicinal liquors offered at Yasuo's establishment. As members of the esteemed Nara clan, known for their medicinal heritage, they are particularly attuned to the efficacy of these concoctions. Medicinal liquor is not merely composed of herbal ingredients. Though the potency may not be overwhelming, the quality of the materials used is paramount for regular consumption. Take, for instance, the red-haired medicinal liquor that enhances physical energy. The Nara family possesses a similar quality concoction, but its cost is exorbitant. Only those gifted within the clan and a select few higher-ups have access to it, leaving the majority without opportunity. Given the pricing at the tavern, one could barely procure the herbs themselves, with labor and exquisite wine effectively being offered without charge. Even with the resources available to the Hatake family, they can only cover the basic costs. Hence, it is understandable why members of the Nara clan perceive Yasuo's business as a loss. But has Yasuo truly suffered a loss? Most certainly, he has endured to the extent that he is financially supporting the lives of 3 orphans, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Kabuto, without a hint of regret. In essence, no matter what fanciful thoughts Yanao entertains, she remains an invaluable asset to Yasuo, a prized hen that requires tender care. Initially, Yasuo even suggested that Yanao reside at the tavern, considering the inconveniences a young lady might face when returning home late at night. However, Yanao firmly declined, insisting on returning to the orphanage each day to assist the director in caring for her younger siblings. Fortunately, the security in Konoha was relatively stable. allowing Yasuo to accommodate her wishes, especially considering that Kato was still somewhat untrustworthy. The introduction of new card gameplay and the weekly updates to the power rankings attracted an ever-growing number of patrons. The extended operating hours of the Hearthstone Tavern also received unanimous praise from fellow card players. Although the newly arrived short fellow was somewhat bothersome, the bespectacled girl was indeed a delight to behold. Nonetheless, these matters paled in comparison to the enjoyment of fine wine and card games. Kato, your efforts are commendable, yet they still fall short. In the small conference room on the second floor of the Hearthstone Tavern, several executives from the Heishui Company convened for their inaugural regular meeting. Yasuo, holding the tavern's sales performance report for the month, nodded in approval, initially affirming the work of his top subordinate. After grasping the nature of the tavern, Kato had employed several new waitstaff over the past month, all ordinary youths from around Konoha, 2 males and 2 females, who were notably diligent and efficient in their tasks. Kato provided them with pre-job training and established a detailed employee code of conduct, transforming Yasuo's previous lax management style into a more formalized approach to tavern operations. In summary, with Kato, a diligent assistant, Yasuo found his workload considerably lightened. However, Kato's attention was evidently fixated on the latter part of Yasuo's statement. Boss, please forgive my inadequacies. Next month, I shall find a way to further enhance our performance. Yasuo observed Kato in a position of supplication, with his eyes darting nervously, and felt a slight unease as he inquired, "Do you have any ideas?" Kato chuckled. "I believe we could invite some lively young ladies to perform." Tsunade, nonchalantly retracting her small fist, silently expressed her disapproval. Yasuo wiped the cold sweat from his brow with a handkerchief, while he was inclined to agree with Kato's suggestion. The violent lowly before him was, after all, his investor. He had no choice but to ask again. Kato's proposal has been dismissed. Does anyone else have suggestions? Yanoyu, as a top saleswoman, had also earned the right to participate in the meeting. However, she had been lurking in the corner like a mere shadow. Upon hearing Yasuo's question, a glimmer of cunning flashed behind her glasses. She discreetly adjusted the angle of the atomic pin in her hand, directing the pin's tip towards the little boss. If Yasuo were to discover the true purpose of this pin, he would undoubtedly scoff at the technological advancements in the world of ninjas, for it was a recording pin, an essential tool for paparazzi, which Yanoyu had pilfered from a dubious merchant. With a sweet smile, Yanoyu addressed Yasuo. "Boss, I have a small suggestion. I believe we could increase the concentration of that substance in our drinks. This way, everyone will find it even harder to resist us." Increase the dosage? Yasuo was not surprised that Yanoyu could identify the medicinal properties within the beverages, as he recalled that in the future, the pharmacist Yanoyu would not only be an exceptional spy, but also an outstanding medical ninja. However, the truth is that Yasuo has completely misunderstood. Currently, Yanoyu possesses no knowledge of medical ninjutsu whatsoever. Not only her, but even Tsunade has no intention of becoming a healer at this stage. Yasuo, believing he understood Yanoyu's intentions, furrowed his brows, feeling somewhat troubled. Although increasing the dosage could still yield significant profits from the beverages, the calculations do not quite align. For Yasuo, the priority lies in steady development without unnecessary risks. Their team already includes the likes of Kakashi, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Guy, with Tsunade gradually being won over. With such a robust late-game lineup, Yasuo truly wishes to avoid complications during his student years. As the Nara clan members often say, the efficacy of Yasuo's beverages has reached a commendable level, making them something only core members of prominent clans can enjoy for free. Yet, that is merely the extent of it. Many noble families, including the Hatake clan, possess elixirs that surpass these medicinal wines in potency, albeit at a higher cost. Despite Yasuo's slender frame, he has gradually caught up to the boisterous Jiraiya, having consumed countless tonics since childhood, establishing a solid physical foundation. This meticulousness exhibited by Keiko and Shumo regarding finances stems from this very reason. In Yasuo's perspective, the effectiveness of the medicinal wine has reached a balanced point. While it may be a valuable commodity for many lesser clan ninjas or side branches of larger families, it fails to evoke any greed from the truly significant figures. Should the concentration be further increased, it would transcend the realm of mere health tonics and evolve into genuine, potent elixirs. Yasuo is concerned that the higher-ups of Konoha might once again attempt to stage a performance for the sake of the village. Even if the third Hokage and Danzo show some leniency, Yasuo doubts that the Nara clan would be so accommodating. Rivals exist even among colleagues, especially within the same village. Of course, even the Nara clan, adept in medicinal arts, possesses only a superficial understanding of the products produced by the system. They perceive the role of medicinal wine as merely enhancing physical strength and increasing cellular vitality. Consequently, the red-haired medicinal wine, primarily composed of trace life potions, is regarded by nearly everyone as the most effective among Yasuo's offerings. However, regarding the miraculous effects of oracle essence, witchcraft elixirs, and travel formulas, even the Nara clan lacks relevant research, making it difficult to perceive and analyze. In summary, Yasuo cannot accept Yanoyu's proposal under any circumstances, yet. Considering it is the young girl's first time expressing her opinion, he does not wish to dampen her enthusiasm. Yasuo carefully chose his words, feeling quite conflicted. However, before he could speak, the ever-reticent Orochimaru suddenly interjected. "I oppose this proposal," he declared, disregarding the astonished gazes from the assembly and maintaining his usual demeanor. "Miss Yanoyu's plan is rather foolish. Our clientele includes a diverse array of individuals, civilians and ninjas, the elderly and children. Recklessly increasing the concentration could lead to unpredictable consequences. This is not merely a fabrication from Orochimaru. The principle of inadequate nourishment leads to weakness holds true within the ninja world as well. For the common folk, particularly children and the elderly, overly potent supplements can be detrimental to one's health. This foundational knowledge is imparted in the early lessons of ninja school. Although Orochimaru articulates his points with remarkable clarity and correctness, even the most obtuse, Might Guy, can perceive the subtle hostility emanating from his words. Naturally, Yanoyu is also aware of this tension, yet remains perplexed about how she might have offended this cool, handsome figure. It seems he has treated her with indifference since her very first day working at the tavern. Yanoyu finds herself somewhat bewildered. However, Orochimaru's remarks indirectly confirm that the tavern indeed adds something illicit to its beverages. That is sufficient for her. Quietly, she shuts off the recording device, akin to a slighted young girl, and returns to her seat in a daze. Tsunade tugs at Yanoyu's sleeve, casting a sidelong glance at Orochimaru, as if to say, "You have gone too far." Yet, Orochimaru's gaze remains fixed on Yasuo's face, a flicker of reluctance causing his slit pupils to narrow slightly. Yasuo is equally unaware of the discord between Orochimaru and Yanoyu. In his recollection, their relationship in the original timeline was not particularly amicable. Yet there was no overt animosity. Due to this minor interlude, the meeting ultimately yielded no valuable suggestions. It appears that reliance on oneself is paramount. Yasuo rubs his temples, realizing he must hasten the progress of the third volume of the Chronicles of the Five Nations. It is imperative to sustain the momentum of enthusiasm. In this volume, the passing of the two formidable shadows, water and fire, and the tragic downfall of the legendary warriors Guan Yu and Zhang Fei permeate the narrative with a sense of profound sorrow. Yet, tragedy invariably captivates the audience. And Yasuo believes that by placing an advertisement at the end of the book, the tavern's business will undoubtedly flourish. In truth, Yasuo's assertion to Cardo that the performance remains insufficient is not mere pretense. It is not born of greed. The tavern's income, the share from Sanazai, the royalties from the Chronicles of the Five Nations, and the monthly remuneration from the feudal lord collectively suffice to cover the growth expenses for Yasuo and his companions, allowing him to indulge in a monthly lottery without hesitation. However, the unresolved time bomb lurking in the back mountains of Sanazai continues to weigh heavily on Yasuo's mind. Over the past month, Tsukiyoshi has reported 3 incidents involving villagers encroaching upon the warped jungle, all of which were fortunately intercepted and thwarted by the bandits arranged by Tsukiyoshi. Therefore, Akali smoke bomb is a skill that Yasuo must acquire. Yet, the nature of lotteries is such that the more one desires a particular outcome, the more elusive it becomes. Conversely, when one is indifferent, it tends to manifest. Currently, Yasuo finds himself without a viable strategy. The only recourse is to intensify his efforts. Hence, Yasuo requires money, more money. "Yasuo, look at the night sky tonight," softly speaks the one who utters these words, neither Tsunade nor Yanoyu, nor even Orochimaru, but rather his classmate, Kakashi Hatake. "Though I have embraced a life of serendipitous learning and the cultivation of my thoughts, as the second son of the Hatake family, I occasionally feel compelled to maintain appearances. Thus, I find myself training in our ancestral martial arts under the tutelage of Shomo. Today, wielding a wooden sword, I executed the Summer Princess's 8 strikes, and a light sheen of perspiration appeared on my forehead, convincing me that I have honored the nurturing I received from the Hatake lineage. Just as I was about to conclude my training and return home, having recently developed an affinity for the mundane pastime of counting money, I was called to attention by Shomo. "Yasuo, behold the night sky," he exclaimed. Curiosity piqued, I gazed upward, where countless stars twinkled, stirring within me a sense of longing for my beloved Qianqian. "Look at the moon," Shomo added, observing my distracted demeanor. "The moon is large and round, resembling a long and broad-shouldered pole," I remarked, unable to contain his impatience. Shomo clenched his teeth and continued, "Tonight is a full moon, and tomorrow marks the spring festival. The school will hold a parent-teacher meeting, and last year, our mother attended my class. This year, she will be in yours. Prepare yourself, do not let her down. Moreover, the bamboo shoots and cherry sea bream for the spring festival have been procured, but the nearby taverns are out of stock. That is all." With that, Shomo departed without a backward glance. I pondered, out of stock? There are 3 taverns nearby? Early the next morning, Keiko roused me from the comfort of my warm bed, dressing me in a sweater and ushering me into the washroom. Today, she appeared particularly radiant, adorned in a pristine white fleece garment, with the pendant I gifted her, a charm known as the fairy's amulet, adorning her neck. Keiko cherished this talisman not only for its enchanting appearance, but also for the inexplicable tranquility it bestowed upon her whenever she wore it, enhancing the sweetness of her nightly slumber. In her words, saving sleep is akin to preserving youth. Though she is already a mother of 2, Keiko is merely a 25-year-old maiden. Given the low average life expectancy in the ninja world, the age of marriage is generally quite young. Keiko wed my father at the tender age of 16. Observing her meticulously preparing herself in front of the mirror brought me great joy. The tavern had regained its footing, alleviating our family's financial burdens, allowing Keiko the time and energy to adorn herself. I recalled that even during last year's parent-teacher meeting, she had opted for a somewhat suitable, albeit old, garment. However, once a woman begins to contemplate her appearance, matters can become rather complicated. Thus, despite rising earlier than usual, I nearly arrived late to the Ninja Academy. Upon my arrival, the campus buzzed with an even greater liveliness than usual. Among my peers from the village, many were ninjas, and parents who recognized one another engaged in casual conversation. Naturally, much of the discourse centered around the academic achievements of the children. The parents of top-performing students beamed with pride, while those with struggling children wore expressions of despair, often leading to a stern reprimand for their offspring. Ever since Orochimaru took residence in the Hatake household, Keiko has embraced him as one of her own children. Thus, today, she finds herself participating in 2 trilateral discussions. However, due to the relatively late student numbers of her 2 children, Keiko must exercise patience. As a quintessential housewife, her social circle is rather limited, but she has known Mrs. Haruno since childhood, and this rare encounter provides ample opportunity for intimate conversation among old friends. As for Yasuo, he is not particularly acquainted with his classmate, Haruno South. Aside from sporadically uttering a few dry jokes, the lad possesses a rather inconspicuous presence. Yasuo speculates that he might be Sakura's uncle or some distant relative. In the original narrative, Yasuo holds no clear memory of Sakura's father, recalling only a rather elderly gentleman who pales in comparison to the dashing patriarch of the Ino family. It is not entirely implausible that this average-looking, somewhat reserved Haruno so might marry and have children only in his late 30s. Yet such a fate seems rather pitiful to Yasuo, leading him to abandon this line of thought. Today, Jiraiya has chosen to skip class, claiming he is off to gather inspiration for love. Yet, Yasuo knows that Jiraiya is merely avoiding the sight of his classmates enjoying tender moments with their parents. In truth, in this era, not far removed from another shinobi war, the proportion of orphans among the students remains quite high. Nevertheless, most children, even if bereft of their parents, are cared for by elder relatives, ensuring that there is representation at parent-teacher meetings. For instance, Tsunade's situation exemplifies this. From a distance, Tsunade waves cheerfully, greeting Yasuo. He observes that the person accompanying her is not one of the Senju clan's uncles, but rather a kind-hearted elderly woman. Dressed in traditional attire and sporting a hairstyle akin to Tintin's, albeit with gray wisps at her temples, one can still discern the ethereal beauty she possessed in her youth. Could this be Mito Uzumaki, the wife of the first Hokage, who has quietly upheld her husband's aspirations since the Warring States period? Yasuo had imagined her resembling the future Tsunade, utilizing the sealing technique to maintain her youthful appearance. Perhaps, with her beloved gone, she no longer feels compelled to preserve her beauty, rendering her appearance a matter of little consequence. Indeed, Tsunade pulls the elderly woman's sleeve and approaches Yasuo, introducing her. "Grandma Mito, this is Yasuo, the interesting young man I mentioned to you." Mito squints her eyes and warmly remarks, "Tsunade is quite the mischievous child. She must have caused you no small amount of trouble." "Not at all, Grandma," Yasuo responds. "Tsunade and I are the best of friends." In the presence of this woman, likely the most formidable ninja in the current realm, Yasuo is keenly aware of the need for respect. Not solely due to her prowess, but also because of her immense personal charisma. Suddenly, Mito's attention is drawn to the flute at Yasuo's waist, and she expresses mild surprise, asking, "May I see your flute?" Confused yet compliant, Yasuo unfastens the beautifully crafted vertical flute gifted by a renowned figure and hands it to her. He has always regarded this flute as an accessory to elevate his status, occasionally playing it, yet it primarily serves as a weapon. Mito held the flute, a nostalgic gleam shimmering in her eyes. After a moment of contemplation, she returned it to Yasuo. Curiosity piqued, Yasuo inquired, "Grandma Mito, does this flute have a story? I recall it belonged to Tsunade's grandmother. Did that old fellow Shinobu not mention it to you?" Mito responded, No." Yasuo wiped the cold sweat from his brow, realizing that only Mito would dare to call the esteemed elder by such an endearing term. Despite the gentle demeanor of the Uzumaki women, they certainly possessed their fiery sides. Mito shook her head and remarked, "This flute was the favorite of my second aunt during her lifetime." "Oh, second aunt?" Yasuo glanced at Mito and then at Tsunade, feeling utterly bewildered by the complexities of their familial ties, silently musing, "What a tangled web you weave." Mito, perceiving Yasuo's confusion, chuckled lightly. "Oh, little Yasuo, what absurd thoughts you entertain. My second aunt is the daughter of my second grandfather. Our relation is not so close." After this brief clarification, Mito sighed. "I wonder how my second grandfather is faring. If the opportunity arises, perhaps I should pay him a visit." Of course, as the human pillar of Konoha, Mito could not abandon the village. She shook her head and turned to Yasuo and Tsunade, saying, "If it is possible, would you two young ones be able to visit the Land of Waves this summer? I would arrange for someone to escort you. The Land of Waves is a beautiful place. I am certain you would both adore it. Please convey my regards to my second grandfather when you meet him. Though he may not be renowned in the ninja world, he is an elder who has watched over me." She added, "His name is Uzumaki Masahiko." Mito, resembling an ordinary grandmother, reminisced about the Land of Waves, her face illuminated by fond memories. Once Yasuo and Tsunade had dutifully agreed and scampered away, covering their ears, Mito straightened her posture and gazed in the direction of the Hokage building, her smile fading into a solemn expression. Her suggestion for Tsunade and Yasuo to visit her second grandfather was not a mere whim. Approaching 60, Mito was well aware that her longevity was exceptional in this era. After all, not everyone could evade the ravages of time like the feudal lord of the Fire Country or her second grandfather from the Uzumaki clan. With Mito's advancing age, the matter of selecting the next human pillar of the Nine Tails had become a pressing concern for Konoha's higher-ups. The most ideal and prudent approach was, naturally, to seek a suitable child from their steadfast allies, the Uzumaki clan, for training. Indeed, the Uzumaki clan, known for their proficiency in sealing techniques, robust physiques, and vibrant vitality, were inherently the most fitting candidates for the role of human pillar. As a former princess of the Land of Waves and now an elder of Konoha, Mito supported this initiative wholeheartedly. The Land of Waves, though a small nation, held significant importance in their alliance with Konoha for the survival of the Uzumaki clan. It was evident that after aligning completely with Konoha during the First Ninja War, the Land of Waves had no alternative but to rely on Konoha for its continued existence. However, recent disquieting murmurs among Konoha's leadership stirred a sense of unease within Mito, compelling her to reach out to her kin from the Land of Waves. The visit of Yasuo and Tsunade to pay respects to their elders presents a splendid opportunity. As the trilateral discussions commenced, Orochimaru accompanied Keiko into the conference room. Approximately 15 minutes later, a beaming Keiko emerged alongside the impassive Orochimaru. "Ah, who would have thought? Orochimaru, You remain such an exemplary student. Your academic scores are merely 20 points shy of Shumo's, placing you in the top 5 of your grade. Keiko exclaimed with delight, affectionately ruffling Orochimaru's hair. Meanwhile, Mrs. Haruno cast a gaze filled with unabashed envy, remarking, Keiko, you truly are remarkable. Every child you nurture is exceptional. If only our little show could achieve such commendable results. Nearby, Haruno Sho silently observed Yasuo, who was absorbed in a discussion about holiday travels with Tsunade, feeling a pang of bitterness. It was evident that Yasuo was the one lagging behind. After all, he was merely a diligent student who managed to pass all his subjects. Later in the afternoon, Yasuo and Keiko were invited into the conference room. It was an ordinary classroom where Yoshimura Yuichi sat, meticulously organizing the documents before him. Upon their entrance, he rose and greeted Keiko with a smile, saying, Mrs. Hatake, it is a pleasure to see you again. I have much to discuss regarding Yasuo. I apologize for any trouble Yasuo may have caused. Keiko replied with a respectful bow as she took a seat beside him. Yoshimura, holding Yasuo's report card, handed it to Keiko, stating earnestly, Mrs. Hatake, Yasuo is a child of great potential, but as Yasuo sat on the edge of his seat, he felt a sense of unease. Parent-teacher meetings have always been a source of anxiety, both in this life and the previous one. The teacher's patterns were strikingly consistent, invariably beginning with praise for the child's intelligence and talent, only to culminate in a lengthy list of shortcomings. Stealing glances at Keiko's increasingly darkening expression, Yasuo felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow. Surely, the dreaded bamboo shoots and braised pork from Keiko would not resurface. After what felt like an eternity of half an hour, Yuichi finally concluded his discourse on Yasuo's academic performance. In summary, according to Yuichi, if Keiko did not intensify her oversight of Yasuo, even if he managed to graduate, he would likely be relegated to a lifetime as a low-ranking ninja. In truth, Yasuo had no objections to this assessment. He was well aware that his aspirations peaked at becoming a mid-ranking ninja of the Mizuki tier. That was merely an aspiration that required relentless effort to attain. Since acquiring the monetization system, Yasuo's focus had narrowed to the allure of wealth. As for academics, he believed in letting fate take its course. While Yasuo contemplated how to placate Keiko, Yuichi suddenly turned, patting Yasuo on the shoulder and saying, Yasuo, do not burden yourself too heavily. I've heard of Shumo. Indeed, he is the most brilliant genius since the founding of the Ninja Academy. Orochimaru has made significant strides over the past 2 years as well. Do not aim too high with thoughts of surpassing them. Yasuo instinctively shook his head, replying no. It's all right. The stronger they become, the more I can learn from them. Shimura nodded slightly, expressing his approval of Yasuo's thoughts. By the way, seemingly casual, Shimura inquired, do you have a penchant for writing? Yasuo's eyelids flickered. After all, he had inscribed notes on the romance of the 5 nations. Anyone familiar with his handwriting would inevitably notice. Alas, should he ever write works featuring female ninjas such as Baijia, he might have to refrain from leaving his mark. Observing Yasuo's expression, Shimura remarked with a profound undertone, the training of a ninja is not achieved in an instant. Having a hobby is commendable. I believe that. In addition to your training, you should write a bit more. Though not flawless, Yasuo's first parent-teacher conference in this world concluded without incident. Huizi's anger dissipated entirely upon seeing the cake Yasuo had prepared. Tonight marked the worship of the spring god, featuring tender spring bamboo shoots, succulent cherry salmon, and of course, the finest wine from Sanazai. Gazing at the luminous full moon, Huizi seemed to envision her husband's smile from the heavens. She turned back into the house, retrieving several thick blankets to gently cover her 3 children. Under the moonlight, in the small courtyard of the Kiki clan, the remnants of the feast lay scattered, with empty bottles strewn across the ground. 3 youths, one with white hair, one with purple, and one with black, lay on the ancient stone table, lost in dreams. Occasionally, soft murmurs of dreams pierced the tranquility of the spring night, echoing into the distance. In the afternoon, sunlight streamed into the wooden cabin, dispelling the lingering chill of early spring. With a pot of tea and a book in hand, Shimura Danzo reclined on the sofa, savoring the rare tranquility amidst his busy life. Recently, Danzo's life had been relatively pleasant. As an elder of Konoha, his achievements, earned through years of suffering and sacrifice, had secured his dominance over several others, placing him in a position of immense power beneath the Hokage. In a recent high-level meeting, His proposal to enhance surveillance over the internal noble clans was approved. With Uchiha Kagami's unexpected demise, the Senju, Uchiha, and Hyuga clans could no longer restrain the upper echelons of Konoha. However, Danzo perceived Sarutobi Hiruzen's methods as excessively lenient. If it were up to him to become Hokage, he mused as he sipped his tea, he would dismantle the three clans, compelling them to intermarry with the commoners and smaller ninja families. Such precious bloodlines were the wealth of all of Konoha, not the private property of any single clan. Had Yasuo been able to hear Danzo's innermost thoughts, he would surely scoff at his naivety. If Sarutobi Hiruzen's policy of appeasement in external relations stemmed from a political innocence inherited from the first Hokage, then Danzo's handling of internal affairs represented an equally juvenile political perspective. While his intentions may have been for the benefit of Konoha, Danzo viewed people as emotionless machines, mere tools to enforce his personal will, and such an approach was destined for failure. The combination of external appeasement and internal brutality formed a potent destructive force, one where 1 + 1 certainly exceeds 2. Politics is the art of compromise, a delicate endeavor to find the intersection between individual interests and collective welfare. Treating individuals merely as expendable entities will inevitably lead to the disintegration of the collective. Even more alarming is the short-sightedness exhibited by figures such as Danzo and the third Hokage, which, when wielding absolute power, becomes a poison that leads to the internal decay of Konoha. Take, for instance, the handling of the Uchiha clan. Asuma does not oppose the curtailment of the noble family's expansion, nor does he reject the idea of bridging the gap between the Uchiha and the common folk. However, the actions taken by the third Hokage and Danzo did not tame the Uchiha. Rather, they exacerbated the rift between the commoners and the Uchiha, driving this formidable beast to desperation. In the face of their policy failures, Konoha's leadership neither reflected nor implemented any remedial measures, opting instead for the most foolish path. Asuma believes that, had it not been for the unique perspectives of Shursui and Itachi, Konoha would have suffered far greater losses. A united Uchiha, with their 3 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan, would possess immense power. They could easily overturn the village of Konoha, which had already witnessed the demise of White Fang, the death of Minato, the defection of the legendary 3, the separation of the Hyuga, and the decline of the Senju clan. Yet, at that moment, Danzo was oblivious to such considerations, believing that all minor issues would be effortlessly resolved once he ascended to the position of Hokage. Adjusting to a comfortable position, Danzo opened the newly arrived 3rd volume of the Romance of the Five Nations. The first page was not the main text, but rather a sparse insert. A tavern in Willow Alley? A place to appreciate the allure of the Five Nations rivalry and supreme ninjutsu? Danzo found himself intrigued by the obscure tavern mentioned in the insert, contemplating a visit after his next mission, should his health permit it. As the tale unfolded following the defeat at Chibi, the narrative became clearer. The 3 kingdoms of fire, water, and wind gradually formed a tripartite balance of power. The aging Cao Cao, Mingda, was no longer capable of unifying the realm, ultimately succumbing to illness, thus concluding the saga of a once great hero. Upon reaching this point, Danzo set the book down, releasing a deep sigh as he sat in contemplation for a considerable time before resuming his reading with a reflective expression. Danzo initially believed that with the death of the ambitious Cao Cao, the story had lost its essence, yet he continued to read with a sense of completion. As he progressed, interest returned to his countenance as he discovered another character that resonated with him, Sima Zhongda. In the narrative, Sima Zhongda was not portrayed as a top-tier warrior. However, through cunning strategy, he suppressed the disturbances from the Water Nation externally while gradually consolidating power internally. After the demise of the first Hokage, Sima Zhongda outlasted the second and third Hokage, ultimately marginalizing the fourth Hokage, thereby seizing the highest authority. Upon concluding the final chapter detailing the birth of Sima Yin, Danzo closed the book and reclined on the sofa, enveloped in silence for an extended period. Yin, a name that burns hotter than fire, was bestowed by Sima Zhongda upon his descendants. Within Danzo's mind, a conjecture began to form, one that sent a surge of excitement through his veins. However, there is at least one aspect that I had long overlooked. As Danzo gazed at his body, wrapped in bandages in several places, he experienced an unprecedented yearning for longevity. This week, for Shumo, was equally filled with a long-lost joy. The air was particularly fragrant, and even the morning dew resting on the tip of his nose tasted like strawberries. On the third day after the spring festival, following dinner, Yasuo intended to visit the tavern in Willow Lane to check on the business. Although the tavern's daily operations had found their rhythm, Yasuo remained uneasy about the future of Kato, often going to oversee things. As for Maitra, he was utterly unreliable. If tasked with monitoring Kato, he would be devoured to the bone. Fortunately, Kato exhibited no abnormalities, diligently fulfilling his duties, embodying the demeanor of a dedicated professional. Yasuo even imagined that Kato's serious expression might compel him to leap onto the table and exclaim to old acquaintances from his hometown across the Eastern Sea, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the young and poor. I, Kato, shall seek a divorce. Before he could step outside, Shimo quietly pulled Yasuo aside. Clearing his throat, Shimo inquired, "Do you know what tomorrow is?" Yasuo scratched his head, uncertain, and replied, "Is it my mother's birthday?" Shimo replied nonchalantly, "In this case, I am representing mother to educate her unfilial son." Then, Shimo, tired of the suspense, sighed and said, "It is regrettable that others regard you as their most significant bond. Yet you cannot even remember their birthday. Tomorrow is Orochimaru's birthday." This revelation left Yasuo somewhat embarrassed. It wasn't that he had forgotten, but rather that he had never cared about such matters. "By the way, Shimo, how come you remember my friend's birthday so clearly?" Cough, cough. That question is of little importance. The following morning, Yasuo, as usual, dismissed the alarm clock 4 or 5 times before suddenly awakening. Within 5 minutes, he washed his face, brushed his teeth, grabbed some bread and milk, and dashed out the door under the smiling gaze of Huizi. Kikuchi Yasuo. At the last moment when teacher Yuichi called the roll, Yasuo leaped into the classroom. "Here comes the straggler. I thought he would be late. This loser is bound to repeat a year, right? I hope not. Otherwise, I won't make it into the top 10. Ignoring the enthusiastic remarks of a few friendly classmates, Yasuo cheerfully settled into his seat. It was not mere boasting. During the years spent battling in the Summoner's Rift, his teammates' banter had been far sweeter than that of these unruly children today, as he had been through countless battles. Consequently, Yasuo's heart was utterly unperturbed, and he even felt inclined to flaunt his prowess. Jiraiya, present. Orochimaru. Orochimaru. Amidst a chorus of surprised whispers, Yasuo realized that Orochimaru's seat was conspicuously empty. After 2 years, Yasuo remained the same Yasuo, yet Orochimaru was no longer the Orochimaru of the past. The current Orochimaru had firmly established himself as the top student in the class. Uchiha Ishihara and others could only rely on the legacy of their family's heritage, achieving a semblance of parity with Orochimaru in select subjects. With his brooding demeanor and soft, fair visage, Orochimaru became the object of secret admiration for many young women. Compared to Hinata and Uchiha, Orochimaru, hailing from humble origins, seemed to them a tangible possibility, someone they could envision marrying. Consequently, the number of girls confessing their feelings to Orochimaru was second only to those expressing affection for the neighboring classes Kakashi Hatake. To put it succinctly, over the past 6 months, Yasuo had gained weight, indulging in chocolates and snacks without ever spending a dime. Orochimaru's academic excellence was not solely attributed to innate talent. His diligence and earnestness were well recognized by all. Thus, when the top student was inexplicably absent, even teacher Yuichi was baffled, pondering. He simply noted sick leave on the attendance sheet. Such is the privilege of an exemplary student, envied by none. After taking attendance, teacher Yuichi retrieved a human anatomy model, as the first lesson was to elucidate the acupoints of the human body. However, before he could commence, Yasuo raised his hand high. "Excuse me, teacher, I need to use the restroom." Without waiting for teacher Shimura Yuichi's response, Yasuo swiftly darted out of the classroom. "Princess Tsunade, I told you that Kikuhan is a rather uncouth individual. You must keep your distance, lest Lord Mito become greatly troubled." Smiling in agreement with the red thread, Tsunade's large eyes, however, followed Yasuo's retreating figure. Teacher Shimura Yuichi, slightly astonished, rubbed his aching back and picked up the scattered handouts. That was a fluctuation of wind element chakra, wasn't it? Though its offensive capability is minimal, the speed truly is astonishing. I never expected that Yasuo could master such advanced footwork. Upon leaving the school, Yasuo wore a smile. The exhilaration of the forward slash invigorated him. After passing by teacher Shimura Yuichi, Yasuo felt a newfound joy. The damage from the forward slash was quite low, and given Yasuo's current strength, it posed no real threat to teacher Shimura Yuichi, yet he had indeed showcased a skill. After all, having skipped classes frequently recently, facing the possibility of failing a grade was hardly an appealing prospect. A modest display of strength could slightly elevate his final assessment. Skills derived from the system, if deliberately concealed, would merely be perceived as ordinary ninjutsu, bringing no complications. Upon returning home, Yasuo informed Keiko that teacher Yuichi was absent due to food poisoning and that his class was dismissed for the day. After confirming that Orochimaru had left early in the morning, Yasuo surmised his destination. The spring sunlight was warm and gentle, and the verdant mountains on the outskirts of Konoha appeared especially lush. Were it not for the multitude of gravestones, this would indeed be a splendid spot for a spring outing. Orochimaru sat quietly in front of an inconspicuous gravestone, resembling a lifeless doll. There were no tears, no visible sorrow, just a tranquil stillness, kneeling motionless. After an indeterminate time, those lifeless eyes suddenly shifted, and Orochimaru raised his head in surprise. Yasuo stood with his back to the sun, bending down to place a bouquet of daisies beside the gravestone, where a handful of wildflowers already lay. With a gentle smile, he remarked, "Rise up. I am certain that uncle and aunt would not wish to see you in such a state." Orochimaru, taken by surprise, asked, "How did you come here?" Yasuo nodded naturally, replying, "Ah, you are my dearest friend. How could I possibly forget?" Orochimaru continued, "Today marks the memorial of my parents. May I share a story with you, Yasuo?" Yasuo nodded, and Orochimaru began to speak softly. Once, there was a child whose parents were ninjas, nameless commoner ninjas. The child often lamented about his father and mother's incessant busyness, constantly bemoaning their lack of time and companionship. On one particular day, which happened to be the child's birthday, he found himself alone once more, grumbling about how his parents had not prepared gifts for him like those of other children. Days later, a jonin arrived at the child's home, bringing with him the belongings of his parents. In the heart of a fierce ninja war, this couple had risked exposure to procure a birthday gift for their child. Yasuo, do you see? They were truly inadequate ninjas. No wonder they could only ascend to the rank of genin. It is foolish to make such a grave error amidst the brutality of war. And they left behind no remains. As the child buried the remnants of his parents, his only birthday gift, within that graveyard, he resolved to cease his weeping. He would strive to become a worthy ninja. Listening to Orochimaru's recounting, Yasuo chuckled and wrapped an arm around his neck, saying, "What do you mean, the only gift? Really?" With that, Yasuo produced a long box from behind him. "Although it is your parents' Memorial Day, it is also your birthday. Happy birthday, Orochimaru." Orochimaru stood momentarily stunned as Yasuo pressed the gift into his hands. A single crystalline tear fell upon the gift box, and Orochimaru softly murmured, "Thank you." From a distance, hidden among the grass, a blonde girl perched atop the shoulders of a white-haired boy, observing the scene unfold. She mused, "I never would have guessed that Yasuo could be so thoughtful." The white-haired boy, with a frown, retorted, "Damn it, you violent girl, get down. We need to hurry over." The blonde girl playfully smacked the boy on the head. "It's your fault for being such a big fool, forgetting your best friend's birthday. Hurry and buy a gift, you idiot." With that, the two children dashed toward the bustling streets of Konoha. Just as Yasuo and Orochimaru prepared to depart, Jiraiya and Tsunade arrived, breathless. Upon seeing the gifts in their hands and the sincere smiles on their faces, a flicker of warmth crossed Orochimaru's pale countenance. The feeling of companionship was truly delightful. He bowed deeply to the three, saying, "Thank you." In Orochimaru's humble abode within the Hatake clan's territory, under the encouragement of his friends, he extinguished the candles atop the cake. Jiraiya wrapped his arm around Orochimaru's shoulder, teasingly saying, "You serious snake, what wish did you just make?" Orochimaru smirked. "I wish that Jiraiya, that foolish idiot, would stop being so verbose." "What did you say, you foul snake?" Yasuo interjected, attempting to mediate the tension between the two. "Come now, Orochimaru, open your gift." Tsunade chimed in, clapping her hands. "Yes, do hurry and see if it meets your fancy." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru relinquished the filthy hand that Jiraiya had extended and unwrapped the first gift. It was a beautifully crafted art book featuring a striking young lady in a rather compromising pose. "What do you think, Orochimaru? Aren't I generous? This is the latest photo collection of Miss May from the land of soup." Tsunade delivered a sharp punch to Jiraiya's head, furiously exclaiming, "You lecherous pervert. What nonsense have you gifted Orochimaru? Rubbing his head, Jiraiya protested. But look, Orochimaru seems quite pleased. Orochimaru's lips twitched slightly. Yet he tucked away the sole erotic magazine of his life into his small box. Tsunade's gift was far more respectable, a finely crafted kunai. Orochimaru. This is a relic from my grandfather. According to Granny Mito, it was a trophy from the hidden waterfall village. Despite the passage of years, the kunai remained razor-sharp, indicative of the exceptional craftsmanship of a great ninja, one who had surely faced the first Hokage himself. After expressing his gratitude, Orochimaru carefully wrapped the kunai and placed it in his box. Finally, everyone's gaze fell upon Yasuo's gift, a lengthy box. Orochimaru meticulously sliced through the red ribbon with a chakra-infused knife and opened the box to reveal a brand-new microscope designed by Dr. Heimerdinger. Following a reminder from Shumo the previous day, Yasuo had devoted a whole 5 minutes selecting this thoughtful gift for his dear friend. Orochimaru paused in surprise as Yasuo explained. This microscope magnifies up to 1600 times, and with the right fluorescent dyes, it can observe chromosomes. A look of delight spread across Orochimaru's face. A 1600x microscope was far superior to the 400x one he had previously used. However, he furrowed his brows and inquired, "But what are chromosomes?" Yasuo pondered for a moment before turning to Tsunade. "Do you know anything about your great-grandfather's experiments?" Tsunade shook her head. "I only know that Grandpa Tobirama developed many jutsu. But for some reasons, many are now sealed within the village." Yasuo nodded. "Indeed, I've only heard tales in family documents. Chromosomes are likely a further advancement in cellular research. Perhaps only at the knowledge level of the second Hokage could we fully comprehend it." Following the brief birthday gathering, Tsunade dragged Jiraiya off to the Hearthstone Tavern to play cards. Speaking of which, Tsunade's self-control regarding such novel games was nearly non-existent, had it not been for Mito's supervision. She might have ended up living in the tavern. "Yasuo, could you elaborate further on the topic of cells?" As the two of them remained, Orochimaru spoke once more. In the intimacy cultivated through their time together, the notion of familial inheritance held little weight for him. "Well, first, might you grant me the pleasure of visiting your laboratory?" "Of course, Yasuo, please follow me." Orochimaru's laboratory was situated on the second floor of a modest cottage. Despite its simplicity, the room was surprisingly well equipped with an optical microscope, cell culture dishes, an incubator, droppers, and pipettes, all acquired from secondhand markets. Yasuo's fingers brushed against the weathered surfaces of several instruments, leading him to such a conclusion. Orochimaru, replacing the outdated equipment with a newly acquired 1600x microscope, remarked, "Randomness can lead to data discrepancies, yet with meticulous verification, reliable results can still be attained." He was unguarded around Yasuo, handing him a document while indicating the several culture dishes within the incubator. Thanks to the gradually expanding electricity supply, cell cultivation has become more stable, which has been the focus of my research over the past few months. A research report on the mutation of mouse renal fibroblasts under 5 types of chakra contamination. Orochimaru donned his lab coat, mask, and latex gloves, carefully extracting the culture dishes. "Indeed, from previous studies, I discovered that fibroblasts exhibit a greater vulnerability to chakra contamination compared to epithelial and muscle cells. In other words, these cells possess remarkable plasticity." Yasuo observed membrane structures composed of cells, visibly floating in variously colored culture media, displaying diverse morphologies. "An outstanding study," Yasuo exclaimed with genuine admiration. For a child, Orochimaru's accomplishments were indeed worthy of his reputation as the foremost scientific mind among the Hokage. The world of ninjas is truly fascinating. While even the most basic surgical techniques remain undeveloped, research at the cellular level has advanced to such heights. However, I find myself perplexed regarding the emergence of these mutations. Yasuo, do you have any insights? For Orochimaru, this was not a mere pleasantry. He genuinely trusted Yasuo's intellect. Despite appearing to be a mere laggard, no one, including Kiko, observed Yasuo with greater scrutiny than Orochimaru, who understood the pure and wise soul that lay beneath Yasuo's rebellious exterior. I hypothesize that it is due to variations in cellular differentiation levels. The more primitive the cell, the greater its plasticity, while cells that have undergone multiple differentiations tend to stabilize. Yasuo gestured towards the pristine microscope, continuing, "Of course, this is merely conjecture. I cannot ascertain its accuracy. The answer to this question lies within this new microscope. If one can observe the chromosomes, information storage materials residing within the cell nucleus. Then you may unravel the mystery. As Orochimaru fell into contemplation, Yasuo posed yet another inquiry regarding the human anatomy courses in the Ninja Academy. Orochimaru answered without hesitation, stating that not only was the information superficial, but it also contained numerous flaws. Over the past year, while compiling all available public data, he had come to this conclusion. Shortly after the demise of the second Hokage, Konoha's control over cellular experimentation was far less stringent than it would later become. Much of what would eventually be classified was still semi-public, serving as a crucial key to the initiation of Orochimaru's experiments. Yasuo nodded in agreement, remarking that the human body, constituted of various systems and organs, is fundamentally a collection of diverse aberrant cells. Thus, the study of cells equates to an exploration of the essence of life itself. However, he noted that the village's perspective on this matter was shifting. Though he did not share this viewpoint, he hoped to spare Orochimaru any unnecessary trouble. Orochimaru acknowledged this, being a sensitive individual who had discerned from whispers that the village's attitude towards such experiments was becoming increasingly stringent. If, and I emphasize if, there comes a day when you require to conduct such research, please inform me in advance, and I shall find you a suitable location. Yasuo added as a final note. In the evening, Shumo returned home with a light step. After a tranquil dinner, Yasuo vanished. Puzzled, Shumo sought out Orochimaru. Where is Yasuo? He inquired. It seems he has gone to the tavern. Wasn't today your birthday? Why was there no celebration? We have already celebrated. Today has truly been the happiest day of my life. Time flew by, and before long, 2 or 3 months had passed. The ninja world was at peace. Konoha had no significant news, and Yasuo's life was similarly serene. He maintained a consistent routine, alternating between school, home, and the tavern. With the 3rd volume of 5 Nations novels becoming a bestseller, the advertisements on the cover had achieved the anticipated effect. The Hearthstone Tavern was frequently bustling with patrons, and the sales of various beverages had seen exponential growth. In his leisure, Yasuo practiced the family sword techniques with Shumo or offered guidance in Orochimaru's laboratory. Indeed, he provided guidance. Having spent 8 months nurturing cells in the lab for his graduation thesis, Yasuo retained some recollection of fluorescence staining and reverse transcription techniques. While he was not capable of independently designing and executing an experiment, he was quite adept at offering Orochimaru some insightful ideas. Nonetheless, the majority of Yasuo's free time was still spent in the tavern, which had become the primary gathering point for his small team. Are you not tired? Rising so early, Tsunade, bleary-eyed, descended from the 2nd floor of the tavern, yawning repeatedly. Yasuo finished perusing the ledger in his hands and returned it to the bowing Kato. Squinting at the view outside the window, if his eyes did not deceive him, it was already noon. Yet, for this rare weekend, it still felt like morning. After tidying his tousled hair from sleep, Tsunade skillfully poured herself a glass of low-alcohol beverage. Did you stay up all night again? Yes. I played with those 2 kids from the Uchiha clan all night and finally made it into the top 10. As long as gambling is absent, Tsunade's luck returns to normal. Her card skills are surprisingly decent, at least superior to Fugaku, who has lost 9 out of 10 games and has failed to make a mark even after half a year of play. Turning his head, Yasuo gazed at the youth who had just entered and inquired. Chun, where is Fugaku? Why are you here alone today? Yasuo's life is quite leisurely, yet for another. The days are far from carefree. The prodigy of the Uchiha clan, the most gifted child in nearly a decade, and the hope for the family's revival, Uchiha Fugaku, stands at the precipice of his greatest crisis. Do you not wish to explain your whereabouts from last night? In the Uchiha territory, at the Fugaku residence, a stern middle-aged man, holding a dossier, gazes coldly at the child before him, the son he has always taken pride in. Fugaku bows his head, remaining silent. The imposing figure continues. Your progress in all training regimens has noticeably slowed since 6 months ago. At this rate, you will not even master the body flicker technique before September's enrollment. Were there other ninjas present, they would undoubtedly rush forward to deliver a few blows to this man. For even preschool children are nearing mastery of the body flicker technique. What more could he possibly desire? Yet, it is evident that this middle-aged man's expectations for his son extend far beyond that. What on earth are you doing? Do you intend to descend into mediocrity like that worthless child from the Uchiha Kagami family? No, father, Chin is not worthless. Faced with his father's wrath, the strictly raised Fugaku dares not argue, but when his father insults his cousin, whom he has spent half a year with, he cannot hold his tongue. A tremendous force strikes him, sending Fugaku crashing to the ground, and his left cheek instantly swells with redness. Do not think I am unaware. You have been spending an inordinate amount of time with that waste. The elders initially believed you could inspire each other, but it seems this assumption was utterly misguided. From this day forth, you are forbidden to leave the house until the Ninja Academy opens. After imposing this house arrest, Uchiha Fyama retreated to his office. Sitting in his armchair, Fyama felt an overwhelming fatigue. Although he is not the head of the Uchiha clan, as the captain of the Konoha police force, his standing within the clan is substantial. The previous clan leader, Uchiha Kagami, has been deceased for 3 years, yet a successor has yet to be elected. The reason is simple. Akin to the Senju, this generation of Uchiha lacks any exceptionally talented individuals. Even Fyama, despite holding the police force, falls considerably short of Uchiha Kagami's prowess, rendering him unable to command respect. Thus, upon recognizing his son's remarkable talent, he placed all his hopes upon the child. My son shall inherit my ideals and become the revitalizing leader of the Uchiha clan. Shredding Fugaku's record of achievements and discarding it into the trash, Fyama found himself lost in contemplation while gazing at a black and white photograph. In a black and white photograph, a youthful Fukuyama stands smiling alongside another young man. If Yasuo were to see this image, he would notice a striking resemblance between the young man and Uchiha's former clan leader, Uchiha Kagami. However, in this moment, the image of Kagami is marred by a shocking scar etched by a kunai. Fukuyama and Kagami are contemporaries, yet Fukuyama has always lived in the shadow of Kagami, whose talent far surpasses his own. Yet this is not the source of Fukuyama's resentment. The Uchiha clan holds a deep respect for strength. The impetus behind Fukuyama's determination to wrest control of the clan from Kagami's faction lies in a profound ideological conflict. In Fukuyama's view, as fellow disciples of the second generation, Uchiha Kagami is far superior to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Why should he not vie for the position of Hokage? Originally, Konoha was founded by the Senju and Uchiha clans, and after 2 generations of Senju Hokages, was it not only fitting for the Uchiha to ascend as the 3rd Hokage? However, Kagami's actions have left Fukuyama utterly disillusioned. Not only did he fail to pursue the position of Hokage, but he also brazenly betrayed the interests of the Uchiha clan. As one of Konoha's elders, Uchiha Kagami, faced with the relentless pressure from Hiruzen and Danzo, continually suppressed his clansmen under the guise of righteousness, sacrificing the Uchiha clan's interests for the sake of village harmony. Fukuyama has had enough of such days. No matter the cost, the era of tolerance must come to an end. Fugaku must become the next clan leader, restoring the ancestral glory of the Uchiha clan and allowing their powerful voice to resonate within Konoha. Fukuyama clenched his fists, resolutely solidifying his determination. Captain, at that moment, a member of the police force reported from outside. Come in. Have the matters been investigated thoroughly? Report, Captain, the investigation is complete. Here is the report on the movements of the 2 young masters over the past few months. Outside the village of Konoha, 4 ninjas adorned with umbu masks swiftly maneuvered between the trees. As they approached the towering Hokage rock, they gradually slowed their pace, their expressions relaxing. Even in times of peace, the hidden conflicts are far more numerous than ordinary people perceive. And the existence of the umbu is to bury all unseeable traces beyond the public's gaze. My lord, will you not return to the department? No. I have other matters to attend to. Understood. After the 4 ninjas entered the village through a secret channel exclusive to the umbu, the leader departed alone. Generally, it is customary for members to report back to their department after completing a mission. This is common knowledge among umbu operatives. However, exceptions do exist. Despite not overtly revealing their identities, the other members of the group were well aware of the identity of the departing individual. Their captain, a formidable wind-style ninja, is none other than Elder Shimura Danzo, whose status is nearly on par with that of the Hokage. Such a powerful figure, unless he deliberately conceals his identity, can be easily recognized through ninjutsu. Thus, the umbu members did not hinder their captain's departure. In contrast, the 3 individuals reminisced about their harrowing mission, and an overwhelming sense of reverence arose within them for that towering figure. Had it not been for Elder Shimura, they too would likely have met the same fate as their unfortunate comrades, becoming mere corpses. Truly, he was a man second only to the Hokage. Was he truly second to the Hokage? Listening to the distant whispers carried by the wind, the expression beneath Shimura Danzo's mask fluctuated between light and shadow. After passing several deserted street corners, Danzo had removed his umbu mask, revealing an aged visage. Those familiar with the stories of the Five Nations would undoubtedly recognize this old man. He was the very same curmudgeon who always managed to seize the first copy of new releases, inciting much ire among others. Danzo rubbed his right shoulder, which was plagued by the agony of an old injury that had resurfaced due to the intense ninjutsu clashes during the mission. He was all too familiar with such wounds. Visiting the Konoha hospital would be utterly futile. Those doctors, particularly the surgeons, were utterly inept, merely relegating one to a prolonged convalescence. Could I truly survive Sarutobi Hiruzen? Perhaps my mentor's research notes might provide some assistance? As he felt the physical pain, such thoughts emerged in Danzo's mind. Although the weather was pleasant, the impoverished district of Willow Alley always appeared murky and dim. Danzo furrowed his brow, contemplating whether he had made a miscalculation. Could such a place truly offer solace to his weary body? Despite his doubts, he nonetheless ventured into the narrow alley. The Hearthstone Tavern stood out in this alley like a firefly in the night, and Danzo quickly located his destination without much effort. Upon entering, he was pleasantly surprised by the brightness within. Familiar with the new invention of electric lighting, which had replaced oil lamps throughout the Hokage building, Danzo couldn't help but feel a sense of extravagance at its presence in this suburban tavern. Being still early in the morning, the tavern was sparsely populated, lending it a forlorn atmosphere. A comically diminutive figure rose from a swivel chair behind the bar. With a professional smile, he addressed the elderly man that Danzo had transformed into, inquiring, "Good sir, what may I assist you with? A glass of milk, please." You might find it hard to believe, but Danzo, who had always held himself to the unwavering code of a ninja, abstained from alcohol. This was one of the ways he considered himself superior to Hiruzen, who, despite his seemingly positive demeanor, was well known to indulge in smoking, drinking, and even chasing after women. "Milk is good. An elder like you should drink more milk." Kato wiped the sweat from his brow, maintaining his smile. Fortunately, thanks to those two youngsters from the Uchiha clan, the tavern had indeed prepared milk. Yesterday, the young lad named Fugaku inexplicably failed to appear, resulting in the milk he had ordered going to waste. In this season, with Kadu's steadfastness, he did not hesitate to retrieve a bottle of fresh milk that had been set aside for a day and a night for Danzo. "I have heard there are projects associated with the Chronicles of the Five Nations here," Danzo inquired as he accepted the milk. If it were merely an ordinary tavern, he would have little interest. Upon hearing the old man's words, Kadu's eyes lit up. This elder was a connoisseur of the Chronicles of the Five Nations. As long as he was a book lover, it was manageable. Kadu was well aware of the card game invented by the proprietor, a veritable money-draining beast. The cost of reserving the venue was merely a trifle. The real expense lay in the indispensable beverages during gameplay, as well as the subsequent unboxing and card drawing. Mastery of the Hearthstone strategy, which garnered higher points, was essential for ascending the leaderboard. Gazing at the old gentleman's meticulously crafted attire, Kadu envisioned a continuous influx of rewards. "Dear sir, allow me to introduce you to a brand new game. In just 3 minutes, you will fall in love with it." When Yasuo arrived at the tavern, it was still midday. Upon entering, Kadu approached like a loyal hound to its master, taking Yasuo's coat and presenting a glass of the most nutritious beverage. After rinsing his mouth with the expensive drink, Yasuo glanced at the leaderboard hanging on the wall. Tsunade's name had already secured the 4th position, while the top 3, unsurprisingly, all began with Nara. "Has that girl been up all night again?" Yasuo mused, a flicker of concern crossing his mind. If Mito were to strike him with the diamond chain, his posterior would surely be in peril. "Boss, Miss Tsunade has already returned." Yasuo now understood why the emperor favored cunning ministers like Hishan. These individuals were indeed attentive. With just a glance, Kadu would disclose the information he sought. "All right, from now on, ensure that no red beverages are provided to Tsunade. If she resorts to violence, you can direct her wrath towards me." After 2 consecutive nights of revelry, Tsunade could finally endure no more and returned home to catch up on sleep. Yasuo could conceive no means to prevent her continued descent into debauchery, resigning himself to the situation. Just as Yasuo furrowed his brow, fretting over his own well-being, the tavern's door was suddenly flung open with force. A cadre of uniformed members of the Konoha Guard streamed in. "Who is the proprietor here? We have received intelligence that contraband is being sold here. You are to comply with our investigation immediately." A young man, appearing to be a squad leader, brandished a search warrant bearing the official seal, announcing loudly and expressionlessly. Since yesterday, Uchiha Tatsu had been engulfed in an unsettling turmoil. His cousin, and his closest card-playing companion, Uchiha Fugaku, had gone missing. There had been no signs whatsoever. Just the previous evening, the two brothers had fought side by side, attempting to thwart the malevolent woman from the Senju clan from breaking into the top 10. Although they ultimately failed, Fugaku exhibited no abnormalities aside from a slight air of disappointment. Uchiha Chun had inquired with the elders of his clan, only to be met with mocking glances and evasive responses. Uncertain of the events transpiring around him, he harbored ominous suspicions. Early this morning, before the sky had even begun to lighten, Uchiha Chun ventured alone to the family shrine located on the outskirts of Konoha. Though it was a shrine dedicated to the ancestors of his clan, the Nanga shrine was undeniably more majestic than that of the Hatake family. The Nanga River had flowed relentlessly for a century, yet this shrine, having undergone numerous renovations, now bore a hint of desolation. Theoretically, the Uchiha family shrine was merely a part of the Nanga shrine, which was open to the public. However, in reality, very few outsiders ever set foot here apart from the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Chun meticulously cleaned the shrine, eradicating every speck of dust from its corners. He then knelt on the tatami mat, clasped his hands together, and prayed for his father, Fugaku, while also confessing to his ancestors about his neglect of studies in recent times. An hour later, Uchiha Chun emerged from the Nanga shrine in a dejected state. The method that had once brought him peace of mind had failed him this time. As he knelt, gazing at the portraits of his ancestors, vivid faces of renowned heroes and beautiful women from the Five Nations surfaced in his mind. Now, Uchiha Chun had grown capable of understanding the books his father once cherished, and he could appreciate the allure of those unclad maidens. Regrettably, he found himself devoid of the means to procure such literature. Damn it, opening packs. Cursed card draws. Lost in his thoughts, Uchiha Chun suddenly realized he had not returned to the clan grounds as planned, but had unconsciously wandered into a familiar alleyway. For Danzo, it had been a long time since he felt such excitement after his defeat in the competition for Hokage. After enduring several humiliating rounds during the novice phase, he quickly grasped the nuances of the card game known as Five Nations Kill. Forgive me, Hokage-sama, for I am the true traitor, Danzo mused with a smile, savoring a sip of sweet milk, his expression betraying a hint of smugness. He then equipped his character, Lu Meng, who had amassed 20 cards, with the Juga crossbow, and commenced his performance. The player controlling Chao Pai, having just eliminated all the rebels under Danzo's guidance, found himself compelled to slay the loyal minister, Ma Chao, resulting in the loss of all his cards. Now a mere figure devoid of resources, he was left helpless against Danzo's onslaught, akin to a withered leaf caught in a tempest, swiftly losing all his life points. Congratulations to player Sima Zong for achieving victory in this round as the traitor, gaining 15 victory points. The gaming platform, intermingling chakra and electrical technology, displayed the final results. Concurrently, applause erupted as a hefty figure appeared behind Danzo. The large man extended his hand, giving a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Winning as a traitor is no easy feat, Uncle Sima Zong. Your card skills are truly remarkable." The sudden sound startled Danzo, who had momentarily let his guard down due to his card game. Yet, he quickly calmed himself. The source of the sound was undoubtedly a formidable individual, capable of approaching him silently. Turning around, he found that it was none other than his old classmate, the current head of the Akimichi clan, Akimichi Torafu. Fortunately, it was the easygoing Torafu, had it been any of their other classmates. Danzo doubted he could have concealed his true identity. "Old man, judging by your performance, you must be a novice, right? With such skills at this stage, you might just have a chance to make it onto the leaderboard someday." "Leaderboard?" Danzo inquired, perplexed by his old friend's unusual address. Torafu pointed towards a wall not far away and explained, "That is the power ranking board. Only the top 100 extraordinary masters are eligible to be listed, and the top 10 can earn the title of the mightiest ruler." "The mightiest ruler?" Danzo glanced at the leaderboard, where the top 10 boasted scores exceeding 10,000. Before looking down at his own data panel, Sima Zong, score 20, rank, resilient black iron. "Does that mean I need to achieve 5 promotions through brave bronze, unyielding silver, glorious gold, noble platinum, and dazzling diamond just to make it onto the board?" "Indeed," Torafu replied, though he added, "advancement is no simple feat. I've played for over 900 hours and have only reached Noble Platinum. Despite his humble words, the expression on Torafu's round face belied his modesty. As a Platinum tier player, he surpassed at least 70% of all players. Danzo frowned. Although he too held the title of Elder, he was not like Torafu, who had the luxury of time to squander. Is there no swift way to accumulate points? Danzo recalled that he had only received 15 victory points from winning a 5-player match by exploiting his traitor identity. In contrast, the points gained or lost from regular matches were often less than 10, leading to an excruciatingly slow rate of progression. Of course there is, Torafu nodded, gesturing towards a young man who had just entered and was ordering drinks. In addition to the 5-nation kill mode, there is also a 1v1 Hearthstone mode. You can choose to challenge higher-ranked players. If you win, you can gain a substantial number of victory points. However, the opponent will lose the same amount, so usually, no one agrees to such challenges. The boy from the Uchiha clan, as Torafu had mentioned, was indeed the most approachable of the mightiest rulers in the tavern. True to Torafu's words, Uchiha-chun was quite amiable. When the seemingly elderly Sima Zong approached him, Uchiha-chun accepted the challenge without hesitation. The elderly gentleman appeared to be a novice, wielding only basic cards and possessing a pitiful rank. Uchiha-chun easily defeated him, gaining 5 victory points. For someone like Uchiha-chun, who had been teetering on the edge of the ranks of king and master, 5 points were barely a consolation. Currently, this was the 3rd round of combat between him and the elderly gentleman. The son of the former Uchiha clan leader, having long frequented establishments such as taverns, likely finds himself in an unfavorable position. Should word reach the clan, he may face considerable difficulties. Having finished his milk, Danzo felt a hollow sensation in his mouth, prompting him to inadvertently provoke the son of his old acquaintance with words. Uchiha Tatsu took a sip of grape juice, and perhaps it was an illusion, but he felt his vision had remarkably improved over the past 6 months, with his senses becoming exceptionally acute. Though he wished to spare the old man embarrassment, the relentless verbal harassment was intolerable for Uchiha Tatsu, whose hearing had also sharpened. In the 3rd round, Uchiha Tatsu finally unveiled his most formidable deck, Phoenix Dance of the 9 Heavens. Within the virtual dueling arena, a lady clad in light attire let out a charming exclamation, summoning a creature akin to a mythical phoenix that instantly roared forth, tearing apart Danzo's controlled Jiang and tyrant, Yin Baihu. How might I acquire a card like that in your possession? The attributes of the Ghost Dance Princess Jiao-chan seem exceedingly formidable, Danzo mused. He was neither surprised nor disheartened by his defeat. Rather, he perceived that the match he had just experienced appeared somewhat inequitable. At this juncture, Akimichi Takufu, who had been observing from the sidelines, enthusiastically interjected, "Sir, cards such as Yin Baihu, the Swallowtail Formation, and the Yellow Turban Warrior are merely the basics. While they can yield decent results if used cleverly, generally speaking, relying solely on basic cards makes ascending the ranks rather challenging. To acquire more powerful cards, or even to assemble a favored deck, one must invest in card packs. A pack contains 5 cards, drawn at random. Even friends of the proprietor have not enjoyed preferential treatment." As he spoke, a small figure with a golden ponytail flashed through Akimichi Takufu's mind. In the words of the proprietor, she was the Queen of Africa. Although Akimichi Takufu did not grasp the meaning of that phrase, the astonishing misfortune of drawing 50,000 yuan without obtaining a single orange card left a lasting impression. Fortunately, Akimichi Takufu added, "Of course, if you're uncertain about your luck, you could consider purchasing cards directly from fellow players, though such prices can be quite steep. For instance, the Ghost Dance Princess Jiao-chan in this young man's possession was once offered 30,000 yuan by a wealthy young lady, yet he did not part with it. 30,000 yuan for a mere card?" Danzo shook his head, convinced that his old classmate had lost his senses. While he could comprehend the notion of playing a game of Hearthstone to pass the time, spending 100 yuan on card packs, or even tens of thousands on orange cards was beyond his understanding. By the way, it seems this week has been particularly favorable for legendary cards. White-eared Divine Soldier Talisman, Zhuge's 8 Trigrams Formation, and the great strategist Sima Zhongda have all appeared. Are you truly not tempted to try? Sima Zhongda? A brief lapse of thought ensued, and when Danzo regained his senses, he realized all his cash had vanished. Not far away, the diminutive figure was laughing with unrestrained joy, and Toanzo could almost see the chives wedged between his back teeth. With a total of over 10,000 yuan, how could it have vanished? This was all reserve funding he had meticulously prepared for his missions. Esteemed Mr. Simazong, do you intend to open the card packs here? There are a total of 112 packs. The repugnant little man approached briskly. His professional smile plastered on his face, clutching a bag full of card packs. Tawanzo meticulously examined himself. His physical condition was remarkably good, showing no signs of curses or illusions. In fact, the fatigue that had previously plagued him had dissipated, leaving his chakra revitalized. He felt as if he were at the pinnacle of his prowess, reminiscent of his days battling the Land of Lightning. Very well, I shall handle this myself. Tawanzo sighed, relinquishing the thought of resorting to force to reclaim his possessions, and reached for the bag containing the card packs. As he unwrapped each pack, a vast expanse of blue skies and white clouds unfolded before him. Though he was still a novice, he could discern that the ordinary and rare cards were of little value, lacking the special glow of legendary cards like the Jiao Chan of the Ghost Dance. Surely, the next pack will yield something worthwhile, he silently repeated, unaware that his expression had perfectly mirrored that of a stubborn old man. Epic. As the 30th pack shattered, the boisterous voice of a Kimichi chiefing echoed in Tawanzo's ears. The Song of Mi-hung can compel an enemy to use a jutsu, a highly practical epic card. It was only then that Tawanzo realized he had gathered an audience. The spectacle of a wealthy man opening packs was always a source of delight among card players. Whether witnessing the emergence of rare legendary cards or watching a wealthy player squander their fortune and be carried out of the tavern, it was a thoroughly enjoyable experience. In the midst of the crowd, Tawanzo felt somewhat out of place. He preferred the shadows of obscurity. However, this sensation was not entirely unpleasant. The man he was now was not the esteemed senior advisor Shimura Tawanzo of Konoha, but merely a lonely elder, Simazong. He reassured himself, and his demeanor shifted to one of contentment. As the number of opened card packs increased, so too did the throng of onlookers. Although no legendary cards had yet appeared, Tawanzo, halfway through, had already acquired 3 epic cards. Even Uchiha Chun held his breath, awaiting alongside the others. A Kimichi chiefing informed Tawanzo of an unwritten rule within the Hearthstone Tavern. Within 5 epic cards, a legendary card is destined to emerge. Thus, Tawanzo's aged palms were slick with sweat. Age was a facade, but the perspiration was real. Feigning madness is not true insanity. A legendary card. The signature talent of Sima Zhongda could confuse all of the opponent's minion cards. Wasn't this the first occurrence of its kind? A masterpiece among legends. Listening to the discussions behind him, Tawanzo felt a buzzing in his ears, and at that moment, he sensed the blood coursing through his veins boiling with excitement. This feeling was akin to having accomplished an S-rank mission. As Tawanzo reveled in the bliss of acquiring a legendary card, the tavern's door was abruptly kicked open. Who is the proprietor here? We have received intelligence that illicit goods are being sold. You are to submit to an immediate investigation. A young man, resembling a squad leader, announced sternly, brandishing a search warrant stamped with an official seal. The Konoha Police Department was in attendance. There was 1 from the Senju clan, 3 from the Nara clan, 1 from the Yuhi clan, and a fool from the Akimichi clan. How did you even manage to bring back the head of the Akimichi clan? Uchiha Fushan lamented, pinching the bridge of his nose in frustration. Even with his cousin Uchiha Kagami still alive, a formidable figure such as Akimichi Takufu was not one to be trifled with. Moreover, the sheer foolishness of his subordinates to have brought back such troublesome individuals was utterly infuriating. Report to the captain. The original captain of the 3rd squad is on sick leave, and the acting squad leader Uchiha Daryu is a novice. And so, what of it? Do not offer excuses. If this matter is not handled properly, you and this Daryu will find yourselves scrubbing floors at the South Heg Shrine. Rest assured, Captain. I have already contacted 3 chefs from the clan. We will surely placate Elder Takufu. Nodding non-committally, Fushan felt there was little choice left. He could only hope that Takufu, being a good-natured and honest man, would not cause a scene over the matter. Fortunately, Fushan believed Takufu to be a reasonable individual. However, if the apprehended individuals included Mito Enmin or even Shimizu, he dared not entertain such grim thoughts. Shaking his head, he cast aside that dreadful notion. Have any suspicious activities been identified? Fushan resolved to return to the crux of the matter. Indeed, if the only crime was enticing Fujiwara into neglecting his training, Fushan would not have gone to such lengths. He was not one to blur the lines between personal and professional matters. Yet, coincidentally, while Fushan had dispatched personnel to investigate the Hearthstone Tavern, The police department had suddenly received an anonymous tip-off. The information disclosed the tavern's nefarious dealings in drug trafficking, accompanied by audio evidence. This was a grave criminal offense. Fushan had no choice but to take it seriously, which led to this operation. The deputy captain produced a report from his pocket, responding, "This tavern belongs to the Hatake clan, whose reputation is quite reliable, and no prohibited items were discovered on the premises. The seized beverages have been sent to Konoha Hospital for further analysis. That is well. Once the hospital's assessment yields results indicating no wrongdoing, we shall release the individuals." Fushan's primary concern now was the potential deeper ties between Akimichi to Kufu in this case. Though the Hatake clan had fallen from grace, their names still held weight, and Fushan had no desire to provoke them unnecessarily. If this were all merely a misunderstanding, it would be most fortuitous. Regardless, he possessed evidence from an anonymous informant, and as the captain of the Konoha Police Department, it was entirely justifiable for him to dispatch personnel for verification. However, after some contemplation, the vice captain reported to Fukuyama, "Among the individuals we brought back, two are rather extraordinary. One is Uchiha Tsubasa, the son of Lord Q, and the other is an unfamiliar elder. Yes, this elder possesses chakra fluctuations but has not been registered in the village. I suspect he may be a spy sent from another village. The presence of spies has never been scarce in Konohagakure, whether in times of peace or war. The number of spies dispatched among the various ninja villages is not insignificant. Spies are omnipresent, and the most adept among them can infiltrate the upper echelons of the village. Conversely, those captured inadvertently, like this wild spy, are of lesser consequence, typically limited to gathering civilian intelligence or mapping out unregulated areas, hardly substantial prey." Fukuyama pondered briefly, discerning the priorities of the situation. He instructed his aide, "Send for the elder clan members and bring Uchiha Tsubasa here. We must resolve certain matters today. Additionally, allow Uchiha to interrogate the suspicious elder, informing him that if necessary, he may employ methods below bear rank. If he cannot handle such trivial matters, he should vacate the police force. Meanwhile, within the police station, I protest. You have no right to detain me. I am a law-abiding citizen, a significant taxpayer of Konohagakure, and I have contributed to its prosperity." Yasuo was infuriated. Anyone would be irked when their lucrative endeavors were interrupted. A half-day closure of the tavern could result in considerable financial loss, akin to a vendetta against his very livelihood. It was no wonder he would face annihilation in the future. These individuals truly lacked an understanding of civilized law enforcement. Yasuo rubbed his wrist, reddened by the grip of the police officers, continuing his protests vehemently. Kato, resembling a frightened shrew, cowered at Yasuo's feet. "What do we do now that the boss is in trouble? We might face execution," he exclaimed. "Nothing," he added, noticing the palpable hostility in Yasuo's gaze. He swallowed the latter half of his sentence, or perhaps, "Boss, you could take the blame." Had he known better, he would have continued selling his salted fish. The drug trade was not to be trifled with. Kato lamented to himself. Over the past 6 months, he had saved a considerable sum, planning to return home and find a wife with ample curves and long legs, but now all of that seemed lost. Yasuo, oblivious to Kato's thoughts and disinterested, had never expected much from a person whose integrity was even lower than his own. "Tsubasa, are you not also a member of the Uchiha clan? What is going on here?" Yasuo questioned. Uchiha Tsubasa shook his head in confusion. He was equally baffled. He was merely playing cards. And surely Uncle Fukuyama would not make such a fuss over it. The most vexed in the police station was undoubtedly Uncle Simazon. Observing Akimichi Torike's gorging on food beside him, he felt a headache coming on. Were it not for his reluctance to reveal his true form before an old classmate, Danzo would have long since erupted in anger and dismantled the police department. Given his status, he wouldn't dare detain himself even if Fukuyama had 10 times the audacity. "These annoying Uchiha. Just when I drew a legendary card and my luck was soaring, you emerged to spoil my day. I shall ensure you receive a profound lesson in the future." In his heart, Shimura Danzo silently vowed, "Who is Simazon?" At that moment, the young man who had led the team clumsily entered the police office. Danzo remained silent as he followed Uchiha Dayu out of the office, his expression dark and foreboding. He had resolved that upon reaching the interrogation room, he would ensure that this boisterous Uchiha youth would regret ever coming into this world. Much like the direct descendant who would eventually reshape the shinobi world, Uchiha Dayu was also a young man consumed by dreams of becoming Hokage. Interrogating this dangerous enemy spy was to be his first trial on the path to that ambition. Dayu considered himself a genius. The distance from the police office to the interrogation room was brief, yet within those mere 5 minutes, he had employed over a dozen interrogation techniques from the police manual, effectively striking a heavy blow against the enemy's arrogance. Danzo's silence served as the ultimate testament to his success. However, the reality was that along the way, Uchiha Dayu had incessantly harassed Danzo with clumsy illusions and psychological suggestions, driving him to the brink of irritation. After his futile attempts, Obito raised his thumb in admiration and remarked, "What a stubborn old man. To endure so long under the hands of this genius is truly remarkable for a master spy. But do recognize the situation. Do not compel me to resort to violence." Danzo felt the veins on his forehead pulse with increasing intensity, believing he had reached the limit of his patience with this youth. Fortunately, the interrogation room was just ahead, and he would soon have the opportunity to vent his pin-up rage. Although Konoha was a relatively civilized ninja village, the use of torture during interrogations was not uncommon. Lacking the secret techniques of the Yamanka clan, the police force's interrogation room was far from a playground for children. It was a place that instilled fear in the hearts of ordinary residents of Konoha. "Enter," Dayu commanded. And despite the fact that even an elderly man from an enemy nation deserved some courtesy, he pushed Sima Zong forcefully, yet the latter remained unmoved. Dayu cast a skeptical glance at the hunched figure before him. Danzo smirked and stepped into the room. "Speak. What is your true purpose in Konoha?" Closing the door, Uchiha Dayu made an effort to adopt a fierce expression. Ignoring Dayu's presence, Danzo surveyed the room. It was indeed a rare experience to be in Konoha's police force interrogation chamber. The concealed location and excellent soundproofing measures greatly pleased him. He could finally stretch his limbs freely. Seeing the old man once again disregard him ignited a spark of anger in Uchiha Dayu. Since the captain had ordered the use of interrogation methods below B rank, it meant that recalling the methods of his predecessors, Dayu aimed a kick at Sima Zong. Taking the initiative would psychologically intimidate the interrogation team leader, thus lowering the difficulty of future interrogations. Swearing to the heavens, Uchiha Dayu was inherently a kind-hearted young man. Therefore, even in the face of a hostile relationship with an elder like Sima Zong, he chose to hold back. According to Uchiha Dayu's estimation, the force of his kick would certainly not injure his opponent. However, the seemingly unremarkable kick yielded surprisingly effective results, as the elderly man was sent flying. "Are you all right?" Uchiha Dayu exclaimed in panic, fearing that if the assailant were to perish from his blow, he would undoubtedly face dismissal. After the demise of his comrade, was he left with nothing but this uselessness? A cloud of smoke swirled, and the old man in Uchiha's grasp transformed into a police baton, while the voice of Shimazaki echoed from behind. "A substitution technique?" Dayu swiftly turned, gripping the baton tightly, his voice trembling with anxiety. "What do you intend to do? This is the Konoha Police Department. Do not act foolishly." "Humph, the police department? It is merely an extraneous entity, a mere bone to tether a fierce dog." Tuanzo scoffed, a terrifying aura erupting from him. The overwhelming pressure causing Uchiha Dayu to involuntarily step back, his face paling. A colossal wind chakra gradually gathered at Tuanzo's fingertips, seemingly poised to unleash a formidable jutsu. "You wretch, do you intend to demolish this place?" Despite his trembling legs, Uchiha Dayu gritted his teeth and faced the powerful adversary. "If I cannot overcome an opponent of this caliber, how can I ever aspire to become Hokage?" Just as Dayu prepared to make a desperate stand, the astonishing aura emanating from the old man abruptly vanished. His face flushed as he bent over. Gurgle, Tuanzo clutched his abdomen, cold sweat soaking his back. At that moment, turmoil surged within him, an unbearable force threatening to erupt from his very core. "Why now? It should have been my moment to release my fury," Tuanzo screamed internally. Yet the primal impulse rendered him near death, leaving him incapable of gathering even a modicum of chakra. Had he consumed something unsavory during the mission? Was it that roasted frog? Regardless, it was all the fault of the Uchiha. Tuanzo could not suppress such thoughts, while a despondent dwarf, far away in the police station, suddenly sneezed before rolling over to continue weeping. Although Uchiha Dayu was not an exceptional ninja, the opponent's exaggerated display could not be overlooked. A flaw. In a flash, he executed a body flicker technique, appearing behind Shimazaki, eyes fixed on the enemy's quivering form, and swung the baton with all his might. "Regret your foolish provocation of the police department." With a thunderous crash, a torrent of yellow surged forth, engulfing Uchiha Daiyu's astonished visage and soaring upward until it covered the entire ceiling. Meanwhile, outside the laboratory of Konoha Hospital, a middle-aged doctor donned in a white coat and mask emerged, holding a report. "Dr. Takagi, what are the results?" Several police officers inquired. Adjusting his glasses, Dr. Takagi replied. "According to the analysis, the beverage is enriched with various trace elements beneficial to the human body, even containing components that activate cells. There are no issues." Several law enforcement officers received the identification report and let out a sigh of relief. "That's good." However, Dr. Takagi furrowed his brow and remarked, "Among the samples of milk, the levels of E. coli and other microorganisms have exceeded the permissible limits by thousands to tens of thousands of times. If a customer were to consume it, it would undoubtedly result in severe diarrhea, even for a high-ranking ninja." Dr. Takagi added. The officers shook their heads dismissively. "Who cares? What fool would go to a tavern to drink milk? Speaking of which, Dr. Takagi, your nephew Takagi Shajin is a good friend of my daughter. What a pitiable child. His parents have just passed away, and it's truly a blessing that he can make friends at school. The Uchiha, Hyuga, and Uzumaki clans have intermarried for centuries without encountering catastrophic issues, indicating a remarkably large population base. It is quite normal for such large families to occasionally produce a few long-lived members. Those who are either sufficiently powerful or live long enough can ascend to the status of clan elders. The 3 current elders of the Uchiha clan have attained their positions by virtue of the latter. At over 60 years of age, even Madara must refer to them as uncles, yet his prowess could easily crush them from 800 miles away. However, following the First Shinobi War, all the clans are currently in a state of transition, and the Uchiha clan is unable even to select a clan leader. The 3 Tomo Sharingan is on the brink of extinction, and the Mangekyo has become a mere legend. Given this backdrop, it is entirely reasonable for these 3 to ascend to the position of clan elders. At this moment, the 3 elders of the Uchiha clan sat comfortably in the high office of the police captain, holding teacups. "Captain Cho, your words hold some truth. Although you are the child of Kage, you do occupy an excessive amount of resources. Indeed, we should allocate resources towards nurturing more capable children. That being said, it is indeed your fault for leading a promising child like Fugaku astray. It is only out of respect for Kage that we have refrained from expelling you." Listening to the elder's muddled reasoning, Uchiha Cho bit down hard on his lower lip. He was acutely aware that he had not inherited his father's talent, nor had he ever desired to monopolize the clan's resources. Yet, the property where he and his mother resided, the family savings, and the stockpiled medicinal herbs were all acquired by his father at the cost of his life. These were his father's legacy, not some communal property of the clan. The 3 elders evidently did not perceive themselves as pressuring an orphan and a widow, or perhaps they believed that even if they were, it was of little consequence. In their minds, Uchiha Kage was undoubtedly a genius, but who could blame him for having died before he turned 30? Had he still been alive, he would have been the elder of Konoha and the leader of the Uchiha clan, and they would have dared not utter a word against him. However, now, relying on the name of the former clan leader to protect his worthless son was evidently an impossible task. Such a vast fortune would naturally be redirected to more valuable endeavors. It is not entirely surprising that the 3 elders were cold-hearted. For those who have spent the majority of their lives in the Warring States period, such matters are all too commonplace. In the pursuit of familial continuity, it is imperative to optimize all available resources, relegating less promising offspring to mere expendability. Indeed, for over 60 years, those of mediocre talent have navigated life in this manner, with only 3 fortunate individuals ultimately rising through the ranks due to longevity. After all, according to societal beliefs, the elders possess a more mature wisdom, capable of safeguarding the family's interests. Thus, this is not a matter for negotiation. It is merely a notification under the witness of the clan elders. Fushan spoke with an icy demeanor. "Starting next week, you and Yabaha will relocate to District D, receiving 2 monthly allowances at the Chunin level from the clan, with all other finances surrendered." Upon concluding his statement, Fushan closed his eyes. "I'm sorry, this is all I can do," he silently mused, as memories of his formidable brother lingered in his mind, as vivid as if they were from yesterday. Fushan's feelings toward Jing were intricate, a blend of love and resentment that he himself could not decipher. Nevertheless, he had never contemplated inflicting harm upon the orphan child of Jing. However, The voices within the clan expressing disfavor towards this mother and son duo had grown increasingly fervent, even prompting the elders to approach Fushan multiple times, urging him to take action. Were he a true clan leader, Fushan could have disregarded such pressures, but he was merely an elite jonin with a double Sharingan, lacking the strength and influence to effectuate change. Perhaps this situation was the most favorable outcome. The fleeting confusion in Fushan's eyes vanished. He had done his utmost. 2 Chunin allowances should suffice. If the child possessed genuine talent, these funds would be adequate for his development. This was the clan's final concession. Sign this document promptly. The eldest elder, seemingly bereft of patience, leaned heavily on his cane, rose from his seat, and snatched the document from Fushan's grasp, thrusting it into Uchiha Chen's arms. His obedient grandson, Ishihara, awaited more resources to solidify his foundation. There was no time to waste on this worthless endeavor. Gazing at the elderly visage within arm's reach, Uchiha Chen momentarily forgot his fear. No, that is my father's legacy. In that instant, Uchiha Chen resembled an enraged cub, forcefully pushing the elder aside. Impudent. The elder fell to the ground, his face flushed with anger as he pointed at Uchiha Chen. Even if Madara were alive, he would still address me as uncle. How dare you, this insolent child, lay hands upon me? What is this? The elder noticed several colorful cards scattered before him, presumably dropped in the boy's fervor. Is this a card depicting the ghost dance princess Diao-chan? What nonsense is this? The elder picked up the most recent card, its material unexpectedly weighty and exquisitely crafted, resembling a piece of ninja equipment, though the scantily clad woman depicted was rather excessively beautiful. So you are the one who has succumbed to such frivolities, Fayek? Humph. Truly a waste of potential. Stop. Uchiha Chen desperately attempted to intervene, but having previously assaulted the elder, he was restrained by 2 members of the police force. Helplessly, he could only watch as the elder's aged hands grasped his most cherished legendary Diao-chan card. As a flash of fire erupted, the mesmerizing figure of Diao-chan, the ghost dance princess, gradually transformed and disintegrated within the flames, ultimately reducing to a handful of ashes. In that moment, Uchiha Chen's mind became a void. Memories flooded back. The first time he stepped into his father's cherished study, the first all-night reading of the Romance of the 5 Kingdoms. The first time he fell in love with the character of Diao-chan, ensnared in a dilemma of life and death, the first visit to the Hearthstone Tavern, and the first sleepless nights spent with the ghost dance princess. Each scene swirled like fragments in a vortex, spinning rapidly before Uchiha Chen's eyes. At that instant, he felt as if he had returned to that quaint tavern, savoring a sip of sweet, secret grape juice, his vision astonishingly clear. No, clearer than before. Time seemed to stand still, and the space around him sharpened in clarity. So vivid was the moment that he could see his own reflection in the dilated pupils of the elderly clan member before him. He had seen that reflection countless times. Yet this time something felt different, though such details no longer mattered. Uchiha Chen broke free from the restraints of the guards, leaping onto the elder's back and gripping his collar tightly. "Return Diao-chan to me," he demanded. Then, with a resounding thud, he delivered a powerful headbutt, causing both Uchiha Chen and the elder to lose consciousness. The expressions of the remaining 2 elders and Fushan were utterly frozen in disbelief. After an extended silence, one elder trembled and spoke. "That was the awakening of the Sharingan, wasn't it?" "Yes, and one of the eyes is a double Tomo. 6 years old for the awakening? Wasn't Lord Madara 12 when he awakened? And even then, only with a single Tomo? Can one even awaken a double Tomo directly? You ask me. But who can answer that?" After a curt reply, the 3rd elder turned to the still incredulous Fushan and remarked, "Uchiha Fushan, do you understand why you will always remain merely the captain of the Konoha Guard and never the leader of the Uchiha clan?" The other elder, grasping the implication, coldly added, "For a prodigy like young Master Chun, your sole focus has been on suppression. Such behavior is profoundly disappointing to us. This place, and here, all require a fresh coat of paint. If there aren't enough chairs, what are you waiting for? Hurry to the market and purchase more. They must match. Be careful with your hands. This photograph of me and Captain Fushan must hang in the center. Do you understand? Haven't you all eaten? Did you see that child? The one with the pot-lid hair and green clothes. Can you not even compete with a mere child?" 3 days after the tavern was sealed off, the police department finally issued a public statement, affirming that the Hearthstone Tavern was a legitimate and trustworthy establishment. Furthermore, The statement highlighted that the beverages and entertainment activities offered at the tavern were nutritious and intellectually stimulating, greatly benefiting the residents of Konoha. The Hearthstone Tavern was indeed a model establishment. Simultaneously, to express their apologies, Fushan dispatched the 3rd Division of the police department to assist in repairing the items damaged during the enforcement action against the tavern. Having officially assumed the position of captain of the 3rd Squad, Uchiha Daisuke gazed at the purple-haired lad energetically directing a multitude of police officers in various menial tasks, and could not help but remark, "Yasuo, if my memory serves me correctly, we merely overturned a few tables and chairs, and at most, scuffed the paint on the front door. Why does it seem as though you are intent on completely renovating the tavern? Moreover, this establishment to the west does not belong to your tavern, does it? Why must it undergo a complete overhaul?" Yasuo, absent-mindedly scratching his nose, cast a sidelong glance at Daisuke. What were the exact words of Captain Fukuyama? He insisted he must leave you satisfied, but that was not his intent, was it? Isn't this sufficient? If you do not follow my instructions, how can I be satisfied? Enough with the chatter, get to work. Observing Daisuke, who was covered in dust and grime, Yasuo felt a sense of satisfaction bubbling within him. Having been closed for a day and a half, he could not allow losses to accumulate without consequence. He had to uphold the reputation of Konoha's leading capitalist. Although the closure was entirely due to Yasuo's decision to expand operations by acquiring neighboring shops, he was indifferent to such details and attributed the loss squarely to the police department. These Uchiha civil servants received their salaries from Konoha's taxes, and as a major taxpayer, Yasuo felt no guilt in assigning tasks to them. "Are we not opening today?" At that moment, the tavern's door swung open, revealing none other than Uchiha Tatsu and the long-absent Uchiha Fugaku. "Ah, Fugaku, you have finally emerged from your self-imposed confinement," Yasuo exclaimed, presenting 2 glasses of his secret grape juice to the brothers. Despite the ongoing renovations, beverages remained available. With nothing else to occupy his time, Yasuo pulled over 2 chairs, eager to engage in conversation with his young companions. "So, Tatsu, has Captain Fukuyama's change of attitude come about because you have awakened your Sharingan? At 6 or 7 years old. Remarkable. You have surpassed Itachi by a year," Yasuo remarked, unable to suppress his admiration upon hearing Tatsu's account. "Itachi? Who is that?" Tatsu inquired. "Ah, that is of little consequence. The important thing is to congratulate you, the youngest awakened member of the Uchiha clan." Yasuo quickly shifted the topic. Mindful that Itachi's actual father was present, and he wished to avoid any missteps that could lead to the future Itachi being whimsically renamed Uchiha Blue Rat or some such. "Brother Yasuo, you are mistaken. The youngest awakened member of the Uchiha clan is not me," Tatsu replied, a mysterious smile playing on his lips, prompting Yasuo to gaze at Fugaku in astonishment. Fugaku, who had been secretly guzzling down his drink, suddenly choked and said, "Cough, cough. On the 3rd day of my confinement, I don't know what came over me, but the urge to play Hearthstone drove me to madness. I felt utterly restless." And then Fugaku scratched his head, a sheepish expression on his face. "Actually, Tatsu is more impressive. He possesses a double tomo in one eye, whereas I merely have the most ordinary Sharingan." Yasuo looked on speechlessly at the 2 little shadows who had trailed behind him for half a year, now blossoming into their own. Particularly, Fugaku was becoming increasingly likable. Such a diligent child certainly deserved encouragement. Perhaps he should gift him 100 card packs for free? Free? Card packs? A sudden jolt coursed through Yasuo's mind as he swiftly grasped Fuyue's delicate face, his previously dazed gaze regaining clarity. Gazing into Fuyue's eyes, he observed a pair of beguiling orbs swirling slowly, prompting Yasuo to apply more pressure, vigorously kneading Fuyue's cheeks. "It hurts. It hurts. Big brother Yasuo. I promise I won't dare again. Spare me. Humph. Should there be a next time, I curse you to a lifetime of misfortune." Ultimately, Yasuo relented, allowing Fuyue, who had attempted to deceive him with illusions to obtain a card pack, to escape, albeit with a lingering sense of trepidation. Nothing comes for free. Such a notion is a fallacy. In a one-on-one confrontation, one must evade. The power of the Sharingan's Genjutsu is indeed formidable. Had it not been for his unwavering resolve, he might have fallen prey to this mischievous child. "By the way, big brother Yasuo, did you know? I heard an intriguing rumor," Fuyue whispered, his gaze darting towards the busy figure of Uchiha Teryu. "I was told that on the very day Chao opened his eyes, Another individual did as well, the captain of the third squad, Teiryu. Yasuo furrowed his brow, unimpressed. What is so intriguing about that? Teiryu is nearing 20, is he not? While the Sharingan is indeed a rare trait among the Uchiha clan, awakening it at 20 is hardly extraordinary. That's not the point. I heard that Teiryu's awakening occurred under rather peculiar circumstances. Fuyue quickly interjected. I was informed that he had provoked an elite member of the Umbu, which led to his awakening. Umbu elite? Yasuo's interest peaked. It is well known that the Umbu and the police force have always maintained a tenuous relationship, being clear adversaries. In fact, the eventual integration of Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi into the Umbu was not unconnected to the latter's subversion. At this moment, Uchiha Chao interjected. It was that elder named Sima Zong. He is indeed an elite of the Umbu, directly obeying Elder Shimura Danzo. What a terrifying powerhouse. Had it not been for Elder Danzo's timely intervention that day, Teiryu might have suffocated. As he spoke, a look of fear crept onto Uchiha Chao's youthful visage. Suffocated? Yasuo queried, perplexed. A master of water techniques? No, far more fearsome. Uchiha Chao asserted. While it remains unconfirmed, I have overheard some seniors discussing. Discussing what? They believe he might be a master of a technique unheard of, fecal ninjutsu. Goodness. Such terror. Yasuo inhaled sharply, rising quietly and approaching Uchiha Teiryu, who was preparing to wash dishes. Maintaining a distance of over a meter, Yasuo spoke in a low voice. Captain Teiryu, allow me to handle things in the kitchen. Could you please attend to the sanitation over there? Teiryu followed Yasuo's gesture, his gaze landing on the conspicuous restroom sign. Upon seeing it, a horrific image resurfaced in his mind, and he retched. Meanwhile, within the Uchiha shrine of the Nanha Shrine, numerous Uchiha elders knelt in prayer. At the forefront is Uchiha Fukuyama, who, thanks to the awakening of the Sharingan, has avoided a fate of disgrace and even ascended to a higher status. He clasped his hands together in reverent gratitude to the spirits of his ancestors, and after a decade of silence, the glory of the Uchiha clan has finally returned. Within 24 hours, 3 clan members awakened their eyes, 2 of whom are rare prodigies. The resurgence of the Uchiha clan after 10 years is now inevitable. The weather gradually grew warmer, and summer vacation was fast approaching. Following the crackdown by the law enforcement agency, the business of the Hearthstone Tavern flourished even more. For Fukuyama, although he could not comprehend the connection between the 2 youths unlocking their Sharingan and the tavern, he at least had no objection to them enjoying a drink in their leisure time. Perhaps a moment of relaxation amidst their training would be beneficial for unlocking their bloodline limits? Such was his speculation. On another note, there is one individual who piqued Yasuo's interest, the elite Umbu operative Sima Zong, known for his formidable abilities. After a period of silence, Sima Zong re-emerged in the tavern and, within a month, ascended to the combat rankings, achieving the status of an extraordinary master, drawing attention from many. Within Tuanzang's heart, there was an urge to express his frustration. He was well aware that the alias Sima Zong had become thoroughly notorious, and for good reason. After all, defiling the interrogation room of the law enforcement agency left a stain that was simply unacceptable. The reason Tuanzang continued to operate the tavern under the guise of Sima Zong, despite the peculiar gazes of the Uchiha brothers and the young proprietor, was straightforward. He had attempted various methods, but could not extract the legendary card, feigning madness, which was irrevocably linked to the Sima Zong ID. Fortunately, both Yasuo and Fukuyama, along with Chun, held a sense of reverence for such a powerful figure, and aside from providing him with disposable utensils that were promptly discarded after use, they did not exhibit any discrimination towards him. Another individual who intrigued Yasuo was his top salesperson, Yao Shiyinayu. Perhaps it was his imagination, but Yasuo felt that her gaze towards him seemed somewhat evasive. Could this young lady be harboring feelings for me? Yasuo pondered, finding it entirely plausible, for indeed, the Wind Boy was undeniably handsome. Nevertheless, this was a crucial period for personal development. How could he waste it on romantic pursuits? A carefree man like the Wind Boy would not be encumbered by mundane emotions. So he resolved to let the adorably awkward bespectacled girl continue to quietly observe him from the corner. That would suffice. In the Hatake ancestral home, Keiko stuffed Yasuo's backpack to the brim and clapped her hands. Yasuo grimaced, saying, "Mom, is it really necessary to bring so much? When we went to the capital last time, we traveled light." Keiko shook her head and earnestly replied, "It's different this time. We are going abroad." The climate and cuisine of the land of whirlpools differ from those of the land of fire, so we must be well prepared. Yasuo wished to counter her point, noting that the distance from Konoha to the land of whirlpools was much closer than from Konoha to the southwestern border of the land of fire, such as around the area of Kikyo City. However, upon seeing Huizi's concerned gaze, Yasuo had no choice but to swallow his words. Shuaemo, standing nearby, absent-mindedly scratched his ear, unusually refraining from chiding Yasuo for his lack of diligence. After all, tomorrow heralded the commencement of their training in the mountains, and his dear brother had thoughtfully prepared medicinal wine for healing. Well, it was merely for treatment purposes. As for Orochimaru, the experiments involving mouse cells had reached a critical juncture, making it impossible for him to depart. If only he could master the shadow clone technique. While tidying Yasuo's attire, Orochimaru couldn't help but lament, such a technique is indeed quite convenient. It's a pity that it's not taught in school. Yasuo tilted his head, allowing Orochimaru to adjust his collar, and concurred. Thus, you must find a knowledgeable teacher in the future. I believe the third Hokage would be quite suitable. Yasuo, are you ready yet? Hurry up. You're dawdling like a girl. At that moment, Tsunade's voice echoed from outside, prompting Yasuo to shoulder his heavy pack and bid farewell to his 3 relatives. Ha ha ha. Yasuo, are you moving house? Tsunade chuckled, her eyes glistening with tears at the sight of the enormous backpack. Is my little treasure heading out? I never knew you had such a side to you. Enough. Yasuo shot Tsunade an exasperated glance, internally resolving to find a discreet location to stash his backpack into Ezreal's travel bag. Is this the guard sent by Granny Mito? She looks rather young, doesn't she? Seems rather unreliable. The red-haired woman beside Tsunade lifted her chin slightly, responding with a hint of pride. Special Jonin, Uzumaki Nanako. At your service. A special Jonin from the land of whirlpools? As a guide, she would be quite fitting, though her strength was somewhat lacking. One must make do. After all, given that the Uzumaki clan was currently in a state of decline. Hearing Yasuo's muttering, Nanako's eyes twitched involuntarily, struggling to suppress the urge to teach this little brat a lesson. A special Jonin under 20. Am I really that weak? I am a direct disciple of Elder Masahiko. You know, my lineage is quite esteemed. Ignoring Nanako's complex expression, Yasuo patted Tsunade's small head, saying, but it's all right, even if danger arises. I can always carry you to safety. Yasuo was not boasting. During this period, money flowed in swiftly and departed just as quickly. Although he still hadn't drawn a Kali's smoke bomb, he had acquired several valuable items through frequent lotteries. For instance, the exquisitely crafted shoes adorning his feet at that moment were the renowned durable shoes from League of Legends, also known as the ninja footwear. They offered significant resistance to physical ninjutsu, capable of mitigating 10% of damage. Although Yasuo was somewhat unclear on how a pair of shoes could enhance one's physical defense, he ceased to dwell on it after testing their efficacy. Furthermore, after donning the ninja footwear, Yasuo felt a noticeable boost in his agility, allowing him to run faster and jump higher. In summary, they were far more formidable than the open-toed sandals worn by most ninjas. On one ordinary lottery day, an unexpected notification sound stirred a whirlwind of emotions within Yasuo. Dear esteemed heartfelt member LV3, you are granted a chance at a complimentary ultimate skill lottery. Upon receiving this notification, Yasuo's initial reaction was one of disbelief. Could this be true? Have I truly spent such a fortune? It seems implausible. Unbeknownst to him, his expenditures had already reached 5 million. A pang of guilt tugged at his heart. Fortunately, the system's rewards proved to be quite generous. An ultimate skill. As long as he avoided the misfortune of drawing Udyr, Elise, or Jace's ultimate abilities, this would undoubtedly serve as a powerful trump card for Yasuo. Ultimately, while he did not receive the formidable ultimates of champions like Janna or Karthus, the skill obtained was nonetheless exceedingly practical. The Rune Mage Ryze's ultimate, Realm Warp, allows Ryze to conjure a mystical portal that connects to any location within a 1,500-kilometer radius, enabling both himself and allies to traverse through it for a duration of 3 minutes. This skill, notorious in the game for leading to devastating outcomes, instilled Yasuo with a sense of security. Coupled with the wall-jumping technique he had previously acquired from Zed, Yasuo mused, when it comes to escape, I am a veritable expert. In Yasuo's memory, over the past decade or so, the once formidable maritime nation of the Uzumaki had met its demise. By the time of Naruto, The ancestral lands of the Uzumaki had transformed into the nearly deserted land of waves, utterly forgotten by history. It is worth mentioning that although the Uzumaki clan was powerful, they were ultimately limited to the strength of a single clan, with a territory far too small, significantly smaller than even the diminutive land of Rice. A small nation with a sparse population, possessing feared sealing techniques, yet entangled in the disputes of great powers, the fall of the Uzumaki was inevitable. Throughout their journey, Tsunade, also experiencing her first excursion abroad, flitted about like a caged bird, unable to remain still. However, as the journey progressed, her exuberance gradually waned. "Ah, damn it, my shoes," she lamented after stepping into a puddle. "Nana-chan, why didn't you prepare a carriage? If it's a matter of money, Yasuo has plenty." Hey, Tsunade. This visit is to your hometown to visit relatives. Why should I foot the bill?" Yasuo interjected, leisurely making his way in his ninja footwear. Tsunade stuck out her tongue at Yasuo. "You've earned so much money, yet you're still so stingy." "Every penny of mine is meant to protect Konoha," Yasuo replied earnestly. "And you've profited quite handsomely from the dividends, haven't you? Your initial investment has long been recouped." At this, Tsunade became even more despondent. "Don't get me started on that wretched game and those dreadful card packs. I should have simply bought someone else's cards." Yasuo couldn't help but twitch his lips, at a loss for words regarding Tsunade's luck in gambling. Perhaps the heavens deemed opening card packs a form of gambling in itself, for Tsunade's luck in this regard was notoriously bleak. While others might only experience the disappointment of a string of common cards, Tsunade faced the rare occurrence of scarcely finding even uncommon cards. Yet, this girl remained undeterred, spending her pocket money on card packs with relentless enthusiasm. Fortunately, with Tsunade holding a 20% stake in Hearthstone Tavern, her losses were not entirely insurmountable. Thus, Tsunade found herself ensnared in an endless cycle of dividends, monetary increments, and package openings. At that moment, Nanao spoke up. "Princess Tsunade, please bear with it. Traveling is also a form of training for a ninja, as particularly instructed by Lord Mito." Glancing at the sky, Nanao continued, "If we maintain our current pace, we shall reach the dock before sunset." A surprised Yasuo turned back and inquired, "So soon? Are we departing from the northern harbor?" In Yasuo's recollection, the future Team 7 embarked on their mission to the Land of Waves from a port in the Central Fire Country, the closest point to the Land of Waves. Indeed, to be precise, we shall board at the inland port of the South Hechuan River and sail downstream, thus minimizing our land travel and maximizing our time on the water. Splendid. I wish to board a grand vessel and refrain from walking any longer. Upon hearing Nanao's explanation, Tsunade clapped her hands in agreement, then cast a quizzical glance at Yasuo. "By the way, Yasuo darling, where's the oversized travel backpack that Aunt Keiko prepared for you?" Yasuo looked skyward. "Behold the sun, how resplendent it is. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss." "Yasuo, you scoundrel, stop changing the subject." Yasuo was indeed diverting the conversation. Space ninjutsu was no ordinary matter, and he could not possibly elucidate the existence of Ezreal's travel backpack. Nonetheless, his latter statement was not unfounded. Throughout the afternoon, Yasuo pondered the source of his peculiar sense of dissonance. It wasn't until a bustling dock came into view that Yasuo remained without clarity. The South Hechuan River, a vital waterway in the northern Fire Country, flowed eastward into the sea. It served not only as an essential irrigation source for the northern agricultural region, but also as a significant trade route, bustling with countless merchant ships daily. Despite his verbal reluctance, Yasuo eventually purchased 3 first-class tickets. After all, Tsunade had assisted him greatly, and he could not bear to let the charming little princess squeeze in with a crowd of unsavory individuals. They boarded the Chiyunmaru, a large steamer belching thick black smoke. Having grown accustomed to the chaotic technology of the shinobi world, Yasuo discreetly tapped the ship's threshold with his knuckles as he embarked. Indeed, it was a steel vessel, reaching the technological standards of the late Qing dynasty. The stewardess warmly welcomed the 3 esteemed guests and escorted them to the VIP cabin. Although it was not a luxurious cruise liner, the furnishings of the VIP cabin were quite exquisite. Yasuo and Tsunade remained unfazed, being accustomed to such opulence. However, Nanao, clearly experiencing such lavish treatment for the first time, appeared somewhat flustered. In reality, during her usual missions, she rarely even sat in the common cabin. For instance, when she journeyed to Konoha, she had traveled aboard a cargo ship carrying seafood. After all, in the education she received. Being a ninja was not a profession meant for indulgence. A life of luxury would only dull a ninja's edge. Yasuo reclined in a comfortable seat, sipping a refreshing glass of orange juice while observing the waves crashing against the ship's hull. In the distance, the setting sun cast a shimmering glow over the Nanga River, creating a breathtaking vista. Ignoring the excited shouts of Tsunade, Yasuo found himself musing over the events of the Land of Waves. It is noteworthy that the future contractor, Dasna, has already taken to operating an excavator, while the pirate King Kaido has resorted to using a mobile phone. Meanwhile, the heroic father in that land still contends with disasters in person, and the dam resembles nothing more than a wooden fence, which is quite peculiar indeed. Furthermore, there were the rogue ninjas from the Land of Water. Two Chunin managed to allow Dasna to survive long enough to reach Konoha to post a mission, which certainly suggests deeper implications. Wait a moment, Mist Ninjas? A flash of insight struck Yasuo as a masked, white-haired handsome figure appeared in his mind. Goodness, my nephew is indeed reliable. With the thought of Kakashi Hatake, Yasuo began to comprehend the source of the discomfort he had felt throughout the journey. The weather had been clear for nearly a week, yet Tsunade somehow stepped into a puddle by the roadside. How utterly unreasonable. Could it be that we have attracted the attention of the Mist Ninjas? A dreadful notion began to rise within Yasuo's mind. If anyone were to wish for the Land of Whirlpools and Konoha to remain at odds, it would undoubtedly be the Land of Water. During the First Ninja War, the Land of Whirlpools had firmly established itself like a wedge to the west of the Land of Water, leaving it trapped in a precarious position. Should the Mist Ninjas learn of the descendants of the Mido clan returning to the Land of Whirlpools, Yasuo could easily surmise their intentions. They would stop at nothing to sabotage our efforts. This could pose quite a dilemma. Watching Tsunade and Nanako engrossed in the beauty of the twilight, Yasuo sighed. Compared to our nephew from the Hatake clan, the descendants of the Uzumaki clan still have quite a distance to go. What are you doing, Yasuo? Why are you taking off your clothes? Oh, don't come over here. After indulging in a delightful dinner, the three returned to their respective rooms to rest. After Tsunade enjoyed a warm bath and lay contentedly on her bed, she noticed the door creaking open, revealing Yasuo sneaking in stealthily. When Nanako entered, armed with a kunai and on high alert, she was met with the sight of an unscathed Tsunade and a bruised and battered Yasuo. I'm sorry, Yasuo, Tsunade said, cautiously applying medicinal alcohol to Yasuo's wounds, her tongue poking out in apology. I thought you had taken a turn for the worse like Jiraiya and were planning something inappropriate. So, you didn't hear a word I said, did you? I made it clear beforehand. Yasuo grimaced, pressing his hand to his forehead, wincing at the pain from the swelling. In any case, this vest is ninja gear. Put it on quickly. Oh, my apologies, Tsunade said. Her cheeks flushed as she accepted the spiked vest that Yasuo had just removed, still warm from his body. Given her lineage, Tsunade's discerning eye was no less sharp than that of many seasoned ninjas, and she could tell at a glance that this piece of armor was of exceptional quality. With a sense of satisfaction, she adjusted her vest and moved her body a bit. Tsunade remarked in surprise, it fits unexpectedly well. I thought it would be a bit small. Aren't you shorter than me, Yasuo? Perhaps your chest is just too small? Yasuo, go to hell. The items produced by the system possess formidable attributes. A mere vest can fit both the petite yordles and colossal void creatures, even those with health pools exceeding 7 or 8,000. Surpassing Baron Nashor in size. Thus, Tsunade's assessment was indeed accurate. The system's item merely conformed to her physique. The Thorn Vest, colloquially known as the Little Thorn Armor, serves as a precursor to the most powerful physical defense item, the Thorn Mail, synthesized from 2 small cloth armors and a synthesis fee of 400,000 in Orn's Forge. Currently, the Thorn Vest is Yasuo's second-best mid-tier item after the Ninja Tabi, offering not only substantial physical defense, but also the ability to reflect damage and inflict grievous wounds on foes. Yasuo considers himself a modest individual. If anyone were to attack their trio, the primary target would undoubtedly be Princess Tsunade, the link between the Whirlpool and the Thousand Hands. Therefore, enhancing Tsunade's durability was indeed essential. Understanding this, Yasuo, wielding the power of resurrection, generously decided to provide assistance. Aside from the durable shoes he offered, which Tsunade vehemently rejected, he insisted on equipping her with the Thorn Vest, the Negative Cloak, and the Crystal Bracers, 3 defensive pieces. With armor, magic resistance, and health secured, the foundation of a robust healing support was established. Then, was the suspicious aspect I had uncovered. Observing Yasuo speaking confidently before her, Nanako's eyes were filled with astonishment, followed by a blush on her cheeks. Unbeknownst to her, Yasuo had leveraged a spoiler cheat through his nephew to discern the anomalies, leaving Nanako feeling utterly embarrassed for overlooking what even a child could detect. Yasuo made a compelling argument. Tonight, the three of us must not separate. Despite her mixed emotions, Nanako, being a genuine special jonin, promptly arrived at the most prudent decision. You two children will sleep here while I keep watch outside. As night deepened, silence enveloped the ship, occasionally interrupted by the distant sound of the steam whistle and the gentle lapping of waves. In a small room of the VIP area, on a modest single bed, the two children lay back to back. Yasuo, are you asleep? Do you think Sister Nanako is asleep? How would I know? What's wrong, Yasuo? Unable to restrain himself, Yasuo turned over, only to lock eyes with a pair of large, expressive ones. After several moments of silence, Tsunade spoke again. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't you, as the boy, offer to sleep on the floor? Yasuo scoffed at this. I'm still a child, you know. If I sleep on the floor, I'll catch a cold, and I'm still an injured person. Have you forgotten? Tsunade's cheeks had turned as red as a ripe apple, though the darkness concealed it well. Does it still hurt? I have already apologized, so please do not remain angry. Indeed, Jiraiya was not mistaken. You truly embody the essence of a fierce woman. Your punches are formidable. Although Yasuo has fully recovered from his injuries after secretly consuming some restorative potions, the memory of those bone-rattling hits lingers vividly. What did you say, you insufferable Yasuo? Sensing that Tsunade was on the verge of another outburst, Yasuo hastily stifled a few yawns, urging, hurry and sleep, for if you stay up late, you shall remain forever flat-chested. It was unclear whether Yasuo had struck a chord with Tsunade, or if she was genuinely fatigued, or perhaps concerned about her developmental prospects. After delivering a few light taps on Yasuo, she finally settled down, soon emitting soft breaths. This girl has walked all day. She must be exhausted by now. Realizing Tsunade had drifted into slumber, Yasuo found himself unable to sleep. He could only repeat to himself, I am still but a child. Ah, what nonsense. Tsunade's sleeping posture was hardly commendable. Before long, a delicate, pale arm rested upon Yasuo's chest. Before he could push it away, a soft, tiny body clung onto him like a koala. In that moment, Yasuo deeply regretted not allowing Tsunade to wear her original netted ninja attire. What sin had he committed to make her don a spiked vest? Oblivious to her surroundings in her dream state, Tsunade harbored no animosity, and Yasuo could not activate his data mode. He could only silently endure the discomfort of her presence. Nevertheless, he could not help but recall the incident when Tsunade mistakenly thought he was disrobing for nefarious purposes, leading to her mercilessly pummeling him into a state resembling that of a swollen pig's head. This made the night feel even more arduous. The South He River is long, yet Yasuo and his companions boarded their vessel downstream. With the current and steam power aiding their journey, the Chuyun Maru thundered into the ocean within a single night. The South He River brought forth rich organic materials from the continent's interior, fostering a plethora of fish and shrimp near the coast, which in turn attracted flocks of seagulls, creating a picturesque scene beneath the dawn's glow. The deck area, where one could directly relish the breathtaking views, was reserved for esteemed guests, aside from Yasuo and his companions. It was predominantly occupied by affluent travelers and prosperous merchants engaged in trade. They were adorned in fine attire, exuding an air of upper-class sophistication. However, the true aristocrat among them, Tsunade, clearly lacked the refinement of a lady, facing the sea breeze with disheveled hair and dark circles under her striking eyes. She gazed dreamily at the distant scenery. Last night had indeed been exceptionally tranquil. Nainai approached, gracefully carrying food. Although she had been in a state of heightened vigilance throughout the night, her complexion was far better than Tsunade's. After all, for a ninja, a sleepless night was quite commonplace. The breakfast on board was served buffet style, which was perfect for the gluttonous Uzumaki clan. Amid the disdainful gazes of the upper-class patrons, Nainai piled her plate high with an assortment of food, creating a small mountain. Today, Tsunade appeared unusually quiet, devoid of yesterday's lively chatter, while Yasuo bore a weary expression. Distributing food to Tsunade and Yasuo, Nanao inquired with curiosity, "What troubles you? Are you unaccustomed to the swaying of the sea, or did you not sleep well last night?" Just as Yasuo was about to respond, Tsunade swiftly seized a piece of toast and stuffed it into Yasuo's mouth, preemptively stating, "Sister Nanao, are we truly at sea now? We have reached the Western Sea." Nanao extended her arms to feel the sea breeze and smiled. "Indeed, by your Land of Fire's terminology, this is the Eastern Sea. Moreover, do not be too anxious. The presence of enemies is merely speculation. Instead, relish the sea view, for soon you shall endure much." A few hours later, Yasuo comprehended the meaning behind Nanao's words. In Yasuo's recollection, if dominating the ocean in the kingdom of sea meant ruling the world, the seas in the world of Naruto were remarkably understated. There was once a saying in his past life that the reason Eastern civilization is deemed continental while Western civilization is maritime lies in the choices of the seas. If the Mediterranean is as tranquil as a village chief's simple-minded spouse, then the Eastern Sea is akin to a loud woman who could berate from the village entrance to the exit, showing no welcome for human exploration. Even a nation like Japan, which should inherently cultivate a maritime civilization, succumbed to the dual influences of Chinese civilization and the harsh maritime conditions of the Western Pacific, evolving instead into an agrarian society focused on farming and cattle rearing. The world of Naruto, which closely mirrors the social structure of ancient Japan, naturally inherited this characteristic. Even with the prevalence of ironclad ships, the world's focus remained firmly on the continents. After a brief respite, Yasuo soon felt the brashness of the ninja world's oceans. The currents of the Eastern Sea of the Land of Fire collided with the descending currents of the Northern Sea, creating a complex hydrological environment characterized by towering waves and swift winds, with rapidly changing weather. Yasuo and Tsunade had already retreated into the cabin, yet even so, they had to cling to fixed objects within the room to prevent themselves from being thrown about. Yasuo pondered that had the ship, the Shiyunmaru, been an old-fashioned sailing vessel, it would likely have met its doom beneath the waves. It seemed that the journey of Mito's marriage had not been without its tribulations. Under such maritime conditions, it was no wonder that in the future, Kato would monopolize the shipping of the Land of Waves. Only vessels of significant size could ensure safety. Fortunately, none of the trio suffered from seasickness. Even during the roughest moments, Yasuo merely felt a slight discomfort. This situation persisted throughout the afternoon, until the fading sunlight of dusk once again illuminated the sea, heralding a return to tranquility. "Sister Nanao, surely there are no more frightful occurrences ahead?" Tsunade asked, still shaken, as today's experience shattered her idyllic notions of the sea. If given another chance, she might well have chosen to traverse the land instead. As Nanako meticulously arranged the disheveled golden ponytail of Tsunade, she cheerfully remarked, "Princess Tsunade, rest assured, we have navigated out of the whirlpool zone. Ahead lies a tranquil sea. By tomorrow morning, we shall reach the Land of Rivers." However, before Nanako could finish her sentence, a thunderous bang erupted, causing the entire ship to lurch violently. "Attention, all passengers! Attention, all passengers! The vessel has encountered an unidentified impact. Please remain calm. Please remain calm." Despite the crew's immediate announcement, the frantic cries of the crowd echoed clearly even in the VIP section. In truth, the passengers in the VIP area were not faring much better. The elegantly dressed merchants and young ladies scurried about like startled quails as chaos ensued, completely spiraling out of control. "Damn it, it's the fluctuation of chakra. How careless." Nanako's face turned ashen as she tightly embraced Yasuo and Tsunade. She had not anticipated that the enemy would be so ruthless as to brazenly target civilians. Even in times of war, this transgression breached the ninja's code of conduct. Meanwhile, not far from the ship, several half-figures emerged from the water, adorned with the forehead protectors of the Mist Ninja Village. One relatively younger ninja gazed at the listing ship and the struggling crew members in the whirlpool, a look of compassion crossing his face. "Captain, is it necessary to go this far? They are merely ordinary people, and there are several nobles from our country aboard. If discovered, even the wrath of the daimyo would be too much for Lord Second to bear." "Fool, the dead do not speak." The order from Lord Suigetsu was unequivocal. "No cost is too great. If this mission fails, you are well aware of that lord's methods, are you not?" At the mention of Suigetsu's name, the younger Mist Ninja's face paled slightly as he bit his lip, refraining from further comment. Another Mist Ninja sighed. "We can only blame the lack of intelligence. What exactly are the identities of these Konoha and Uzumaki ninjas? How can they afford such luxury? A ticket for Chunin Maru costs 50,000 ryo, while eliminating the wealthy could draw them closer to their target. They were well aware of the presence of a particularly elite jonin among them. Any unnecessary actions could heighten the risk of failure. Regardless, the task must be completed. The whirlpool caused by the sinking iron ship is beyond human resistance. It won't be safe here for long. We should retreat immediately. Yasuo had not anticipated that his words would manifest so swiftly. The skill, Dimensional Leap, would be put to use in no time. As the ultimate skill of the seasoned tank, Rise, Dimensional Leap demanded a tremendous amount of chakra. Under normal circumstances, utilizing it with Yasuo's current chakra levels would be quite taxing. Fortunately, from the moment Chunin Maru was attacked, Yasuo's body had entered a data-optimized mode. In this mode, Yasuo felt no fatigue or pain. Otherwise, drawing on so much chakra could have easily led to his collapse, given his still unrefined strength as a genin. It is precisely for this reason that Yasuo had never attempted to practice this skill before. After all, transitioning to a digitized format in Konoha is no trivial matter for the beloved Yasuo. It is well known that Rise's ultimate has earned various nicknames, such as Spirit Car and Death Train, since its rework. For those who are not adept Rise players, it is commonplace for a single cast of Spirit Car to result in 5 fatalities, particularly in the absence of vision. Thus, the first deployment of Yasuo's toy vehicle could be aptly described as thrillingly perilous. At the moment when seawater surged into the ship's hull, Yasuo had no alternative but to activate his Dimensional Leap, teleporting 3 individuals out. Within Yasuo's skill interface, the vast ocean was shrouded in darkness, compelling him to arbitrarily select a coordinate. Fortunately, it was not the lair of a sea king, but merely the eye of a storm. Having just emerged from the shipwreck's whirlpool, they encountered a tempest at sea. The most unfortunate circumstance was that upon exiting the portal, Yasuo and Tsunade found themselves separated from their caretaker, Nanao. As time passed, night fell. Despite it being summer, the ocean's nighttime chill was bone-numbing. Having exited the digitized mode, Yasuo persevered through gritted teeth. The crashing waves would interrupt his recall, yet his teleportation skill remained viable. Countless times, he contemplated using the teleportation to return to the warmth of Konoha, but the pale, frozen visage of the girl in his arms left him no choice. Hang in there, little one, you still owe for the borrowed money. With a crystal bottle clenched in his mouth, Yasuo cradled Singed's surfboard in one arm while holding little Tsunade in the other, rising and falling amidst the tumultuous waves. The frigid ocean water drained their stamina, yet fortunately, they both possessed restorative gear to replenish their energy to some extent. Even so, feeling Tsunade's body grow increasingly cold, Yasuo felt compelled to engage her in conversation to uplift her spirits. His efforts evidently bore fruit as Tsunade lifted her head, retorting, "Nonsense. Didn't I return it to you last week?" Yasuo felt a sense of relief and chuckled, "It's 9 out of 12, Tsunade." As dawn approached, on a remote island amidst the vast ninja sea, a pair of youths lay sprawled on the beach like exhausted pups, gasping for air. After an indeterminate time, the girl finally spoke. "Yasuo, do you think Nanao will be alright?" These unfortunate souls, or rather, the pitiful fledgling doves, were Yasuo and Tsunade. Hearing Tsunade's inquiry, Yasuo struggled to prop himself up and glanced at the sky. "Who knows? But the 2 of us novices are still alive, so she should be fine. I made sure everyone had floaties and surfboards. Only a certain fool could lose them." In an unusual display of humility, Tsunade did not retort, but instead lowered her head, saying, "I'm sorry, it's all my fault." Tsunade genuinely felt guilty, believing that had she not clumsily misplaced the floaties, the previous night would not have been so perilous. "Oh well, I certainly can't let my debtor perish just like that. And I still need to reclaim the clothes you're wearing," Yasuo remarked with a sense of entitlement. "How stingy." Tsunade cast a glance at Yasuo, yet her thoughts betrayed her, reflecting, what a fool to risk his life. Unbeknownst to Tsunade, who was unaware that Yasuo was, in fact, a man with 2 lives, she found herself genuinely moved at that moment. Stealing a furtive glance at the familiar purple-haired youth, a delicate blush crept onto Tsunade's cheeks. It appeared they were stranded on a deserted island. Yasuo gazed at the distant horizon, his brow furrowing slightly. Matters were becoming increasingly complex. There was no need to worry about sustenance, as the oversized travel bag prepared by Huizi still resided in Yasuo's space, ample enough to sustain them for a fortnight. Furthermore, with a bit of ingenuity, utilizing the skills of returning to the village and teleportation, Yasuo could even make it back to Konoha for lunch. The conundrum lay in how to extricate Tsunade from this predicament. Without the ability to enter data mode, Yasuo could not employ the space-time reversal technique. Without it, he could not take Tsunade away. Moreover, lacking coordinates, Yasuo was hesitant to drive recklessly, having experienced the bitterness of a crash before. Another mishap could result in him merely awaiting resurrection at the base. By the way, what precisely was contained within that bamboo tube? Yasuo retrieved a rice ball from his space and offered it to Tsunade, unable to suppress his curiosity any longer. Previously, Yasuo had assumed that Tsunade found their journey tedious, and that the bamboo tube was simply a vessel for dice. However, the reason Tsunade had lost her flotation ring the previous night was to safeguard this bamboo tube, indicating that the situation was far more intricate than it appeared. Although Granny Mido had instructed him to keep it a secret, Tsunade opened the bamboo tube and extracted a scroll. It should be fine to share what you said here. Yasuo, intrigued, accepted the scroll. Anything Tsunade regarded with such reverence must indeed be valuable. Though hesitant to pry, a glance was permissible. To his astonishment, he discovered that this scroll, resembling a contract, bore numerous signatures, one of which was that of Hashirama Senju. Swallowing the words wet bone forest back down, Yasuo exclaimed, "Is this a summoning contract?" Tsunade nodded, explaining that it was a treasured summoning contract passed down through the Senju clan, entrusted to her by Granny Mido to deliver to grandfather Masahiko. It seemed that Mido had lost faith in the higher-ups of Konoha, a notion Yasuo found not without merit. The significance of powerful summoning beast clans to a family, or indeed to a ninja village, was comparable to that of advanced ninjutsu, and the legacy of Wetbone Forest was worth more than most forbidden techniques. Entrusting such a formidable summoning beast legacy to Uzumaki Masahiko clearly indicated Mido's concern for her family's safety. In Yasuo's recollection, both the third and fourth Hokage were practitioners of the Uzumaki clan's forbidden technique, the Reaper Death Seal. In his previous life, there were whispers that this technique was seized by Konoha after the fall of the Land of Whirlpools, while others claimed it was taught by Kinkaku and Ginkaku. Now, Yasuo pondered whether it was possible that Konoha had exchanged the legacy of Wetbone Forest for Mido's assistance. Shaking his head, Yasuo acknowledged that such matters bore little relevance to him. He was merely a messenger. Regardless, he understood that in the original timeline, Mido's efforts seemed to have yielded little effect, as the Land of Whirlpools ultimately met its demise. After its fall, the remnants of the Uzumaki clan dwindled to a mere handful, and it was unheard of for anyone to summon the Slug clan. Upon witnessing Yasuo's astonishment, Tsunade chuckled softly. "What do you think? It's not just your Hatake clan that possesses treasures. Our Senju clan has plenty of remarkable items as well. It is natural for children to harbor a competitive spirit, and Tsunade is no exception." As a legitimate descendant of the Senju, Uzumaki, and Daimyo clans, Tsunade, despite lacking any pretentious airs, couldn't help but feel a twinge of discomfort at the seemingly endless array of treasures from the Hatake clan. There lingered a sense that they were the true affluent ones. Today, however, she finally had an opportunity to boast, and she would not let it slip away. "Boar, dog, rooster, monkey, sheep. Come forth, my little slug." Yasuo suppressed his disgust, staring blankly at the diminutive creature healing him. He never expected Tsunade to summon a slug at this moment. Although limited by her chakra, this slug was only slightly larger than a grain of rice. It was evident that the offspring of noble families truly possessed extraordinary talents. Someone like Jiraiya could never hope to keep pace with Tsunade without sheer luck. Impressive, isn't it? Granny Mido once said that if I continue to grow stronger, I could summon slugs even larger than the most formidable summoning beast, the salamander. Would you like to learn? I can teach you. Naturally, with a beloved new toy in hand, Tsunade was eager to share it with a favored companion, momentarily forgetting Mido's warning. The reckless use of summoning techniques can be perilously unpredictable. Yasuo pondered this, and, considering his inability to master even the shadow clone technique, doubted he could successfully perform a summoning. Still, he thought it might be amusing to try. With a smile, Yasuo replied to Tsunade, "What's this about the most powerful summoning beast, the salamander? Allow me to show you my sparkling joy beast." He casually formed a hand seal, not expecting that upon completing the summoning seal, a thick mist would suddenly rise from the ground before him. "Is this what you referred to as a creature more powerful than the salamander? This appears to be a chopped pepper fish." Tsunade stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene. She had intended for Yasuo to sign a contract with the Wetbone Forest, but before she could finish her thought, he had recklessly performed the summoning. Even more astonishing was that such a casual summoning had seemingly succeeded, or perhaps it had. Amidst the fog, a large platter came into view. Laden with food Tsunade had witnessed Heiko prepare during the new year, a spicy delicacy known as chopped pepper fish head. Yasuo was equally perplexed, thinking, what in the world is this? Summoning food? Are we meant to serve my Italian pasta to allies during a ninja battle? Just as Yasuo moved closer to inspect, the mist finally dissipated. Beneath the platter lay an outspread, webbed hand, and its owner appeared to be a frog, or perhaps a catfish adorned with an apron. The exact nature of the creature was of little consequence now. Was this from the Mayaboku mountain frog clan? The tiny slug perched atop Yasuo's head could no longer contain itself and exclaimed, its soft body swelling with astonishment. Yasuo's vision darkened, nearly causing him to faint. This must be Tam. It absolutely has to be Tam. Yasuo, it has been quite some time. How is it that you have transformed into a child? The green-skinned toad placed a steaming fish head aside and greeted Yasuo with enthusiasm. Within the cavern, at a rudimentary stone table, the two and the toad were indulging in a delightful feast. This creature, presumably Tam, exhibited remarkable culinary skills, rivaling even those of Wheezy. Though the green toad's appearance was fearsome, even grotesque, one must acknowledge that few summoning beasts are aesthetically pleasing. Tsunade, well versed in such matters, felt no trepidation. After all, no matter how unappealing, it was Yasuo's summoning beast, so what could one do? Tsunade savored the meticulously grilled meat, her lips glistening with grease, her large eyes darting between Yasuo and the summoning beast. Observing their familiarity, it appeared that this toad was indeed a treasured family summoning beast of the Hatake clan. Tsunade felt a twinge of defeat, pondering to herself, the Hatake clan is remarkably formidable, had it not been for their dwindling numbers. Perhaps my grandfather would have been the first Hokage. Although Lady Mito spoke of the great strength of the Sage of Slugs, the diminutive slug she summoned paled in comparison to Yasuo's toad. At the very least, the slug could not prepare such delectable roasted meat. The green toad, with its fan-like palm, delicately held a refined teacup, its enormous mouth savoring the tea in an oddly charming manner. Gradually accepting this incongruous scene, Yasuo inquired, what brings you to Earth? Earth? The green toad scratched its bald head in confusion. Captain Yasuo, what is this Earth you speak of? Captain? Why do you refer to me as Captain? Do you not remember? We are comrades. I am your supportive little brother, along with Kog'Maw, Rek'Sai, and Cho'Gath, who are all awaiting your summons in the canyon to continue our joyous battles. As the toad rambled on, a long-buried memory flickered in Yasuo's mind. I am in the Bronze 2 promotion match, hoping not to be a hindrance. Do not ban Yasuo. I am exceptional. I can carry. Kog'Maw, build tank. Dig deep. Toad and mouth. Watch me shine. 3 minutes later. It's nothing. Merely a mistake. I was just 10 health points away from their demise. Next wave, I shall secure a solo kill. 7 minutes later. Jungle, come gank. How many signals must I send? Forever a jungler? Support. Roam and apply pressure. What use is a top laner if they cannot draw attention? And that mouth. So weak early on, what on earth? 10 minutes later. Players who choose Yasuo have no mothers. Mid and MSL. 15 minutes later. The base has exploded. But it is of no concern. Thus, we are all in awe of your kingly demeanor. Please continue to lead us oh no, for beasts, to joy. What a splendid memory. Shaking his head, Yasuo affirmed that this green toad before him was indeed his supportive Tam. In light of this, it is conceivable that one might eventually summon the formidable Kog'Maw in the top lane, Rek'Sai in the jungle, and Kog'Maw as the AD carry. Speaking of which, in this team, perhaps only I can be considered a true individual, which may very well be the reason why Yasuo has assumed the role of captain. Surely, it cannot solely be due to his skill, can it? As Yasuo stroked his chin, he pondered the possibility, for his Yasuo is indeed exceptional. On a final note, do you know Hinata? Hinata? Tom tilted his head, straining to recall, yet his lack of a neck rendered the expression rather grotesque. He felt as though he had heard the name before, but it was utterly without context. Is she akin to Jinx, a delightful lady with a penchant for tasty treats? Can this frog consume humans? Tsunade, clearly startled, nestled closer into Yasuo's embrace. You mustn't utter such terrifying words again, understood? Yasuo himself was uncertain whether Tom was indeed capable of devouring humans. According to the official lore of League of Legends, he is a creature that consumes all. Rest assured, without your command, Captain, I shall not act independently. Though Tom's tone was casual, His words rang true. In any case, Tom exhibited none of the traits typical of a demon. Instead, he diligently attended to his duties as a support, tirelessly preparing meals and doing laundry for Yasuo, while also gathering an abundance of flowers to adorn their cave. After lunch, Yasuo took Tom on a tour of the island, which indeed was a modest, uninhabited isle, featuring a stunning valley. Perhaps it would be feasible to transplant the twisted jungle from Zyra and Maokai? Yasuo mused that this might be a splendid idea, although he first needed to ensure that the island remained sufficiently remote. If it truly is an isolated, uninhabited island, it would be far safer than the Three Rivers stronghold, which, after all, lies within the borders of the Land of Fire. Akali's smoke had yet to settle, and the twisted jungle was perpetually at risk of exposure. Regardless, Yasuo placed a control ward in a concealed spot within the valley, planning to devise a strategy after their expedition to the Land of Waves concluded. Observing Yasuo's actions, Tom's eyes widened as if witnessing the apocalypse. Yasuo, if only you had developed the habit of placing wards in the past. Though Tom was entirely obedient to Yasuo, it seemed this fellow could not resist the urge to offer a critique from time to time. Resisting the impulse to reprimand him, Yasuo inquired, "So, what level are you now?" Tom paused, then replied, "Level 6. Why is my level so low?" As expected, Yasuo nodded knowingly. He recalled that in that match, his 4 hapless teammates had idled in the fountain, AFK, within minutes. Not only did they remain idle, but they also sold their equipment, subsequently showering Yasuo and his family with an array of affectionate remarks. It seemed Tom's level and equipment had stagnated at that point. "Why are you all AFK? Is there no competitive spirit left? Such poor quality. How splendid it would be to have 4 fully leveled, equipped teammates. It truly is frustrating and unmanageable." Regardless, given the circumstances, Yasuo could only wait until he had the means to procure Tom some new gear, for it was undeniably disheartening to have Tom equipped with 3 tier of the goddess items. One can only wonder if this creature is capable of upgrading. Perhaps a later experiment will reveal the truth, and I sincerely hope it does not require further monetary investment. Fortunately, despite logging off in less than 10 minutes, all of its equipment has been transformed into the tiers of the goddess. However, Tam has indeed reached level 6, and his basic attributes far surpass those of Yasuo, who has just begun his journey anew. The black-shielded frog is naturally resilient and robust, and with the ability of its familiar to disengage and return to base when health is low, Tam proves to be a formidable tank. The notion of an ADC Tam is a misguided heresy. The true essence lies in the tank Tam. Yasuo, stroking his chin, envisioned the splendid scene where, with the support of the tank Tam, the mighty mouth of the cauldron, and the airborne great insect, he showcased his prowess with breathtaking flair. Somewhere in the ocean, a peculiar disturbance caused the waters to swirl apart, revealing a massive green-skinned frog rising from the depths. This frog adeptly opened its mouth wide, releasing a flamboyant pink surfboard, upon which a graceful youth reclined. The young man surveyed his surroundings before producing a notebook to jot down his observations. With Tam as a dependable ally, Yasuo's exploration of the island's periphery became remarkably straightforward. Tam's ultimate ability, Abyssal Dive, bears a striking resemblance to the Spatial Leap, as both can transport individuals. The distinction lies in the fact that Spatial Leap facilitates group teleportation but is limited in distance, while Abyssal Dive accommodates only 2 passengers but can traverse greater expanses. Over the course of 2 days, Yasuo utilized Tam's ultimate to continuously survey the area, ultimately discerning the location of this uninhabited isle, 800 kilometers west of the Kingdom of Crafts and 900 kilometers south of the Kingdom of Whirlpools. This place marks the southernmost point of the ninja world, indeed distanced from the principal trade routes between nations, making it an ideal secret base. However, now is not the time for such considerations. Hastening towards the Kingdom of Whirlpools is of utmost importance. After 2 days, news of the sinking of the vessel Initial Cloud has likely spread, and the incident of Tsunade's disappearance will undoubtedly exacerbate the already tense situation in the Kingdom of Whirlpools. The seemingly simple task of escorting Tsunade has turned into a challenge. Unlike Spatial Leap, the transportation via Tam requires the individual to voluntarily enter its mouth. Tsunade gazed at Tam's mouth, lined with dagger-like teeth, and could not muster the courage to proceed. "Yasuo, are you certain your familiar will not digest me?" "Of course not. Haven't you seen me going in and out of Tam's mouth several times over the past few days? That is different. Yasuo, you neglect personal hygiene and your skin is rough. My meat is tender and delectable, while yours would surely be indigestible for this frog." Observing Tsunade's teary-eyed reluctance as she clung to herself, Yasuo gently patted her head and reassured her, "Stop being dramatic. Hurry up and get in, or I'll lock your Hearthstone account. Don't think I haven't noticed your constant attempts to farm points with that pathetic Uchiha Fugaku. Abusing low-level opponents can lead to a ban." Ultimately, Tsunade wiped her tears, shook her fist at Yasuo, and relinquished her resistance. "Damn frog, let us get moving." Fuming with indignation, Tsunade reverted to her fierce nature, seizing Tam's elongated tongue and executing a graceful somersault into his cavernous maw. Tam's bulging eyes cast a pitiful glance at Yasuo, seemingly questioning, "Is this what you call fear of being consumed by me?" Yasuo shrugged helplessly, indicating his inability to assist. Women, after all, were the most troublesome. Who could ever fathom their thoughts? And to think she called me a mere meat puppet. Yet that very night, surprisingly warm within Tam's belly, Tsunade experienced a brief spell of darkness followed by a wondrous wave that culminated in her gentle ejection from Tam's mouth. Upon regaining her sight, she beheld a coastline adorned with rugged rocks and cliffs, flanked by lush greenery. Upon inspecting her body, she found no peculiar slime as she had anticipated, exhaling a sigh of relief. She then retrieved a charming little bear-shaped cookie from her ninja tool pouch. In a swirl of crimson light, Yasuo materialized before Tsunade. Although she had grown somewhat desensitized to Yasuo's seemingly endless repertoire of skills, she couldn't help but remark, "I never imagined you would even master the flying thunder god technique of my great-grandfather. But why inscribe the coordinates on a gingerbread cookie? Surely Kanai would be a more reliable choice?" Yasuo offered no extensive clarification regarding Tsunade's misunderstanding. After all, it had not been long since Tobarama had cooled down, and his research had only recently been sealed. As the heir of the Hatake clan, mastering a technique or two was hardly remarkable. Yasuo smiled and said, "Do not underestimate this gingerbread, whether it be a defenseless child or a formidable jonin, even the likes of a giant salamander. They must land 3 attacks to destroy it. Oh no, 3 strikes." The essence of the bear cookie was that of a false eye. Despite its inexplicable materialization, certain qualities of the false eye had been perfectly inherited. In the era when the sword of killing reigned, Vincent's subordinates boasted that the true eye was the most resilient. For no matter the hero or wild beast, Vincent could dispatch them with a mere 2 strikes. Yet, the true eye required 5. Though not as robust as the true eye, one still needed to land 3 strikes to dismantle the false eye, regardless of endless electric blades. Tsunade, clearly unconvinced, held firm in her confidence regarding her strength. Yet, no matter her efforts, it took her until the 3rd strike to reduce the little bear cookie to powder. Suddenly, as Tsunade grappled with the gingerbread, a flurry of arrows rained down upon them. Such a barrage posed little threat to ninjas. While Yasuo and Tsunade had yet to attain full ninja status, their abilities were close to that of a genin, rendering them largely unscathed by the surprise attack. Nevertheless, Tam instinctively shielded the two, becoming a veritable porcupine as arrows pierced his form. In Yasuo's line of sight, Tam lost an inch of flesh. Indeed, the bearskin Tam was somewhat vulnerable. Hit. Were they defeated? It seemed not. Truly, Tam was a creature of consumption. The arrows were loosed by a group of villagers clad in simple garments, numbering around 30, with more than half boasting red hair. They all wore expressions of anxiety. Weapons such as bows and arrows and pitchforks clutched in their hands. "You 2 children, hurry and flee. We will hold off this monstrous toad. Everyone, stay strong. We must endure until Lord Jingtong arrives." Observing the villagers, who were prepared to face death, Yasuo was taken aback. Did they truly consider themselves and Tsunade as children held captive by Tom? The recent rain of arrows would have already claimed the lives of ordinary children, directly executing hostages. Was this the style of Russian special forces or the competency of Filipino police? Yasuo leaned towards the latter. That detestable toad. He had witnessed it devour a child just yesterday, resembling this purple-haired boy, perhaps a sibling. Such a cruel creature, consuming the elder while not sparing the younger. For the safety of the village's children, it could not escape this time. As the villagers rallied in righteous fury, Yasuo patted the stout waist of the green-skinned toad beside him and suddenly spoke. In that moment, amidst the terrified gazes of the villagers, the horrifying toad opened its gaping maw filled with fangs and swallowed a small boy whole. A rosy-cheeked lad was thus consumed by the green, toothy beast. The horrifying scene sent chills down the spines of the villagers, who had only undergone basic military training. Had it not been for the presence of their village, their wives, and children behind them, these pale-faced villagers would surely have fled in terror. Just then, a sharp-eyed red-haired youth shouted, "Lord Jingtong has arrived." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a green figure, like a sudden flash of emerald light, sped towards Tom. "Man-eating fiend, taste my kick, which I bet my youth on, flesh kick." The green figure appeared to be a martial arts ninja, delivering a fierce kick that struck Tom's head with the force of a green whirlwind. At that moment, Tom, indulging in his feast, abruptly spat Yasuo out, as if he had been forcefully ejected. What was happening? Yasuo had merely intended to demonstrate the harsh truth to these innocent villagers while putting on a somewhat audacious act, only to find himself emerging from Tom's mouth with but a sliver of health remaining. "Remarkable," Yasuo gasped. Despite Tom being only level 6 and equipped with merely 3 goddess tiers, his gear was quite feeble. Yet, this watermelon-skinned individual had inflicted such significant damage with a single strike. He must be among the elite, even among Jonin. "Little one, it's all right now. You are safe," the watermelon-skinned figure said with a smile as he ruffled Yasuo's hair. "Sir, you have misunderstood," Yasuo began, but the green-clad watermelon interrupted him, giving a thumbs up. "No need to thank me. It's all in the spirit of youth." With that, the watermelon-skinned ninja turned to fixate intently on Tom. Unlike Yasuo, Tom, as a summon, possessed only a data-based physical form. Despite the remaining blood volume being less than 1/10, the creature remained as immovable as a mountain, exuding an air of calm confidence. The toad monster, having withstood my secret technique, merely retched in response. "I concede your strength, yet the vortex ninja, fueled by fervor and youth, shall not succumb to you. Allow me to demonstrate this move, the Demon Gale Kick." "Wait a moment, are you Uncle Yuzu no Hitomi?" Just as Yasuo was preparing to dispel the summoning technique and return Tom to the fountain for healing, Tsunade suddenly rushed forward, calling out to the middle-aged man in the watermelon skin. "Huh, young lady, this place is perilous. You should move away. Uncle Hitomi, my sister Nanako has spoken of you." "Nanako? You know her?" The man named Hitomi finally paused, glancing at Tsunade with a conflicted expression, before finally exclaiming, "Actually, I am younger than Nanako. If you call her sister, might I ask you to refrain from calling me uncle?" Tsunade, gazing at this individual who appeared far from 20, had her mouth agape in astonishment. At this moment, Yasuo seized the opportunity to interject. "Uncle Hitomi, this is not a man-eating toad monster, but rather my summoning beast." With that, Yasuo waved to Tom, who, striving to recall the adorable antics of a cat, donned a docile and charming expression. "My goodness, how terrifying. It is indeed a toad monster. Do not be deceived, Lord Hitomi." Clearly, Tom's racial endowment hindered him from showcasing his charming skills, and his grinning visage appeared even more grotesque. Fortunately, Hitomi was not as ignorant as those villagers. He furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is this from the Toad tribe?" "I have heard my teacher mention them, but you should dispel the summoning. Otherwise, carrying a summoning beast of uncertain safety is prohibited in our land." Logically, after escaping from the deserted isle, Tom was indeed of little use and could be dismissed. Yet, having grown accustomed to Tom's companionship over the past few days, Yasuo felt a twinge of reluctance. After all, such a splendid support is hard to come by, and Yasuo reminisced about his days in the bot lane with Wind Boy. Is it sufficient to prove its safety? Upon seeing Hitomi nod, Yasuo kicked Tom's ample backside, saying, "Tom, introduce yourself to everyone." In the midst of the bewildered gazes of onlookers, the green-skinned toad monster somehow produced an apron and a chef's hat, adorning itself with flair. Then, it regurgitated pots, pans, and even a stove from its mouth. With a dazzling display of culinary prowess, soon a delectable aroma wafted through the air, culminating in a sumptuous feast. Tom performed a refined, noble bow to the astonished crowd and grinned. "I am not only a gentleman, but also a connoisseur of fine cuisine." With that, Tom extended its long, broad tongue and playfully plucked at it with its short, pudgy fingers. To everyone's surprise, the quivering tongue produced melodious notes that were quite pleasing to the ear. "As you can see, I am also a man of exquisite musical taste." Inviting the villagers to partake in a lavish lunch, Tom's reputation was instantly elevated. Heavenly mercy, those villagers who vociferously clamored for the downfall of the toad demon, upon sighting flesh, exhibited a glint of greed in their eyes. Ultimately, Jingtong resolved to personally escort Yasuo and his company to the village of whirlpools, leaving the decision regarding Tam's fate to the chieftain and the elders. Along the journey, Yasuo and Tsunade reveled in the exotic scenery of the land of whirlpools. Yasuo observed that this was not a prosperous nation. It paled in comparison to the riches surrounding the capital of the land of fire. And even the stronghold of Sukuromaru appeared more affluent than the land of whirlpools. It was no wonder that the villagers were so gaunt yet voracious. One could argue that Mito's marriage into the leaf had granted her a better life. Yasuo scoffed, pondering how the land of whirlpools, despite its advantageous geographical position, stubbornly clung to agriculture like the land of fire, rather than engaging in maritime trade, which explained their dismal circumstances. During his time at the feudal lord's estate, Yasuo had heard that the land of fire provided substantial aid and interest-free loans to several allied nations annually, and the land of whirlpools was among them. Tsunade, however, was less contemplative and anxiously inquired of Jingtong. "Have you heard any news about Sister Nanako? A few days ago, while I was completing my training by walking upside down around the land of whirlpools, I lost track of the specifics, but I heard that the teacher has set sail in search of Nanako." Tsunade sighed at these words. "Is Elder Masayuki also absent? It seems we shall have to wait a few days." Yasuo scrutinized Jingtong's oddly familiar bowl-cut hairstyle and green bodysuit, unable to restrain himself any longer. He inquired, "By the way, Jingtong, what is your relationship with the esteemed Mike Guy?" "Mike Guy? You know him?" Jingtong exclaimed in surprise. "He is, apart from my teacher, the man I admire the most." Given that it was merely a speck on the map, it wasn't long before the three, along with the toad, arrived at the village of whirlpools. After all, this village had withstood the ferocity of the land of water during the Great War. It was less a capital of the land of whirlpools and more a military stronghold, replete with fortifications and watchtowers. In contrast to the common folk previously encountered, the ninjas in the village of whirlpools were predominantly red-haired, signifying the purity of the Uzumaki bloodline. The overall caliber of the ninjas from the land of whirlpools was notably high, attributed both to the advantages of the Uzumaki lineage and the fact that the Ninja Academy of the land of whirlpools annually dispatched numerous children to study in the Leaf. Yasuo had one such exchange student in his class, though she lacked presence. His sole recollection of her was as one of Orochimaru's admirers, and that the local delicacies were rather unpalatable, compounded by her abysmal culinary skills, which nearly caused him food poisoning. For this reason, Yasuo had bluntly advised Orochimaru to reject her advances. If she couldn't even prepare a decent bento, what right did she have to approach Orochimaru? Such a lack of self-awareness was truly astonishing. Although this exchange program proved beneficial for the enhancement of the ninjas from the land of whirlpools, it subtly served as a means for the Leaf to strengthen its control over the land of whirlpools. By influencing the thoughts of the next generation, one could steer the future of that nation. This policy was established by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, and Yasuo deemed it remarkably astute. However, it was evident that in the future, the third Hokage and Danzo, that troublesome duo, would ultimately mismanage the situation. After meticulous scrutiny, Jingtong led Yasuo and his companions into the residence of the clan leader of the Uzumaki. Unlike Jingtong, who was preoccupied with her youthful training, the clan leader was evidently aware of the mission that Nanako was undertaking. Upon hearing the name Tsunade, he immediately grasped the situation and personally came out to greet them. "Are you the descendant of Mito-sama? I have been deeply concerned since I heard the unfortunate news of the sinking of the Chiyamaru. It brings me immense relief to see that you are all unharmed." This particular Uzumaki clan leader was named Uzumaki Genkai, and he appeared surprisingly youthful. Although he could not fully ascertain the identities of Yasuo and the others, with Jingtong present and the protective power of the clan residents, two children along with a summoned beast posed no threat. The land of whirlpools had no feudal lord, thus Genkai served as both clan leader and village chief, even taking on the role of king. While this might sound grandiose, in reality, it was rather laughable. As they took their seats, there were neither dancing girls to accompany them nor lavish feasts laid out. The leader of the land of whirlpools was far less extravagant compared to Tsunade's grandfather. Fortunately, no one focused on the meager food, as they had just indulged in a grand feast. Even the hearty eaters Yasuo and Jingtong found little appetite for the flatbread and salted fish before them. However, Tam was an exception, despite claiming to be a gourmet. It devoured nearly anything. Thus, under the pained gaze of the Uzumaki clan leader, The grotesque, green-skinned toad polished off every morsel on the table. You must be the younger brother of Hatake Yasuo, the summoned beast of the Hatake clan. Indeed, quite remarkable. Yasuo chuckled dismissively and shifted the topic. Esteemed leader, may I inquire if Elder Masahiko has ventured out in search of Sister Nanako? Perhaps it was merely Yasuo's impression, but upon mentioning Nanako's name, a profound concern flickered in the clan leader's eyes. Indeed, that is the case. The day before yesterday, when Shiyunmaru did not return, I dispatched someone to sea to gather information. Later, news of the shipwreck reached us. Elder Masahiko rushed there immediately, but has yet to yield any results. I never anticipated that the two of you would return safely. Could you elaborate on the circumstances, particularly regarding Nanako's status? Before the clan leader could finish, Yasuo interjected. Might there be a way for you to contact Elder Masahiko? If so, he could search the sea roughly 500 kilometers south of the land of whirlpools. Nanako, wearing an orange life buoy, should be quite conspicuous. Nanako has indeed escaped the shipwreck whirlpool. The Uzumaki clan leader suddenly stood, his excitement palpable. Even Yasuo's mention of the search area being considerably distant from the shipwreck did not deter him from his enthusiasm. After expressing his gratitude, he hurriedly departed, presumably to employ some method to reach Elder Masahiko. After resting for a night at the clan leader's residence, Yasuo and Tsunade found themselves once again at a loose end, beginning to meander aimlessly through the hidden village of Whirlpool. Although they were restricted from leaving the village, the hidden village of Whirlpool was the largest city, or perhaps town, in the land of whirlpools. While it was not particularly bustling, there were still plenty of enjoyable places to explore. For instance, Tsunade, with her keen sense of intuition, promptly discovered the gambling den in the hidden Whirlpool village. Although the allure of the gambling house had diminished significantly compared to her fondness for Hearthstone, her cravings could not be ignored while away from home. Yasuo instructed Tom to accompany Tsunade, ostensibly to maintain the image of a gambling deity not lacking in entourage. However, his true order was for Tom to swiftly consume Tsunade and abscond at the first sign of trouble. It was no joke. Tsunade had not brought much money with her, having borrowed it all. While her debts incurred interest, Yasuo was increasingly wary of her growing mischievousness, which boded ill for his finances. Once a woman became capricious, it often signaled a precarious situation for one's wallet, and one could never tell when she might default on her debts. Yasuo held no interest in the smoky, chaotic environment of the gambling house, finding it unbearable after a brief stay. The leader of the Whirlpool clan was undoubtedly busy, and with no trustworthy companion left. He declined the invitation to a rather youthful competition of 20,000 push-ups proposed by Jingtong, opting for solitary exploration instead. At this moment in time, neither Kushina, Nagato, nor Cheyenne, the familiar members of the Uzumaki clan, had yet been born. Thus, Yasuo wandered the streets with a leisurely spirit. There was a certain charm in traversing an era ahead of its time. Perhaps the lady selling vegetables at the corner was Nagato's mother, or the handsome young man selecting jewelry with his girlfriend was Kushina's father. Perhaps the little girl clapping her hands in delight while listening to a storyteller was Shine's grandmother. A storyteller? The midnight tales of the first Hokage and the wife of the Wind Country? That night, the first Mizukage was no longer my father's friend? Am I not the maiden of the Luo god, entangled in a forbidden love with the divine brother? At that moment, Yasuo felt as though his narrative had been transformed into some bizarre adaptation. Though I too have borrowed from others, even as I have modified it, I still yearn for a modicum of royalties. Yasuo, caught in the wind's tumult, silently roared in frustration, wishing he could see the complete version of the novel, wondering if Sister Nai had remembered to bring it to him. Amidst the crowd, Yasuo listened to the storyteller's animated performance, feeling a mix of discomfort and intrigue, until he suddenly heard the name Nai. Following the sound, he spotted the little girl from before, who had been clapping with enthusiasm. This girl, with her fiery red hair and around 10 years of age, possessed a rather distinctive appearance, which led Yasuo to whimsically envision her as Shine's ancestor. Young lady, I see you possess remarkable potential. You would make an excellent scribe. I have a beautifully bound edition of the Romance of the Five Nations. Would you like it? Gazing at the unfamiliar boy beckoning her, the girl was somewhat taken aback. Yasuo's dark purple hair stood out strikingly amidst the sea of red. Unlike Konoha, few foreigners visited the hidden Whirlpool village, as most tourists and merchants were prohibited from entering. On one hand, the Vortex clan is inherently exclusive, otherwise, it would not be a case of one clan, one nation. On the other hand, The numerous external threats coveting the clan's sealing techniques pose a significant risk. Should the hidden village be opened, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. Nevertheless, given that the person before her strolled nonchalantly down the street, Yitzi felt no fear. She boldly approached Yasuo and introduced herself. "Hello, my name is Yitzi. Are you visiting from abroad? Is the Chronicles of the Five Nations the original novel of the dominant uncle's love for me? The Secret History of Jinji?" Yasuo couldn't help but twitch his lips, but nodded nonetheless. He retrieved a book from his robe, which was packaged slightly better than Clearing Heat Paradise, and said, "I am a prospective ninja from the Land of Fire. And this is our Konoha's best-selling novel, Truly Fair and Square, priced at 5,000. But the price on the book clearly states 800. Yitzi exclaimed. "That includes taxes. And shipping costs are quite considerable. In truth, I'm merely earning a small fee for running errands, not making a profit, and I may even be at a loss." Fortunately, this girl, who introduced herself as Yitzi, seemed to possess a rather ample purse. After some haggling, Yasuo ultimately sold the novel for an exorbitant price of 3,000. This left Yasuo pleasantly surprised, yet somewhat puzzled. The land of Vortex was impoverished, with even the rulers serving flatbread and salted fish to guests. Yet this young girl was quite willing to spend. Reflecting on her earlier musings, Yasuo inquired, "Do you know Nai?" Yitzi, taken aback, replied, "Oh, aren't you from Konoha? How do you know Sister Nai?" "Oh right. Sister Nai went to Konoha this time. Has she returned?" Yasuo shook his head, explaining, "We were supposed to travel together, but there was a slight mishap on the road. I arrived first. She is still on her way." Yitzi expressed her disappointment. "When will Sister Nai return?" "I am eagerly awaiting the Konoha specialties she promised to bring back." "Your specialties are probably feeding the fish in the sea," Yasuo mused, contemplating whether to shatter the girl's illusions. Just then, Yitzi let out a sudden exclamation and vanished. "Is that the body flicker technique?" Yasuo gasped, astonished. The girl's proficiency in the technique nearly rivaled that of Shoma. Were all the children from the land of Vortex so formidable? Encountering one with such skill was astonishing. Yasuo felt momentarily embarrassed about his own subpar performance in the body flicker technique. However, moments later, Yitzi reappeared, seemingly grasped and lifted by a cheerful middle-aged man with red hair. "Oh, you little imp. Dare to bite me, and you risk breaking your tiny teeth. Well, it's about time for your tooth fairy visit anyway. But how dare you sneak off to listen to those dubious tales while I was out? I won't let you off easily this time." As the middle-aged man shook Yitzi by the ankles, the still warm copy of Chronicles of the Five Nations fell from her grasp, landing in his hands. With great interest, the middle-aged man chuckled. "It's confiscated. You may have it back once you master the technique of the three bodies." "You old fool. I've already learned the three bodies technique. Return my novel at once." Despite having her ankles seized, Yitzi continued to wriggle her body, attempting to grasp the man's hair, only to be met with another round of reprimands. Ultimately, with a pitiful expression, she pleaded, "Teacher, I acknowledge my mistake. Please let me down. And my mastery of the three bodies is quite proficient, is it not?" "Haha, not even close. Let us see if you can endure 5 minutes in my grasp before we discuss that." What a joke. Even Brother Jingtong might not withstand 5 minutes. And Sister Nai certainly can't last even a minute. "You bully, return my Chronicles of the Five Nations. Return it." With teary eyes, Yitzi pointed at Yasuo and continued, "You clearly wanted to read it yourself, so why snatch it from me? If you wish to read it, buy your own copy. It's only 3,000. Quite a bargain." "What? This book costs 3,000? Upon hearing this, Yasuo nearly deduced the identity of the middle-aged man, though his youthful appearance seemed a tad exaggerated. This man was likely the elder referred to as the second grandfather by the likes of Hashirama and Madara, Vortex Masahiko. Under the penetrating gaze that seemed to devour, Yasuo forced a smile. "The second book is half price. Oh no, 3 discounted." In the end, this middle-aged man, Vortex Masahiko, purchased the second volume of Chronicles of the Five Nations for a mere $5, while Yasuo, holding back tears of humiliation, discreetly raised a middle finger at his retreating figure. Suddenly, a sharp pain throbbed on Yasuo's forehead as a stone, propelled by some unseen force, struck him, rolling on the ground in its wake. Who would be so malicious? Squinting, Yasuo scanned his surroundings, finding no one. Masahiko didn't even glance back, seemingly innocent. Yet, Yasuo had an inkling that this old rascal was behind the ambush. "Young man, why not join me for a cup at the tea house ahead? Of course, it's on you." Masahiko abruptly halted, turning with a grin directed at Yasuo. For Yasuo, deceiving an unsuspecting young girl posed no psychological burden, but being caught by her parent was somewhat uncomfortable. Fortunately, Elder Masahiko appeared to harbor no intentions of digging deeper into the matter. Thus, even though he had to part with a book, Yasuo still stood to gain. Strangely compelled, Yasuo generously invited Elder Masahiko of the Vortex clan and his disciple Yitzi for tea, reasoning that the prices in the Vortex country were significantly lower than in Konoha, making the tea relatively inexpensive. So, you are the purple-haired member of the Hatake clan that Nai spoke of? Quite a rare mutation, Elder Masahiko remarked after taking a sip of tea and setting down his cup. Indeed, Nai's survival is a blessing, and I must express my gratitude to you. I'm so relieved that Sister Nai is safe. Is she in the hospital? I'll visit her with Tsunade shortly. Yasuo had been quite worried about Nai, as the merciless sea, even with a float and exceptional Jonin skills, did not guarantee safety. It was indeed in the maritime region you mentioned that she was found, in relatively good condition, albeit slightly dehydrated. After a few days of recuperation in the hospital, she would be just fine. Uzumaki Masahiko nodded, and then inquired about the whereabouts of Mido's granddaughter. The last time I visited the Land of Fire, Konoha had just been established. Her father was a spirited young man, and I must admit, I lost quite miserably to him in our drinking contest. At this point, a hint of melancholy crossed Uzumaki Masahiko's face. However, I never anticipated that war would come. Yasuo shook his head and replied, "Don't take it to heart, old man. Aging brings such sentiments. The elderly often find themselves inexplicably reflective." Uzumaki Masahiko did not refute his young apprentice's words, but nodded in agreement. Indeed, I have gradually grown accustomed to such matters. When Mido departs one day, there will be no one left in this world to call me grandfather. Yasuo pondered for a moment and then retrieved a flute from his waist. That may not necessarily be the case. As far as I know, the daimyo of the Land of Fire is still quite robust. Is that fellow Shinjin still alive? Uzumaki Masahiko exclaimed in surprise. That shouldn't be possible. I saw him 30 years ago, and given his condition, even if he is still living, he should be barely clinging to life by now. Yasuo chuckled and shook his head. The daimyo is not only alive, but thriving, enjoying his meals and even dancing after dinner. It's his eldest son, only 61, who has unfortunately become bedridden. One mustn't make comparisons. Humph, that lucky little brat. Though Uzumaki Masahiko's words were laced with irritation, Yasuo could discern the joy concealed within his brow. At over 100 years of age, the profound loneliness and sense of alienation from the passing years that dwelled within him were beyond the comprehension of most. It was akin to when Yasuo once watched an old version of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, where a line struck him deeply. Zhang Sanfeng gazed at Guoxiang's farewell letter, and for a moment, he seemed to see that bright and graceful girl again. Yet, that was a century ago. Upon first reading this line, the weight of 100 years surged within him, for the longing was interminable, transcending time. Yet it was also fleeting, captured in but a few words. While he could empathize with Elder Masahiko's sentiments, Yasuo had harbored a certain unresolved feeling regarding the name Masahiko for far too long. Casually, he took out a letter from his bosom and handed it to Elder Masahiko. "This is from Grandmother Mido. She asked me to give it to you, saying that you would understand its meaning and read it to me. Isn't this supposed to resemble a summoning scroll?" Uzumaki Masahiko queried, perplexed as he opened the envelope and extracted a piece of paper. As he glanced at the handwriting, which was crooked and rather unsightly, it was evidently not Mido's script. His brow furrowed instantly, an expression of confusion gripping his features. What on earth is this? It's him, our heroic little Neza. Beyond the mountains and seas, there exists a group of blue elves? The leather factory in Wenzhou, Zhejiang, has gone bankrupt? Observing Uzumaki Masahiko's bewilderment, Yasuo sighed. To think you could actually read this. It appears you are indeed not my compatriot. Thank you for your patronage. The total is 2,000 yuan. As Yasuo gazed at the beaming server before him, he found himself questioning the reliability of his own hearing. How much did you say? Are you certain it is 2,000 yuan, rather than 200? The server chuckled. You must be joking, dear guest. That gentleman ordered a premium tea exclusively served to esteemed foreign dignitaries. Without considering refills, it cost no less than 1,800 yuan. Yasuo clenched his teeth and turned to the ever-smiling Vortex Sagan, exclaiming, "Sagan, my dear ancestor, do you not feel the pangs of conscience in exploiting a child who is not yet 10? Vortex Sagan maintained his benevolent demeanor, his smile unwavering. What do you say we split it 3-7? Yasuo proposed. The smile remained affixed on Sagan's face. You may inquire at the Konoha Police Department. When has Huang ever suffered a loss in business? Let us make it 50-50, shall we? Sagan continued to smile. You old rascal, what do you truly desire? Spare me your riddles. Yasuo's frustration grew, yet Sagan remained unfazed. Beside them, Iko covered her forehead and remarked, Are all ninjas in Konoha simpletons? With that, she sprang forward, delivering a swift kick to Sagan's elderly visage. In an instant, there was a loud pop, and Vortex Sagan vanished into a cloud of white mist. A shadow clone technique? Yasuo exclaimed in surprise. Unlike Konoha's forbidden shadow clone technique, the basic clone technique, one of the foundational ninjutsu, lacks physical presence and is easily discernible upon close examination. However, Sagan's clone technique was evidently extraordinary, as Yasuo failed to detect any flaws. Old rascal Sagan, just you wait. Yasuo cried in despair as the server cheerfully accepted the 2,000 yuan in cash. At this point, Yasuo had relinquished all profits from his book sales, and the name Vortex Sagan had firmly etched itself into his list of grievances. Meanwhile, far across the ocean, an elderly gentleman was savoring the taste of fine tea, remarking, It has been ages since I enjoyed such exquisite tea. Surely, this lad Yasuo wouldn't mind treating a venerable elder to a cup? Suddenly, he sneezed with a resounding pop, the sudden instability of his chakra nearly sending him tumbling into the sea. Regaining his balance and looking around, he was relieved to find only the vast expanse of the ocean. Should anyone witness a centenarian like him faltering while using chakra to walk on water, his dignity would be utterly compromised. Disregarding these concerns, he mused, Those mist ninjas dare to bully my apprentice, Vortex Sagan. It is time I intervened. With that thought, the elderly man continued to tread the waves, heading westward. Each small step he took traversed hundreds of waves, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished into the horizon. After bidding farewell to Iko, Yasuo intended to seek out Tsunade at the gambling house. However, en route, he overheard rumors of a toad devouring a yellow-haired little lamb. Sighing, he purchased some fruit from a vendor before deciding to return to the clan's residence. As per his agreement with Tam, should Tsunade lose more than 30,000, Tam would indulge in a feast on Tsunade and then make a hasty retreat back to the abyss. Indeed, upon arriving at the clan leader's dwelling, Yasuo found Tsunade looking rather glum, evidently not having enjoyed her gambling experience. Asuka summoned Tsunade, and the two visited the hospital in the land of waves to see Nanako. Nanako appeared somewhat pallid, despite possessing the strength of a special jonin. Enduring the tumult for nearly 3 days had taken its toll. After all, Nanako's secret medicine paled in comparison to Yasuo's reusable potions and life elixirs. The effects of the pure system potions were astonishingly potent. Upon seeing Yasuo and Tsunade, Nanako's spirits lifted. These past few days, apart from the physical torment, her inability to protect the two children had plunged her into deep remorse. Although they had known each other for only a few days, Tsunade and Nanako conversed as if they were long-lost sisters, spending the entire afternoon in amiable discourse. The camaraderie among women is indeed fascinating. Yasuo mused that he and Jiraiya were true comrades, though they did not cling to each other constantly. They always shared news of new resources in the land of soup at the earliest opportunity. Upon returning to the chieftain's residence, it coincided with mealtime. One could not deny that the food fit for a sovereign was quite delectable, the dumplings pleasantly chewy. The salted fish was particularly delightful, leaving one yearning for more. After a few bites, Yasuo slipped away to his own quarters. From Ezreal's travel pack, Yasuo retrieved the lovingly prepared bento from Huizi and indulged in a hearty meal. Naturally, he did not forget to leave a portion for Tsunade. Otherwise, this young lady would surely disturb him during the night. After satisfying his hunger, Yasuo washed his hands thoroughly, with Tom graciously offering a towel. This was not merely a matter of hygiene, but rather because it was his customary day to feed the dog. Yes, to maintain the privileges of his loyal membership. Yasuo was required to make weekly expenditures within the system, a ritual he referred to as feeding the dog. Today's dog food was valued at 100,000, which explained why Yasuo had issued a strict order to Tom forbidding Tsunade from losing more than 30,000. After all, even a landlord's household has its limits. System, come forth. Although Yasuo's system was not the kind that engaged in banter, acted coy, or exhibited its Sundara personality, he could not help but let out a triumphant shout each time he accessed the lottery interface. It added a touch of gravitas. This time, however, it was not merely a lottery. An important matter required his attention. At level 2 of the loyal membership, the system unlocked the ability to choose summoner skills. While at level 3, it granted access to the runes system of League of Legends. Yasuo had long deliberated which keystone rune to select, thus postponing the decision. First, he dismissed the 3 keystone runes from the precision tree. He quickly ruled out fleet footwork and conqueror. Although Yasuo once relished dashing forward in games, he recently realized a crucial truth. In the world of ninjas, moving too swiftly could lead to dire consequences. However, he remained fixated on the third talent, lethal tempo. Despite being a melee talent, it was indeed the dream of every man. As for the talents in the domination tree, they primarily focused on assassination and ambush, boasting high burst damage but lacking in self-preservation. The only thing that piqued Yasuo's interest was the keystone rune known as Dark Harvest. As a scaling rune, its potential seemed limitless. Yasuo envisioned himself accumulating countless stacks of Dark Harvest, gently touching Kaguya. However, upon a second glance, he noticed an unexpected alteration in the rune's description. The triggering condition now required enemies to be below half health. This was a stark deviation from Yasuo's initial impression. Yet it was of little consequence. With so many capable subordinates at his command, it was only logical to let them weaken the enemy before he unleashed his Dark Harvest and reaped the rewards. As for the sorcery runes, Yasuo held them in low regard. Having already nurtured a frog, he had little interest in raising another creature like Ari. The remaining runes in Resolve and Inspiration intrigued him the most. Although investing in Resolve might seem to lack ambition when it came to his life, he believed it prudent to prioritize survival over lofty dreams. Today's experiences had imparted a crucial lesson from the cunning Zetsu. One must live to deal damage. No matter how formidable Senju Hashirama appeared, wielding the power of the forest of the god tree to dominate all, it ultimately proved futile. A century later, he was reduced to a reanimated corpse, his remains exploited for grotesque experiments, his cells cloned like common strength elixirs, and villains merely transplanting a piece of him to regain vitality. And what a family! His kin perished, his son long dead, his wife mourning for 40 years, and his brother unable to find a partner? Something felt amiss. In essence, compared to Vortex Naruto, Senju Hashirama was a tragic figure. Grow cautiously and let nothing overshadow your progress, Yasuo silently affirmed as he illuminated his first keystone rune. The reason it was termed the first was that upon activating the rune's sudden impact, he discovered that unlike in the game where only one keystone could be chosen, within the system, one could unlock all runes by investing sufficient currency. What a frustrating system. Could they not provide a manual? This approach could lead to ruin. Yasuo regretted not having resolved his rune choices sooner. He lamented, "Why did I not activate sudden impact earlier to steal from that old rogue Zetsu? Born with illusions? What was that peculiar ability?" After activating the rune, Yasuo embarked on a journey of chance. With a profound understanding of his own misfortune, he harbored little expectation. Nevertheless, the new skill he drew from Nico's random spellbook prompted deep contemplation. Tom. Yasuo roused the slumbering Tom. Although his data-driven form did not require rest, sleep was a personal preference of his. "What is it, Captain Yasuo? Still awake? I have a question for you. Do you know Nico?" Tom rubbed his smooth head and replied, "That famous shapeshifter? Not very well, I'm afraid. Honestly, her disguise techniques are nothing to commend. During my days as a demon, my transformation abilities far surpassed hers." Yasuo disregarded the self-aggrandizing boasts of Tom, extracting from his words the conclusion he sought. Indeed, Nico is a champion within the League of Legends. However, he held no recollection of her, unless, of course, he was suffering from senility. The sole plausible explanation would be that Nico was a newly released champion following Yasuo's traversal to this realm. Is this system capable of real-time updates? Quite advanced, indeed. Yasuo pondered whether this was a blessing or a curse. Prior to Yasuo's emergence in Season 4, he had been a fervent devotee of the Blade Master. The might of Darius prompted calls for a nerf to the Blade Master, did it not? As an aficionado of the Blade Master, Yasuo bore numerous painful memories regarding version updates. In the Whirlpool Hidden Village, within the Patriarch's residence, a side hall. "Grandfather, what brings you here?" Yuanjia inquired, astonished at the sight of the elderly man with white hair. "Nothing of concern. I merely went west to stir up some trouble for that shark-faced lad." "A month or two of rest should suffice," Jingyan replied, shaking his head. And how many times must I remind you? Refer to me as elder or simply by my name. You are a ruler in your own right now. Yuanjie chuckled awkwardly and nodded. Elder Zhengyan. Have you made any discoveries this time? The old man squinted, responding, for now, it appears to be an individual act, yet undoubtedly. The will of the water shadow lies behind it. Yuanjie sighed. Recently, the influx of spies from other nations has increased, even from Konoha, has it not? Zhengyan spoke candidly. Upon seeing Yuanjie nod, Zhengyan sighed. Currently, we have no trustworthy allies left. Yuanjie frowned. That cannot be the case. Lord Mizuho has already entrusted the sealing of the corpse demon to Konoha. Zhengyan scoffed derisively, though he inherits the title of ninja arts doctor. Sarutobi Hiruzen is far less grand in vision than his father, Sasuke. What was it that was once said? Zhengyan retrieved a novel. The very one he had acquired from Yasuo, The Romance of the Five Nations, and found a passage that read, a person who fears for their life in great undertakings, yet forgets their own safety for small gains, is precisely the third Hokage of Konoha. Yuanjie dismissed this notion. Elder Zhengyan, you are being overly pessimistic. I have interacted with Hiruzen. He embodies the will of fire. Furthermore, it is not only the land of water that is becoming increasingly aggressive. The land of lightning is also intensifying its pressure. People often claim that the land of rain survives in the crevices between the three great nations of fire, earth, and wind. Yet they fail to realize that our land of whirlpool is equally precariously situated between the three nations of fire, water, and lightning. In any case, forming an alliance with the Senju to safeguard our eastern borders is a clan rule established since the Warring States era, and I must continue this tradition. Observing the youthful and resolute face of Yuanjie, Zhengyan sighed internally, silently murmuring, yet, Konoha is not Senju. Mizuhito's handwritten letter and summoning scroll had been safely delivered, compelling Yasuo and Tsunade to contemplate their return home. The short duration of the ninja school's vacation and Tsunade's mounting gambling addiction further necessitated their departure. However, just before leaving, Vortex Zhengyan reappeared. Unlike his previous middle-aged appearance, this time Zhengyan truly embodied the visage of an elder. Grandfather, are you here to instruct us on the body flicker technique? But I have already mastered the body flicker technique. Konoha's Tsunade blinked her large eyes suspiciously at her grandmother's second grandfather, wondering if the old man had lost his senses. Uzumaki Masahiko chuckled and said, do not underestimate the transformation technique. It serves as the foundational enlightenment for all ninjas, possessing boundless potential. Without further ado, he continued, in the time ahead, I shall personally guide you, and you too, Izuko, make sure to learn diligently. To be fair, Masahiko's teaching prowess was rather impressive. After half a day's instruction, both Tsunade and Izuko had gained invaluable insights. It was akin to how certain legendary basketball stars, like Jordan and Kobe, may not excel as coaches, while some lesser-known players might impart wisdom more effectively. Were Jordan to coach, he might advise his pupils, hold the ball, create space, observe the clock, accelerate. If you cannot penetrate, employ shoulder fakes without hesitation, and execute a jump shot. Should they penetrate, he'd say, perform a layup. If one attempt fails, try again until the ball finds its way through the net, and if unopposed, simply dunk. Even the genius of Senju Hashirama faced similar pitfalls. If nothing could be resolved by summoning the god tree, then summon two, as chakra is inexhaustible. However, Uzumaki Masahiko was different. His modest talent meant that his strength was cultivated gradually over a long lifetime. Thus, as he meticulously elaborated on the intricacies of the transformation technique, Tsunade felt as though she had opened a door to a new world. Though Izuko had been learning from Masahiko for quite some time, this thorough specialization was a novel experience, leading to significant progress. Yet one individual stood apart. Masahiko's aged face bore deep creases as he circled around Yasuo and his nearby clone several times. If Izuko's clone bore a resemblance to her original self at over 98, and Tsunade's clone exceeded 90, then the sole similarity between Yasuo and the peculiar blue creature beside him lay solely in their matching attire. After much contemplation, Masahiko finally spoke. Yasuo, would you be interested in learning to cook? Yasuo's eyelids twitched. He thought it wiser to consult Tam. Elder Masahiko, I need to use the restroom. Go ahead, go ahead. You need not return for the afternoon session, Masahiko said, rubbing his forehead. He had thought that after a century of life, he had encountered every form of decay, only to find that there were still moments capable of challenging his understanding. Indeed, It was the longevity of life that exposed one to all manner of experiences. Second grandfather. Just as Uzumaki Masahiko sighed deeply, a cheerful elderly woman with a bun stood at a distance, waving at him. Mito? What brings you here? Upon seeing the woman beckoning, Masahiko was momentarily taken aback, then realized, you've aged too. Their last meeting had been over 2 decades ago. In his memory, Mito still embodied the beauty of a mature woman. Now, gazing at the white-haired crone before him, Masahiko fully grasped that the girl he had once sent off to marry had truly grown old. What brings you away from Konoha? Can one truly place their trust in that lad from the Sarutobi clan? Masahiko had indeed pondered whether this Mito could be an imposter. Yet he believed that no one could deceive him with their transformation technique. Such a skill had long ceased to exist in this world. Great-grandfather. I came rushing over upon hearing that Tsunade and the others were in trouble. Despite being a man of 60 years, Mito still exuded the calm grace of a noble woman from the Warring States period. Such demeanor and poise cannot be cultivated without years of education and the tempering of time. Masahiko's certainty about the visitor's identity grew stronger as he gently stroked Tsunade's head, saying, You have a truly remarkable grandmother. He then raised his gaze to Mito and remarked, This child Tsunade resembles you. She possesses great potential, and I believe she will become an extraordinary ninja in the future. Mito nodded with a smile, approaching Masahiko and saying, These 2 children must have caused you some trouble. Tsunade is fine, but that boy Yasuo is truly something else. He bears no resemblance to anyone from the Hatake family. Masahiko shook his head, adding, It is my first encounter with such a child, nevertheless. He seems to be quite joyful. Mito chuckled, You cannot fathom the extent of Yasuo's joy. By the way, great-grandfather, look over there. What? Masahiko, without suspicion, instinctively turned around. At that moment, under the astonished gazes of Tsunade and Izuki, the previously benevolent Mito revealed a peculiar expression the instant Masahiko shifted his attention. It was utterly lewd. Shockingly so. One can hardly imagine the immense visual impact of a kindly grandmother suddenly donning such a devilish grin. The Leaf's ultimate technique, 1,000 years of pain. With a sharp cry, Mito crouched down, her hands clasped together, fingers thrusting forward. Yasuo had never contemplated how vulnerable the posterior of a 100-year-old virgin could be. As the bare-bottomed Masahiko soared through the air like a shooting star, vanishing beyond the horizon, Yasuo had already reverted to his original form. Oh, it seems my transformation technique is slightly superior to the shadow clone technique, he remarked awkwardly. Hearing Yasuo's embarrassing explanation, Izuki's eyes widened. Her mind unable to contain a furious outburst. Is that merely a slight improvement over your pathetic shadow clone technique? That is a transformation technique capable of fooling teacher Masahiko. Also, why did his shorts disappear when you poked that area? Can you strip off teacher's shorts? Are you the Hokage or something? In contrast, Tsunade remained remarkably composed, patting the petrified Izuki on the back, saying, If you regard Yasuo as just another straggler, you are gravely mistaken. The Hatake clan is full of peculiarities. Hatake? Izuki etched that surname firmly in her mind. Natural illusion. This is the passive skill of Nico. Yasuo was not entirely clear on how this skill was defined within the game. In any case, within the system, this skill allows one to perfectly disguise themselves as anyone Yasuo has encountered, somewhat akin to the abilities of Mr. 2 from One Piece. In contrast, Yasuo does not require the act of clapping his hands, and more significantly, unlike typical transformation techniques, Nico's abilities can impeccably emulate the intricate details, habits, and even the personal essence of her transformed counterpart, leaving scarcely any trace of flaw. The sole lamentation is that during the transformation, should he strike an adversary or sustain damage, Yasuo will revert to his original form. It is precisely through this skill that Yasuo deceived the seasoned and cunning Whirlpool Zhang Yan, successfully administering a blow with a Leaf Village specialty technique. Concurrently, Yasuo's newly acquired thieving rune activated with commendable efficacy, albeit the spoils of his theft were rather disheartening. The lucky undergarment of Whirlpool Zhang Yan, a pair of shorts that retained his dignity during a confrontation with Uchiha Madara 3 decades prior. Regarded by Zhang Yan as a talisman of fortune, having endured numerous repairs yet remaining remarkably resilient. Upon returning to his quarters, Yasuo promptly extracted the patched shorts from his spatial storage, pinching his nose in disgust, and hurled them out the window. Goodness, this premonition of theft must be wielded with caution in the future. It cannot be solely blamed on Yasuo's misfortune. It is simply that Zheng Yan had little of value to pilfer. During the summer break, the sweltering climate rendered Zheng Yan's attire of shorts and a floral shirt reminiscent of the turtle hermit, thereby increasing the likelihood of seizing such shorts. Thus, Yasuo resolved that he would no longer employ this tactic against brawny figures like Zabuza. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Upon opening it, Yasuo was greeted by the sight of Jing Tong, whom he had not seen for several days. Jing Tong was in an inverted position, supporting himself with his hands, his legs flailing about. Yasuo surmised that he had just knocked with his feet. "Is that you, Yasuo? I think I'm blind. Please call for a doctor. Should I request a neurologist for this individual?" Gazing at the watermelon rind obscuring Jing Tong's eyes, Yasuo fell into contemplation. The following day, summer rain fell in torrents, the droplets striking the boat's edge with a staccato rhythm. Yasuo stood at the bow, holding an oiled paper umbrella, casting a glance back. Tsunade, resembling a cat averse to water, curled beneath the umbrella, fervently waving towards the dock. "Farewell, land of whirlpools. Farewell, great-grandfather." To be frank, Yasuo perceived the land of whirlpools as a place of poverty, lacking in amusement. Yet, observing the diligent figures in the village, at the dock, and in the fields, Yasuo could sense the profound affection these ordinary people held for their homeland. Although materially impoverished, it was a small nation brimming with warmth. Alas, this warmth and tranquility would soon be crushed beneath the weight of war. Those who merely existed from dawn to dusk, savoring fleeting moments of happiness in their brief 30 years of toil, would become rootless drifters in this shattered world. "Yasuo, what troubles you? Are you reluctant to part with your teacher?" Farewells are a part of youth. It is often said that the simple-minded, akin to unicellular organisms, possess a sharper intuition. In that moment of melancholy, even Tsunade beside him remained oblivious, while Jing Tong astutely perceived it. Yasuo shook his head, smiling as he replied, "It's merely that I dislike the rain. It pains my chest." Since the incident of the 1,000-year kill yesterday, Yasuo has not encountered Masayuki. I hope this venerable elder does not succumb to any strange afflictions. On their return journey from the land of whirlpools, Yasuo and his companions embarked on a rudimentary wooden vessel, ill-suited for the perilous northern seas. Consequently, the group opted to reach a port in the central southern region of the Land of Fire, followed by a considerable trek back to Konohagakure. As Nanako had yet to fully recuperate, the responsibility of escorting lay upon Uzumaki Edo. While he may be woefully inadequate as a caretaker, his prowess instills a profound sense of security. Accompanying the trio to Konohagakure were several children aged 6 to 12, exchange students from the Land of Whirlpools attending the Konohagakure Ninja Academy. Among them was Uzumaki Iko. Ah, Konohagakure, the fabled strongest ninja village. What a magnificent sight it must be. As the small boats set sail, with their homeland growing ever smaller and more distant, the optimistic Iko felt no sorrow, but instead indulged in dreams of that place called Konohagakure. Some say it is the most tightly knit military organization. Others declare it a battleground of extraordinary talents. Still, others proclaim it the very embodiment of the will of fire. As she thumbed through the well-worn pages of her book, Yiko resolutely mused, if such a plethora of fascinating tales could emerge from there, surely Konohagakure must be a joyous place. The journey thus far had been remarkably smooth. The group even made a deliberate detour to the capital of the Land of Fire, lingering for 3 days. On one hand, it was a rare opportunity for the children of the Land of Whirlpools to experience the splendor of the world's greatest metropolis. On the other, Yasuo and Tsunade returned to visit the feudal lord. The daimyo of the Land of Fire appeared significantly rejuvenated compared to a year prior. Upon seeing Tsunade, his most beloved granddaughter, he lifted her and spun her around, a sight unbecoming of a man nearing 90. Yasuo presented the daimyo with 2 exquisite seaweed delicacies from the Land of Whirlpools, to which the daimyo graciously reciprocated with a pair of golden pagodas. His generosity stemmed not only from genuine gratitude towards Yasuo, but also from the keen insight of an elderly lord who perceived something extraordinary in Tsunade's gaze. The daimyo held a sincere fondness for Yasuo, hailing from a distinguished lineage, possessing striking features, exhibiting impeccable manners, demonstrating outstanding character, and excelling in medical arts, all while showing profound respect towards him, made Yasuo exceedingly pleasing to the eye. Perhaps due to the precociousness of children in the ninja world or the bountiful nourishment available at the daimyo's estate, The recently turned 1-year-old Shoju is already capable of running and jumping. According to Senju Sango, in 6 months, he is to commence his ninja training. 1.5 years old. Yasuo clicked his tongue, realizing that being a child in a prominent family is no simple matter. Thankfully, the decline of the Hatake clan spared him from such burdensome traditions. After all, children should revel in milk and play in the mud. Yasuo recalled that at just over a year old, he was still nursing from Keiko, with no thoughts of training whatsoever. Tsunade, quite accustomed to this, remarked to Yasuo, "In this world, what true genius exists? Is it not all achieved through extraordinary perseverance? It was during that time that I began my rudimentary training. Much like your elder brother Shoma, who undoubtedly attained his current accomplishments through relentless effort from an early age." Yasuo scoffed, "That guy Shoma is all cool now. And he certainly works hard," but back in his childhood, he shook his head dismissively, leaving the latter part of his thought unspoken. Though I was weaned at just 1.5 years, Shoma was even later by 6 months. However, it is worth mentioning that even later on, Shoma had a fondness for milk, often seen wandering about with a bottle in hand. During the years when Yasuo could still leverage the advantage of adult intellect to best Shoma, he never missed an opportunity to mock him as the bottle baby. Yet now, Shoma had discovered far more enticing beverages, transforming from a milk-drinking infant into a spirited youth with a penchant for alcohol. Regardless, the relationship between Tsunade and Shoma had notably softened compared to before. Shoma remained as clingy as ever, while Tsunade, with a furrowed brow, reluctantly allowed him to scamper around her feet. Observing Tsunade, who wore a face of mild exasperation yet bore with Shoma's antics, Yasuo found himself amused. However, his laughter ceased abruptly when Shoma stumbled over to Yasuo's feet and, lifting a leg, unleashed a stream of yellow liquid that soaked Yasuo's shoes. This little brat must be a dog. As Yasuo fumed, it was now Tsunade's turn to stifle a laugh. "Welcome back, Yasuo." Gazing at the smiling woman and the dark-haired youth before the ancestral home, Yasuo exhaled deeply. "Home, I have finally returned." As he rushed into their embrace, a sudden impulse struck him. Let us simply remain here, quietly cherishing this warmth and happiness. Yet reason reminded Yasuo that the shadows of war were thickening over the emerging power in the west, and storms and thunder were inevitable. Do I wish to safeguard this happiness before me? Gently ruffling someone's hair and observing the faint smile on Huizi's lips, his resolve grew ever stronger. To protect those I love and who love me, my relentless pursuit shall never cease. On a weekend morning, as dawn broke over the horizon, figures were already stirring within the Hokage building. "Yuichi, has everything been running smoothly at school lately? How are the children from the land of whirlpools getting along with everyone?" Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired casually, seated behind his desk with a pipe in hand, perusing documents. The Konoha Ninja Academy, the first of its kind in the ninja world, broke the long-standing tradition of families hoarding their ninjutsu secrets, allowing for the unrestricted dissemination of mid to low-level techniques within a village. This monumental initiative was championed by Konoha's first inventor, Senju Tobarama, who also served as the Academy's inaugural principal. Currently, the principal of the Academy is the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who, despite his infrequent appearances at the school, still takes the time to inquire about matters large and small amidst his busy schedule. It can be said that the dual leadership of the two Hokages as principals of the Ninja Academy has served as a robust safeguard for the smooth dismantling of clan barriers, facilitating rapid development. By the time of Boruto's era, although the principal had become the relatively weak Chunin Irika, the Ninja Academy had gained complete recognition from the public, to the extent that even Orochimaru sent his children there for education. Presently, Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen, as childhood friends and classmates, stand as unwavering allies. Despite harboring ambitions, Danzo remains steadfastly supportive of his old classmate in the face of other factions coveting the Hokage seat. Consequently, Shimura Yoichi, as Danzo's nephew, can be regarded as a trusted confidant of Sarutobi Hiruzen, or in Hiruzen's words, he represents a person capable of embodying the will of fire. With a respectful bow to the third Hokage, Shimura Yoichi reported, "Honorable Principal, the situation is quite satisfactory. Due to the long-standing friendship between our two nations, the children of Konohagakure do not exhibit much aversion towards those from the land of whirlpools, although there is one girl named Yui who poses a bit of a headache." "Yui? What seems to be the problem? Is she struggling academically?" Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, taking a puff from his pipe. The name Yui sparked a vague recollection in his mind. Yet he could not pinpoint it. After a moment of contemplation, Shimura Yoichi replied, "Not at all. Her academic performance is excellent, even surpassing that of her peers. It's just that, just what? On her very first day at school, she challenged Shikamaru Nara, a second-year student. Shikamaru Nara, the top student among recent cohorts. If I recall correctly, it seems our ninja academy has cultivated quite a number of prodigies in the past 2 years. Well, let us discuss the challenge. Who emerged victorious? It ended in a draw. Both children reportedly collapsed simultaneously. However, since Yui is nearly 2 years older than Shikamaru, the student body generally perceives Shikamaru as the victor, though Yui herself does not agree. She is quite a stubborn child. I think I understand the situation now. Sarutobi Hiruzen pinched the bridge of his nose, finally recalling who Uzumaki Yui was. One of that individual's disciples? Shikamaru may have some trouble ahead. Is there anything else? Sarutobi Hiruzen intended to allow Yui to continue her playful rivalry with Shikamaru, reasoning that as long as it remained healthy competition, it should not result in adverse consequences. Additionally, Shimura Yoichi pondered, a few children have formed an extracurricular club called the Film Society. Extracurricular club? Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow, unsure of what this entailed. You may oversee it yourself. If any participating children experience a decline in their studies, do intervene. Shimura Yoichi chuckled wryly. If their grades were to drop, that seems unlikely. In fact, the president's transformation technique has shown significant improvement recently. As Shimura Yoichi indicated, a decline in grades was certainly not on the horizon for this group. Organized by Yasuo and known as the Film Society, consisted mainly of 2 types of members, those who were utterly at the bottom of the rankings and those who could score perfect marks with their eyes closed. Unbeknownst to Yasuo, his actions in the land of whirlpools had left a complex in Yui's heart, creating considerable trouble for Shikamaru, while he wandered about the wilderness with a group of companions. Today, Yasuo's task is to select a suitable backdrop for the upcoming film shoot. The actual filming will commence only after the actors have been finalized. Regarding the endeavor of filmmaking, Yasuo would never concede that it was merely a scheme devised for monetary gain. He prefers to describe it as a noble contribution aimed at nurturing the barren spiritual realm of ninjas. What an extraordinary invention you have created, Bairuhu! Jiraiya exclaimed, fiddling with a device resembling a camera, unable to suppress his admiration. Upon hearing the praise from his dear companion, Bairuhu chuckled sheepishly. It was all Yasuo's idea. Combining chakra techniques with the newly developed field of electronics, and the results are surprisingly splendid. In truth, by the time of Naruto and Boruto, films had already gained considerable popularity. However, in this nascent era of electricity, the camera in Jiraiya's hands is likely the first of its kind in the ninja world. Thus Bairuhu can rightfully be deemed the father of photography. Yasuo, on the other hand, intends to reluctantly accept the title of the father of film. Can't you all be a bit quieter? We are here to scout for shooting locations, not on a leisurely outing. Yasuo couldn't help but voice his frustration at the incessant chatter of the two. Jiraiya, unfazed, replied dismissively, All right, it's just so dull. Since we have the rare chance to explore together, Yasuo, what exactly is this film you mentioned? At that moment, Tsunade chimed in, Yes. I've never seen anything like it in the capital. I'm quite curious. Noticing that even Orochimaru and Baru, the inventor of the camera, looked at him with eager anticipation, Yasuo felt compelled to enlighten these foolish natives. To put it simply, you may understand film as a form of traditional no theater. No theater? That sounds dreadfully outdated. Tsunade exclaimed, clearly disappointed, asserting that she had no desire to participate in such antiquated affairs. What did you just say, you violent woman? Surprisingly, Jiraiya was quite displeased with Tsunade's attitude, exclaiming, No theater is a magnificent art. I must design a grand opening performance for myself using no and kaijin. He silently added in his heart, much like my father. To him, his father, a no actor, was as illustrious as the fathers of his ninja classmates. Yasuo had not anticipated Jiraiya's fervent passion for drama. He waved his hand dismissively. The essence may bear some similarity in that both narrate a story, but the forms of expression are entirely different. Yasuo glanced at the sky and said, However, before we officially begin scouting locations, let us first indulge in a delightful breakfast. As he spoke, the plump figure of Tam emerged from an unknown corner, carrying a massive platter brimming with food. Your summoning beast is truly remarkable, Yasuo. To be honest, Even I feel a twinge of envy. But my summoning beast will undoubtedly be far more impressive. It certainly won't be an ugly creature like a frog. Jiraiya mumbled as he stuffed a pie into his mouth. In a previous life, Yasuo was a physician, equally skilled in medicine and gaming, embodying the traits of a devoted homebody. Thus, when it came to filmmaking, Yasuo found himself entirely out of his depth. Being a novice, he inevitably made some blunders. Gathered around a table at the Hearthstone Tavern, Yasuo's little squad, weary from a day's endeavors, contemplated their next move. What? A need for a new plan. Isn't the Nanha River suitable? It's the largest river in the northern Fire Country, and we worked tirelessly all day. Fool. It seems you were merely preoccupied with savoring Tam's cuisine. Shut up, Snake Sage. Jiraiya-sensei, did you embark on an autumn outing to the Nanha River today? Speaking of which, the autumn festival is approaching. Jiraiya's complaints were somewhat loud, catching the attention of Uchiha Chao at the neighboring table. It's not for leisure, he interjected. Yasuo claims he wants to make a film, though you wouldn't know it, right? They say it's a more sophisticated form of theatrical performance. The script was already selected, the Battle of Red Cliffs from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. I was to portray the handsome Zhou Yu, but Yasuo changed his mind. Yasuo, aware of his slight culpability, nonchalantly deflected blame. The script is indeed excellent, and the Nanha River perfectly fits the shooting requirements. However, I did not anticipate your acting skills being so inadequate that they cannot support such a grand scene. Though it was a deflection, Yasuo spoke the truth. To attempt a grand war scene for the first shoot was undeniably foolish. Setting aside the novice's performance levels, even the imagery of 100 ships competing and flames engulfing the sky would be beyond Yasuo's capabilities. It seemed prudent to avoid lofty ambitions and instead focus on a narrative film for the initial endeavor. Jiraiya, upon hearing this, grew indignant. Leaping onto the table with fingers splayed, his head spinning as he declared in an odd tone, "How can that be? My acting skills are professional." Yasuo, rubbing his temples, replied, "I've already stated, film is not theater. Refrain from speaking in such a manner." Taking a sip of malt liquor, Yasuo sank into contemplation. With the groundwork for a Three Kingdoms theme already laid, a well-executed film could undoubtedly achieve great success, which was initially why he chose the Battle of Red Cliffs. Yet, given the current circumstances, this seemed rather unrealistic. Producing a subpar film would be worse than not producing one at all. Yasuo resolved to shift his approach. Rather than selecting actors based on the script, he would choose a script based on the actors, for he was never lacking in scripts. Suddenly, the patrons engaged in gaming at the Hearthstone Tavern were astounded to see a notification pop up on the gaming platform. Task: Tavern Owner's Acting Trial. Successfully passed the assessment to receive a limited edition collectible card pack. This announcement ignited excitement within the Hearthstone Tavern. The limited edition card pack, aside from being available during the last completion of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, could only be possessed by the top 10 champions following the seasonal conclusion. Furthermore, each limited pack was unique. Missing out meant one could only purchase it at exorbitant prices, with no guarantee of finding a willing seller. As they gazed upon the pop-up message, the crowd set down their glasses, engulfed in ecstatic delight. The strongest of champions seemed an unattainable dream. However, one could still possess a modicum of acting prowess. After all, among their companions, the ratio of ninjas was considerable, and for a ninja, the ability to masquerade in various identities was an essential skill. Yasuo shared this sentiment, yet when he embarked on the audition, he soon realized the extent of his naivete. "Be fiercer, fiercer still. Do you understand? That expression is not what I asked for," he urged. "Imagine yourself savoring a sumptuous feast. Have you ever relished abalone or lobster? No? Then envision grilled meat. Yes, that expression of sheer indulgence. Do not drool." Faced with the camera and the watchful eyes of the spectators, the once confident ninjas found their expressions stiffening, their heartbeats quickening, and beads of sweat forming, all leading to a distortion in their movements and performances. The most concerning was Uchiha Fugaku. When Yasuo requested a freestyle from him, the tension made him activate his Sharingan. Ultimately, aside from Yasuo's team, only a scant few actors earned his endorsement. In truth, Yasuo's team exhibited superior performance skills compared to others. Jiraiya, perhaps due to his thick skin, displayed a commendable level of acting. Orochimaru, meanwhile, could only embody a cold and gloomy persona, his range rather limited. Tsunade, on the other hand, managed to scrape by using transformation techniques to play a mere decorative role. Among them all, The most gifted performer turned out to be Tom. Whether portraying a gentleman or a villain, he navigated both roles with ease. Regrettably, constrained by his racial traits, Tom's attempts at expressing shyness came across as somewhat chilling. Additionally, Yasuo was aware that Yakushi no Nayu possessed exceptional acting talent. The title of Walking Shrine Maiden was no mere embellishment. Yet, for reasons unknown, she did not partake in this audition, much to Yasuo's relief. After all, he preferred no Nayu remain obscure. Should she attract the attention of Danzo, it could lead to troublesome circumstances. It was far better for her to live a tranquil life, laboring as a temporary worker. Another unexpectedly talented actor was the legendary elite of the Umbu, Sima Zong. Over time, Yasuo and his companions had lowered their guard against him. It seemed he could indeed manage his abilities well, as long as he refrained from using them. They could be friends. After all, Sima Zong was a master at card games and exuded a generous spirit, earning him considerable popularity among the uninformed players. To Yasuo, he represented a formidable actor, effortlessly embodying both treacherous and cunning roles. A grotesque monster, a sinister elder, an eye-catching vase, and several supporting characters. Yasuo began to form a nebulous idea in his mind. Danzo felt he might be losing his sanity. He had long adhered to the belief that a ninja should be free of desires, viewing all pleasures as distractions on the path of training that must be discarded. To maintain self-discipline, Danzo kept a small notebook. Whenever he erred or broke his vow, he would note it down as a basis for self-reflection. However, during this period, the blank spaces in the notebook of Danzo have been diminishing at an unprecedented pace. September 17th, Monday, clear skies. This evening was meant for perfecting the wind release. Vacuum Great Sphere, yet I chose to indulge in card games at the tavern, a decision I must reflect upon. September 19th, Wednesday, cloudy. The progress on perfecting the wind release. Vacuum Great Sphere remained stagnant, and I succumbed to temptation, playing cards until 3 in the morning. September 20th, Thursday, clear skies. I played until 2 in the morning. Oh, Danzo, are you truly destined to descend into such depravity? Have you forgotten your dream of becoming Hokage? Have you forgotten your ambition to surpass Sarutobi Hiruzen? From tomorrow, I shall renounce this vice of gambling. September 22nd, Saturday, rainy. Weekend card games. September 23rd, Sunday, card games. Note, still 13 victory points away from being promoted to the strongest king. Lord Danzo, are you heading out? Several masked Umbu members stood upright, respectfully bowing to Danzo. Danzo gestured with his hand in response, adjusting the collar of his long robe before departing from the office. As they watched Danzo's retreating figure, a female Umbu with a cat-eared mask remarked, "Tuna, do you not feel that Lord Danzo has changed somewhat from before?" The male Umbu wearing a sea bream mask replied, "If you say so, he seems to have become even more elusive. In earlier times, Lord Danzo would definitely participate in today's B-rank mission. Are you suggesting that Lord Danzo has become lax?" "Foolish cat, I did not imply that. Such tasks do not require Lord Danzo's direct involvement. You know well his condition." "Indeed, I hope Lord Danzo continues to take good care of himself." Unbeknownst to his subordinates' whispered discussions, Danzo remained oblivious, even to the fact that his physical condition had been remarkably good of late. In the shadows, Danzo transformed into the guise of Shimura Danzu, skillfully traversing several narrow paths until a love-hate alley appeared before him. "Ah, Uncle Shimura, you are late." At the entrance of Willow Alley, a small group had gathered, and upon the arrival of the final lead, Yasuo greeted him warmly. At that moment, Danzo, with an impassive expression, nodded at Yasuo and said, "Let us begin promptly. Ensure the collectible card pack is dispatched early after we conclude." Yasuo chuckled and replied, "No need to rush. Let us proceed to the filming location first." Danzo frowned and inquired, "Must we rehearse in another place? The tavern has ample space to set up the stage, does it not?" Yasuo shook his head and said, "A film is quite different from a play. You shall understand soon enough. Liuli City is the closest metropolis to Konohagakure, and while it does not rival the grandeur of the capital, it ranks among the top 5 cities in terms of prosperity in the northern region of the Land of Fire. Due to its proximity to Konoha, many ninjas reside in the city, and the arrival of Yasuo's party did not attract much attention. They strode directly to a building in the western part of the city, where Yasuo came to a halt. Sensoji Temple? The group gazed at the unassuming temple before them, perplexed as they turned to Yasuo for clarification. After looking around, Jiraiya complained, "Are we filming a movie in a temple?" This way, No beautiful girls will witness the grandeur of Lord Jiraiya. Tsunade surprisingly agreed, performing no in a temple? What an utterly foolish idea. Those are merely the whims of old men. Even the usually taciturn Shimazaki furrowed his brow and remarked, Asakusa Temple in Lioli City? It is quite renowned, yet its reputation has waned recently. Yasuo chuckled and shook his head, approaching the young monk at the gate, instructing him. Go and inform your abbot that the members of the Hatake family have arrived. Each year, after the new year, the Hatake clan visited Asakusa Temple to pray for blessings, maintaining a long-standing relationship of over a decade. However, since the previous generation of monks passed away and the new abbot took charge of the temple's affairs, the attitude of Asakusa Temple toward the Hatake family has shifted. The reason is simple. Due to their declining fortunes, the offerings from the Hatake family have diminished, and the new abbot happens to be a greedy monk. In previous years, when Keiko brought her 2 children to pray, they often received disdainful glances from the temple's monks. Nevertheless, after Yasuo personally visited a few days ago and generously donated a substantial sum, the Hatake family was once again treated as esteemed guests of Asakusa Temple. Master Kukai, I hope to avoid any disturbances in the next couple of days, Yasuo said with a smile, performing a respectful gesture toward the elderly monk before him. Of course, please make yourself at home, Mr. Yasuo. The old monk, clutching the money, left with a beaming smile, advising his fellow monks that as long as Yasuo was not demolishing the temple, they should not obstruct any of his actions. Ugh, that old charlatan is truly disgusting. Not at all resembling a monk, Jiraiya could not help but mutter once they were alone. Yasuo, why did you give money to that kind of person? You might as well have gone for barbecue. Yasuo shook his head, smiling as he replied, It's all right. Consider this money as compensation. Compensation? Jiraiya wanted to inquire further, but Yasuo had already produced several stacks of scripts, distributing them among the group. Let us familiarize ourselves with the script first. Script? What is that? You may regard it as the story we will be performing. Today's task is to become acquainted with the content, particularly your respective roles. Filming will commence tomorrow and is expected to take 3 to 4 weekends. Wait a minute. Shimazaki, evidently a person of keen understanding, had already read part of the script while Yasuo was assigning tasks. This seems to diverge from the plot of the Five Kingdoms Chronicles. Tuanzo, who had longed to portray Cao Cao Mangda or Sima Zhongda, realized that his aspirations would inevitably remain unfulfilled. Yasuo shook his head and said, This story is titled The Glazed Shallow Temple. It narrates the tale of the protagonist, Tam, who, cursed from a young age, transforms into an ugly monster. He is taken in by the abbot of the Shallow Temple, Haikong, and becomes a bell ringer there. Upon finishing the script, Sima Zhongzhong let out a deep breath, raised his head, and cast a peculiar glance at Yasuo, unable to restrain himself from saying, So this is what you meant by compensation. If this film gains popularity, the temple and the name of Master Haikong will likely be remembered with resentment. Yasuo nodded, adding silently in his heart, Of course. The one most likely to be remembered with disdain would be you, who plays the twisted sub-bishop in the original story, Uncle Sima Zong. In the Land of Water. At the Mist Village's Water Shadow office, the third Mizukage wore an expression as dark as ink as he tossed a document before a towering figure. This person appeared relatively youthful, yet stood over 2 meters tall, his corpulent form adorned with oil paint, his mouth filled with sharp, shark-like teeth, and his long orange hair cascading down to his waist, presenting a fearsome visage. He was known as Suigetsu of the Puffer Fish, and despite his tender age, he was already an experienced jonin, notorious for his brutal nature as a user of the 7 ninja swordsman's sword, Samahata. Suigetsu picked up the document and casually flipped it open, revealing the latest intelligence from Konoha. After perusing the information, an angry expression surfaced on his plump face. Damn it. These fools have made such a blunder. I must deal with them personally. Do you know the immense pressure our village has faced from the daimyo's court due to the sunken ship incident? Although there is no evidence, the whispers of doubt are widespread, and next year's military funding for the village will likely be cut by at least 1/3. Moreover, our outposts on the Western Islands have recently been destroyed in numerous instances, likely a retaliation from the Uzumaki clan. Being a prominent figure among the younger generation of the Mist Village, the third Mizukage did not wish to speak too harshly. I do not blame your arrangements. Successfully eliminating a descendant of Senju Hashirama would significantly disrupt the alliance between the Land of Whirlpools and Konoha, a sacrifice we Mist ninjas would accept regardless of the cost. However, The failure lies in your inability to execute this plan. With a decisive motion, Suigetsu hefted Samehada onto his shoulder and turned to leave. My Mizukage, rest assured. I will personally handle this matter. The film The Hunchback of Notre Dame is adapted from the illustrious work of the great French author Victor Hugo, depicting the extraordinary love story between Quasimodo, the bell ringer of Notre Dame, and the gypsy girl Esmeralda. In a previous life, this was a universally recognized tale. With countless adaptations in children's literature, animations, and films, and Yasuo retained vivid memories of it. The choice of this theme was driven not only by the culinary aspects, but also by a simple reason. During his student days, when he first encountered Naruto, his favorite character was none other than the kind-hearted Naruto, who was treated as a monster by those around him. Upon discovering that Naruto's father was none other than the great hero, the fourth Hokage, who personally sealed the Nine Tails, Yasuo felt an overwhelming sense of indignation. However, with the subsequent revelations regarding the Sage of Six Paths and the reincarnation of Ashura, layers of grandeur enveloped this once unremarkable character, transforming him into a true prince, while his once motivational rhetoric morphed into bitter irony. Despite this, Yasuo maintained that both Konoha and Tsunegakure exhibited an insufferable lack of compassion towards monsters or those deemed different. Fortunately, he was the dashing and charismatic Yasuo player. He shuddered at the thought of having chosen Tom instead. In any case, Yasuo hoped this film would incite some change. Of course, the captivating love triangle involving the beautiful lady, the handsome officer, and the bell-ringing creature was itself quite enthralling. At the very least, the children who had only heard antiquated tales of the Warring States era a year prior were now weeping profusely after witnessing the script. Damn it, Yasuo. Why did you have to give Yuhei such a tragic ending? Why can't Yuhei be with Tom? Tsunade clutched her handkerchief tightly, tears cascading like a string of pearls through her fingers. Suddenly, she realized something and lifted her head, her red eyes fixed intently on Yasuo. That bell-ringing Tom. It can't possibly be the Tom I know, can it? Yasuo smiled and nodded. You guessed correctly, the clever and beautiful Miss Yuhei. Tsunade abruptly tossed the handkerchief at him. Go to hell. I have no interest in dating Tom. Yasuo deftly dodged the snot-laden handkerchief, shaking his head. Why didn't you say so earlier? I could have changed the female lead. Filming as a ninja is quite convenient. We could have Orochimaru don a female guise. No, you promised I'd be the female lead. If Orochimaru can dress as a woman, you could use transformation jutsu to become Tom. Your transformation skills are so impressive. You could easily do it for the pivotal scenes. As Tsunade spoke, her voice dwindled, her cheeks turning a rosy hue. Danzo originally believed this so-called film was merely a frivolous endeavor by a group of youngsters, and his involvement was only to obtain a limited card pack. Yet, at that moment, he was oblivious to the seriousness etched upon his face. Danzo meticulously groomed his hairline and sideburns, ensuring they conformed to the monk-like hairstyle associated with ascetic practices, and then attempted to press his hands together, murmuring a Buddhist chant. As he exited the room, his hands clasped gently, adorned with round-framed reading glasses, he donned a faded monk's robe that accentuated the dry wrinkles on his face, lending him an ethereal quality. However, beneath those glasses, his murky eyes betrayed an unmistakable glimmer of desire. It was strikingly familiar. This is the sea and sky mage I have longed for. Yasuo scrutinized the monk before him, a striking amalgamation of two entirely contradictory qualities. And he began to doubt whether this elder, Shimazaki, was truly such a multifaceted enigma. At this moment, Yasuo finally felt a sense of relief. Although the role of the sea and sky mage in this film was not the most prominent, it undoubtedly posed the greatest challenge in terms of performance. It seemed that he had already succeeded in shaping the character halfway, as Bailuhu could not fully grasp the purpose of cinematography, nor was he adept at choosing long shots or close-ups. Yasuo took on the role of cinematographer in addition to his directorial duties, while Bailuhu followed closely behind to learn. This was Yasuo's first experience handling a camera, yet he possessed a certain conceptual understanding. His expectations were modest, simply aiming for the standard of a microfilm. However, compared to the amateur microfilms crafted by fellow enthusiasts, the results achieved with a ninja as the cameraman were remarkably superior. Firstly, there was stability, even as the last resort. Yasuo's body control was unparalleled, resulting in remarkably steady shots that hardly wavered. Secondly, the richness of the angles was striking. To Yasuo, the ninja was a born cinematographer. functioning as a human joystick capable of effortlessly finding excellent perspectives in even the most complex scenes. As a novice, Yasuo was not well versed in the process of scene division, and these inexperienced actors were ill-suited for such advanced filming techniques. Thus, they could only shoot in a straightforward manner along the main storyline. Fortunately, the narrative's beginning unfolded primarily within the confines of Sensoji Temple, featuring the seemingly benevolent, yet secretly avaricious sea and sky mage, and the ugly but kind-hearted bell ringer, Tam. In the realm of acting, seasoned veterans can effectively guide newcomers into the narrative, and the combination of Tam and Samazang evidently produced a synergy that exceeded the sum of its parts. Thus, under the admiring gazes of the onlookers, the duo commenced their dramatic journey within the ancient temple. Tawanzo, are you going to develop Wind release again this weekend? With not much official business today, would you allow me to assist you? Perhaps I could offer some suggestions, inquired Sarutobi Hiruzen, as he enjoyed the breakfast his wife had prepared. At this point, Hiruzen had not yet mastered the art of telescopic vision. However, even with such a technique, it would be impossible to track someone of Tawanzo's caliber. With a dismissive glance at Hiruzen, Tawanzo replied, "Monkey, your curiosity is excessively fervent. While you may be a ninja scholar, your understanding of wind release remains woefully inadequate. Hey, at the very least, you should maintain a basic respect for the Hokage," Hiruzen retorted, tapping his plate with a spoon. "Oh, it appears your relationship remains as harmonious as ever," chuckled Sarutobi Hibari, covering her mouth. "Thank you for the hospitality. Your culinary skills have indeed improved," Tawanzo remarked, wiping his mouth with a napkin as he expressed gratitude to Sarutobi Hibari. However, time is of the essence. Developing ninjutsu is quite time-consuming. With that, Tawanzo rose and departed. Hiruzen, it seems Tawanzo has regained the youthful vigor he once possessed. It appears that the vacuum great sphere is a technique he holds in high regard. Hibari observed as she watched Tawanzo walk away. Indeed, it seems he has emerged from the shadows of never attaining the position of Hokage. During that time, he tirelessly undertook various missions, his demeanor dark and unfamiliar, almost frightening, Hiruzen responded. "However, speaking of which, Lake Biwa, since you chose me back then, should you not be so concerned with that fellow Danzo? You fool, what are you saying? This is merely the normal concern between friends." Somewhere on the outskirts of Lioli City, the filthy, hypocritical monk declared defiantly, "Even in the face of the gallows, I shall not acquiesce to you." Tsunade, clad in tattered garments of a commoner, her countenance both haggard and resolute, shouted at the monk disguised as Sima Zong. This scene unfolded under the night sky, marking the climax of the entire narrative. It recounts the final coercion of the old mage by the sea and sky, forcing Shihue to submit one last time. After being rebuffed again, he surrendered the girl to the police. The police captain, Baizai, whom Shihue had once loved dearly, cruelly hanged her, weary of the toy she had become. Ultimately, witnessing Shihue's execution shattered Tam's heart, igniting a furious resolve within him. He violently pushed the hypocritical and malevolent adoptive father from the Buddhist tower, seized Shihue's lifeless body, and ultimately perished in the cemetery alongside her. Yasuo no longer needed to serve as a photographer. His successor was not the timid Ruku. This individual, intellectually gifted yet woefully lacking in strength and agility, had broken 2 cameras before Yasuo relegated him back to research. A previous extra from the Oil Clan exhibited considerable talent, ascending to the role of the film crew's photographer. Utilizing the multifaceted perspective of insects, he consistently selected the finest angles. Now, aside from his directorial duties, Yasuo more often assumed the role of the leading man, standing in for Tam. For instance, in the forthcoming scene where he embraces Shihue's corpse, Yasuo, under Tsunade's fervent insistence, was compelled to take center stage. He had transformed into Tam's likeness, waiting on the sidelines. The plot continued to unfold, with Sima Zong delivering a captivating performance, while Tsunade brilliantly portrayed Shihue's tenacious spirit. Just as their verbal clash intensified, the surrounding mist gradually thickened, unnoticed. "Then prepare to face the judgment of the police, you ungrateful woman." Danzo expressed the mage's bitter emotions with a frenzied tone. The emotional intensity of such a performance could only be described as Oscar-worthy, prompting Yasuo on the sidelines to stifle an urge to applaud. At that moment, Danzo furrowed his brow. Something felt amiss. "What is amiss? Your lines are incorrect," he retorted. "Come forth." Ignoring Tsunade's words, Danzo hurled a string of prayer beads like shurikens towards a specific target. Not bad, old man. From the shadows, the massive figure of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer demon emerged. What he bit down upon was precisely the prayer beads shot by Danzo. With a slight exertion of his shark-like teeth, the beads shattered. Neither Danzo nor the Watermelon Mountain Puffer demon realized the immense durability of the prayer beads. Crafted by the Shaolin warrior Jax, a product of the system, it was truly a masterpiece. Ah, you scheming old fool. While I can quickly regrow new teeth, the sudden pain still leaves the Watermelon Mountain Puffer demon in agony. Tawanzo gazed speechlessly at the enigmatic figure before him, a fog ninja whose presence seemed utterly absurd. It was clear that the chaos had originated from their own reckless actions. Though the newcomer appeared unreliable, both Tawanzo and Yasuo were now on high alert. The identity of the intruder was unmistakable. If the person's features were already striking enough, the massive blade resembling a shark left an indelible impression. The shark skin, a renowned ninja blade that had gained fame during the First Ninja War. Was the Mist Village attempting to incite conflict? Tawanzo, observing the thickening fog surrounding him, resolved to take action. Regardless of the adversary's intentions, the blatant use of ninjutsu within the borders of the Land of Fire was intolerable to him. Old man, one mustn't speak of war so lightly. We are merely extending a cordial invitation to this young lady to visit the Land of Water. As he spoke, 4 or 5 additional ninjas emerged from behind the figure of the pufferfish ghost, their expressions laced with mockery. Having learned from their previous mission's failure, they had meticulously gathered intelligence over the past fortnight. Their target routinely traveled to Liuli City every weekend, accompanied solely by the elderly, children, and a few ninjas of lacking prowess. The ninja world is not akin to a martial arts realm. The notion of sparing the elderly, women, and children is non-existent. Even the mightiest, such as Uchiha Madara and the third Hokage, when aged, inevitably faced a significant decline in strength, no longer retaining their former prowess. Thus, to the Mist Ninjas, the individuals before them were merely lambs awaiting slaughter. In the future, Tawanzo would view Tsunade as a thorn in his side in his quest for the position of Hokage, yet at this moment, such thoughts were far from his mind. This is no ordinary ninja. You must swiftly retreat to the village. I will hold them here. Tsunade expressed her concern. This is perilous. You must leave so that I can unleash my full potential. Tawanzo was unwilling to reveal his identity in the tavern. Should he resort to his signature ninjutsu, such as Wind Release, Vacuum Sphere, it would be known by the following day throughout Konoha that Tawanzo, the elder who had sacrificed everything for the village, had fallen to the depths of a gambling-addicted middle-aged man. However, this statement resonated differently in Yasuo's ears. Understood, Uncle Shimizu, please feel free to unleash your abilities. Yasuo promptly stepped forward, nodding in affirmation, one hand grasping Tsunade and the other pulling Orochimaru, while giving a kick to the bewildered Jiraiya, urging them to flee. Hurry. We must run. Uncle Shimizu's powers are formidable. If we delay, the consequences could be dire. In Yasuo's eyes, Shimizu was indeed a dark elite recognized by the crafty Tawanzo, managing to hold back the Mist Ninjas solely through his taijutsu. Although he could not subdue them, the Mist Ninjas had no opportunity to pursue. In truth, before Tawanzo's body completely deteriorated, he was not merely a wind-release ninja reliant on spouting attacks. While his taijutsu could not rival the strength of Sarutobi Hiruzen augmented by the Monkey King, he was still a master of elite Jonin caliber. His choice to refrain from using his signature wind techniques was a deliberate effort to conceal his identity from his companions. However, in the eyes of Yasuo and his companions, Elder Simazong is a truly noble figure, willing to engage in direct combat with the renowned Mist Ninjas to protect his friends. This is profoundly moving. Jiraiya, you foolish man, run a bit faster and do not hinder Elder Simazong's performance. Elder Simazong, we shall take our leave. May you summon the strength to make these rascals regret their very existence. Though surrounded by the ever-present dangers of the ninja world, combat remains a distant affair for Yasuo. To date, he has only faced life and death battles in his encounter with the rogue ninja from the Grass Village, and to be candid, that experience was far from pleasant. It is rather peculiar. While I typically embody a fierce warrior in games, why do I feel increasingly cowardly now? Could it be that I have been influenced by Tom? At this moment, Yasuo maintains Tom's transformed state, his large feet resembling fans, propelling him forward with remarkable speed. Suddenly, a few shurikens are stealthily launched from a concealed corner, prompting Orochimaru to swiftly defend with a rope hidden within his sleeve. Are there more ambushers? 3 mist ninjas emerge slowly from the puddles on the ground. The leader, a muscular man with his face obscured below the nose, is flanked by 2 subordinates donning peculiar helmets, their laughter raspy and mocking. I thought Lord Kisame was overly cautious. It appears there truly are fish that slipped through the net. If you were to relay information back to Konoha, it would spell disaster. Ah, but wait. This is no mere oversight. One of the helmeted men produces a blueprint from his robes, comparing it carefully before addressing the bare-chested leader, Lord Zangetsu. This blonde girl is the target of our mission. The bear man shows no sign of excitement, dismissing them with a wave. Regardless, they are merely small fry. Hardly worth the effort. This is dreadfully tedious. Zangetsu, seemingly uninterested in engaging, folds his arms across his chest, adopting a spectator-esque demeanor. Meanwhile, the 2 helmeted men seamlessly meld back into the puddle. Everyone, be cautious. Yasuo, still in Tom's form, had not wished to remain this way. In the heat of the moment, he simply forgot. Thus, when he cautions his comrades, his worried expression is particularly fearsome. Let us deal with this summoning beast first. With such a menacing appearance, it is undoubtedly dangerous. The helmeted brothers quietly surface from a puddle, then leap forth, swinging their iron chains armed with blades, swiftly attempting to ensnare Yasuo. Clang, clang. The nearest allies, Orochimaru and Tsunade, swiftly brandish their kunai to block the incoming chains. Hey, little ones. Did your ninja academy teach you to protect your summoning beasts during battle? The helmeted brothers possess the skill level of Chunin, their chains striking like a great serpent, swiftly changing direction upon missing their target. Yasuo-kun. Tsunade, having grown up in a sheltered environment, finds herself unprepared for such a life-and-death struggle, her reaction delayed, allowing the chain to slip past her defenses and ensnare Yasuo tightly. At this moment, Yasuo found himself in a state of bewilderment, not due to fear, but rather a profound sense of dissonance regarding the nature of the battle. How had he become the delicate figure in need of protection from his comrades and women? After all, he was a man of strength. While Yasuo pondered the intricacies of life, the iron chains tightened abruptly, their blades piercing deeply into his body. Yasuo. Orochimaru continued to grapple with another armored adversary, while Tsunade clutched Yasuo's formidable frame, desperately attempting to pry apart the chains with her small hands. What remarkable strength this woman possessed. The helmeted assailant, witnessing Tsunade nearly tear the chains apart with sheer force, widened his eyes in astonishment. Yet, alas, she was still too young. The helmeted man gradually intensified his grip, causing Tsunade's expression to turn ashen. In a moment of confusion, she tenderly rose on her toes to plant a kiss upon Yasuo's cheek. As blood mist swirled around them, Yasuo was torn asunder by the chains. Yasuo. Tsunade wept, tears cascading like blooming pear blossoms, while Orochimaru's demeanor remained unchanged, his gaze narrowing as he sensed a presence in the distance. Prepare to meet your end, you shameless pervert. At that moment, Jiraiya, who had seemingly vanished since the battle commenced, stealthily approached the rear of the enemy, Guy. With a sudden leap, he thrust his kunai forcefully towards Guy's head. One must commend Jiraiya, though he lacked the innate talent of Orochimaru and the lineage of Tsunade. His combat instincts were unmatched among the trio. In their previous encounter with Kazuki, he was the first to react, and now, facing the trio of mist ninjas, he identified the key to breaking the deadlock. Capture the leader first. He succeeded, seizing the opportunity while all attention was diverted to the unfolding battle. Jiraiya's kunai penetrated Guy's skull without obstruction. However, in an instant, Guy's form transformed, akin to a balloon filled with water, bursting and dispersing into a cascade of liquid upon impact. What is happening? Overexerted, Jiraiya lost his balance and fell to the ground. It's a water clone. Orochimaru, barely maintaining his struggle with the helmeted man, caught sight of Jiraiya's predicament and called out a warning. Yet, in that fleeting moment of distraction, several new wounds adorned his body. Not bad, little brat. Would you care to join me in the village of mist? Guy's true form emerged from beneath the trees, mockingly observing Orochimaru and Jiraiya. At your age, achieving this much is commendable. How about serving under me, the illustrious Guy? With a predatory glint in his eye, Guy sneered, but suddenly, he sensed a fierce wind approaching from behind. Drawing upon countless experiences of life and death, Guy leapt forward. executing an ungainly roll to evade the impending threat. As he regained his footing, Guy was astonished to discover a striking blue dagger had materialized precisely where he had been standing, aimed at a critical part of his anatomy. Was my intent too overt? Yasuo shook his head, gradually revealing himself from invisibility, exhaling a sigh. It was his first attempt using the true and false Monkey King to gather chrysanthemums, and it had regrettably failed. The Blade of Thievery had not stolen money in a long time, a true pity. At this moment, Yasuo had regained his original appearance, his sword-like brows and starry eyes, tall and poised, with a flute slung gracefully at his waist, and his blue robe billowing in the night breeze, exuding an indescribable elegance and nonchalance. Yasuo? Tsunade could hardly believe her eyes. After all, Yasuo had been slain. Could it be that the earlier figure was the real Tom? Had she truly kissed the genuine Tom? Yasuo, however, had no time to ponder Tsunade's turmoil. Addressing Orochimaru and Jiraiya, he stated, "The enemy's target is Tsunade. You two handle those helmeted foes. I shall deal with this bare-skinned man." Orochimaru and Jiraiya, having fought alongside Yasuo before, were well aware that he would not fall so easily. Upon hearing Yasuo's command, they nodded in agreement, positioning themselves protectively around Tsunade as they confronted the helmeted brothers. Yasuo then turned towards Momochi Zabuza and said, "Pardon me, but allow me to summon some assistance from the sidelines." With that, he slowly bent down, biting his finger, and shouted, "Inu, Tatsu, Yu, Sui, and Umi, come forth." Lord Toad. "Ah, Yasuo-kun, look who has arrived." As the smoke dissipated, a plump toad appeared, leading a black-spotted pug onto the battlefield. Woof, woof, woof. Zabuza felt a sense of frustration. As a special jonin, he had never regarded mere children, who were even beneath the rank of genin, as worthy adversaries. Yet just moments ago, his cherished 20-year-old cherry blossom had nearly been defiled by that insufferable brat. Should word of this reach the hidden mist village, he would surely become a laughingstock. If she were to discover this, she would undoubtedly regard him with a strange gaze. A rare tenderness flickered in Zabuza's eyes at the thought of his beloved. Once this mission was completed, he would ascend to the rank of formal jonin, and then he could propose to her, perhaps even have a plump little child. He had already chosen a name for the child, Zabuza Momochi, after himself. But first, he must resolve the trouble at hand. "So, you are the summoning ninja hiding in the shadows? Then it follows that once you are dealt with, the issue shall be resolved." In Zabuza's eyes, the trapped toad was evidently the same creature as Yasuo's newly summoned Tom. It had not perished merely because the summoner had released it, retreating back to its clan's territory. In League of Legends, the monkey's W skill, True Monkey King, allows Sun Wukong to momentarily become invisible while leaving a decoy behind that inflicts minor damage to nearby enemies shortly thereafter. This skill, transcending the understanding of the ninja world, was beyond Zabuza's comprehension. A toad and a ninja dog. Did he truly believe such creatures could impede me? Zabuza sneered as he unwrapped a tightly bound long cloth package from his back, slowly revealing an oversized, extravagant weapon. "You are fortunate. This is a fine blade I recently acquired from the black market, a masterpiece that even the craftsmen of the land of iron admire. You should feel immensely honored to perish beneath its edge, becoming its first sacrifice." Zabuza proudly raised the long blade, the moonlight softly illuminating its surface, casting a gentle glow. What a magnificent and opulent sword. Like many families in the Hidden Mist Village, the Peach Blossom clan is renowned for their expertise with blades. This serendipitous acquisition of a famed sword has ignited a sense of vanity within the typically composed Onizaki. Although it lacks the extraordinary abilities of the 7 legendary ninja blades from the village and cannot channel chakra, Onizaki remains thoroughly satisfied. After all, this sword not only cleaves through iron as if it were mere clay, but is also remarkably resilient and exquisitely adorned, making it difficult to resist indulging in a bit of self-admiration. Alas, why does the ninja world so often conflate the distinction between swords and blades? This is undoubtedly a magnificent sword. Why must it be referred to as a blade? Observing Onizaki's self-satisfied demeanor, Yasuo cannot help but scoff internally. Yet, this grand sword seems strikingly familiar to him. Jiraiya and Orochimaru share a similar perplexed glance, prompting Tsunade to chuckle awkwardly, recounting her recent visit to the royal capital when she found herself in a bit of a financial bind. Such is life. One cannot help but blame Yasuo for being overly frugal, she muses. Upon realizing that his meticulously crafted appearance has been overlooked, Onizaki cannot contain his frustration. You brats are far too arrogant. Let us commence with this toad. With that, he sharply raises his grand sword and strikes heavily at Tom. With a single blow, Onizaki possesses unwavering confidence in his strength and the blade's keen edge. Whether it is the purple-haired youth or the diminutive ninja hound, they both seem to embody agility, suggesting that dealing with them may require some effort. However, the toad is quite different, a stationary target akin to meat on a chopping block. As anticipated, Tom is unable to evade in time, and Onizaki's sword crashes down upon his substantial forehead. Yasuo observes that Tom's health has plummeted by nearly a quarter from Onizaki's strike, in stark contrast to the previous blow from Jingtong, which had nearly depleted half of Tom's health. Clearly, Onizaki's prowess is inferior to that of Sagan's esteemed disciple. Nevertheless, even with diminished strength, Onizaki stands as a masterful swordsman. Under the relentless onslaught, Tom's health dwindles precariously, compelling him to activate his gray shield. Despite the dire circumstances, Onizaki is inwardly astonished by the sheer destructive potential of his swordsmanship. Yet, the green-skinned toad appears impervious, as if it were a mere puppet, sustaining no damage regardless of Onizaki's horizontal and vertical slashes. No, even a puppet should have succumbed to such force. The familiar sensation of blade meeting flesh is unmistakable, affirming to Onizaki that this toad is indeed flesh and blood. Thus, can it truly survive? Onizaki swiftly sidesteps the corrosive saliva spewed by Kaga, then channels all his might into a decisive strike aimed at Tom's neck. With the head severed, surely you must perish, he contemplates. However, at that moment, an ethereal melody fills the air, followed by a swift arrow hurtling toward Onizaki's back. Too slow. With a cold sneer, Guizhan intended to sidestep once more, evading the corrosive saliva of the ninja dog akin to dodging a short arrow. It must be said that Guizhan's agility was commendable, even in midair. He managed to awkwardly alter his body's trajectory. However, this short arrow was unlike the corrosive saliva, as it inexplicably curved and struck Guizhan's body. He let out a muffled groan, disregarding whether the arrow was laced with venom, and continued to swing his blade toward Tam. At that moment, a distortion of space appeared before him, and his long sword fell astray, following an unforeseen trajectory. The first strike missed. The second strike missed. The third strike also missed. Guizhan swung his great sword wildly, resembling a blind man wielding a blade, each blow severely off mark. Even with Guizhan's prowess, the relentless exertion left him gasping for breath. Taking advantage of this, Kaguwang unleashed a mass of sludge, spreading it across the battlefield. Guizhan suddenly realized that the ground beneath him had turned exceedingly muddy, impeding his movements significantly. Now was the moment. Yasuo lunged forward, executing a swift strike with his steel blade aimed at Guizhan's lower body. Simultaneously, Kaguwang activated his W skill, unleashing a barrage of biological projectiles. Yasuo and Kaguwang relentlessly assaulted Guizhan, while Tam seized the opportunity to recover health passively. At merely level 3, Yasuo lacked substantial offensive equipment, his attacks serving only as an annoyance. Yet paired with the theft talent, Guizhan periodically lost an item. Thus, within 10 minutes, the already bare-chested Guizhan appeared increasingly inappropriate. Unlike Yasuo, Kaguwang was a bona fide level 6 hero. Despite possessing only a pair of attack speed boots and a vampire scepter, he posed a significant threat to Guizhan with the percentage-based magical damage from his W passive. What filled Guizhan with despair was the realization that the wretched ninja dog's saliva, much like the peculiar short arrow, was unavoidable regardless of his evasive maneuvers. This nuisance needed to be dealt with first. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Although his feet were hindered, his hand seals remained swift. Seizing the lull in Yasuo's attacks, Guizhan hastily executed a powerful ninjutsu, propelling Kaguwang away. Being a fragile hero, Kaguwang suffered immensely from the B-level ninjutsu impact, losing over half his health instantly. Yasuo, wary of further risks, could only harass from a distance with his living cannon. Unexpectedly, this ninja dog proved to be the most formidable attacker. Although it appeared unscathed, it was likely already wounded. At this moment, every inch of Guizhan's skin bore the marks of corrosion from Kaguwang's saliva. Observing the dog's behavior, he discerned a clue, and a cruel smile crept onto his face. It was time to end this farce. Ninjutsu, soundless killing technique. As Guizhan formed hand seals, an eerie mist began to rise. Within this fog, at a distance of 1 meter, all senses were severed. Even the ninja dog would struggle to locate his position. Young one, if you still wish to resist, then grasp your absurd blue shuriken and engage me in close combat. As a seasoned ninja, Guizhan is not only adept in the art of battle, but also well-versed in the art of verbal jabs. Taunting his opponent to create an opportunity for attack is a common tactic among ninjas. Yasuo, of course, is fully aware of Guizhan's intentions and would not foolishly engage him in hand-to-hand combat. In Yasuo's memory, he recalls that his young nephew faced a similar ninjutsu when confronting Zabuza. At that time, Kakashi employed a self-inflicted wound to create an opening, allowing Zabuza to strike him, while simultaneously using his blood to mark Zabuza, ultimately summoning the 8 ninja hounds to track and subdue him through the scent of blood. However, setting aside the pain of such a tactic, even in his gaming avatar mode, Yasuo would not bleed. Observing Tam's fully restored health, Yasuo dismissed this trivial notion and began to shed his garments amidst the thick fog. "What are you doing, kid? I sensed something was off earlier. And now you not only steal my clothes, but also remove your own?" In the enveloping mist, Guizhan's voice echoed eerily, reverberating from all directions. Yet, Yasuo paid no heed to Guizhan's words, hastily stuffing his discarded gear into Tam's possession. Guizhan, perplexed by Yasuo's actions, recognized this as an opportunity. Die. Within the fog, a glint of sword light intensified as Guizhan's great sword lunged toward Yasuo like a coiled serpent ready to strike. Delightful, to Guizhan's astonishment. The purple-haired lad was devoured whole by his own summoned beast. Rebound? Guizhan realized that the more powerful the summoned beast, the more stringent the conditions for its summoning. Some even required living sacrifices. Failure to meet these conditions could lead to the beast turning against its master. This ferocious green-skinned toad certainly seemed to belong to the brutal category of summoned beasts, and the young boy was woefully overestimating his capabilities. However, at that moment, Yasuo's voice suddenly emerged from within the belly of Tam. "Perverted naked man, let us duel." "A duel? Where are you? Hiding in the toad's belly?" In this fog saturated with his sensory chakra, nothing could escape detection, and Guizhan was certain that the purple-haired lad was indeed inside the toad. "You misunderstand. I am not hiding in the toad's belly. I am piloting the unit Tamster." "A mech? Now that is a man's romance." Yasuo's cheeky voice echoed once more from within Tam's abdomen. Before Guizhan could comprehend the situation, the green-skinned toad began to move, deftly donning a peculiar vest and adorning its broad webbed feet with shoes. Stamping its feet, Tam expressed satisfaction with the fit. "Hey, you must be joking. How could such tiny shoes possibly fit?" Guizhan watched this bizarre spectacle unfold, uncertain whether to strike first. Meanwhile, Tam, indifferent to Guizhan's dilemma, retrieved something from beneath its girth. "Hiss!" Guizhan gasped in shock at the sight. He lowered his gaze to the formidable sword in his hand, then glanced at the weapon wielded by Tam. What was amiss? Why did they appear so strikingly similar? The sword that Tam produced was undoubtedly the genuine storm sword, a creation of the system, capable of augmenting attack power by 40 points. Unlike the rather ineffective, oversized sword from the Demacian skin. Under Yasuo's command, clad in spiked armor and donning ninja shoes, Tam surged forward with the storm sword, launching a chaotic flurry of strikes at the beleaguered Ghost Slash. At the onset, even with this inferior triad of equipment, Tam, employing the 8 cuts of Shaki, would scarcely have matched the swordsmanship of the legendary Ghost Slash. However, in this moment, Ghost Slash was already at his wit's end. With the oversized sword in hand, he struggled to maintain his footing, his wounds oozing blood like a ruptured pipe. As he succumbed to a momentary dizziness from excessive blood loss, Tam's immense tongue lashed out, striking Ghost Slash's leg, causing him to stumble and be sent flying by a decisive blow from Tam's sword. Kneeling on the ground, Ghost Slash gasped for breath, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, unable to contain his rage as he bellowed. Why? Why? After fighting for so long, how is this wretched frog still in such prime condition? And why, despite wielding the same blade, do I instinctively feel that yours is far superior? In a frenzied outburst, the voice that infuriated Ghost Slash resonated from the depths of the frog's belly. "Young lad, my gourd, oh no, my sword, is male, while yours is female. Hence when your sword encounters mine, it becomes ineffective." Ghost Slash, cackling. Amidst the thick fog, A colossal green-skinned frog wielded a radiant, oversized sword, mercilessly hacking at a pitiful naked man. Ghost Slash had exhausted all remaining strength for banter. His heart was now heavy with regret. If fate were to grant him another chance, Ghost Slash would promptly employ the silent killing technique, ensuring that the detestable purple-haired boy and the tenacious frog would be reduced to mere pulp. If only he hadn't underestimated his opponent and squandered his energy. He was certain he could have achieved victory. He seethed inwardly. Yet, the stark reality was that he now felt as vulnerable and helpless as a defenseless girl. Once again, Tam's massive sword struck him aside, blood gushing from his mouth as if it were free. The sword in Ghost Slash's hand hung limply. He could no longer muster the strength to lift the hefty blade. Yasuo was no melodramatic villain from a heated manga. He harbored no penchant for lengthy monologues. Seizing the opportunity, he aimed to take Ghost Slash's life. Yasuo directed Tam to raise the storm sword high, targeting the muscle-bound neck of Ghost Slash. In that moment, inexplicably, Yasuo felt no pangs of guilt or discomfort at the thought of extinguishing a living soul. On the contrary, he found himself yearning for the duck neck he had savored while on a business trip to Wuhan. Such deliciousness. Stand down. Should you dare lay a hand on these children, you shall deeply regret it. Suddenly, as Yasuo reminisced about duck necks while casually chopping at the demon blade, a few unfamiliar voices drifted in from a distance. It was at that moment Yasuo realized that with the chakra of the demon blade nearing depletion, the thick fog that had enveloped the surroundings was gradually dissipating. The helmet-clad duo lay breathless on the ground. However, Orochimaru and his companions were not unscathed either. Their bodies were riddled with wounds. Even at their tender age of 8 or 9, the future legendary Sannin found it somewhat taxing to contend with two mere chunin. In retrospect, despite the upheaval and eventual stalemate in Konoha, Kakashi's prowess as a chunin at 6 and a jonin at 12 rightfully earned him the title of Konoha's foremost genius. Yet, the injuries sustained by the trio were not the gravest concern. The real peril stemmed from the burly ninja who had previously emerged, the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon, who had now circled behind the three. The state of the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon was equally dire, his body battered and worn, clearly having just endured a fierce battle. Enough. Lower your weapons and surrender. Trailing closely behind the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon, a group of masked Umbu ninjas began to subtly encircle him. How audacious of the mist ninjas to cause such turmoil near Konoha. Perhaps it was merely Yasuo's impression, but he felt an eerie familiarity in the voice of the Umbu commander. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon pressed the Jonin's blade against Tsunade's neck, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Impressive, Umbu of Konoha, to arrive so swiftly. That old man proved unexpectedly troublesome. It seems that even with the Senju brothers gone, Konoha remains a force to be reckoned with. However, within this 50-centimeter radius, even if Hashirama Senju were to be resurrected, he would be powerless to prevent me from crushing these 3 insignificant insects. What are your terms? The Umbu captain asked calmly, fully aware that provoking the enemy would be unwise in the present circumstances. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon did not respond directly, but instead glanced at the defeated Kaiza, who lay as a lifeless fish beneath Tam's blade. Hey, can you still move? To find yourself in such a state at the hands of mere children is quite the achievement. Apologies, Kaiza struggled to prop himself up, declaring, My lord, I am unharmed. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon recognized that it was not the time to deal with his inept subordinate. He turned to the Umbu, sneering, Allow us to depart safely and prepare 2 boats. Once we reach the open sea, we shall naturally release these children. Captain, what should we do? Should we consult Lord Hokage? One Umbu suggested softly. The leader of the Umbu, Danzo, found himself ensnared in the same regret as Kaiza, lamenting the decision not to eliminate the threat with decisive force from the outset. Danzo had initially believed that capturing a young elite jonin would be effortless given his own strength, yet lacking intelligence. He had fallen prey to Kaiza's cunning and nearly faced defeat. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist had begun to make their name during the First Shinobi War. Though they had yet to earn the moniker of the 7 ninja swords, they still represented the pinnacle of martial prowess from the land of water. However, due to their primary engagements against Awagakure during the First Shinobi War, they had not yet clashed with Konoha. Even as a half-master of the dark side, Danzo was merely aware of a perilous fish-shaped ninja blade known as Samahata, yet he remained oblivious to its specific capabilities. Having had a significant amount of chakra drained from him, Danzo, if not for his remarkably improved condition of late, would have undoubtedly faced dire consequences. Ultimately, through sheer force, he managed to defeat the formidable Kisame, yet he did not seize the opportunity to capture him immediately. This lapse rendered matters considerably more intricate. A grave oversight indeed. However, Danzo was not a man of feeble resolve. He swiftly began to contemplate the demands of the Mist Ninjas. According to Danzo's long-held beliefs, the interests of Konoha surpassed all else. The loss of a few insignificant youths was trivial, and he would never allow hostages to hold sway over him. Yet today, he found himself unusually hesitant. He crafted a compelling rationale for himself. The identities of these children were far too significant, as they were crucial pieces in the grand scheme and could not be easily forsaken. Hurry with your response. My patience with this ninja blade is wearing thin. Contrary to his brutal appearance, Kisame was not a man who cavalierly dismissed life and death. In the future, he would be usurped by the likes of the cunning Zetsu for selling information, revealing himself to be a thorough opportunist. His outwardly savage and straightforward demeanor was merely a facade. As the Umbu remained silent, Kisame viciously kicked Jiraiya in the back, sending him tumbling several paces. Simultaneously, the heavy blade of Samahata remained firmly pressed against Tsunade's shoulder, as Kisame menacingly exclaimed, "I have done my research. This is the granddaughter of the first Hokage. Do you wish to watch her perish? Moreover, there is another child with purple hair, a descendant of the Hatake clan, one of Konoha's founding families. Is this how you treat the heirs of your esteemed contributors? Speaking of which, where is that purple-haired lad, Kisame? Ah, did you call for me, Uncle Kisame?" At that moment, Yasuo helplessly emerged from the mouth of Tam. "I find it quite unjust that despite my low profile, I am still remembered," Yasuo lamented. Upon seeing Yasuo, Kisame's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. It was noteworthy that, despite his excessive blood loss, Kisame's pallor was ghostly, and his lips were white, yet his sclera remained inflamed, revealing his deep-seated hatred for Yasuo. However, the scene was rather peculiar. A nearly bare man, with eyes ablaze, fixated intently on another man. Tsunade couldn't help but shield her eyes, though the gaps between her fingers were somewhat wide. "Truly, Yasuo-kun is remarkable," Orochimaru remarked bluntly, unabashedly appraising Yasuo's muscular physique. It must be noted that being transformed into Yasuo was indeed an enviable circumstance. Even without deliberate training, Yasuo's physique was athletic and elongated, brimming with explosive power. Jiraiya curled his lip in disbelief, unable to fathom why, despite consuming more and exerting less than himself, Yasuo maintained such an enviable physique. A twinge of jealousy crept in. Although the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, the likes of Suigetsu and the pufferfish demon did not dwell on such trivialities. Instead, they signaled for the demon blade to rest against Yasuo's neck. Yasuo refrained from resisting, for although the system was remarkable, he harbored no confidence in his ability to rescue his three companions from the pufferfish demon at such a close range. While blinding could render an adversary's physical prowess ineffective temporarily, what if the opponent employed ninjutsu? The likelihood of a normal person struggling to utilize ninjutsu for such an endeavor was slim, yet Yasuo dared not gamble on it. Thus, after a separation of precisely 1 year and 5 months, the mighty sword of Demacia once again made intimate contact with Yasuo, albeit this time it was his neck rather than his hand that bore the brunt. Of course, in his digitized state, Yasuo felt no chill in his neck, which robbed him of a modicum of enjoyment. At that moment, an increasing number of Konoha's Umbu swiftly converged from the treetops, leading Yasuo to suspect that half of the Umbu had been mobilized. Cats, foxes, owls, and ghouls, various grotesque masks dazzled Yasuo's vision. He couldn't help but wonder if he should take the opportunity to fuse his own soul mask. Although it served little purpose for now, it certainly felt rather stylish. A squad of Mist Ninja had, astonishingly, abducted the granddaughter of the first Hokage, not 50 miles from Konoha. Such a deed was grotesquely alarming. If they succeeded, it would inflict catastrophic damage upon the reputation of the foremost ninja village. Thus, the large-scale mobilization of the Umbu was entirely justified. Suddenly, the Umbu parted to create a passage, and a middle-aged man adorned with a red straw hat stepped into the encirclement. To think that even the Hokage had been stirred. How fortunate I am. The pufferfish demon maintained an outwardly calm demeanor upon seeing the newcomer, yet internally, he felt a shiver of trepidation. Despite his palm, gripped tightly around the blade, being slick with sweat, he still managed to project an air of dominance. "What brings you here, Hokage? Are you here to bid farewell to your teacher's descendant?" Sarutobi Hiruzen, eschewing his signature pipe, was clad in military garb. He slightly lifted the brim of his hat, revealing a resolute face adorned with a goat-like beard. At 30, he exuded an aura reminiscent of a war god. "Both our nations cherish peace, and even amidst the conflicts of years past, there were no grievances. Your actions today threaten to undermine the hard-won tranquility." The Hokage's presence weighed heavily upon the pufferfish demon. Yet as Hiruzen spoke, the demon felt a sense of reassurance settle within. Peace. No grievances from years past? The pufferfish demon couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Indeed, after the death of the second Hokage, the third seemed to have regressed to the naivety of the first. As long as the land of fire continues to occupy the most fertile lands, and the land of water remains confined to its islands, peace will merely be a balm for wounds, a euphemism for military preparation. Regarding the war several years ago, although the land of water did not engage directly with Konoha, the Vortex clan valiantly defended the eastern coast of the land of fire, resulting in the death of their leader and a halving of their population. Can this truly be regarded as a conflict-free situation? Those fallen members of the Vortex clan must surely rest uneasily. The cunning and perceptive Suigetsu, sensing weakness in Sarutobi's words, recognized an opportunity. "Lord Hokage, we do not wish to offend your esteemed nation. In truth, we have come merely to investigate the truth behind the sinking of the ship Chuamaru. You must be aware that 3 of our nobles perished in this maritime disaster, and this young man from the Hatake clan and the granddaughter of the first Hokage happened to be the only survivors of that calamity." Lord Hokage, Danzo, well acquainted with his old friend's sentiments, quickly whispered, "Though the mist shinobi do not share a border with us, their threat to Konoha is no less significant than that posed by the sand or rock shinobi. This blade, known as Samahata, is exceedingly peculiar. It must not return to the hidden mist village." However, despite Sarutobi's generally pliable nature, there was one matter upon which he would never yield: the avoidance of war at all costs. In the future, Sarutobi might entertain absurd justifications from the Cloud Shinobi attempting to seize Hinata's Byakugan to avert conflict with the Land of Lightning. Thus, today he would not expose the Mist Shinobi's deceitful words. Unmoved, Sarutobi nodded and stated, "Since we all harbor intentions of peace, I ask that you release the children and depart." Suigetsu, smirking, replied, "Lord Hokage, it is not a matter of mistrusting your integrity, but being in a foreign land. We cannot feel secure without guarantees. Rest assured, once we reach the ship, we shall indeed return these children." Anger and turmoil flickered across Sarutobi's face. But ultimately, he closed his eyes and reluctantly nodded. What had begun as an entire team of mist shinobi now dwindled to just Suigetsu and Chojuro, a rather desolate sight. Despite the failure of their mission, Suigetsu did not consider himself empty-handed. Controlling 4 children with his blade, their pace was not swift. But after a day and night of relentless travel, they finally reached the seaside. There awaited a ship, modest yet sufficient to return them to the land of water. Upon seeing the familiar expanse of the sea, Suigetsu and Chojuro exchanged glances, both brimming with the exhilaration of having survived calamity. "Now that we have arrived at the shore, it is time for you to honor your promise and release the 4 children." Aside from the journey to the capital for the Lord's conferment, the last time a Hokage had ventured far from the village was when the second Hokage went to the Land of Lightning to sign a truce. An event that also led to the demise of both the Fire and Lightning's second leaders. Thus, it was customary for Sarutobi, upon formally assuming the Hokage position, to refrain from distant travels. However, this time was evidently an exception. Sarutobi and a contingent of elite Umbu trailed the mist ninjas and their captives in a semi-encirclement. The exhilaration of narrowly escaping death dispelled the fatigue wrought by relentless combat and heightened mental focus. Suigetsu Hozuki, grinning maliciously, remarked, "Lord Hokage, there's no need to rush. Once we board the ship and set sail, we shall certainly return them." Furrowing his brow, Sarutobi Hizashi retorted, "That is enough." Observing Sarutobi's hesitation, Danzo could no longer contain himself. To him, their side held a decisive advantage. Why should they continually retreat? In Danzo's mind, while the 2 mist ninjas could leave unharmed, the Samahata must remain within Konoha's grasp. Otherwise, would other nations' ninjas come and go as they pleased, reducing the first ninja village to a mere laughingstock? Perhaps in the future, Even grass and bird ninjas would invade Konoha's territory. Danzo removed his Umbu mask, revealing his true identity, and coldly addressed Sujetsu, "Release the child and leave at once, or face death." Although many Umbu knew that the man behind the mask was Danzo, his action of unmasking clearly indicated he was speaking as Konoha's foremost senior advisor. Had it been another leader, such a challenge to his authority from a subordinate would have incited furious wrath. Yet, Sarutobi was an anomaly. As Danzo exhibited his dominance before the gathered Umbu, he chose once again to exercise restraint. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Sujetsu's plump cheek as he glanced between the menacing Danzo and the silent Hokage. He swallowed hard, pressing the Samahata tightly against Tsunade's delicate neck, as if with just a little more force, the azure veins beneath her fair skin would be severed. Sujetsu, visibly anxious, stammered, Hey, what do you mean? This is the granddaughter of the first Hokage. Are you disregarding her safety?" Meanwhile, what was Yasuo doing? After a continuous day and night of travel, even Orochimaru felt hunger and fatigue, while Jiraiya and Tsunade had slipped into a semi-drowsy state. Yet Yasuo remained invigorated, enveloped in an aura of hostility, maintaining his data-formed body. Not even fatigue or hunger could assail him. For over 20 hours, he hadn't even paused to relieve himself. Was even this little brat incapable of matching him? Should he return to the clinic for some goji berries? Unbeknownst to him, Yasuo had left a profound shadow in the depths of Guy's heart. Rarely had he sustained himself in data mode for such an extended period, and out of sheer boredom. Yasuo could not resist conducting a small experiment. Under Guy's bewildered gaze, the infuriating purple-haired brat persistently rubbed his back against the large blade, engaging in this humiliating act. Yet, this little brat was remarkably resilient. How could he use such a sharp edge for a mere back scratch? Ignoring Guy's perplexed stare, Yasuo fully embraced his freedom, as he was actually studying his own health and recovery rate. After all, this was the real world. Even the system must yield to reality. It is as if various armors and potions possess only vague descriptions of their functions, and Yasuo has never truly comprehended his specific attributes. Theoretically, Yasuo estimates that his durability should be comparable to that of a level 6 Kage, and sustaining 2 hits from a water dragon might very well be fatal. This is precisely why Yasuo previously sought refuge within the belly of Tom in the thick fog. He feared being instantaneously dispatched by a ghostly slash. This is not a matter of cowardice on Yasuo's part. The digitized body has its advantages and disadvantages. For instance, a severe blow to the head, with a shuriken embedded in the brain, would be a fatal wound for an ordinary person, one from which even the gods could not save them. However, in a digitized state, such damage is merely classified by the system as a basic attack, perhaps a critical hit, and is of little consequence. Yet, there exists a circumstance wherein a digitized body could become a liability. For instance, if Yasuo were to inadvertently graze his little finger against a talisman, an ordinary individual might only lose a finger. In Yasuo's digitized state, however, he would undoubtedly be annihilated. Thus, in Yasuo's perspective, a digitized body serves as a formidable weapon against inferior, equal, or slightly superior foes, yet it poses an increased danger when confronting absolute powerhouses. After all, Yasuo does not wish to become the first casualty in the ninja realm due to a hair-related injury, which is why he always exercises utmost caution. As Yasuo finally ascertained his rate of regeneration and total health, the negotiations at the coastline reached an impasse. Regardless of the circumstances, we shall not relinquish the hostages. That is our bottom line, roared the crimson-eyed Hoshigaki. He eventually conceded, stating, at the very least, we must take the children of the Senju and the Hatake with us. Honor resides within the heart, not in outward appearance. Yasuo suddenly straightened, assuming a posture of saintly compassion, and raised his voice, exclaiming, all beings suffer. If I do not enter hell, who will? Release my friends, and let me be the hostage. I shall accompany you to the sea. Life is what I desire. E is also what I desire. If I cannot have both, I shall choose to forsake life for E. Tsunade, do not grieve for me. Orochimaru, do not weep for me. Jiraiya, do not forget my copy of Miss May's photo collection, and please persuade Keiko's mother not to worry. Also, take good care of the film until I return. In the astonished gazes of those around him, Yasuo rose like a saint, embraced each of his 3 companions in turn, and then forcefully pushed them away, leaping onto the Fog Ninja's small boat alone. As the boat drifted away, gradually vanishing on the horizon. Tsunade was reduced to tears. Orochimaru clenched his fists tightly, gazing into the distance. Jiraiya plopped down onto the ground, cradling his head in despair, lamenting, "That fool Yasuo. If only I belonged to a prominent family, it would not be he who steals the spotlight." Despite his words, tears had already soaked the ground beneath him. Danzo watched the trio from afar, shaking his head as he departed. He had considered proposing a covert operation to Sarutobi, but ultimately relinquished the idea. The best opportunity had already slipped away. There was no need for further unnecessary actions. Observing his departing friend, Sarutobi sighed and walked to the rocks by the sea. He extended his hand to gently stroke Tsunade's head, saying, "I have long known that Yasuo is a brave child. It is only when one seeks to protect their cherished ones that the true strength of a ninja is revealed. I firmly believe he will be all right." Tsunade, collapsing into Sarutobi Hiruzen's embrace, wept, "Why? Why did you allow Yasuo to act recklessly? Why did you permit him to sacrifice himself for the village? Is it because I am the granddaughter of the first Hokage that you would condemn Yasuo to such a fate? Is this your so-called will of fire?" She pounded her fists against Sarutobi Hiruzen's chest, tears cascading down her delicate neck like a string of broken pearls. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Jiraiya, who was also glaring at him in anger, and at Orochimaru, whose expression was inscrutable. With a wry smile, he replied, "Every year, many ninjas are born in Konoha. They live to protect the village, fight for those they hold dear, and make sacrifices. Even if they are not blood relatives, they are my most cherished family. To unite and embrace, to endure for the sake of peace, and to eliminate threats in their infancy for the future of the village. These are the responsibilities of a Hokage. All of this is for Konoha." He gently comforted Tsunade, his gaze drifting towards a concealed direction. "At the very least, as the guardian of this family, I shall not remain idle." On the other side of the rock, from an angle unnoticed by most, a swift little boat sliced through the sea, heading towards the distant ocean. On the vast expanse of water, a small vessel sailed slowly eastward. "Sir, won't it be a problem to leave that kid alone in the warehouse?" On deck, Onizuka, devouring freshly caught fish, inquired. Although the fish was merely gutted and reeked of salt and fishiness, it was the best sustenance for replenishing chakra and stamina at that moment. "What is there to worry about? Are you not aware of the capabilities of Samahata? That kid possesses only a summoning technique. If Samahata drains his chakra, can he still perform any tricks at sea?" Suigetsu, gnawing on raw fish, scoffed, "Moreover, since last night, that kid hasn't had a drop of water or a morsel of food. Even without Samahata, he is likely on the brink of death. So, stop chatting and eat quickly to regain your strength. I have an unsettling feeling that those guys from Konoha are letting us go too easily." Just as Onizuka and Suigetsu forced down the raw fish and blood, in the storage room where Yasuo was supposed to be confined, it was eerily empty, with only a true sight guardian silently standing atop a crate. Outside Konoha, in the territory of the Hatake clan, Jiraiya said to Tsunade, "Stop crying. That fool Yasuo is blessed in his own way, and he will surely be fine." He animatedly gestured to the tear-streaked Tsunade, adding, "We should consider how to explain this to Aunt Keiko." "Huh? What are you planning to explain to me?" At that moment, Jiraiya noticed that Keiko had returned from outside with a large amount of groceries, just in time to encounter the three of them at the door. Jiraiya scratched his head for a long time, unable to articulate his thoughts, and finally turned to Orochimaru, saying, "Odious Orochimaru, perhaps you should elucidate. Has that rascal Yasuo been bullying Tsunade? Just look at her eyes, they are all red from crying." Huizi produced a handkerchief and offered it to Tsunade, then addressed Orochimaru. "Today, Orochimaru-kun, you must assist me in washing the vegetables as well. I bought far too much." Yasuo suddenly craved hot pot. What a bother. A flash of intrigue flickered in Orochimaru's slitted eyes as he nodded obediently, responding, "Certainly, Aunt Huizi." However, Tsunade had already ceased her weeping. In Jiraiya's mouth hung agape. "Aunt Huizi, what do you mean, Yasuo?" Huizi smiled warmly. "It's a rare occasion that you all are here, so let us dine together." Upon entering the house with Huizi, Jiraiya and the others were met with an astonishing sight. "Oh, you all arrived earlier than expected. The hot pot isn't even ready yet." Yasuo lay sprawled on the sofa, voraciously indulging in snacks gifted to Shimo by a girl. Released from the data mode, he was indeed famished. "Yasuo, you scoundrel." Tsunade could no longer contain her emotions, her eyes glistening with tears as she rushed into Yasuo's embrace, playfully pounding her fists against his chest. "Pooh! Despite a day of fierce battles without a scratch, Yasuo coughed up a mouthful of blood, internally raging. System, can such an attack not trigger data mode? Is there a more foolish system than you? Thus, surrounded by companions, they feasted on hot pot and sang merrily, and Yasuo's belly rounded once more. Oh, I must step out for a moment. Having devoured the last slice of lamb roll, Yasuo suddenly sprang up and dashed into his room. Although he harbored no fondness for that purple-haired brat, Gazai had no intention of letting him starve aboard the ship. Casually plating the sliced sashimi, Gazai approached the warehouse door. Why is it so silent? Surely, he hasn't truly starved to death? With a swift kick, Gazai flung open the warehouse door, squinting slightly as his eyes adjusted to the dim light. No one. A chill ran down Gazai's spine as he hurriedly searched the space. Fortunately, upon opening a stack of wooden crates, the feeble figure of that wretched brat appeared before him. Kid, can you still talk? If you don't want to starve, give me some satisfaction. I need water. Yasuo feigned weakness, discreetly wiping the fresh sauce from the corner of his mouth. However, he was genuinely thirsty. After the spicy hot pot, he longed for water. A smirk danced across Gazai's face as he abruptly dumped the sashimi onto the floor, then brutally ground it underfoot. You wish for water, do you? Fish is rich in the moisture essential for the human body. Enjoy this feast, little brat of the Hatake clan. Gazai cackled as he locked the door behind him, feeling a sense of satisfaction wash over him. He was certain that the little brat would consume the fish, much like a wretched stray dog, licking the remnants off the ground to survive. As the stomach grumbled unexpectedly, Guizhan felt a twinge of regret for having given the little specter too much food. He himself was still hungry. There was no choice but to continue fishing. With a resigned shake of his head, he shed his clothing and plunged into the icy sea. Meanwhile, within the warehouse, Yasuo confirmed that no one was watching before swiftly rising to his feet. He delivered a powerful kick, sending the trampled fish flesh skidding beneath the cabinet. Those who waste food shall descend into the depths of hell, he muttered, then resumed the incantation to return home. Running out of mana is no great issue, he thought, feeling relatively unfazed. At that moment, a speedboat had already surpassed the small vessel of Watermelon Mountain and Guizhan, cutting across the surface of the sea. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, the silhouettes of three figures aboard the boat appeared exceptionally elongated. Suddenly, a few black insects flew in from the distance, landing on one of the men wearing sunglasses. They had pinpointed the location of the Mist Ninja's ship, situated at the 4 o'clock position in international waters. Excellent. The leader nodded, turning to his companion. I never expected you to devise such a plan. How many years has it been since we last undertook a mission together? The companion smiled faintly and replied, I call this plan feigning madness to keep one's strength, pretending to be confused while secretly gathering power to deliver a decisive blow to the enemy. This is indeed the secret weapon of Lord Zhongda. Who is Zhongda? That was of little importance. Ultimately, as long as they resolved matters on the high seas, all your concerns would dissipate. It is time for us to act. The monkey would rely on shadow clones to paralyze the enemy, while the real body intercepted them on the speedboat. This was the strategy devised by Shimura Danzo. Hey, this is too much, truly excessive. On the small boat, Watermelon Mountain and the pufferfish demon appeared as startled as a frightened bride, gazing despairingly at the formidable lineup before them. Standing over 2 meters tall and weighing more than 300 pounds, he trembled uncontrollably. He racked his brain, unable to comprehend what sins he had committed to warrant the personal intervention of such two powerful beings. Theoretically, the shadow of a village would indeed undertake missions, but those were typically reserved for super S-level tasks from the era of war. Watermelon Mountain had initially believed that with his strength and the healing abilities of the shark muscle, he could handle even an elite team from Konoha in the ample aquatic environment of the sea. However, he had not anticipated that the Konoha ninjas would act so unpredictably. With only an ace and a queen in hand, was it truly necessary to play a joker? Moreover, their speed of arrival was astonishing. Were those merely shadow clones? How highly they regarded him. Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a glance at his old friend beside him. Truth be told, to show such concern for a child, and even invite him to act together was entirely at odds with his previous impressions of Danzo. Nevertheless, given the circumstances, the third Hokage was willing to take action for the sake of the village's youth. After all, should the adversary show any sign of negligence, the combined strength of the two would ensure the safe rescue of the hostages. With a shake of his head, Sarutobi remarked, words are futile. Everyone must bear the consequences of their actions. Where has the promised peace gone? Where is the alliance we spoke of? The watermelon-headed pufferfish demon roared in fury while stealthily making his way toward the warehouse. The hostages. Only by regaining control over them could he harbor any hope of escape. A shuriken landed accurately at his feet. Sarutobi Hiruzen's resolute face revealed a rare glimmer of cunning. The open sea is a perilous realm, where countless formidable ninjas and wealthy nobles meet their demise each year. Like the ship Chiyunmaru, or this small vessel, the esteemed guests of the mist, wouldn't you agree? At this moment, Danzo also sneered, saying, if you are wise, you would release that child at once. The watermelon-headed pufferfish demon felt an unsettling notion that he might have captured someone of significant stature. Is that child the illegitimate son of this Konoha elder? He could not help but speculate. His plump face remained menacing, yet his beady green eyes darted between the two men before him. The third Hokage's expression was steadfast, while the Konoha elder was poised for action. Even in his prime, his chances of survival against these two harbingers of death would likely be minuscule. After a moment of hesitation, the watermelon-headed pufferfish demon made the most prudent decision. His tower-like body quickly crawled on the ground, the sound of flesh colliding with the deck creating a resounding thud. He bellowed in a broken voice, I repent, I surrender, spare my life. I long to dance as well. As the warehouse door swung open, the setting sun cast its golden rays inside, illuminating a small blue figure curled up in the corner. Child, we are late. Sarutobi Hiruzen hastened into the room. Yasuo stole a glance at the concerned third Hokage and secretly rolled his eyes. Keiko had boiled the water. A hot bath was imminent. How disappointing. It seemed their travel plans to the land of water had fallen through. Yasuo suppressed his gloomy expression and donned a facade of joy, akin to that of a commoner reuniting with a beloved revolutionary. Raising an eyebrow, Yasuo murmured, am I dreaming? Is that not Uncle Hokage? And this is Uncle Danzo. Sarutobi gently ruffled Yasuo's hair, affectionately uttering a name that sent shivers down Yasuo's spine. Danzo, are you the famed Konoha culinary master? Yasuo exclaimed in surprise. Konoha culinary master? The third raised an eyebrow. What is that? Yasuo quickly clarified, It means someone with exceptional cooking skills. Danzo, with an impassive expression, produced a handful of soldier pills and pressed them into Yasuo's palm. For ninjas, food is merely a means to replenish chakra. I am utterly inept in culinary arts, but these soldier pills, of my own secret recipe, are quite effective. Sarutobi smiled and remarked, this child hasn't eaten for 2 days. Danzo, your thoughtfulness is commendable. As the saying goes, you truly are a gentle soul. Gazing at the ample soldier pills in his hand, Yasuo turned pale and quickly protested, I'm really not that hungry. The third chuckled, do not force yourself. You are merely experiencing hunger pangs. If you do not replenish your body, it will suffer. I am truly not hungry, so please refrain from interfering. I can eat on my own. Is that not permissible? Tears welling in his eyes, Yasuo stuffed a soldier's ration ball into his mouth. After chewing it haphazardly a couple of times, he struggled to swallow it down. Compared to the lamb hot pot he had just consumed, this was akin to eating swine feed. After a laborious swallow, his stomach felt as if it might burst, and Yasuo silently raised a middle finger in contempt towards Toanzo. That old rogue harbors ill intentions towards me. He deceived me on our very first meeting. With a name like Toanzo, how can he compare to the venerable and esteemed Sima Toanzo? Meanwhile, Goeijan emerged from the depths of the sea, clutching 2 tuna, his body gradually surfacing. The autumn waters had turned somewhat biting, and Goeijan's anemic body trembled involuntarily. Gazing at the small boat turning back towards the land of fire, Goeijan fell into deep contemplation. At the Konoha hospital, Yasuo lay languidly on the hospital bed. Orochimaru sat beside him, smiling quietly while peeling an apple. The door to the ward creaked open, revealing the chuckling voice of the third Hokage. Well, I brought Yasuo back in one piece, right? Could you refrain from reporting me to Lord Mizuho? Tsunade bounced into the ward, her lips pursed, casting a suspicious glance at Yasuo, whose face was devoid of vitality. She turned to the third Hokage and inquired, did you not say he was in one piece? Why does Yasuo look so miserable? There was something she did not voice. He had been perfectly fine during the hot pot feast, fiercely competing for lamb. The third Hokage stroked his chin, uncertain, after all. He is just a child. Exhaustion and hunger will naturally lead to illness. Tsunade picked up a nearby examination report, her expression peculiar as she remarked, "But Dr. Takagi's diagnosis indicates that his gastroenteritis is due to overeating?" The third Hokage shook his head, sighing that Takagi is becoming increasingly unreliable, truly a quack. Then, Orochimaru, I entrust Yasuo's care to you. Huizi had prepared a special bento suitable for patients and handed it to Orochimaru with a light smile before departing. It was said she had plans to go shopping with Mrs. Haruno. Alas, Huizi was not like this before. She has become quite the irresponsible mother. Lying on the hospital bed, Yasuo stared at the ceiling, resembling a despondent fish. Orochimaru covered his mouth with a chuckle. Aunt Huizi is very concerned about you. She specifically inquired about you with Dr. Takagi. Ah, that quack, Yasuo sighed, retrieving a piece of seaweed cracker from the cabinet by his bedside. Since being hospitalized, Yasuo had received a fruit basket from the third Hokage and Tsunade, a congratulatory card from Bairu and Might Guy, a photo of the mysterious Miss Secret from Jiraiya, a large flower basket from Kato, Nanao, and other staff members, as well as sweets from the land of whirlpools sent by Sakumo. As he chewed on the seaweed cracker, Yasuo frowned. Although it could hardly be considered a delicacy, this cracker was the most palatable food he had encountered from the land of whirlpools. Speaking of which, how did Sakumo acquire so many sweets from the land of whirlpools? Orochimaru, did your previous little follower change targets? Yasuo recalled that there was a transfer student from the Uzumaki clan in his class, a devoted admirer of Orochimaru. My personal recollections of the culinary delights from the land of wind began with her, and it was precisely due to her lack of culinary finesse that Yasuo, taking matters into his own hands, decided to pass her over. Yasuo, please refrain from uttering such peculiar statements, Orochimaru interjected, hastily stowing away the box of seaweed snacks before Yasuo could extend his claws toward it. One mustn't indulge in pastries excessively, especially with a stomach ailment. Yasuo, indifferent, pouted slightly and turned his gaze toward the calendar on the wall. Orochimaru, kindly assist me in requesting a month of medical leave for tomorrow. As Orochimaru poured some vegetable and meat porridge from a thermos, testing its temperature with the back of his hand and gently blowing on it to cool it down, he tilted his head in inquiry. But Yasuo, Dr. Takagi mentioned you would be discharged in a couple of days. A month's leave would mean the new year is fast approaching, wouldn't it? Yet again, that incompetent doctor, what does he understand? I should focus on recuperating for a while. After all, there's little to be gained from attending school at present, Yasuo remarked nonchalantly. Such a legitimate opportunity for leave must be seized. Orochimaru nodded and presented the porridge at the right temperature to Yasuo. Indeed, the culinary skills of Huizi and Tam are unparalleled. Yasuo praised before heartily consuming the porridge, extending the bowl toward Orochimaru. One more bowl, please. After spending 2 days in the hospital, Yasuo's health indicators had returned to optimal levels, and he was finally ready for discharge. Though it was a rare holiday, Yasuo remained comfortably at home for an entire week. Except for Jiraiya and Tsunade, who visited nightly to share a meal, he had little interaction with the outside world. Quietly gleaning information through subtle inquiries with Tsunade, he learned that the infamous Kisame Hashigaki had indeed betrayed his village without a shred of integrity. However, accepting defectors from other villages was a significant taboo within the shinobi world, and Yasuo surmised that ultimately, the village would confine him. Such matters were challenging to ascertain, even for someone of Tsunade's stature, leaving Yasuo to speculate wildly. After all, in Yasuo's memory, many formidable individuals resided within Konoha's prison, while someone like Mizuki was but a minor nuisance. No more slacking, Yasuo admonished himself. The emergence of Danzo had imposed considerable psychological pressure upon him. As the head of Root and a notorious figure in the shinobi world, Danzo had taken on more than just the burdens of Konoha. He was also entangled in the dark affairs of the Akatsuki organization. Yasuo had to tread carefully, for reasons unknown. Yasuo had an inexplicable sense that Danzo bore him no ill will, perhaps even a hint of protection. Yet, he dismissed this notion as mere delusion. The puppet master could not possibly be so benevolent. Even if he chose to remain reclusive, like a salted fish confined within the Hearthstone Tavern, he must avoid any association with Danzo at all costs. Thus, having idled for a week, Yasuo found himself growing restless, yearning to engage in a few rounds of Hearthstone. Admittedly, it was somewhat embarrassing, but as the proprietor of the Hearthstone Tavern, the innovator of card gameplay, and the future architect of an entertainment empire in the shinobi world, Yasuo's personal rank stood at a mere glimmering diamond 5. While it may seem commendable behind the scenes, He had long since lost track of how many favors he had granted himself through his privileges. As he traversed the familiar streets, the Hearthstone Tavern was abuzz with lively chatter. The moment Yasuo stepped through the door, he was greeted with enthusiastic welcomes from his fellow card players. "Ah, the little boss has returned," they exclaimed. "We heard you were hospitalized. Do take care of your health. To celebrate your recovery, shall we offer a discount for the whole venue?" A twitch of Yasuo's lips revealed his intention to disregard this cunning group of discount-seeking patrons. He summoned Kato, Maite Dai, and Yenayu to the second floor, where he inquired in detail about the tavern's operations over the past few days. In truth, it was primarily Kato who reported, with Yenayu providing supplementary details, while Maite Dai, the simpleton, nodded along, leaving one to wonder if he truly comprehended anything at all. Yenayu had transitioned from her previous role as a mere barmaid to a mid-level manager within the tavern. Although Yasuo often found her absent-minded and somewhat spacey, her capabilities were undeniably impressive. Entrusting her to balance and supervise Kato brought Yasuo a sense of reassurance. She was, after all, far more reliable than Maite Dai. "By the way, boss, this is something Elder Sima Zong asked me to pass on to you." After concluding the work report, Kato retrieved a large box from the corner and explained. He expressed a desire to see results soon. "What is this?" Yasuo inquired, opening the box with curiosity, while Yenayu discreetly peered over. Inside lay a peculiar machine accompanied by various odd components, instantly igniting a spark of excitement in Yasuo's eyes. "Elder Sima Zong is truly my lucky star," he exclaimed, eagerly lifting the box and retreating to his workshop. Before shutting the door, he instructed Kato, "Please bring me dinner, but do not disturb me at any other time." With that, he slammed the door shut. As items related to an S-Class incident, the camera and developed film had previously been confiscated by the Umbu. Following standard procedures, it would take several months of investigation before these items could be reclaimed. Likely, one would have to wait until after the new year for any potential editing. Yasuo had even mentally prepared himself for the possibility of the items being destroyed, rendering a month's worth of effort futile. After all, those Umbu agents were notoriously heavy-handed, and anything could happen. Seated before the rudimentary computer invented by Beilu Hu, Yasuo couldn't help but reflect, "I never imagined that Elder Sima Zong would prove to be so dependable. It appears his standing within the Umbu is quite formidable. I must ensure I nurture this relationship." Time passed swiftly, and before long, spring gave way to winter. The brief winter vacation at the Ninja Academy had returned, signifying the end of another year. The passage of time had been gentle, remaining tranquil as ever. There were no large-scale wars, nor were there natural disasters that altered the course of nature. The newly added names on the memorial stone numbered only in the double digits, marking a truly commendable year. On this very day a year ago, Uchiha Chun had performed poorly during the clan's preliminary trials, facing ridicule before fortuitously stumbling into his father's frequented study. By a twist of fate, he purchased a book titled The Romance of the Five Kingdoms, thereby embarking on an irrevocable path. In the present day, Uchiha Chun, whose prowess has surged remarkably due to the awakening of his bloodline, has become a paragon in the clan's grand tournament. Hailed as a star of hope by the elders, possessing the privilege of manipulating time at will. Today, he awaited his friend at the heart of the clan's territory. Shortly thereafter, Fujiwara emerged, adorned by his mother and resembling a portly penguin, wobbling towards Uchiha Chun with great enthusiasm. "Chun, you absolutely must take me soaring today. I'm on the verge of ascending to silver rank. I want to be the first unyielding champion in our class." Upon seeing Uchiha Chun, Fujiwara had shed the arrogance he once possessed a year prior, now humbly offering his elder brother a drink. This beverage, known as cola, is a newly introduced product from Yasuo's tavern, primarily aimed at minors such as the Uchiha brothers. Uchiha Chun accepted the cola and stowed it away in his small pouch, anticipating the exquisite delight of savoring an icy cola once they entered the warm, charcoal-heated room. "That might not be wise. If we team up, winning only grants a few points, while a loss could cost us ranks." Uchiha Chun responded non-committally to Fujiwara's request. To be frank, apart from Uchiha Chun, no one in the tavern was willing to carry the burden of Fujiwara, thus he felt quite assured of his younger cousin's reliance on him. Observing the potential for success, Fujiwara eagerly chimed in, grinning, "With you leading, how could we possibly lose? The points matter little. I'm just a hair's breadth away from silver. Rest assured, I've already liberated my father's year-end bonus from the police department. Feel free to indulge today, as all expenses are on me. The two brothers, amidst laughter and merriment, made their way to the Hearthstone Tavern, only to find it surprisingly desolate. Kato, why are there so few patrons today? Fujiwara complained. For today was a momentous occasion for his ascent to silver rank, and the atmosphere felt rather lackluster. Kato, busy behind the bar reconciling accounts, looked up in surprise at Fujiwara's words and replied, "Oh, you weren't aware? Today marks the premiere of the Glass Temple, with our tavern's VIP card. You can enjoy a 20% discount on tickets." The Glass Temple? Is that the film associated with that limited card pack quest? It's the one called a movie, right? Upon Kato's mention, Fujiwara recalled that during that audition, he had unwittingly activated his Sharingan. Ultimately, he was eliminated, receiving critiques that his acting was exaggerated and superficial, indicating he lacked the talent for the role. Ah, the gilded exclusive card. Uchiha-chan remarked with a hint of regret, pondering that had he succeeded in that acting test, he might have reclaimed his gilded exclusive card. The Jiao-chan, shall we go take a look? Uchiha-chan proposed. Fujiwara felt a flicker of temptation, yet hesitated, recalling his ambition for advancement. But today is crucial for my promotion to silver. Uchiha-chan shook his head, gesturing towards the gaming tables. Look, among the remaining players today, quite a few are Nara clansmen who seem indifferent to the commotion. Are you certain you wish to compete for your promotion today? Following the direction pointed out by Uchiha Tatsumi, it became evident that the pineapple-headed individuals constituted more than 30% of the crowd. Fateful quickly shook his head in disbelief. It was absurd to think that he could possibly triumph over those pineapple-headed beings who appeared to be human-like enhancements. Tatsumi, let us go watch a movie instead. I'll treat you, and tomorrow you must assure me. After all, we are brothers. The Konoha Theater was originally a venue for performing songs, dances, and no plays. Traditional ninjas often frequented this establishment for leisure, especially during wartime, as it served as a sanctuary for many ninjas who had stepped back from the front lines due to injuries or rest. However, with the rapid development following the war, this theatrical establishment had gradually fallen into decline over the past 2 years. Rumor had it that a month prior, this long-deficit theater was acquired by a mysterious businessman. When the Uchiha brothers arrived at the Konoha Theater, there was hardly anyone left in line. In fact, the traffic generated through the Hearthstone Tavern was insufficient to form a queue for such a large theater. Fortunately, the brothers managed to purchase their movie tickets just before the premiere commenced. With complimentary popcorn in hand, they ventured into the interior of the theater. It is worth noting that neither Uchiha Tatsumi nor Fateful was visiting the theater for the first time. Their father had previously taken them to see performances during their childhood. They had witnessed stage plays reflecting the ninja wars organized by Konoha, as well as elegant dance dramas performed by artists from the capital. However, overall, such mundane experiences had not bestowed upon them any cherished memories of their youth. In fact, the young Fateful had once even been frightened to tears by the dissonant singing style of no theater. Yet, despite this, due to their trust in the owner, Yasuo, they harbored a glimmer of anticipation deep within their hearts. However, upon entering the central screening room, that anticipation was swiftly supplanted by profound disappointment. What is this? There were neither extravagant stages nor lively dancers to warm up the audience. This seemed even duller than the theatrical performances in the capital. Gazing at the barren stage and the mere white cloth serving as a backdrop, Fateful couldn't help but voice his discontent. Meanwhile, in a VIP box within the screening room, Sarutobi Hiruzen, dressed in casual attire, took a deep drag from his pipe and released a puff of smoke. Posing a question to his old friend, "Is this the interesting program you spoke of? This is a public place. Could you refrain from smoking?" Sarutobi Biwako pinched her nose and seized the pipe from her husband's hands. "Apologies, my dear Biwako, but I assure you that without a smoke, the ensuing duration would be quite unbearable," Hiruzen expressed regretfully. With a flick, the cap was removed, and black liquid within the bottle foamed white. "Perhaps not. There may be a pleasant surprise." Shimura Danzo poured himself a glass of cola, his latest obsession after giving up milk. He then selected a comfortable position and reclined into the sofa. The weather of late spring carries a certain languor, especially on such nights when the dim lights cast a melancholic glow and silence reigns between you and the solitary lamp. This atmosphere, steeped in quietude, inevitably evokes a drowsy sensation. Should the sudden chime of a deep, resonant bell pierce the stillness, meticulously unraveling the darkness of the night to probe your very soul, what thoughts might it stir within you? At that moment, a dark-haired youth clad in a white suit concludes his announcement. and the entire screening room is enveloped in darkness. Before the audience can gasp in astonishment at the sudden loss of light, a rich baritone begins to resonate, and a vibrant array of colors materializes upon the once blank screen. Whose voice is this? It seems vaguely familiar. After all, it belongs to a dear friend of over 30 years, and even with a deliberately lowered tone, Sarutobi Hisashi discerns that familiar cadence within the narration. Meanwhile, Tawanzo, reclining on the sofa, straightens his posture, takes a sip of cola, and a peculiar smile curves his lips. As the lively music plays, the images on the screen spring to life. How intriguing. The visuals move. Could this be a form of ninjutsu? Perhaps not, for the chakra fluctuations are minimal. This is the plaza of the Glass City, a place I have visited numerous times. Hey, me too. I recall the dumpling shop there. Given this scene, is it the festival of the year? The girl dancing is quite charming. The murmurs of excitement among the audience show no signs of abating. Ninjas tend to be rather laid back. Despite witnessing animated visuals for the first time, this alone is insufficient to make them feel the experience is worth the price of admission. Even with a stunning blonde beauty dancing gracefully on the screen, if the stage artists from the royal capital were to witness this moment, they would surely share a bittersweet smile. These rugged ninjas will never learn the etiquette of appreciating a performance. Every visit to a show in Konoha has been less than delightful. Even if a few shuriken were to fly onto the stage, they would remain unfazed. Yoi, your dance is magnificent, like that of an angel. May I request another performance? Thank you, but I must return to rest. You simply must attend the Hearthstone Tavern's ball tomorrow. But no buts. Lord Hatake will be there too. If he steals a glance at me, I shall be content. The girls giggle as they depart, and a fleeting glimpse of an elderly man in a gray hat passes across the screen. Observing the interaction between the two girls, Sarutobi Hisashi's fleeting interest dissipates. Boredom drives him to crave a cigarette, only to discover his hands are empty. A romantic drama interspersed with song and dance, perhaps? He absent-mindedly scratches his nose, suddenly aware that Biwa Lake is regarding him with disdain, prompting an awkward smile. This isn't my fault. Look, it's obviously about this girl named Yuehui and that lad named Hakai falling in love, all the typical tropes from the royal theater. Huh, now you recognize the cliches. Yet, before marriage, why did you insist on dragging me to see them so often? Sarutobi Piwa let out a cold laugh and remarked, regardless of anything else. I find this film quite intriguing. You should also attempt to rekindle the sensations of your youth. Have you not noticed? Shihei seems to be portrayed by that girl, Tsunade. Sarutobi Hisashi paused, having not paid much attention before, but upon reflecting, he indeed found her strikingly similar to that little girl, Tsunade. Was it the makeup combined with transformation techniques? Sarutobi Hisashi nodded. Maintaining such transformations for an extended period is no trivial feat. It is, at the very least, a form of practice. With this thought, he patiently continued to watch, considering it an assessment of the children's studies. A sweet love drama, indeed. Meanwhile, Danzo cast a glance at the Sarutobi couple and then turned his focus back to the screen, engrossed in the unfolding narrative. Contrary to the third's expectations, the plot did not swiftly transition to the ballroom scene. As the camera shifted, the atmosphere of the entire scene abruptly changed. Gone were the bustling streets, the cheerful crowds, and the lively dances. Instead, a dark and chaotic corridor appeared, filled with mud and puddles, as Shihei returned to her home, a dilapidated area rife with beggars and the homeless. Why would such a beautiful girl reside in such a place? At that moment, some attentive viewers realized that despite Shihei's youthful beauty, her clothing was far from pristine. Inconspicuous areas such as her armpits and lower back bore the marks of mending, and her entire outfit was evidently washed to a dull whiteness. This was clearly the most respectable garment she owned. Otherwise, she would not have worn it for the annual ceremony. The scene then shifted again. The fragrant incense wafting through the air, suggesting a serene and peaceful atmosphere characteristic of a temple. As the sound of the bell resonated, a plump, green-skinned toad made its appearance. This creature must surely be the villain. Except for a few individuals, most viewers were unaware that this toad was Yasuo's spirit beast. Regardless of their awareness of its identity, the majority instinctively labeled it as an antagonist. A monster appearing in a romantic drama, it was certain that the male protagonist, Hakazai, would ultimately vanquish it to win Shihei's heart. Yet the ensuing plot left everyone perplexed. This creature, known as Tom, while hiding from temple-goers, diligently cleaned the pagoda daily aside from its bell-ringing duties. It would stealthily protect lost children of the visitors and carefully return fallen nestlings to their homes with its long tongue. If one were to overlook its exterior, it was evident that this was a gentle, kind-hearted, yet shy and fragile being. On this particular day, Tom saved a child who had fallen from the pagoda. When the child's parents arrived, Tom, unable to escape in time, became their target for attack. Returning to the bell tower, bruised and battered, Tom gazed at its own green, fanged visage reflected in the lake's waters, unable to restrain its sorrowful tears. At that moment, an elder appeared, and through the exchange between Tom and him, the audience learned that he was Tom's adoptive father, a respected sea and sky master in the vicinity. The monk Haikong gently patted Tam's back, imparting a plethora of spiritual wisdom through his enigmatic words, which rejuvenated the bewildered Tam. Could this elder truly be a monk, perhaps from Sensoji? Let us visit after the new year, Nishizan. Indeed, I too find the elder's words profoundly philosophical. I shall transcribe them later to educate the children in our village. Monkey, your idea is commendable. Someone who had been holding back finally interjected, though it seemed he had overindulged in cola. However, he quickly fell silent, as the unfolding narrative took an unexpected turn. In truth, it was not just him. The entire screening room fell into a hushed silence. Aside from the sound of breaths, all that remained was the crunching of popcorn. Uchiha-chan wished to remind the plump individual beside him that his noise was significantly disrupting his cinematic experience. Yet, judging from the dim light, it was likely a member of the Akimichi clan, so he reluctantly abandoned his futile attempt. One must admit, in terms of acting, Sima-tsang was exceptionally talented. When he turned his back to Tam, the benevolent smile that adorned his face vanished in an instant, replaced by a vivid display of disdain, anguish, jealousy, and other negative emotions. Nishizan, I fear we have misjudged, he remarked. Indeed, was the curt reply from the third generation, whose gaze remained fixed upon the screen. The subsequent plot appeared to revert to the main theme of a romantic musical. At a tavern soiree, the youthful and enchanting Yuhui encountered the dashing captain of the guards, Baizai, and after a dance, they were smitten with one another. Yet, before the audience could fully immerse themselves in the sweet atmosphere, a cloaked figure abruptly intruded, wounding Baizai, who then fell into unconsciousness. Following the assailant's escape, the tavern manager, a despicable dwarf, provided detrimental testimony against Yuhui to the Ministry of Justice, leading to her arrest as a suspect. Under duress, she was coerced into a confession and sentenced to death. As the scene shifted, the audience collectively gasped. It turned out that the shadowy figure lurking in the dark corner was none other than Haikong, the high monk of Sensoji. He outwardly appeared to be a man who shunned the allure of women, yet harbored a fervent desire for the beautiful Yuhui. Consumed by jealousy upon witnessing Yuhui in solitude with Baizai, he had been unable to restrain himself and had attacked Baizai. While some may have anticipated Haikong's descent into darkness, given the earlier close-up shot that hinted at his loathsome expression, the ensuing narrative proved to be even more heart-wrenching. It seemed that the seemingly accomplished Captain Baizai was already betrothed. His feelings for Yuhui were merely a fleeting dalliance. In fact, to placate his jealous fiancée, the Lord's youngest daughter, Baizai, upon recovery, harbored a frenzied desire for Yuhui's demise. Just as Yuhui was compelled to ingest poison, Tam intervened to rescue her, taking her to seek refuge in Sensoji. Thereafter, the film's tone began to shift dramatically. In the serene surroundings of Sensoji Temple, Shihui and Tam shared countless tender moments. These trivial daily occurrences imparting an inexplicable sense of beauty. Fujiwara could not help but poke his cousin. Could it be that this frog is the true protagonist? Although obscured by darkness, Uchiha-chun was certain that his expression was one of absurdity. To engage in a romance with a frog. Surely the writer of such a script must be deranged? Yet, despite these thoughts swirling in his mind, Uchiha-chun found himself increasingly captivated by the unfolding narrative. Such a relationship, he mused, could hardly lead to happiness. In the shadows, a middle-aged man could not suppress a sigh, seemingly reminiscing about his youth. It was not as ludicrous as depicted in the films, merely a tale of a failed love that transcended familial boundaries. Sir, why do you say that? A young girl's voice interjected. Initially, I found Tam quite repugnant, but now I see he possesses an endearing side. The girl, unaware of the implications of her words, had inadvertently drawn the attention of the man, who scrutinized her with his bright, piercing eyes. A caged bird knows no freedom, and neither does a frog, he stated. offering a rather melancholic jest before lapsing into silence. Though I do not entirely grasp your sentiment, I believe that love must be fought for, regardless of whether the other party is a monster or a genius as formidable as one. Listening to the girl's stubborn tone, the middle-aged man chuckled softly. Then I wish you success, young lady of the Uzumaki clan. The flustered Uzumaki Yitzi, her ears aflame with embarrassment, quickly ceased her conversation and focused intently on the screen. Half an hour later, Yitzi was reduced to tears. Why must Shihue endure such suffering? It is the fault of those hypocritical monks and the captain of the guard. The fate of individuals, like clouds, drifts aimlessly with the wind. Sometimes, one might believe a cage has been opened, only to find another shackle at it. When Tam finally discerned the true nature of his adoptive father and rushed towards the clock tower, all assumed he would rescue Shihue from Hakazai's clutches. However, in the final moment, what Tam beheld was merely a poisoned apple, bitten and fallen to the ground, alongside Shihue's cold, lifeless form. In anguish and despair, Tam let out a heart-wrenching wail. After casting the heartless sea sky mage from the towering Buddhist stupa, he seized Shihue's body, yearning to escape. Yet, in a bid to exonerate himself entirely before his fiancée, Hakazai led the guards to encircle Tam. Are those the Mist Ninjas? Not only the third Hokage, but even Danzo sprang from the sofa with alarm. This diverged from the original script. Danzo distinctly recalled that, according to the initial narrative, after being cast from the building by Tam, he had taken Shihue's body and departed. Years later, as the new monks meticulously rearranged the cemetery, they stumbled upon two skeletons entwined within a crypt. When the monks attempted to separate them, the bones instantly disintegrated into dust, vanishing without a trace. Thus, the tale reached its conclusion. Yet, the narrative on screen did not cease due to Tenzo's astonishment. Oil Woman Shiho was indeed a dedicated cameraman, steadfastly adhering to the cinematic adage imparted by his director until the moment the Mist Ninja launched their assault. Unless the director calls cut, you must continue filming. Though Tam was of considerable stature, he was evidently no match for the adept ninjas of the guard. Before long, he found himself cornered in a desperate situation. Gazing at the ferocious adversaries before him and the beautiful yet lifeless form of his beloved in his arms, a hint of gentleness flickered across Tam's grotesque visage. It is all over, Yuhui. I shall accompany you now. He tenderly lowered his head to place a kiss upon her still warm cheek. Suddenly, Yuhui's lifeless body erupted in a fit of violent coughs. With a sudden gasp, a small piece of apple dislodged from her throat, and she gradually awakened. At that moment, the resurrected Yuhui finally comprehended that her affections were not for the handsome Baizai, but for the pure-hearted Tam. She surmounted the barriers of species and societal prejudice, embracing Tam's barrel-like neck and gently kissing his enormous mouth. In an instant, a kaleidoscope of colors erupted, shrouded in ethereal mist. Within this haze, Tam's form swiftly diminished, ultimately transforming from a grotesque green-skinned toad into a dashing swordsman with flowing purple hair. It was revealed that Tam was originally the prince of the Iron Kingdom, cursed by a nefarious villain at birth, which had rendered him in such an unappealing guise. Only through the kiss of a maiden could he revert to his true self. Yet, for a green toad, this seemed an insurmountable dream. Perhaps even the sorcerer had not foreseen that, after many years, the fearsome Tam would indeed break the curse. In the end, the restored prince unleashed the bloodline limit technique, Gale swordsmanship, defeating his pursuers. Together, he and Yuhui departed from the Crystal City, wandering the world and indulging in a life of unabashed intimacy. Henceforth, tales of the divine toad and his beloved became legendary throughout the ninja world, sung by storytellers for generations to come.